Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know, and it's the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos. We also love hearing from our listeners. If you have any suggestions for future audiobooks, please leave a comment below. Or if you just want to say hi, we'd love to hear from you. Thank you for listening, and we hope you have a great day. Subscribe to this channel today and become a part of the Billionaire Romance Audiobooks family.
Evergreen, an alpha billionaire romance by Michelle Love. Audio copyright 2023 BFA Publishing. Note: we edited this romance audiobook to comply with the YouTube content guidelines. If you want to listen to the non-edited version and steamy scenes, you can grab a copy from Google Play Books or Kobo.
Blurb. In the beautiful Evergreen state of Washington, the uber-rich send their teenage and young adult children to the exclusive private Auburn College of Fine Arts. The students', teachers', and parents' lives are torn apart, and even students' lives and love collide. One summer's day when a horrific school massacre takes place. In the aftermath, a young English teacher, Emory Grace, saves the life of billionaire Luca Saffran's daughter, Bree, a heroic act that leaves her seriously injured and which changes everyone's lives around her. Emory and Luca's attraction soon turns to love, but can they escape the repercussions of the school horror and live happily ever after?
Part 1. Luca.
Emory Grace snuck a look at her watch. The commencement ceremony was already an hour in, and now that her husband, Dr. Raymond Grace, was about to make his speech, it would almost certainly be another 2 or 3 hours before she could escape and get back to Auburn. She sighed, her skin almost feeling like it was itching with irritation. Ray would bloviate for an hour, about himself, and then finally get around to the students, who by that time would be muttering dark thoughts and getting antsy. Emory glanced over at her friend Joan, who was Ray's personal assistant. Joan winked back at her, knowing exactly what she was thinking. Emory didn't think she would have made it through the last 5 years of her marriage without Joan. Joan was the one person of whom Ray was terrified. A striking woman in her early 70s, Joan didn't stand for any of Ray's arrogance or rudeness. But then again, Ray had never hit Joan across the room, kicked her in the stomach, or almost choked her to death. Emory touched her throat now, remembering the evening a few nights ago when she'd quietly told him that she didn't want to attend this event. He'd been silent for a moment, then moved so quickly she hadn't had time to defend herself. He'd grabbed her by the throat and slammed her against the wall, his thick fingers squeezing her neck until she saw stars at the corner of her vision. "Why must you always defy me?" he'd whispered before releasing her. She had dropped to the floor, gasping for air, but it hadn't been the end of the attack. He'd grabbed her long dark hair in his fist and dragged her to their bed. Emory had closed her eyes as he grunted above her. 3 short thrusts and he was done. He rolled off her and fell asleep while Emory shivered, letting her tears fall silently. No more, she'd decided that night, and now she repeated it to herself. No more. When she was sure he was asleep, she'd gotten up and gone to grab some water and make a plan. A plan to escape from this man she had married. Gosh, how had she ever loved him? Nearly twice her 28 years, when they met he had seemed so worldly and wise, so charming. How long had it been after their wedding that he'd changed? She hardly remembered, but now it was clear, she had to leave him. She wanted to leave him. The thought of the next 30 or 40 years with this abusive, weak man. Gosh, she couldn't do it. So she'd planned meticulously. When she was finally able to get back to Auburn, the college she loved with all her heart, she would move into one of the few cottages on the campus that were kept available for staff to stay in during times of need. She'd cleared it with the dean, a kindly Englishman called Stephen Harris, who'd gone to college with Ray and despised him of old. Not that he'd ever said that to Emory, until the day she'd told him she was leaving Ray. "It's become apparent that we cannot continue to live together," she'd said, not wanting to tell him too much, but Stephen had glanced at the bruises on her neck and they'd shared a look. He'd offered to lend her money, but she'd smiled gratefully and said, "Thank you, Stephen, but no, I'll be fine." I've always been a saver. Well, you can stay here as long as you need, he'd said, and really whatever you need, don't hesitate to ask. We're all Team Emory here. She'd had to leave his office before she burst into tears. But now she felt as far from crying as she could, she just felt excited. Her lawyer had prepared the papers to serve to Ray as soon as she left for Auburn. Most of her clothes, books, and records had been hidden away in the trunk of her old Impala. Ray was so self-absorbed he hadn't realized they'd been missing from the home they shared. She was leaving virtually everything else. She didn't want any reminder of Ray. Her wedding ring she would leave on his nightstand, a final screw you. She had been daydreaming for so long she hadn't realized people were clapping. She sat up and looked towards Ray at the podium. He caught her eye, saw she wasn't applauding, and glared at her. Emory gave him her cheesiest grin. Yeah, screw you, Raymond Grace. You're not going to see this coming. 2 days later. Clementine would not meet his gaze. Luca Saffran, across from his soon-to-be ex-wife as they sat in their $700 an hour lawyer's office, had tried to catch her eye for the entire duration of the settlement meeting, but Clem wouldn't look at him. He could see the spots of pink high on her patrician cheeks, her dark red hair up in a perfect chignon, her blue eyes red-rimmed and watery. She hadn't wanted this, the divorce, the separation of their lives, but Luca had known it was over for a while. So did Clem in her heart, but still she was heartbroken. They had managed to keep it civil, for the sake of their 19-year-old daughter Bree. Even now, the meeting was going smoothly. Clem didn't want anything but her trust fund and the property in Snoqualmie, even though Luca wanted to give her half of his $7 billion fortune. It dwarfed her trust fund. I don't want your money, Clem said evenly, though her voice shook. Finally, she met Luca's dark eyes. I'm not being difficult, Luca. I just don't want it. Luca sighed. How about I create a trust fund for Bree? Clem sighed. In addition to all her other trust funds? Luca stopped. He stared at her for a few moments, then looked at the lawyers. Guys, can we have the room, please? When they were alone, he got up and took the seat next to Clem, taking her hands in his. Clem, I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you. She looked at him, her blue eyes cold. Then why did you, Luca? Why a divorce? Because you would never have asked for one, Clemmy. Never. And I knew with my whole heart. You need more than me. More than the life we had. She made a disgusted noise and pulled her hands away from him. And you know what I need? We're not in love anymore. You know it and I know it. We haven't been for a long time, we want different things. You love the social scene and I hate it. You have ambition and drive, and I just want a quiet life. We don't fit anymore. Clem? He touched his hand to her cheek, and for a second she leaned into his touch. Clem, it doesn't mean I don't love you anymore. Far from it. You'll always be my best friend, but we're not in love. And please don't think it's because I have someone else, I don't. I'm not interested in meeting someone else. But you deserve a fairy tale, Clemmy. She pulled away from his touch. You think I can't function without a man? That's not what. Screw you, Luca, she whispered, her tears falling freely now. You've broken my heart. Someone knocked at the door, but didn't wait for their signal. The stricken face of their lawyer, an otherwise unflappable man, made Luca's heart stop. Guys, the lawyer said, you need to check the television news. Right now. It's Bree's college. There's been a shooting spree. The gunfire had stopped. Emory signaled for her class to keep quiet. Keep down, away from the windows. I'm going to check the exit to make sure it's clear. Then we'll get out. She kept her voice steady, a miracle, considering the abject terror she was feeling. But that didn't matter. The shell shock on the faces of her English students made her want to hold them all, protect them all, comfort them all. Babies. They're just babies. Not one of them older than 19. Emory. One of the boys, Greg Sestino, stood. Please let me come with you. Emory smiled at him but shook her head. No way, but thank you for offering. Keep together, I'll be back in a few moments. She appreciated the way her students wanted to help, but there was no chance in hell she'd put them in danger. As she crept out into the silent hallway, her ears were straining to hear any sound at all. When the first shots rang out, she'd been 5 minutes into her class, the students still settling into the lesson. There were some students who hadn't arrived, and now, as she moved silently through the corridors of her beloved school, her heart was thumping painfully. Please, please let them be okay. What she wanted most to know was, who the hell is the shooter, and how the hell did they get a gun into school? Auburn prided itself on being one of the safest schools in the country. Charging parents a little under $50,000 a year did that. Metal detectors at every door, constant around-the-clock security. Emory rounded the corner and breathed a sigh of relief. An exit, a straight path for her kids to escape through. She ran quietly back to her class and told them to follow her. Quiet as you can though, and if anything happens, run. Run like hell. When you get outside, run, but keep low and zigzag until you get to safety. Her students grinned at her cussing, and she was grateful to have relieved some of the tension. She led them out through the corridor and watched as they skittered out into freedom. Greg was last, and he hesitated by the door. "What are you doing?" "Greg, go." Emory started to get panicky when he didn't move. He looked at her. "You're not coming with us, are you?" Emory shook her head. "I have to find the others." Greg looked unhappy. "Emory." "Go." She closed the door on his grim expression and turned. "Take a breath. Think." There were 3 of her students still in the building. LeSean, Haley Wells, and Bree Saffran. Lee and Haley were dating, so wherever they were together. Bree was a solitary creature, a well-liked but self-contained unit. God knows where she might be. Emory moved through the corridors slowly. She'd kicked off her sneakers, so her socked feet glided silently along the polished floors. She checked every classroom along the first floor, then moved silently up to the second. She wasn't prepared for what she saw. Bodies. A small whimper escaped her as she saw 2 of her colleagues on the ground in pools of blood. Sam Jensen. Her friend who taught French. "Oh no, no, no," Emory whispered as she sank to her knees beside him. A bullet had torn through Sam's neck. He'd bled out before anyone could help. Tina Halsey lay on her back a few feet away, crumpled as if she had been felled. Emory gagged when she saw that half of Tina's head had been blown away. She spun around to see LeSean crawling along the floor. She ran to him, and this time she did moan. Lee had been shot in the chest and was bleeding from the mouth. One look and Emory knew it was hopeless. "Oh God, Lee, hang on please." She took her overshirt off and pressed it to his chest. There was blood in his mouth, and he coughed, splattering more blood over them both. "Emory. Haley's dead. He killed her in front of me, and he was laughing him, he laughed." Both of them had tears dripping down their faces now. "Who is he, Lee?" Lee's eyes were taking on a glassy look, and Em knew he was dying. She was going to watch this bright, funny, kind student die in front of her, and she felt helpless. "Can you tell me who, Lee?" He shook his head, and for a moment Emory reeled at the thought of a random shooter. "God, no. I can't believe it, Em. It's Mr. Azzano. David Azzano." "Emory. I'm so scared." Emory felt as if she'd been hit in the chest with a hammer. David Azzano. Physics professor. Her friend. She scooched down next to Lee and wrapped her arms around him. Lee had to be delirious, it just couldn't be David. David was the clown of the teacher's break room, the born teacher who loved the kids, loved the life he had here. He was one of the most popular teachers both with the kids and the staff. No. No way. Lee shuddered in her arms. "Tell my mom and dad I love them, Em, promise?" She couldn't give him any reassurance that she could save him, and this seemed like such a little thing to do. "Promise." "Oh God, Lee, please try to hang on. Some of the kids have gotten out, they'll call the cops." But he was silent, and she knew from the way his weight was heavy in her arms that he was gone. The sobs came then, and she struggled to keep them quiet, burying her face in Lee's short dark hair as she cried over the dead boy. As her sobs shuddered to a halt a few moments later, she heard it. A scream. A female's scream, and the adrenaline coursed through her body. Gently, she laid Lee down on the floor and scrambled to her feet. The scream had made her realize she still had a job to do, and now she was raging, furious as she strode down the blood-soaked hallways, focused on the one thing that was obvious. Bree Saffran needed her help. The police keep the media and the relatives far away from the school building, in a clearing beyond the school boundaries. A hastily convened press conference was happening, and as Luca and Clem arrived, they made their way over the throng around the police captain who was talking. "We currently have an active shooter on the property, and we are effecting a rescue scenario as we speak, but folks, this is an ongoing situation, and we need every resource available. I promise you, when we know your children, your friends, your colleagues are safe, we will let you know." Luca realized he was clutching Clem's hand, but she was so pale, so drawn that he didn't want to drop it and hurt her feelings. Right now, they needed each other. He looked over to see the dean, Stephen Harris, talking to the cops. He looked beyond devastated. A cry went up as a flood of teenagers and staff came pouring into the clearing, and hysterical relatives threw themselves at their loved ones. Luca and Clem rushed forward, but as the crowd cleared, it became obvious that Bree was not among them. Clem looked at Luca, and he could see the panic in her eyes. "No, not my little girl," she whispered, and he clutched her to his chest. "We don't know anything yet," he whispered to her. "Let's keep calm until we do. If she were gone, I'd know it. You'd know it." He felt her nod against his chest and wondered if she could feel just how hard his heart was thumping. Over her head, he spotted Greg Sestino, being hugged by his family. Greg met his gaze and nodded, speaking quietly to his mom, who reluctantly let him go. He jogged over to them. "Mr. Saffran, Mrs. Saffran, hey. Look, Bree is still inside, and as far as we know, she's okay. Ms. Grace, you know Emory?" "I do," said Clem quietly, and turned to Luca. "Emory Grace, Bree's English teacher. The one she's always talking about." Luca nodded, then looked at Greg. "Go on." "Emory, I mean Miss Grace, she stayed behind to find Bree and a couple of our other classmates. I know Emory, she won't let anything happen to them. And Bree. Mr. Saffran, Mrs. Saffran, I don't know if you know this about your daughter, but she's kick-ass. I know she'll be okay." Clem smiled gratefully at him. "Thank you, Greg. And I hope everyone is okay, all your friends too." "I hope so too. Thanks. Look, I'd better get back to." He nodded at his mother and father. Luca shook his hand. "Of course. Thanks, Greg. We do appreciate you coming to talk to us." Luca and Clem stood, their arms locked around the other, and waited. Luca bent to kiss the top of Clem's red hair. "Our daughter's kick-ass," he said softly. Clem nodded. "She's kick-ass," she agreed, and tightened her grip around him. Bree Saffran felt anything but kick-ass at that moment. In fact, she was pretty sure she was about to pee herself, and that would suck. Really suck. Because if Mr. Azzano was about to shoot her, then she wanted to die with dignity, and not covered in urine. David Azzano was leveling the gun at her, his eyes wild. Bree had never seen him like this, but she could tell from his eyes that there was no one sane inside him. She'd seen this before in some of her wilder friends. 2 words. Bad. Trip. "All you kids, you just leech the life out of people like me. You take. He pulled the trigger, and Bree's heart failed. The gun clicked and clicked. Empty. "Oh, thank you. While Azzano stared at the gun, she edged around the room, trying to put herself between him and the door. She didn't look down, couldn't look at the bodies that were littering the teacher's break room. Gosh, she could smell the blood, rust, and salt and gore. She moved slowly, but Azzano looked up them and grinned. "No use trying to escape, little rich girl. I'm 3 times the size of you, and faster. And oh my, what do we have here?" From his pocket, he pulled a flick knife. He waved it at her. "Back up. Looks like I'm going to have to get up close and personal." He lunged at her, and Bree let out the loudest scream she could as Azzano grabbed her and flung her back against the wall. She struggled with everything she had, but he was strong, huge, and the knife slashed ever closer to her. Then, in what seemed like a dream, a small, dark-haired missile launched herself at the man, knocking him away from Bree. Bree was stunned and froze. Emory. Bree, run. Bree. Run. But she couldn't. She watched as Emory wrestled with the man. If he was 3 times bigger than Bree, then he dwarfed the tiny Emory. Bree blinked, then leapt onto the man's back, yelling and screaming like a banshee. The 2 women clung to the man, hitting, biting, clawing at him, trying to subdue him, but the acid trip he was on gave him superhuman strength. In horror, Bree watched as the knife sank into Emory's stomach, and she gasped in agony. No. Bree yelled, but Asano yanked the knife out of Emory and waved the bloody blade at Bree. Bree. Run now. Emory was clutching at her belly, trying to stem the bleeding, and trying to get to her feet as Asano advanced on the younger woman. Run. Go get help, there's nothing you can do here. Please. Emory kicked out the back of Asano's knee, and he went down, screaming and cursing, before whirling around and grabbing Emory again. Emory, weakening, looked at Bree. Bree. Her voice was unbelievably calm in the face of her certain death. Please go. I can't bear it if you die. Please run. Bree started to sob. We all love you. I love you. Please, I can't leave you. Run, baby, run. Emory choked as Asano stabbed her again, and then Bree gave her dying wish and ran. Clem saw her first, being carried by a policeman, and let out a scream. Luca followed her gaze, then they were running to meet their daughter. She's okay, said the policeman carrying her, she just passed out. She was hysterical when she escaped. Luca took his daughter from the policeman and carried her over to where the paramedics were treating the injured. In a few seconds, Bree was coming around, but burbling and getting hysterical again. Clem took her daughter's face in her hands. Baby, baby, it's mama, it's mama. Look at me, you're safe now, you're safe. Please, he's killing her, you have to help her. Bree was panic-stricken, looking between her mother and father. Who, baby? Luca took her hand, his chest tight. Emory, it was Mr. Asano. He shot some people, some teachers, some kids, and he was trying to kill me, but his gun was empty. He had a knife and he was going to kill me, but she stopped him. She jumped on him. Miss Saffran. They all started and turned to see the police captain, his expression urgent and alert. You say he ran out of ammo? Bree nodded. Yes. He just has a knife. I think we were the only ones left, but please, you have to stop him. He stabbed her, she's only tiny and she saved my life, Mom, Dad. Luca wrapped his arm around her shoulders and nodded to the police captain, who turned and spoke quickly and quietly into his radio. As if from nowhere, shoals of cops began to flood towards the school. Clem and Luca sat on either side of their daughter, who refused to move until she knew how her beloved teacher was. Minutes passed. Everyone in the clearing fell silent as they waited. Then a few minutes they heard shouting, gunshots. Bree clutched her mother's hand. Finally, they saw paramedics running beside a gurney, an IV blood bag swinging from a stand affixed to the bed. Bree gave a small cry, but they couldn't see who it was. Luca stood and patted her shoulder. I'll go see sweetheart. Stay with your mom. With a meaningful look at Clem, he turned and rushed over to the ambulance. With a rush of relief, he saw the young woman on the stretcher. This must be Emory Grace. The relief was fleeting. He saw how much blood she was still losing. One of the first responders looked at him as she hopped into the ambulance to attend to the unconscious Emory. Will she be okay? Luca felt helpless. Are you a relative? Luca felt desolate. She saved my daughter's life. The responder's face softened. We're going to do everything we can, but she's in a pretty bad way. Lost a lot of blood. He asked her where they were taking Emory Grace, and she told him. We really have to go. I know, just one quick thing, and he leapt into the ambulance, leaning over Emory and whispering. Thank you. Thank you for saving my girl. He touched her soft cheek and she gave a small moan and his heart flipped. Sir. The responder sounded urgent now. Luca stepped out of the ambulance, and just before they closed the door, he called. Anything. Do anything you can to save her. Please. The paramedic nodded and closed the door, and Luca was left to stare after the ambulance as it raced, screaming, towards the nearest emergency room. Please, he said softly. As far as he was concerned, it wasn't only his daughter's life Emory Grace had saved that day. For Emory, a few days later, it wasn't a happy awakening. Searing pain racked her body, her throat felt like sandpaper, and worst of all, she opened her eyes to see her estranged husband sitting by her bed. Oh God! Had she gone to hell? What are you doing here? Her voice sounded echoey, hollow, rasping. Ray jumped up and called for the doctor in that imperious tone of his, before helping her sip a cup of water. Darling, of course I'm here. Where else would I be at a time like this? Emory felt a button in her hand and she pressed it, hoping it was for morphine or to call the nurse. Well, Ray, are you here because you care or because you're mad someone beat you to trying to kill me? Oh hey, she must be flying high on the morphine to talk back to him like that. His face went red, and she watched him try to keep his temper. I've been here day and night to care for you, he said in a low, furious voice. Just like you to be so ungrateful. Back off, Ray. Yep, she was definitely high. Luckily for both of them, the doctor came then and started to ask her a bunch of questions. His voice was so warm and kind that she couldn't help compare the two men in front of her. She interrupted the doctor. Doc, before you say anything else, I think I'd like some privacy from my soon-to-be ex-husband. Ray, please leave. Ray looked annoyed, but when he glanced at the doctor shrugged and nodded. Patient's prerogative, Mr. Grace. From the tone of his voice, Emory could tell Ray had been a royal pain in the hospital staff's asses. Dr. Lundheim, a young handsome man in his 30s, she guessed, waited until Ray had left the room and then grinned. As I was saying, feel free to scoff derisively, but you were very lucky. No major organs were damaged, and we were able to perform a graft on the leaking artery that was the cause of your blood loss. Now, that doesn't mean you can go swing dancing anytime soon, but you should make a full recovery, and, as you're young and healthy, pretty quickly too. She smiled at him. Thank you, doctor, I mean it. How do you feel? Honestly. I ache and my stomach is sore, but considering. I'm surprised I feel this, alive, shall we say. He sat on the edge of the bed and smiled at her. Good. I'm glad. Means everything is progressing how it should. I want you to stay in for a few days so we can get some more blood into you, stabilize your vitals. But you should be able to go home by the end of the week. And you've quite a fan club out there. Kids from your school, some parents. Hanging on every update. One family, in particular, has been here 24/7. The Saffrans. Luca Saffran. You've got friends in high places, kiddo. Emory chuckled, then winced as the muscles in her stomach tugged. I've never even met Mr. Saffran, but I do know his wife a little. And their daughter Bree is one of my favorite students. Not that I should have favorites, don't tell anyone I said that. The morphine again. No filter, she thought. Dr. Lundheim patted her hand. Well now, I can give them all some good news. What do you want me to tell the press? Emory blinked. The press? The doctor rolled his eyes. Of course the press. You're a heroine, not just statewide either, a national star. The president himself sent his regards. Emory let her head fall back. Now I know it's the morphine. Seriously, Emory, there's a bank of press reporters and photographers camped outside the hospital, waiting for their first glimpse of the conquering heroine. Emory suddenly felt sick. Oh, I get it now. I get why Ray's here. The doctor looked confused, and then realization dawned, and his jaw flexed. That does explain the performances, shall we say. Emory shook her head. Can't miss the spotlight. It's not his spotlight. I don't want it. She suddenly felt tearful. God, why did it upset her so much? Doc, I would appreciate it if he were refused entry to my room from now on. I don't want to see him. That's no problem. And if you like, I can let the press know that he doesn't speak for you, that you're an independent woman." Emory smiled gratefully at him. "That would be lovely. Thanks, Doc, for everything. Rest up, then I might let you have some visitors, the ones you want, that is," he added with a grin. He stood up and Emory caught his hand. "Doc?" Her voice shook. "How many? How many in the end?" The smile faded from the young man's face. 11, including the shooter. 4 kids, 6 teaching staff. And nearly you, too." Emory felt her throat close, the grief all-consuming, and she couldn't stop the tears then. "God?" "Hey," the doctor glanced outside the door. "I know how to cheer you up. There's a very excitable young lady out here who, on more than one occasion, has threatened to kick my ass if she isn't able to see you soon." Emory chuckled through her tears. "That would be Bree." "It would indeed." He signaled to Bree. In a second later, she came into the room and flung herself on Emory, who winced as the movement pulled on her wounds. She didn't care, though. She wrapped her arms around the girl and hugged her hard. Something had happened in that room of terror. A bond that had already been formed in their classes together had turned to sisterhood. Bree, her short cap of black hair sticking up in every direction, drew back and smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I hope I didn't hurt you." Bree glanced at the doctor, who rolled his eyes and grinned. "See you later, Emory." And he was gone. Bree studied her teacher and friend. "You look so much better than I thought you would." "Flesh wounds mostly," Emory lied to reassure her. Bree's dark eyes were serious. "Did they tell you how many?" Emory nodded. "It's unspeakable, Bree, and to think that David of all people." Bree lowered her voice. "People are saying he was high on something. They're really shady about releasing details. My dad was able to get some information, but nothing we couldn't have guessed." Emory sighed. "How are the parents of the kids who died?" "Lee and Haley, I know about." "Who else?" "Sandrine Keyes and Lexi Klein." Emory groaned. Gosh, should we have seen this coming? Was David stressed out? He never gave any indication of it. No one knows. Bree could see Emory was getting upset. "Look, don't think about it now, just get well." "Hey, my dad wants to come see you, would that be okay?" "Of course." Emory had never met Luca Saffran, only Clementine, Bree's mother. "Tell him to come by whenever he's free." Bree looked a little guilty. "He's actually just outside right now." Emory laughed, but inwardly she felt exhausted. "No problem." Bree went to the door, and Emory heard her calling her father in a low voice. Emory hoped she didn't appear too bedraggled. She felt she must look as wrung out as she felt. Then Luca Saffran walked into the room, and suddenly she wasn't tired anymore. Luca Saffran was tall, his black hair and dark eyes the mirror image of his daughter's. He kept his dark beard neatly trimmed, and Emory detected some Asian heritage in his handsome features. Handsome, she thought to herself, handsome doesn't really cover it. The man was gorgeous. Luca Saffran smiled at her and offered his hand. She shook it, trying not to show the whirl of emotions inside her. Luca nodded to Bree, who smiled and left them alone, closing the door behind her. "Miss Grace, I hope you are feeling better." Deep voice, quiet, soft. Masculine. Emory nodded. "I am. Nothing serious." Luca chuckled softly. "Bree said you wouldn't want a fuss. It didn't look like nothing serious when they pulled you out of that school." "You saw me?" Emory felt her face grow hot. Luca nodded, his dark eyes full of sorrow. "Miss Grace?" "Emory, please." "Emory." The way he said her name made her heart pound. It only got more excited when he took her hand. "Emory, there are no words to describe how grateful we are to you. God, that doesn't even begin to explain. You saved 3 lives when you saved my daughter, Emory. I owe you a debt." Emory was overwhelmed by his words, but she shook her head. "There is no debt, Mr. Saffran. Anyone would have done the same. Bree is an extraordinary young woman, and I was just doing my job." "Above and beyond," he said, his voice breaking slightly. Then, embarrassed, he grinned slightly. And it's Luca, okay? Luca. She liked the way his name sounded in her mouth. Luca. He still had her hand in his. I want you to know, all your medicals bills are being sent to me, yes, he added when she opened her mouth to protest. Stephen Harris told me of your situation, that you have separated from your husband. This doesn't even begin to cover what I owe you, so I won't take any argument. Suddenly Emory saw what he must be like in the boardroom, why he was who he was, the CEO of the biggest pharmaceuticals company in the world. Saffran Inc. was a rare company. For every dollar they made, they gave back the exact amount in free drugs to people in countries who couldn't afford life-saving treatments. He was firm and masterful, without being controlling. He smiled at her now, and their eyes held for a beat too long. Emory, you look tired. She nodded. I am, but thank you for coming to see me, and thank you for the other thing. She flushed, but he merely smiled. Emory, and it was his turn to hesitate, may I come see you again? Would that be inappropriate? She felt her face burn. I'd like that. Good. He reached out and touched her face just briefly, then let his hand drop. I'd better let you rest. When he'd gone, Emory closed her eyes, but sleep evaded her. Her mind whirled with every emotion, grief, anger, sadness, all of which was an undercurrent by this new feeling. Attraction. She tried to push it away. It was entirely inappropriate, after all. She was in a hospital bed, and Luca Saffran was the parent of one of her students, for Christ's sake. It's just the morphine, she whispered to herself, but she could have lost herself in his deep brown black eyes and those finely angled cheekbones. Her skin still burned where his fingertips had brushed against it. Stop it. She forced her thoughts away from him, but after a while she called the nurse, asked for a sedative, and soon fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Bree looked over at her father as they drove back his apartment in the city. Since the shootings, he'd been staying at the house in Snoqualmie, albeit sleeping in the guest room. And for a second, Bree had remembered how it had been all those years ago, just the three of them. Before the distance between her mother and father had become too big to ignore, before the tense atmospheres began. But now she was glad he was going back to his apartment. Her mother had been accepting of his decision. Her focus now was entirely on her daughter. Bree was grateful for the support, but her mother could be a little smothering, and so tonight she'd decided to stay with her dad. Outside it was raining, a misty drizzle coating everything, and the headlights reflected off the slick road. Bree stared out of the window. Dad? Yes, honey? Did you like Emory? Her father hesitated, and a small smile played around his mouth. Very much. A very intelligent, warm young woman. He sounded deliberately formal, and Bree chuckled. What you mean, Dad, is that she's hot. It's okay, Dad, if you like her. Bree saw his cheeks flame red and he cleared his throat embarrassed. Brianna, it's hardly the appropriate place to. I'm just saying. Okay, that's enough now. Bree hid a grin. Go for it, Pops. Luca gave her a half-annoyed glare, but couldn't help smiling at her gleeful expression. You are a devil child. And anyway, she's about 5 minutes older than you, so let's just drop it, okay? But later, when he was alone, he allowed himself to think of Emory Grace, her dark hazel eyes, her long mahogany hair, her soft, sweet smile. How could anyone hurt you? His attraction to her was something that couldn't be allowed. She was his child's teacher, and he was newly divorced, and besides, it wasn't the most romantic way of meeting, was it? Still, he decided, turning over in his large bed, I'll go see her again. In a few days. Give her some space. Just to be friends. In a few days. The next morning, he got up early and took a run around the city. He had slept well, but had been plagued by dreams of Emory Grace and her lovely caramel skin, the feel of it against his lips, her sweet kiss, the sound of her moaning as he drove her towards her peak. Get a grip, man, he told himself sharply. But he knew that he couldn't wait to see her again. And a couple of hours later, telling Bree he was going to the office, he found himself, instead, driving to the hospital. Emory had gotten out of bed for the first time, and was gingerly walking around her room. Even after only a few days, her wounds were healing, and she felt better. Physically, at least. She kept reliving the moment David, her friend, David, had stuck that knife into her. The crazed look in his eyes. She couldn't fathom it. After Bree had escaped, David had kept attacking Emory, and she'd defended herself until she collapsed to the floor, bleeding out and gasping for oxygen. She didn't know how long it had been then until the police had burst in, and when David had rushed them, they had cut him down instantly. Everything after that was a blur. Emory shivered now, pulling her robe tightly around herself. The staggering violence of it all made her feel sick. I wouldn't stand too close to the window. Don't let them get the money shot for free. She turned and glared at Ray, who was standing in the doorway, a bunch of roses in his hand, his fake smile plastered onto his face. She hated cut flowers, a fact Ray knew all too well. What the hell are you doing here? Ray smiled, but there was no humor in his eyes. Now, darling, don't be a little tart. I've just come to visit my heroic wife. His tone dripped sarcasm and something else she realized, jealousy. She climbed back into bed, noticing he made no move to help her. She felt better when she sat, stronger, and now she fixed her estranged husband with a stare. Ray, I asked you to stay away. We have nothing more to say to each other. You know this. Ray ignored her and sat on the bed. Do you honestly think I'll let you go that easily? You don't have a choice. Ray smiled, then moved suddenly, his hand pressing down hard on her wounded stomach. Emory gasped with pain, but Ray didn't relent, his mouth next to her ear now. You listen to me, you little skank. You're my wife, you belong to me, and if you think you can embarrass me like this, you are very, very wrong. He released the pressure on her abdomen and sat back, never taking his eyes from her face. Emory caught her breath, and when she spoke, her voice shook. Ray, I won't let you threaten me. I want a divorce, or I'll go straight to the press, who seem to be waiting for me out there, and tell the truth about the inestimable Professor Grace. You've bullied me long enough. Ray smiled. Oh, I don't think you will, Emory. He leaned in closer to her. Or you might find yourself on the wrong end of another knife. Emory rocked back from the venom in his voice. God, he was seriously threatening to kill her. As bad as things were between them, this was a whole new level. The look in his eye reminded her of David Azano, and she knew without a doubt, Ray would murder her without hesitation. Why would you want to stay in a loveless marriage? She whispered. How is that good for either of us? Who said it was loveless? I worship you, Emory, you must know that. You're the beautiful woman to walk this earth, and I simply won't let you go, alive. He whispered the last word as if it were a seduction, then forced his mouth onto hers. Emory struggled, but his hands were rough on her shoulders, her breasts. Emory bit down on his bottom lip, and Ray swore and raised his hand to cuff her. She flinched, expecting the blow. What the hell is going on here? Luca Saffran stood in the doorway, all 6'5" of him, glowering at Ray. Emory felt both relief and delight at seeing him, but she couldn't help the tears falling down her face, so shocked was she at Ray's behavior. Ray wiped the blood from his torn lip and got up. Emory noticed how small Luca made him look. Because she herself was so tiny, she had always thought of Ray as tall, but he was dwarfed by Luca. Who the heck are you? Ray spat at him, and Luca gave him a chilly smile. Luca Saffran. Emory, is this man bothering you? Ray laughed incredulously. This man? I'm her husband, prick, get out of here. Luca didn't move, his gaze fixed on Emory's pale face. Are you okay, sweetheart? Emory shook her head, and Luca's eyes softened. God, he's divine. She watched as Luca turned his attention towards her seething husband. I'm told you are about to be Emory's ex-husband, and that she doesn't want you here. So I suggest you leave before I call security. Ray got in his face. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm a friend of Emory's. I have little time for men who threaten women, even less for those who hurt them. I'm also someone you really don't want to mess with. I'm also losing patience with you, Mr. Grace. The tone of his voice had dropped to below freezing. Ray chuckled darkly. A friend? Well, this is news. He glanced back at Emory. So the little Princess Purity was screwing someone else all along. Bet the press would love to know all about their heroine's little secret. He turned back to Luca, sizing him up. And it's Professor Grace. Despite your crude insinuations, Emory and I have only just met. We met after she saved my daughter's life, and was badly injured doing so. You tell the press any different, you won't know what has hit you. You're threatening me. Luca stepped forward, and Ray tottered backward. Oh yes, Luca said softly. After all, that's a language you understand, isn't it, Professor? Emory held back a gasp. Luca had heard Ray threatening her, and now, she could see the anger in his eyes and wondered that he was so defensive of her. It warmed her heart. Ray was silent. Luca smiled warmly at Emory before looking back at her husband. Now, I suggest you leave and don't come back, or it'll be your reputation that I'll happily destroy. Ray hesitated, but then obviously decided Luca wasn't bluffing, and with a last, furious look at Emory, stalked out. Emory let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, Luca. That could have been nasty if you hadn't shown up. She closed her eyes and regulated her breathing, trying to get her heart to stop thumping. Luca closed the door and pulled up a chair next to her bed, waiting for her to open her eyes. He smiled at her when she did. From what I overheard, it was pretty nasty anyway. How long has he been abusing you? Emory flushed. Too long, she whispered, and Luca took her hand. No more, he said simply. His long warm fingers stroked the back of her hand. Emory, what are your plans when you leave the hospital? Where will you go? I have a cottage at the school, and... She trailed off as Luca shook his head. They've closed the school for the summer, and the police have locked it down for the investigation. Emory's heart sank. Oh. Suddenly she felt bleak and hopeless. Well, I guess I'll have to go to a motel. Luca smiled. You will do no such thing. I have an apartment made ready for you in the city, or if it's not to your liking, I'll arrange something wherever you like. I couldn't possibly accept your very kind offer, but thank you. Emory's face was burning now, but Luca raised his eyebrows and smiled. Emory, you need somewhere safe and secure. I own some property which is standing empty, but has security out the wazoo. Emory chuckled at his words. Are powerful moguls allowed to say, wazoo? Luca grinned. I think we're allowed to say just about anything we want, so my staff tells me. Except they once banned me from saying dude, because I use it too often. They're tyrants, the whole lot of them. Emory laughed at his mock disgruntlement. Hey, I forgot to ask, how's Bree doing? She seemed fine when I saw her, but these things can take time to really sink in. Bree's fine, Luca nodded, but yes, I think you're right. I think it'll hit her when none of us expect it to. He studied her. What about you? She nodded. Hasn't sunk it yet, either. I don't think I'm allowing myself to process it until I feel strong enough physically to deal with it, and this thing with Ray too. She sighed. Wow. My whole life just changed in a heartbeat. Luca's hand tightened on hers. Emory. I know we don't really know each other, but I would like to. Please let me arrange somewhere safe for you to go. Really, it is the least I could do. Emory looked at him, and suddenly knew she would allow herself to be cared for by this man. Okay, she said, and smiled at him, okay. Then she grinned at him. Dude. His smile made her heart soar. 3 weeks later, and Emory was waking up in her new apartment. Luca hadn't been exaggerating when he said the place was safe. She had security guards living next door and at the reception. The apartment was gorgeous, not too big, but still luxurious in the extreme. Luca had made sure everything was there for her when she got out of the hospital. He'd insisted on picking her up himself, bringing an excited Bree with him. Emory had spent a long time with both of them since her release, and she had grown even more fond of them both. She hadn't known that Luca and his wife Clem were divorced now. In a way, she regretted knowing it. When she had thought Luca was unavailable, it has been easier to shove her feelings for him aside. But now, She and Luca had talked late into the nights while Bree fell asleep on the couch beside them, and Emory had felt that only the presence of his daughter stopped anything from happening between them. The way he looked at Emory made her weak. They'd be talking, and his eyes would drop to her mouth and her stomach would flutter. When he would say goodbye at the end of the evening, his tone was full of regret. Every time their fingers would brush accidentally, a thrill would run through her, and when she went to bed, alone, she imagined his hands on her body, his lips on hers, his member driving deep inside her. Gosh, she had never felt this before, this wanton need to be screwed by this glorious man ever. Now Bree had gone away with her mother for a week, and there was no safety net between Emory and Luca. Both of them knew it was inevitable, but they left the words unspoken. It kept the anticipation at a maddening but thrilling level. Her phone buzzed. She glanced at the clock, a little after 9 a.m. She picked up her phone and smiled, a thrill rushing through her. Luca. Hey you, she said softly and heard him chuckle. Did I wake you? Not at all. There was a short pause. So, he said eventually, I know we said tonight for dinner, but would you believe my schedule's just been cleared for the day? I thought I would play hooky. Want to join me? Emory felt her heartbeat quicken, a pulse beat between her legs. That sounds good, she said, trying to sound nonchalant. Shall I meet you somewhere? No. I'll come to you, he said, his voice heavy with meaning, with desire. Emory shivered with anticipation. Come now, she said softly, and heard his intake of breath. On my way, beautiful. Ending the call, she shot out of bed and into the shower, scrubbing at her skin, shaving, then shutting off the water, rubbing moisturizer into her entire body. Choosing what to wear was difficult. She didn't want to look as if she was expecting them to make love. On the other hand, neither did she want to look so dressed up that he was put off. You're acting like a wanton woman, she told herself with a grin, but she didn't care. She chose a simple white summer dress but didn't bother with underwear. Like I said, slutty, she chuckled out loud to herself. She changed the sheets on the bed and tidied the place up, lighting scented candles. She had just shoved the old bedsheets into the washer when the intercom buzzed. She felt breathless and lightheaded as she opened the door. Gosh, he got better looking every time she saw him, and now with the look of brazen desire in his eyes, she was utterly lost. He said nothing, just smiled, then bent his head and kissed her. His lips were soft at first, then as she pulled him into the apartment, they grew fiercer, his breathing rough and ragged as her arms curved around his neck. He touched her stomach tenderly. If it hurts, tell me to stop. But she shook her head. Her wounds were almost healed, and even if they did tug painfully now and again, there was no way she was going to tell him to stop. His hand snaked under her dress, and when he encountered bare skin, then felt how wet she was for him, he groaned helplessly. God, Emory, I need you right now. He pushed her back against the wall. He lifted her up, and she guided him inside her, gasping as he filled her completely. Luca drove himself hard into her, wanting to possess her completely, his eyes never leaving her face, drinking her in as he screwed her. Emory moaned deliriously as he took her. She'd never experienced intercourse like this. The complete animal, feral kind. His member, diamond hard and huge, plowed into her, Luca's free hand on her cherry sending her insane with pleasure. Luca peeled her dress from her shoulders and stripped. His hands and his eyes explored every part of her from top to bottom. He traced a path with his tongue down her belly, kissing each still pink scar tenderly before he buried himself in her. He took her cherry between his teeth, nipping gently, feeling it harden beneath his tongue as it lashed around it. This woman, he thought, this beautiful, sensual, astonishing woman. The ferocity of his feeling for her amazed him. Even Clem, who he had considered his soulmate, hadn't awakened this primeval need within him. He wanted to always be screwing Emory Grace, all the time, all day, all night. She was whispering his name over and over, her back arching as he made her come again, and the sight of her body undulating made it impossible for him to do anything but plunged his member into her again, making her scream with delight. They made it to the bed finally, and spent all day in there, making love and talking until they were exhausted. They fell asleep in each other's arms for a while, and when Luca awoke, it was dark outside. He glanced at the clock. 8:30 p.m., but he had no intention of moving. He looked down at the woman in his arms, her dark lashes resting on the flushed cheeks, the full pink mouth closed as she slept. So beautiful. He loved the way their bodies seemed to fit together perfectly too, her curves matching his hard athletic frame. Everything about her is soft, he thought, stroking the curve of her breast, splaying his long fingers out over her belly. Clem was a slender woman, an ex-fashion model, with angles and finely constructed cheekbones. Emory reminded him of a medieval milkmaid, all soft curves and lush plains. He promised to tell her that when she woke. He traced a finger over the scars on her stomach, and his smile faded. How could anyone hurt you like this? He sighed heavily, and Emory's eyes opened. Penny for them, she said, and he told her. She hoisted herself into a sitting position. I don't really think he wanted to, not the David I first knew. It wasn't personal. I don't even think he recognized me. She was silent for a moment. I feel bad for Z, his widow. I should have reached out to her, made sure she was okay. You don't happen to know how she is, do you? Luca shook his head. I did consider contacting her, but she left the state. I can have someone find her if you'd like? Emory considered this, but shook her head. No, if she needs to be away, let her be. For now. Maybe in one of those interviews they have lined up for me, I can say something that will help her. Luca stroked her long dark hair back over her shoulder. You still going to do that interview? She nodded. Someone needs to get the truth out there. After the bullshit I've read about it, did you know some conspiracy nuts are already calling it a false flag? Yeah. Buddies, that knife sure felt like a false flag. Seeing my friend's brains all over the walls was really some CGI we had done for some giggles. Assholes. She was getting upset now, and Luca pulled her into his arms. I'll come with you, and stand behind the camera so you don't feel too alone. Is that okay? She kissed him on the mouth. Sorry for getting upset. Luca laughed softly. You don't need to apologize for anything, you hear me? She grinned. Yes, boss. He laughed and pushed her back down on the bed. Now, as I am your boss, I have something I need you to do. She played along as he covered her body with his. Anything, sir. He nuzzled her ear. Spread those beautiful legs wide, girl. And laughing she did, wrapping them around his waist and screaming with delight as he plunged his huge throbbing member into her again and again. We definitely had a bubble, Emory thought, a week later, and this isn't it. She was sitting in front of an interviewer who was ignoring her, hot studio lights glaring down at her, and what seemed like hundreds of strangers milling about the studio, getting ready to shoot the interview. She wished that she hadn't refused Luca's offer of being there with her. She had told him she hadn't wanted to expose their relationship before all the nonsense was over and done with, and more importantly, before he'd told Bree. This last week had been the happiest of Emory's existence, and now, as she reflected back on her life over the past few years, ready to talk about it to other strangers, she wondered how she could ever have thought she had had a life before Luca. After the interview, she had a meeting at her lawyer's office to sign divorce papers. She didn't know how he'd done it, but somehow, Luca had persuaded Ray to give her the divorce quietly and quickly. Emory didn't want to think how much money it had taken for Luca to secure Ray's cooperation. She didn't know how she would ever repay him. Not only that, but afterward, Luca was flying her in his private jet to his privately owned island in the Caribbean. The interview began, and the interviewer was suddenly all friendliness and smiles. She took Emory through the events at the school, asking questions about the people who died, rather than dwelling on David Azzano, but Emory did get her wish to speak about David's widow, Z. We don't know, and we may never know, what set David off, but I do want to say to his widow, Z, that we are here for you. I am here for you, whatever you need. The interviewer, Diane, a severe-looking woman in her early 60s, nodded. You are very forgiving, Emory. Z. Azzano didn't do anything that needs to be forgiven, Emory said gently. She is as much a victim of this as anyone. I would ask the press, people on social media, to be respectful of her and her family. So what's next for you, Emory? Emory took a deep breath in. When the school reopens, and it will reopen, I hope I will be allowed to take up my position again. Diane looked skeptical. Really? Emory didn't understand her question and said so. Diane chuckled. Emory, have you read any of your press? You're a superstar. Young beautiful heroine saves the life of billionaire's daughter. Hollywood is calling, Emory. Emory rocked back. The mention of Bree and Luca made her wary. Diane, I'm not an actress or a media personality. I'm a teacher, period. I'm not interested in doing anything else. I never have been. She was wary of Diane using the mention of the Saffrans to segue into questions about her private life, despite that being off limits, being one of the conditions Emory had agreed to be interviewed under. But Diane moved on to her future career hopes and then embarrassed Emory, but in a delightful way, as she played a montage of clips from her pupils and colleagues paying tribute to her. The one that got to her the most was Lee Sean's parents, who thanked her for being with their son in his last minutes. Emory wiped away a tear as the interviewer closed out the segment. When the floor manager called out, Diane was a great deal friendlier than she had been before the interview, shaking Emory's hand warmly. Luca was waiting in a blacked-out sedan outside as she slid in beside him and he leaned over to kiss him. How did it go? It went, she grinned, hungry for his kisses. He chuckled and stroked her face. Well, you look happy, so I guess I'll have to wait until it's aired to find out. He started the car, and Emory put her hand on his thigh. They didn't talk about us, so I guess the cat's still in the bag. Luca smiled over at her. Now, I'll take you to get the divorce you so desperately want. A good day. Emory laughed. I'll be even happier after it's over, and I'll never have to see Ray again. I don't trust this new, conciliatory side of him. It's not in his nature. She squeezed his leg. Maybe it would better if you parked the car around the corner and I walk in. If he sees us together, then he might change his mind. Or call the press. Luca sighed. You're probably right. And afterward, miss, what's your maiden name? Emory grinned. Flannery. Luca's eyebrows shot up. Emory Flannery? You're serious? Nope. Brat? She laughed. It's Datta. My dad was from the Punjab. Luca nodded, smiling. I did wonder. Seems we both have Asian blood. My grandmother was from Japan. What an exotic pair. The weird thing is, I liked Grace for a surname, just not the husband that went with it. They both laughed. Yeah, it suits you, not him. His real name is Raymond Douchebag. That's more like it. They joked about, until Luca pulled the car up on the street adjacent to her lawyer's office. Keep your phone on, he said, and Emory rolled her eyes. I'll be fine. It was over in seconds. She signed the papers saying all she wanted was to return to her maiden name, and that she didn't want any of Ray's money or property, only half of their shared possessions. She could feel Ray watching her the whole time, and her skin prickled with irritation and dread. This wasn't over, she knew that for sure. Ray was planning something, she just didn't know what. He left the office before her without saying one word to her. Emory sighed and thanked her lawyer. She was divorced. Thank God. She grabbed her purse and shook her lawyer's hand. At the elevator, she let out a long breath. Now for some serious hedonism, she said to herself, sun, sea, and lot of love-making with the man of her dreams. When the elevator arrived, she stepped onto it. It was empty, but as the door started to slide shut, Ray forced it open and stepped into it, a nasty grin on his face. Emory felt a jolt of adrenaline, and her chest clenched with dread. She tried to push past Ray, but he put his hand on her chest and shoved her backward hard. Emory opened her mouth to call for help, but he clamped his hand over her mouth. I wouldn't struggle, Emory, it'll just make this harder. But she ignored him, twisting away from him. Then as he reached for her, she brought her knee up and rammed it into his groin. You effing skank. As she leapt for the controls, he grabbed her ankle and tugged her down, throwing his weight on top of her. She clawed and bit as his hands fixed around her throat and he started to choke her. Emory could feel the darkness coming, but but she fought with everything she had, finally ramming her thumbs into his eyes. As he roared and rocked back, she screamed as loudly as her raw throat would let her, and rolled out of his way as he fell blindly to the floor. She hit the alarm button on the panel just as the lift doors started to open, and she fell out, into Luca's arms. Luca had grown impatient, hating the fact that Grace was in there with Emory. When he called her cell and she didn't answer, he decided to go wait in reception. He'd just gotten there when everyone in the reception heard the scream. Luca darted for the elevator as the doors opened, and an almost hysterical Emory fell into his arms. Shocked, he pulled her to him, tightening his grip as he saw Ray Grace wiping his mouth and smirking at him. "I knew it. I knew you were effing her. Let's see what happens now, big shot." And he was gone. Luca wanted to go after him and tear the man limb from limb, but he was loath to leave Emory alone. "Call the police," he said to the white-faced receptionist, who nodded, but Emory shook her head. "No, please, I just want to forget it and go. If we call the police, they won't let us leave tonight, and God, Luca, I need to get away." The receptionist hesitated, and Luca shook his head at her. "It's okay, thanks." He took Emory back to the car and drove toward the airport, his hand covering hers. He looked over. She seemed to have collected herself, but her beautiful face was red and puffy from crying. "Are you okay, baby?" She smiled at him. "I am now. Look, Luca, I should have known he'd try something. His track record, the fact he seemed okay with the divorce. It was dumb of me. Can we forget it and just go and enjoy our vacation?" Luca touched the back of his fingers to her cheek. "You bet, sweetheart." Back in the city, Ray Grace hurriedly packed a bag. He had no doubt that Luca Saffran would seek revenge for what he had done to Emory. Damn it, he'd been so close, so very close to her throat being crushed under his hands. All he'd thought about since she'd served him with those divorce papers was making sure she wouldn't leave him. Now he would have to go into hiding and formulate a new plan. Now that he knew she was effing Luca Saffran, he was even more determined. Emory would not see another birthday.
Part 2. Z.
Z pounded the toasted spices in the mortar until she was sweating. Cardamom, fennel, coriander seeds with black pepper and allspice. She tossed the mixture with the onions and garlic she'd sweated off already. "Oh dear God, that smells so good." Teresa, one of the diner's waitstaff, came and inhaled the mixture. Z grinned at her. "You never had a curry before?" Teresa shook her head. "I was brought up on meat and potatoes. It took until the new century for my mom to think salt and pepper weren't a dirty bomb." Z chuckled. In the months since she'd worked here, she'd been able to persuade the owner, Amos, a kindly man in his 70s, to let her add some more exotic dishes to the diner's menu. And to her great surprise and delight, the clientele had lapped it up. Her food was eclectic, drawn from all over the world, but always flavorful and mouth-watering. Teresa went back out to her customers, and Z once again lost herself in her cooking. It had been her salvation after David's death. She could remember clearly the day it happened. She'd run her catering business from home and was preparing a 3-course taster menu for a client in her large kitchen. The television had been on but with the sound muted, and it was only chance that she'd glanced up at the moment when they'd shown Auburn College. Her heart had skipped as she saw SWAT trying to storm the building. Her phone had rung as she'd grabbed the remote and unmuted the sound. An active shooter is still in the school, and as we speak. Wait. Folks, a large group of students has just escaped from the school and run towards the edge of the grounds where we are. Wow, the scenes here are intense as terrified parents and their kids are reunited. Excuse, I won't keep you a moment, sir. Are you okay? Did everybody get out? The reporter had grabbed a teenage boy who looked shell-shocked and utterly destroyed. Zaya's heart started banging against her ribs as she looked into the teen's wild eyes. He just started shooting and screaming at us and telling us he was sick of all our bullshit and that he would kill every student and teacher in the place because they were all after him, and... The reporter interrupted him. Who? Who is it? Z knew. She would never understand why she knew, but her eyes followed the shape of the boy's lips as they formed the name of her husband. David. David Azano, sweet, kind David Azano, the love of her life. She hadn't realized that she was screaming until her neighbor broke down her door and came to help her. Z shivered now and tried to put it to the back of her mind. Don't dwell. She'd left Auburn a few nights later, under police protection, and had come down to Portland where she knew no one and no one knew her. The police helped arrange for her to revert quickly to her maiden name. She refused a totally new identity. I haven't done anything wrong. But every day she was scared someone would recognize her, that the whispering would begin. She must have known something. But she hadn't. David had gone to work that morning before she got up, and the only thing different was that she hadn't seen him the night before. He'd been at school late, and she had been catering, and had lost track of time before falling into bed. The last thing he'd said to her was that he loved her. So corny, but it was true. A quick kiss goodbye and a "love you, sweetie." And I love you still, she thought now. I miss you every day. That no one could give her answers was driving her mad. There were plenty of questions. Any out-of-character behavior? Why would he do this? How did you not notice the gun was missing? Easy, she thought now. The gun they kept for security was in the safe in David's study, and it hadn't been taken out since the day they got it. Neither one of them was comfortable with it. The night before the shooting, when she'd gone to bed exhausted, she'd woken in the night and heard him banging around downstairs, but hadn't thought anything of it. When they told her they thought he might have been having some drug-induced psychopathy, she had nearly laughed. David? My kind-hearted, salt-of-the-earth David on drugs? No way. Z finished the curry and left it to simmer on the stove. Teresa poked her head around the kitchen door. They can all smell that out here, and are like a pack of salivating dogs. I've got 7 orders for it already. Z nodded. 5 minutes. Do you need a hand out there? You're a sweetheart. Z followed Teresa back out to the diner's main restaurant. Most of the booths were full of regulars, but in the corner sat one man she didn't recognize. Vintage t-shirt, jeans, and a shock of dark hair. Tattoos snaked down one arm. Z realized she was staring. Who's that? I don't recognize him. Teresa glanced over. Lord, it's Flint Newland. Haven't seen him in town for years. She frowned at Z. Trouble. Z rolled her eyes. Aren't they all? She went back to check on the curry and, seeing it was ready, helped Teresa serve it to the regulars. Soon, she was flushing with compliments. Just enjoy it. She waved her hand, laughing away her embarrassment. Hey. Z stopped as she passed by Flint Newland's booth and he called to her. Yes? What is that? Smells good. She studied him as she told him about the dish. He was maybe a couple of years older than her, hard-bodied, his eyes blue and piercing, hypnotic. A scruffy beard was growing in, his dark hair a mess of waves. Yeah, Z thought, you're beautiful, but Teresa's right. Trouble. Would you like to have a taste? She said, then regretted it immediately as he grinned widely, the double meaning in his smile clear. Z cursed the fact that a pulse beat excitedly between her legs. Flint Newland nodded slowly, and his eyes traveled over her body in a way that should have made her feel sleazy, but somehow just electrified every nerve ending in her body. Like you wouldn't believe, he said slowly, and Z swallowed hard. She turned on her heel and stalked back to the kitchen, and when Teresa came back, she sent her out with Flint's order. The last thing she needed was some cocky pretty boy in her life. It was midnight before she finished cleaning the kitchen, having sent the others home early. She loved being here alone, the peace and methodical cleaning process soothed her mind. In the small apartment she went back to, the memories would crowd in, and she would end up crying herself into an uneasy sleep. She locked the diner's back door and turned to walk down the small alley to the well-lit main street. Tonight, though, she turned and nearly screamed. Flint Newland was leaning against the opposite building, grinning at her. Z stared back, trying to regulate her breathing. Neither of them said a word. Then Flint pushed himself away from the wall and strode casually over to her. He was so tall she had to look up into his face, and then his lips were on hers. Stop. But her arm snaked around his neck as his tongue sought hers, and a rush of desire flooded through her. His hands were on her waist, then her breasts. Z gasped as he slid his hands under her skirt and hitched it up. This isn't right. But as she heard him unzip his jeans, she couldn't help but reach for his member, finding it already rock hard and huge for her. His fingers were pulling at her undies, and as he lifted her up, she guided him into her. Gosh, he was enormous, and as they began to move together, her gaze locked onto his steel blue stare. I cannot believe I'm doing this. But her body was reacting like it never had before, out of need, out of desire. Who cared if society would frown on it? Z needed this blissful hard no-strings shoe. She came, moaning and shivering, biting his shoulder. Flint gave a groan as he shot into her, and his kiss was rougher then. As he extracted himself from her, he took her face in his palms and stared into her eyes. Z couldn't catch her breath. Then he smiled again, kissed her, and walked away without a word. Z opened the door to her apartment, still in a daze. Had that actually happened? The ache in her thighs, the dampness of her panties said yes, it had. She stripped off her clothes and stepped into the shower, letting the hot spray hit her fevered body. She stroked her hand down her belly and between her legs. Her cherry was still hard and ultra-sensitive, and quivered as she stroked her way to another, more mellow peak. Maybe that's what she needed now, meaningless but animal intercourse with handsome strangers. It couldn't hurt. Could it? In a Caribbean idyll, a very naked, very turned-on Emory straddled her boyfriend of fewer than 2 months and grinned down at him as she guided him inside of her, moaning softly and closing her eyes as his member sank deep into her. Luca Saffran gazed up at her as she rode him. Would he ever get enough of this beautiful, curvy woman? He didn't think so. They'd spent the last 2 weeks loving and laughing, exploring the island, enjoying the sun and the distance from all the turmoil of the last few weeks. After Emory's ex-husband Ray had attacked her shortly before they'd flown to the Caribbean, they had slowly gotten to a point where they could focus on their new relationship. When we get home, Luca had said at lunch, I'm telling Bree about us. I know she'll be supportive. Emory had nodded. I hope so. I hope she won't see us together and freak out. Luca chuckled. She was the one pushing me into asking you out, so I doubt it. And anyway, she must have seen the chemistry between us. Emory smiled. It was pretty obvious. I think your doctor was a little envious. He had a bit of a crush. Emory grinned. Well, you are very handsome. Luca rolled his eyes. Not me, doofus. Emory leaned over to kiss him. Well, I'll keep him for a spare, and shrieked with laughter when Luca pulled her onto his lap and began to tickle her. Her bikini didn't stay on long, and when he'd kissed every inch of her honey skin, he took her into the bedroom. Luca slid his hands up her thighs, stroked her belly, and cupped her generous breasts in his hands. Gosh, you're beautiful, he said now as she moved up and down him. She smiled down at him, her dark hair falling softly over one shoulder. He watched as he slid in and out of her delicious cherry, the long shaft of him thick and pulsating. The muscles of her clenching his length, her hips moving quicker now as they grew more heated and excited. Luca felt himself peak, and his muscles clenched as he came. Emory was trembling through her own peak, and he loved to watch the scarlet flush spread across her skin as she came. She finally collapsed beside him, laughing softly as she caught her breath. Luca Saffran, you are my undoing. He laughed. Right back at ya. Listen. He propped himself up on his elbow and looked down at her. Not that I want to burst our Caribbean bubble, but we need to talk about when we get back to Seattle. Emory nodded. I know. I think telling Bree is probably the priority. Luca hesitated. Well, actually, I meant our living arrangements. Emory looked taken aback. She pushed herself up into a sitting position. Luca, your generosity has been boundless, but I think it's too soon for that. And I need to start to look for my own place. Luca was silent, and she touched his cheek. We are both newly divorced, honey, and God help me, I don't want to rush into something and ruin this. You mean too much to me. Luca took her face in his palms. Emory, what I feel for you, I don't know if I can express it. I've never felt this way, not even with Clem. Emory had tears in her eyes, but she smiled. Probably best not to tell Bree that, she might object. Luca pulled her back into his arms, and they began again where they had left off. Outside their villa, the photographer got another few shots of the couple as they made love, totally unaware of his scrutiny. They'd given him quite the show, he thought with a grin, and the girl was stunning. He didn't recognize her, but the guy, no one could mistake the rugged features and firm jaw of Luca Saffran. These pictures would make him rich, even after Ray Grace had taken what he needed. Z went to work the next day, both excited and nauseous. Excited at the prospect of another hookup with Flint Newlin, but also sick at the thought of seeing him again. What had she been thinking, effing a stranger in a dark alley? That wasn't like her at all. She had even made David wait 3 weeks when they had started dating. But David, God rest his soul, had been the polar opposite of Flint. The comparison almost made her laugh out loud as she went into the kitchen and hung up her coat. Felicity, another waitress, who she liked very much, stuck her head in the kitchen door. "Oh good, you're here. Some guy is asking for you." Flint. Zaya's heart began thump uncomfortably in her chest as she followed Felicity out into the diner, but slowed in disappointment. "No, Flint." Felicity nodded to a man sitting in the far booth. Z didn't recognize him. At least, she didn't recognize the back of his head as she approached. God, she hoped it wasn't a reporter. She liked her life here. "Excuse me?" The man turned, and for a moment Zaya's entire body went cold. David. He looked so much like her dead husband, she couldn't breathe. He smiled at her. "Hello there, Z. I'm Jared Podesta." He held out his hand and she shook it. Z Azano. She completely forgot to use her maiden name, such was her shock. His eyes opened wider for a second. Z frowned at him. "Is there something wrong?" Jared shook his head. "No. I'm sorry, it's just I came to Portland to see you about David Azano, but I was told you went by a different name now. It's a shock to hear his name is all." Hearing David's name on the lips of this look-alike stranger was like a sledgehammer to the chest, and she could feel the blood drain out of her face. "Hey." Jared was holding her elbow now, his face a mask of concern. "Are you okay?" Z suddenly couldn't breathe, and for the second time in 24 hours, she found herself in a stranger's arms as he swept her into a chair. "Put your head down. Take deep breaths." His hands were on her shoulders. Z did as he asked, but after a few moments, she looked up. "If you're a reporter, I don't know how you found me, but there's no way I'm talking to you." Jared rocked back a little. "What? Reporter? No, I'm not a reporter, Z." Z sighed. "What do you want, Mr. Podesta?" He stood, pulled up a chair next to her and sat, his body slumping. "I came to find out about David, Z. I haven't been in the country, but I heard about what happened at his school. I had to come see if you were okay." He dropped his head into his hands. Z was even more confused. "Who are you? How do you know David?" He looked up, eyes red and stricken. "He's my brother, Z. I came here to find out about my brother." Z closed the door to her home. Jared stood in her hallway. He'd driven her back to her apartment so they could talk privately, and now he was here. David's brother. His brother. She knew the shock she felt was still visible on her face. Jared cocked his head to one side and smiled ruefully. "I'm sorry to have blurted it out like that, but honestly, I couldn't think of a way to dress it up. Please come through." She started to move towards the kitchen. "Can I get you some coffee?" Jared smiled. "That'd be great." He stopped at the occasional table. He picked up a heavy stone picture frame. Z and David's wedding day. Z swallowed, feeling her chest constricting. Jared looked up from the photo and smiled at her. You were a beautiful bride. Thank you. Zaya's voice was scratchy. She went into the kitchen to make coffee. She heard him put the picture frame down and follow her. She saw him look around the kitchen, taking in the few pieces of furniture she'd brought with her. The bookshelves overstuffed with cookbooks and folders of recipes. The large, heavy oak table, pitted and ringed from years of use. The huge refrigerator covered with photos, letters, magnets. Jared picked up a couple of paperbacks she'd left on the table and flicked through them, a crime novel Teresa had loaned to her, and a self-help book that an overly familiar customer had given her. Z flushed at Jared's raised eyebrows at that one. She took a coffee filter from the pack and realized she was trembling. Jared noticed and took the filter from her. Let me. He took over, and Z sat down at the table and took a deep breath. Jared put the coffee on and joined her. I'm sorry I've blindsided you. Would it help if I explained my circumstances, my family? Z nodded. He was so elegant, his presence so virile, so masculine. Even his movements were graceful, the opposite of David's loping easy gait. Jared smiled at her. Our parents, our birth parents, put us both up for adoption when we were born, and sadly we were separated. Jared stopped. You did know David was adopted? She nodded. Jared smiled. A little over a month ago, I was contacted by a lawyer from New Orleans. My birth father had just died, and as it turned out, I was the main recipient of his will, along with my twin brother. Fraternal twins, not identical, I'm told. The coffee was ready. Jared got up, looking around for cups. That cupboard. Z spoke at last, pointing. Jared smiled his thanks and poured them both a cup. Thank you. Z burned her tongue on the hot liquid and winced. The bitter taste revolted her. She felt the cup shake in her hands. Careful now. She tried to smile. Mr. Podesta. Jared. Jared, please go on. He stirred creamer into his coffee. I didn't know. I didn't know he even existed, but when I found out, well. He sat back in the chair, his manner relaxed. I had to find him, didn't I? I went to the Seattle PD, and after a lot of persuasion, they gave me your address. His face turned serious. I'm just so sorry I was too late. You must have been through hell. Was David suffering from depression? Z was silent for a moment. She didn't want to share details about their lives with this man if he wasn't who he said he was. I don't want to be rude, Jared, but do you have any identification? Of course. Jared reached inside his jacket. He pulled a sheaf of papers out and handed them to her. Everything was there, birth certificates, adoption papers, legal papers. And all of it backed up what Jared was saying. She glanced up under her lashes. He was looking around the room. She studied him as he took in the details of their lives. He was taller than David, imposing, but it wasn't hard to find David in his features. Jared's face was more finely angled, somehow more adult than David's sweet face had been. Then he did something that made her heart stop. It was so small, so insignificant. He rubbed his left eye with the heel of his hand. Z felt a wave of grief flood over her as she watched him repeat the movement with his right eye, then again with the left. David. It was a simple gesture, one of the first things she'd noticed about him. She used to tease him about it. Seeing the stranger repeat it made her reserve crumble, and she felt her body start to tremble, the air in her lungs disappearing. Jared reached across the table and took her hand in his. His big fingers were warm, his thumb stroked the back of her hand. You are having a hard time with this. He moved his other hand to cover hers. Z gave a shaky laugh. Sorry, it's just. I know. It's a lot to take in. I don't want to steamroller you. He squeezed her hand gently and leaned back. I'm sorry, so sorry, Z, about David. I didn't mean to upset you. Z took a deep breath in. It's been? I can't even tell you, Jared, what it's been like. I just don't understand. She could feel the tightness in her chest become unbearable. She got up and rinsed her cup, bringing the coffee pot to refill Jared's cup. He caught her hand and gazed up at her, his eyes soft with understanding. I'm sorry to bring all of this for you. I always felt I was half a person, that something was missing. I had to come. And he smiled at her. I'm still glad I did. I'm sorry David is gone, Z, but I can't help but be glad you're here. The woman my brother loved. Z felt lost in his eyes, so familiar and yet so strange. I'm glad too, she managed to whisper, and the warmth of his smile made her chest ease. He sat back in his chair and drained his coffee. Thank you. I think I've inconvenienced you enough for one day. No, she stopped as he held his hand up. I have. You have been a very gracious hostess, thank you. She walked him to the door where he took her hands in his. His thumb stroked over the back of her hand, his fingers warm and dry. Despite the circumstances, it has been a pleasure to meet you. I would like to take you out to dinner tonight, if I may. I noticed a restaurant in town, George's, is it? I won't take no for an answer. She nodded. Of course. I would like that, Jared. Good. I'll pick you up at 8. Until tonight, Z. He lingered as if to say something else, changed his mind, and left. Yesterday she'd had no family, no one in the world. Now she had an actual bona fide brother-in-law, and she didn't know how she felt about that. About him. Jared. She wondered how David would have reacted. He would have welcomed Jared with open arms, she realized, but there was something else bothering her. It was only later when she discovered what it was. Betrayal. She felt she had betrayed 2 people now with her tryst with Flint. She pushed the thought to the back of her mind. A one-night stand meant nothing, and it wasn't as if it would ever happen again. Thank you for being a lovely dinner companion. Jared opened her car door for her, but lingered. Just before midnight, Main Street was quiet and still. Z smiled at him. Thank you for dinner. Jared, I'm really happy you decided to come and find me. Z knew she meant her words too. Jared was like a balm on her grief, someone she could talk openly with about David. Jared leaned against the hood of the car, and Z was surprised to see the sadness in his face. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry you had to go through that. David's death, alone. I'm sorry I didn't know about him, about you. Z swallowed over the sudden lump in her throat. It's okay, Jared. I just wish you had known him. You would have loved him, I promise you that. It's just damn bad luck is all. Don't believe what the papers say. He was a good man. Something must have happened to him. I'd like to visit his grave. Say goodbye and well, hello too, I guess. A small smile. Z shifted uncomfortably. David didn't want, he hated mausoleums. He wanted to be cremated and his ashes scattered in the sound. I'm sorry, Jared. He nodded but didn't say anything. She slid her hand into his and held it, feeling him squeeze her fingers briefly. They stood like that for a few minutes until Jared gave a short laugh. Well, if you're sure you'll be okay. He let go of her hand and kissed her cheek. Z sat in her truck and watched him cross the street to the apartment. Before he went inside, he turned and waved at her. She waved back and sat there for a moment. There was a strange feeling inside her, a warmth she didn't recognize. Family, she thought. I still have a family. It felt weird to contemplate that. She laughed softly to herself and, starting the car, turned for home. The pictures broke on the web while Luca and Emory were flying back from the Caribbean. Neither was checking the news. They were enjoying a far more pleasurable time in the bedroom of the plane. So when they alighted the plane and walked through arrivals, they were stunned and shocked by the amount of press waiting for them. Luca cursed harshly and threw his coat over Emory. Hell, we should have arranged a limo from the plane. Hurry, darling, let's just get through this. He steered her through the throng of pushing and shoving men and got her into the car as soon as he could manage. Floor it, he barked at the driver who did, tires squealing as they raced away from the airport. Luca took a trembling Emory in his arms while yanking his cell phone out of his pocket and checking it. Damn it, damn it. Emory looked at him with wide, frightened eyes. What is it? He shook his head. Oh, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. They have pictures of us. How? When? On the island. In our villa. Luca hesitated, tightening his grip on her. In our bed. Emory crumbled. Oh no, poor Brie. You need to talk to her. Luca half smiled. It was just like Emory to think of Brie's feelings before her own. I'll call her now. He winced as Clem answered her daughter's phone. His ex-wife's voice was like ice. She doesn't want to talk to you yet, Luca. Give her time. I'm so sorry, Clem, to Brie, to you that my relationship with Emory has been exposed like this. You mean with pictures of her naked, astride you? With you effing her? Luca sighed. We had no idea we were being watched. And I had no idea you were effing the woman who saved our child's life. Were you screwing her before the shooting, too? Or have you really moved on so quickly? Clem's voice had risen progressively during her rant, until finally the phone went dead. Luca dropped his phone and his head into his hands. Emory kept her arms around him, having obviously heard everything. I'm so sorry, Luca, she whispered, and he could see the tears dripping down her face. You don't apologize for anything, baby. His jaw set in anger. I'm going to find out who's behind this, and I'm going to tear them apart. By the end of the week, Z was exhausted. Now she had the weekend free, and she was planning on doing some chores and then relaxing. Relaxing, she thought, that's a good one. She'd been on edge ever since the photos of Luca Saffran and Emory Grace had appeared in the papers. What if someone was trying to seek her out, too? What if someone had gotten some shots of her and Flint Newland that night? You're being paranoid. But now when she went out, she was extra vigilant, checking all around her to see if anyone was watching. She didn't care if she looked like a lunatic. She was filling her car at the gas station, and having checked around her beforehand, she jumped sky high when an insolent drawl came from behind me. Your body looks good in those jeans. She turned slowly to see Flint Newland leaning on his car, grinning at her. She scowled at him. Haven't you heard? It's the 21st century. You can't say stuff like that to women. You might get your own ass handed to you. He laughed, a deep, throaty, sensual sound that made her quiver and her stomach flip. If it's you doing the ass handling, sweetheart, I could take it. He came up behind her and took the gas pump handle from her. Z felt breathless as she leaned back into his hard chest. She could feel him getting hard against her butt. His lips were at her ear. See, I just want to bend you over the hood of this car right now, beautiful. He ran the tip of his tongue around her earlobe, and she shivered with desire, his free hand stroking her stomach. Gathering herself, she turned in his arms. I don't do relationships, she said, trying to keep her voice steady in the face of his outrageous beauty. I don't do commitment or feelings or any shit like that. I have far too much going on in my life to get involved with someone like you, Flint Newland. He grinned. But you cared enough to find out my name, sweet cheeks. He leaned and whispered in her ear. You really think you get to set the terms, huh? She shivered, desire racing through her body, and Flint laughed softly and nodded to his car, a sweet Mustang. Muscle car. Of course. You really do fit every stereotype, don't you? She grinned suddenly, and he laughed and shrugged. I do, me. It works. Now your gas tank is full. Why don't you shift that sweet body of yours and follow me somewhere more private? I shouldn't be doing this, Z thought. I should just turn the car around, go home, and forget about this man. Her mind was made up. Sadly, her body won the argument. She followed him out to the forest. When she got out of the car, he was waiting for her. He was smiling, but she was relieved to see it wasn't a smile of victory, more of pleasure. He slid a hand around her waist and tugged her to him. She studied his intense blue eyes, his stubble, his swarthy skin. Who are you? Her voice was a whisper. For the next hour or so, beautiful, I'm the man who's going to be inside you, effing you, tasting you, making you come, making you scream my name. His fingers were already under her t-shirt, and he pulled it over her head in one swift motion. One by one, he pulled the lacy cups of her bra down. He stripped her slowly, then sat her on the hood of his car, pushing her back so she was lying beneath his still fully clothed body. He kissed her lips, then moved down her body, his tongue tracing a path down her belly, his hands pushing her legs apart until his mouth found her and lashed around her until she was moaning and writhing. He made her finish once, then, as she caught her breath, he moved up her body. "You want this inside you, baby?" Z, almost delirious, nodded, and Flint grinned as he unzipped his jeans. He hooked her knees over his shoulders and slammed the entire length into her. Z screamed as he thrust himself hard into her again and again, until she was begging him never to stop. Afterward, he flipped her onto her stomach and continued. Z utterly at his mercy. She was struggling for breath later as he pulled out of her. He helped her dress, seeing she was shaking all over. "See you soon, gorgeous," he said and swaggered back to his car. Z watched him drive off, a whirlwind of emotions inside her. Man, that guy could screw, and the easy way he drifted in and out of her life after causing so much turmoil, she laughed to herself. Maybe Flint was just what she needed after all. She drove back home and spent the rest of the day, reveling in the afterglow of Flint Newlin. Heroine or skank? Did the Auburn Savoie take advantage of her newfound fame? The Billionaire and the Beauty looks like a love match for Luca Saffran and the girl who saved his daughter. Was Emory Grace in cahoots with the Auburn killer so she could save the billionaire's daughter and reel him in? The first headlines had shocked her, but the last one? Emory burst into tears. Luca ran out of cuss words and had to make up a few new ones. His lawyer, Peter, watched as Luca comforted Emory. "We'll hit them with everything we've got for that one," Peter said eventually. "Don't worry about that. Besides, look at the rag it's in. They've had Elvis alive and Cher dying for the last 20 years. No one believes that shit." Peter was, if nothing else, a bulldog when it came to protecting his client. He was plain-spoken and forthright, but he looked kindly at Emory now. "The police have our backs, Emory, so please, ride out this storm." "Ray did this," she said, wiping her face on the back of her hand. "He's trying to destroy me. He knows he won't get near enough to hurt me physically, so this is what he does." "Then we'll play him at his own game," said Luca with a voice of ice. "Raymond Grace won't know what's hit him." Sunday evening, Z had fallen asleep on her couch, so when someone knocked at her apartment door, she woke with a start and fell off the couch. Landing awkwardly, she scrambled up, cursing to herself. She opened the door to see Jared laughing softly. "That's quite a lexicon you have there." Z grinned, flushing red. "I tripped." "Hello, Jared, good to see you. Come in. I hope I'm not interrupting anything." She was confused. "Like what?" He nodded to the floor. "Your floor routine for the Olympics. I assume that's what the noise was." He grinned and looked so much like David for a second, it took Zaya's breath away. "You caught me. Is that for me?" Jared was holding a bottle of red wine, and he handed it over. "I should have called first, but then I realized I haven't got your number." "Well, that'll do it. Please, won't you have a glass with me?" "Love to." 2 hours later, and Z and Jared were definitely on the wrong side of drunk. Z discovered he was a great drinking buddy, funny, erudite, gently teasing her. God, she was reminded of David, except it was as if Jared was David turned up to 11. Funnier, smarter, more sophisticated. And enigmatic, although he'd told her everything about his past, his adoption, his and David's origins, he told her very little about his present. She opened another bottle of wine. "So Jared, tell me, do you have a family?" He hesitated. "I did. My wife died a few years ago, cancer." "I'm sorry. Did you have any kids?" "A daughter. She passed recently." Z was appalled. "God, Jared, that's awful, I can't imagine." There was something in his eyes she couldn't read, but he looked away, nodding. It was an accident. One minute she was there, and the next. His voice broke. Z felt the tears come, and drunkenly, she got up and put her arms around him, hugging him awkwardly. "Jared, I'm so sorry." She stood there for a long moment, hugging the seated man, then let him go, tottering backward a little. I am really very drunk. Z hiccuped and swayed, banging into a table. Jared steadied her. Me too. She squinted at him. Really? You don't seem it. Jared laughed. Are you really in the best position to judge? She chuckled. No. She got up and attempted to take their empty glasses into the kitchen, colliding with the walls as she went. She snorted. Jared followed her in and took the glasses from her before she could break them. I'm afraid I've had too much to drive. May I encroach on your hospitality a little more and sleep on your couch? Of course. I'll get you a blanket. Z pulled the linen closet open and retrieved what she needed. Closing the door, she yelped. Jared was standing behind it. Sorry. He smiled and took the blanket from her. Are you all right? She caught her breath and grinned. Yes. You know where everything is, just help yourself. Thank you. He leaned in and kissed her quick at the side of her mouth. Good night then. Good night. She opened her eyes. Breathing. Not hers. She froze. Then there was nothing. She steeled herself and sat up and flicked on the bedside lamp. The room was empty. She slid out of bed and checked the bathroom. Empty. Her bedroom door was ajar. She padded out into the hallway. The house was silent. Jared? Nothing. She cleared her throat. Jared? Louder. She heard him now, shuffling from the living room to the hallway, hair on end, half asleep. She relaxed. He gave her a dopey smile, looking much younger than he usually did. Are you all right? I'm sorry, Jared. I didn't mean to wake you. I got spooked is all. Thought I heard something. Do you want me to check? No, please. I'm sorry. Go back to sleep. Jared gave her a wave and disappeared. Z shook her head. Stupid paranoid woman. She went back into her bedroom and got into bed. Outside Zaya's apartment, Flint Newland stared up at her window. His face was expressionless, his eyes hooded and distant. After a moment, he got back into his car and started the engine, revving it. She has someone else. Flint's jaw clenched. He didn't get involved, it was his number one rule, but there was something about this woman. Her dark, dusky looks, the promise of a fiery temper that could blow any minute. The feel of her soft cherry as he screwed her. Damn. But the fact that she had another man in her apartment, well, that answered his question for him. Don't get involved, man. That way lies madness. Flint gunned the engine and sped out of the city. He was a lone wolf, always had been, always would be. Just because thinking about Z is keeping you up nights, that don't mean squat, Flint man. She was just another girl. Despite her protestations, Emory was glad Luca had persuaded her to let him stay with her. We need to let things settle down, baby. Emory turned away from the window now. Nighttime was both her pleasure, when she and Luca really did shut the world out, and her fear. Because Ray was out there and she knew that one day he would come for her. And when he did, Emory wasn't certain which one of them would make it out alive. Ray Grace had seen the light in the trees at the back of the apartment for 2 nights now. He turned out the lamps in the living room and used his camera lens to focus in on it. It was just after 10 o'clock, and the late summer sun had been set for an hour. In the gloom, he could see the light moving toward the apartment, the paved area at the back. It stopped at the tree line. He brought the camera up to his eye and zoomed. He started to laugh to himself. So the billionaire had someone spying on him. Moron. His smile faded. Luca Saffran was a fly to be swatted, not a big problem, but still a nuisance. He was getting in the way of Ray killing his ex-wife, and that was no use. Still, he'd think of a way to distract him, and then Emory would be his. Ray put his camera away, checking the equipment was stored properly. He laid down on the bed. He thought about the last time he'd seen Emory, the time he'd tried to choke her to death. He was glad now he had failed, it would have been too easy a death for her. He wanted to feel her blood on his hands. He turned over and lay on his side, sliding his hand down his underwear to stroke his member. He closed his eyes and tried to imagine himself as David Azano, thrusting a blade into Emory over and over. Except Azano had been an amateur. He, Ray, would have sought her out first, put a bullet into that beautiful body of hers, somewhere where it would take her time to die. Ray grunted as his hard-on grew painful at the thought of it. Azano's knife driving into her soft abdomen, her gasp of agony, God, he would have given anything to have been there. Because he dreamed of that moment a million times during their marriage. Even when they were happy, or at least when they thought they were happy, he would sometimes fantasize about killing her. They'd be in the kitchen, preparing supper, and he would pick up a knife, and just for a split second, imagine pushing her back against a wall and driving it into her. Ray groaned and came, thick spurts of semen covering himself in the sheets. He showered after, and it was in the shower when the idea came to him. God, it was so simple, so ridiculously simple, that he laughed out loud. He knew exactly how to get to Emory. Exactly. Flint Newlin was the first customer in the diner the next morning. Teresa goggled at him. Flint Newlin is up before noon? Is it Christmas? Or is it a zombie apocalypse? Flint groaned, and she could see he was hungover. Don't bust my balls, Bubba. Rough night? He merely grunted, and Teresa grinned. She ordered his usual hangover breakfast, 4 eggs, sunny side up, and half a sourdough loaf, sliced and toasted until almost burnt. Flint looked at her gratefully as she dumped the laden plate in front of him and topped off his black coffee. Flint fell onto his food while Teresa slid a large glass of cold water next to his plate. Flint ate for a few minutes, then glanced at Teresa. "Z in today?" Teresa rolled her eyes. She knew Flint's reputation had grown up with him. "You leave that girl alone. She doesn't need someone like you to mess her up. I think that one has had it hard, don't ask me how I know. I just sensed it about her." Flint muttered something about mad psychic, and Teresa flicked a dishcloth at him, chuckling. She looked up and saw Z pushing open the diner door, laughing and chatting with the man who'd come to see her a few days ago. Zaya's eyes flicked to Flint, and Teresa saw her cheeks flush a little. She sighed inside. Goddamn. Flint had already gotten to her young friend. Z introduced Jared to Teresa, telling her he was an old friend. She ignored Flint, who was staring at the newcomer. "Hey," he said, nodding at Jared, so Z was forced to introduce Flint to him. The two men shook hands. "Good to meet you." Jared smiled at Flint, who grunted and went back to his food. Z glared at the back of his head. "Anyways, we just came in to say hello," she said to Teresa, who rolled her eyes at Flint, then smiled at Z. Z and Jared didn't stay long, and when they had gone, Teresa decided to rib Flint a little. Served him right for messing with Zaya's head. So he seems nice. Wonder if they're dating. Flint muttered to himself. They sat in silence for a few minutes. I don't like the way he looks at her. Teresa's eyebrows shot up. What's this? Flint Newlin, have you fallen for a woman at last? Didn't think you had it in ya. Flint made a disgusted noise. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just saying. The guy looks like a creep to me. Teresa studied him. Flint. I mean this. Z is not a woman built for your kind of crap. She needs a grown-up. You ready for that? Flint grimaced. Did I come here for a lecture? Teresa sighed. As long as she had known him, she still knew very little about him, apart from that he was a woman's worst nightmare. Drop-dead gorgeous with that swagger of his, never committed, never gave anything away. Nightmare. But even she could see the appeal of him, unless you fell for him, and by the way Z had tried to studiously avoid him, something had happened between them. Have you slept with Z? Flint grinned. I don't know about sleeping. God, I knew it. I'm warning you now, Flint Newlin, you break that girl's heart and you'll answer to me. Flint wiped his mouth. You don't need to worry about that, Terry. Looks like she's got someone else to occupy her now. Your boyfriend's back. Flint shouldered his way into the small kitchen, carrying a tray of dirty cups. Z looked at him in amazement. Since she'd introduced him to Jared a week ago, she hadn't seen him at all. Her brain told her that was a good thing, but her body craved his touch. You work here now? Flint dumped the crockery into the sink and cranked the faucet. He squeezed some soap into the water and started to wash the cups. Voluntary service. I'm bored. Anyhow, as I was saying, the creepy brother-in-law's back again. What is that, the third time this week? Fourth. And have you been spying on me, Flint Newlin? That's just sad. Z peered through the round window in the kitchen door. She saw Jared, waiting patiently at the counter. And he's not creepy, she added, after seeing Flint's disbelieving face. Hey, we're getting to know one another, be nice. Flint snorted. Z ignored him and took some freshly baked muffins from the oven. Burning her fingers and wincing, she popped them from the tin and arranged them on the cake rack to cool. Bringing a rush of cool air and rain in with her, Teresa came through the back door, ready for her shift. Hey kids. She shrugged off her coat and hung it up, casting an eye over Flint's handiwork. Am I dreaming? Flint blew her a sarcastic kiss and Z laughed. Hey girlie, can you take over here? Apparently, I've got a visitor. Teresa shot a glance at Flint, who pulled a face. Again. Aha. Z ignored them both and went out to greet Jared, wiping her hands on a dishcloth. Hey Jared. She noticed how formal he was, sitting almost ramrod straight on the counter stool. His spotless, ever-present suit and tie, gray today, with a lighter gray shirt. His blue eyes were clear but narrowed. Jared, Z decided of late, had the bad luck to look permanently suspicious, one of the ways he differed from David. Hello, Z. How are you? I'm good, thanks. Same as yesterday. She smiled, but there was an edge to her voice. Don't you have anything else to do but hang out in here? She checked herself. Sorry, that was rude. I meant to say, don't you get bored? She poured him a black coffee and he raised his cup. Of your company, never. Hello. Z turned to see Flint behind her. He raised his eyebrows at her, but she couldn't read the expression in his eyes. I was wondering if I could take you to lunch. I would like to talk to you, in private. Jared's voice was hard. He cut his eyes to Flint and Teresa, who had sidled from the kitchen, and who were both openly and unashamedly listening to their conversation. Z sensed them behind her but didn't turn. I'm sorry, Jared, I have to work all day for the next couple of days. It's our busiest time of the week. How about I show you around on? She turned to look at the calendar, moving a smirking Flint out of the way. She turned back to Jared, managing to get in a little punch to Flint's kidney. He laughed. Jared stared at him in dislike. Thursday. Holly is in that day, so I can skip out early. Come to my apartment around 6? Fine. He gave her a quick smile and left as quickly as he'd arrived. Freak. Z ignored Flint and went to clear a table. When she came back, she eyed him. Have you got a job, Flint? He grinned. I protect the staff of this fine diner from rapscallions and vagabonds. It's tiring work. She sniggered. Rapscallions? Yes, rapscallions. Also, he paused to kiss her cheek before backing away with a mischievous look on his face, from creepy brothers-in-law. Ew. Z shook her head, laughing. Fool. Go on, scram. Teresa stuck her head out of the kitchen. Is the foreplay over? Is it safe to come out now? Z grinned at her. You were right about that one, she said regretfully. Trouble. Teresa studied her. You've fallen for him. Hell no, Z said firmly, but inside she knew she wasn't telling the entire truth. Emory felt sick. Another day, another news story making up lies about her. Now they were saying she'd faked her injuries. That David Azano was obsessed with her. That she was the reason he went insane and killed 11 people. That she was a femme fatale. That she was a skank. God. Luca couldn't make her feel better. In fact, she'd asked for some time alone. Just for an hour or two, baby, she'd said to him, and he'd understood. God, she was crazy about this man, but she needed that time to cry and yell and get it out. She did all those things in the luxury apartment that Luca had provided for her. How did I get here, she wondered as she calmed down. What the hell is my life now? She heard the key in the door and turned, expecting to see Luca. Instead, Saffran stood in the doorway, staring at her. Z had worked since 6 a.m. and she was exhausted. Not only that, but her entire day had been ruined by the fact that on the front of every newspaper she'd seen, David's face stared out at her. New lies, new revelations. She didn't believe the stuff about Emory for a moment. She had known Emory and liked her immensely. The two women had been friendly, and she knew David had liked the other woman, but no way had he been obsessed with her. He'd felt sorry for her being married to that monster, Ray Grace. Z wondered if the man was behind this smearing of Emory's character. Z had met Ray Grace a few times and thought he was a loathsome creep, and wondered how the hell a bright and beautiful woman like Emory ever married him. And then, on the walk home, using the evening air to try and clear her headache, Flint had pulled up alongside her in his car and called out to her. She turned and glared at him. Does it hurt your knuckles when you drag them along the ground, you Neanderthal? Would it kill you to treat me as something other than a convenient hole? She hated snapping, but Flint was the only person around, and she had to vent at someone. To her chagrin, Flint just grinned. That day, sweetheart? What do you care? I don't. Don't flatter yourself. See you around. Asshole. She stared after his car as he gunned the engine and took off. She hated that she felt guilty about being rude to him. Sighing, she turned for home. I need an evening away from men, all the men in my life. But she'd only been home for a half hour before the knock on the door came. Bree. Emory felt breathless as the teenager gazed at her. There was hurt in the girl's dark eyes, so like her father's, and Emory could barely look at her. Bree, I'm so sorry about this. Bree walked into the room, still wary. It's okay. Emory shook her head. It's not, Bree. It's not okay at all. Bree hesitated, then sat down. Emory sat opposite her, her knees drawn up to her chest and her arms wrapped around them. Protection against the onslaught. But Bree was calm, and now Emory saw compassion in her eyes. Bree cleared her throat. I'm not mad at you, Em, how could I be? I told Dad to go for it, and after all you've done for me, you are my blood. I'm mad at Dad. For handling it wrong, for not giving my mom a heads up. She deserves better. Emory relaxed her position a little. Yes, she does, and I am sorry for my part in her distress, please believe me. I do. And Mom knows that too. She just rocked back is all. She's not over Dad. Emory could think of nothing to say to that. Bree half smiled at her. Do you love him? Slowly, Emory nodded and Bree grinned. Good. Then all this crap is worth it. She got up and came over to hug Emory. Emory felt like bursting into tears, a few escaped. Bree's eyes were red too. I'm really sorry about all this shit in the press too. Emory sighed. It's my ex-husband's doing. Bree shook her head, disbelieving. How the hell were you married to him? All of us used to talk about it. It was like seeing Tinkerbell married to Hannibal Lecter. Emory burst out laughing. That's quite an image, and for what it's worth, I wish I could remember what I was thinking when I married him. My mom had just died and he was there for me. He appeared charming and I was such a mess. It wasn't long after the wedding that he revealed himself, but my confidence by then was rock bottom. Men. Emory grinned. Men, she agreed. Listen, do you want to stay? We can get pizza and watch trashy TV. Bree looked regretful. I would, but I've arranged to meet some friends. Rain check. You bet. Another knock at the door, louder. Z sighed and got up. She walked slowly across the hallway, feeling the numbness creeping over her body. Her mind. She pulled the door open, and Jared smiled at her. Hello again. Z leaned against the doorframe. Oh. Jared, I'm so sorry, I forgot our date. Do you mind if we make it another night? I've had a really rough day. She looked up and a chill ran through her. His expression was rigid, frozen. Fury. She balked. I'm sorry, Jared, I really did forget. It's been a bad day. His expression cleared. Of course. Are you okay? After today, I mean. He walked into the kitchen and sat down. Z sighed. Not now, please. She pulled a couple of glasses from the cupboard and snagged a bottle of bourbon. Her hands were trembling. Jared took the bottle from her and steered her into a chair. Z, you're tired. A smile, but his voice had an edge. Let me look after you. Z let the fatigue wash over her, her body slumping. Thank you. Do you want to talk about what the papers are saying? About David? A jolt of anger shot through her. You know what, Jared? I really am sick of talking about David. Of thinking about him, about what might have been. He killed people, Jared, he murdered them. He stabbed Emory Grace and would have killed her, and now she's getting hammered in the press. She doesn't deserve that. I don't deserve this. I thought I had been living in limbo. Geez. Can we just sit for a bit? I'm so tired. She put her head down on the table and sighed. Jared stroked her hair, and despite her mood, it felt nice. She put her hand over his. They sat in silence for a while, then Jared cleared his throat. Z. I don't want to overstep the mark here, but... He faltered, and she sat up, curious. What is it, Jared? He didn't meet her gaze. You are a very beautiful woman. You're bright and kind, and... Flint Newlin isn't the only option you have in front of you. I could take care of you, if you'd let me. Z flushed and looked away. Jared, please, He held his hands up. No, it's okay. I just wanted you to know that. The atmosphere had changed and turned into something new. Jared touched her face, his smile oddly hesitant. So, I'll leave you alone. Unless I can talk you into some dinner? Z tried to smile. I'm sorry, but no. I really don't feel all that well. Another night, please. He nodded, and she walked him to the door. He stepped out into the hallway but then turned. Swiftly he leaned down and kissed her, quick but firm on the mouth. Drawing away, he smiled down at her. He's not the only man in the world. Just promise me you'll think about it. Z nodded. Jared waited, his eyebrows raised. Her irritation returned. I promise I'll think about it, Jared, she intoned with just a touch of sarcasm. Jared didn't notice. Good girl. And then he was gone. Z closed the door and leaned back against it, confused, irked. Jared knew how to pick his moments. He'd taken her aback with the kiss, but it hadn't been unpleasant. But she hadn't felt anything either. She rubbed her face and groaned. Jared's declaration wasn't what she needed right now, she decided, but then laughed. What the hell do I need? She padded into the kitchen and locked the back door, turned out all the lights and went upstairs. In the bathroom, she opened the cabinet above the sink and took out the small bottle of Tylenol PM. She hesitated, looking at her drawn face in the mirror. I need oblivion for a night. Then tomorrow I'll make a new start. Figure stuff out. Decision made, she threw the pills into her mouth and scooped up a handful of water from the faucet. She stripped and stepped into the shower, coiling her hair up into a bun. Drying off, she pulled on an old t-shirt and shorts and slid beneath the duvet, turning off the lamp. The buzz of the tablets didn't take long to kick in. She didn't even hear the door to the apartment creaking open, or the footsteps of the intruder who stood over as she slept. Bree Saffran felt lighter, relieved to have cleared the air between herself and Emory. She had seen how the other woman seemed strained and desolate, and her heart had gone out to her. It wasn't anyone's fault that Emory and Luca had fallen so fast for each other. It was just one of those things. Bree walked quickly down to the parking garage, digging in her purse for her keys. She didn't even sense the movement behind her until a hand was clamped over her mouth and she was being dragged backward. She struggled violently, then felt the sting of a needle in her neck, and she began to spiral down into a dark void. The last thing she heard was the laugh of a man, a laugh that sounded vaguely familiar. Raymond Grace dumped Bree's unconscious body in the back of his truck. For a rich man, Luca Saffran's idea of security was weak, unless, of course, the girl chafed against any protection or restrictions. She was only a teenager, of course, Ray smirked. No matter, it had made it easy for him to follow Bree. He had no doubt that Luca would give up his lover to save his daughter's life, and then Emory would be his. The day she came to him, he wouldn't waste any time. She would be dead in minutes. "Enjoy the time you have left, my darling Emory," he muttered as he pulled the truck out of the garage. "You don't have much of it left."
Part 3. Maximo.
Snoqualmie, 12 hours before school shooting. Clementine wished for the 5th time that evening that she hadn't bothered coming. Marcia had invited her to one of her parties. The theme escaped Clem at the moment, more out of sympathy, Clem had supposed. The humiliation of being divorced by Luca had yet to abate, and she was dreading the next morning, sitting in their lawyer's office to hash out the settlement. God. Clem moved around the party, stopping to chat with her friends from the various charities she helped out. What she noticed, though, wasn't the expected show of poor Clemmy, but something different. She saw the wariness in the eyes of her female friends, the suggestion of something else entirely in their husbands. When she realized what was going on, she felt like both laughing and crying. She was now a threat. A threat to her friends' perfect lives, their marriages. After an hour of trying to make conversation, Clem escaped out to the garden with a glass of champagne and a headache. "Are you freaking kidding me?" She was aware she was muttering to herself, but she didn't care. So was this what her life was now? On the periphery of everything she'd known for the last 20 years. "Not sure why you'd think I was kidding you." A laconic, heavily accented drawl came from behind her. Clem turned to see the speaker. He was tall, broad, and had the greenest eyes she'd ever seen. Set in a swarthy face with dark curls messy around his head, they fixed on hers with an intensity that made her stomach flip. He pushed away from the wall he was leaning on and joined her on the little stone bench. He leaned forward, his forearms on his thighs, and looked around at her. "You look as if you're having as much fun as me." Clem stared dumbly at him for a second, then looked away. "I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to myself." He smiled. "Let me guess. A beautiful woman at a party like this, no wedding ring. And you came alone. To these women, all you are is a threat." Clem sighed. "But why? It's not like I have any interest in their husbands." He shrugged. "You don't have to. But I guarantee, every man in this place would give anything to be with a woman like you." Clem stared at him for a long moment, then shook her head. "Oh, so this is your pickup method? Flattering the woman who will fall sighing into your strong arms? I don't play games, Mr. Neri. Maximo Neri. Max? And I don't play games either. Is truth. Italian then." And Christ, he was sensational, but Clem had already had sensational, and she wasn't impressed. "And how do you know that?" "Because I am a man. I know men, and no one could resist a night with you. I tell you this. You want your friends to be even more pissed off? Come home with me. Nothing vexes them more than seeing their newly single friend makes a conquest so quickly, especially with someone like me." Clem gave a disbelieving laugh. "Wow. You are really arrogant, you know that?" Max shrugged. "I know my worth, Mrs. Saffran. I have eyes, I know I'm good looking. What's the point in being coy about it?" "No point." Clem had gone very still. "How do you know my name?" He smiled, and her insides went to mush. God, he was beautiful, but so very cocky, way too sure of himself. "Because I made sure you would be here, before I accepted Marcia's invitation." Clem rocked back. "Why?" Maximo's grin got wider. Because I want to screw you, of course. Clem felt her body react, but her fury at his coarseness, his honesty, his utter guilelessness overruled the frantic beating of her heart, the way her body quivered. For a second she couldn't help imagining him taking her, right here in Marcia's pristine garden. It would almost be worth the look on her uber-conservative hostess's face. And God knows she hadn't had intercourse in months. She and Luca had slept apart so long she'd forgotten what a man's touch was. Maximo was watching her, a grin on his face. I know what you're thinking, but I meant it when I said I don't play games. You Americans always say that, but hardly any of you mean it. He sipped his scotch thoughtfully as Clem struggled to find the words. You are the most arrogant man I've ever met. Maximo laughed. Probably. He locked that intense grin gaze on her. But I'm not a liar. I want to take you to bed, Clementine Saffran. I want to run my tongue over every inch of your skin, taste your cherry, make you come. I want to be so deep inside you that you'll scream my name and beg me not to stop. Jess. Clem could feel herself getting wet at his words, and for a second she considered how nice a night of casual lovemaking would be. Maximo got up. If you decide to join me, come with me now. Nothing will piss these women off more than if you leave with me. We both get what we want. Clem looked up at him, her expression blank. Do you always get what you want? His smile was wide, anticipating her surrender. Always. Clem stood slowly, smoothing down her dress. Even in heels, she only came to his shoulder, and had to crane to look up at him. She stood on tiptoes so that her mouth was almost on his. He smelled wonderful too, soap and cologne. She smiled softly, her lips a centimeter from his. Not this time you don't, she whispered, and turned on her heel and walked away from him. At home later she lay in bed and smiled. That was one of the most satisfying moments of my life, she thought, but something inside made her gut twist a little. Regret. She had no doubt that Maximo Neri would have made a great rebound lover, would have made a great lover, period. There was something so practiced in his manner, so refined. Which was why he was dangerous. Too much temptation. After the divorce from Luca had been finalized in the morning, she wanted nothing to do with romance for a good long time. In the morning, she met with Luca and the lawyers. Then, an hour later, David Azano went on a shooting spree at her daughter Bree's college, and Clem's world fell apart. Snoqualmie 2 months later. Clem could barely breathe. She stared at the laptop's screen until all the images on it blurred together. Luca and Emory Grace. There was no mistaking either of them. Emory straddling Luca, effing him, her beautiful body arched in ecstasy. Luca's look of absolute love as he made love to Emory, the couple laughing and joking as they walked along the beach. God. Clem squeezed her eyes shut. How the hell? Luca had never even met Emory until after the shooting, when she'd been so badly injured saving Bree's life. How was Clem supposed to feel now? The woman who had rescued Bree from certain death was now effing the man Clem had thought was the love of her life. Her chest felt so tight. She dragged a few labored breaths in before the tears came. Hot and silent, they coursed down her cheeks as she heard Bree calling out to her. As her daughter burst into the kitchen, Clem reached out for her, and Bree went into her arms. Mom? Mom, are you okay? Clem shook her head, and Bree hugged her tightly. I'm so sorry, Mom. Did you know? Bree shook her head, and Clem believed her but could see she was conflicted. She knew Bree loved Emory. Mom? I encouraged them getting together. I meant it half as a joke, because I could see how well they got along. I swear I didn't know they'd actually started. Bree looked desolate. Mom, I'm so sorry. Clem hugged her. You did nothing wrong. Bree rubbed her face. Her dark eyes and hair were so much like Luca's that Clem had only ever seen her husband's features in her tomboyish daughter. Mom? I can't believe Dad didn't say anything. This isn't okay. She sighed. Look, I need to use the bathroom, but when I come back we'll distract ourselves, yes? Movie and snacks? Clem smiled and nodded. She sat alone, trying to pull herself together. Bree's phone rang and Clem picked it up. Luca. A flash of anger ran through her and she answered it, letting all of her hurt and rage flood out before hanging up on her ex-husband. She had to admit it made her feel better. Bree managed to distract her enough while they watched the movie that by the time Bree left to meet some friends, Clem felt more relaxed, more resigned. She took a long soak in the tub and was just about to go to bed when there was a knock at the door. She glanced at the clock. 10 p.m. She checked that the door was chained before she answered it. Outside, a man in a chauffeur's cap nodded to her pleasantly. "Ma'am. Apologies for the lateness of the hour. My employer wishes you to have this." He had a very proper English accent. Clem took the envelope from him and opened it. Hotel Sorrento, 1 hour. Maximo. Clem stared at the message. The arrogance of that damn Italian, opportunistic to say the least. She tapped the card against her palm for a second, then handed it back to the chauffeur. "Tell him to go to hell. Give me 5 minutes to get dressed," she said, and closed the door. Seattle. Maximo Neri read the text message from his driver and grinned. "On our way, boss. Hughes." So, Clementine Saffran was coming to see him. Maximo wasn't a stupid man. He knew she was probably coming here to give him a piece of her mind. It had been on a whim. When he saw the pictures of Luca Saffran screwing that beautiful young teacher, he hadn't hesitated in using it to take advantage. Because he'd wanted Clementine Saffran since way before she even knew he existed. It had been at a fashion show in Milan a few years back when Maximo Neri had first laid eyes on Clem Saffran. It had been one of the times his then-girlfriend, Valeria, had been able to persuade him to go to one of the designer shows. He loathed the theater of it all, the publicity. He was in the front row, of course, squeezed between Valeria and some American stylist who looked like she needed more than a sandwich in her life. He'd glanced around at the other luminaries, who were granted the largesse of being on the front row. Actresses, actors, Maximo would never understand why a man would attend a woman's fashion show voluntarily, magazine editors. He had blown out his cheeks, and Valeria had nudged him, looking annoyed. "At least pretend to be interested. There's press here." Maximo had glowered, and Valeria had given a huff of annoyance and turned away. Max had rubbed his head and glanced at his watch. He had supposed he could make an effort if it kept Valeria happy, and not sniffing around his business. He had been pretty sure she knew about his mistress in Naples, the sister of an old friend. If she made it public, it might not have affected him, but it would have affected the girl, and Maximo hadn't wished that on her. He should never have started up with her in the first place, but there had been that night. Paulina had harbored a crush on Max since she was a child. What was a man to do? Then his eyes had fixed on the stunning redhead with the sad eyes. She was sitting directly across from him, the other side of the runway, and her stillness, fragility, and grace took his breath away. He'd made inquiries. Clementine Saffran, née Fordham. Wife of billionaire Luca Saffran and a trust fund baby in her own right. Married for 20 years straight out of Harvard, one teenage daughter. Maximo had met Luca Saffran on many occasions and liked the man very much. He was kind, thoughtful, quiet, and like Max loathed publicity. Max wondered if Clementine resented Luca for that, the way Valeria resented Max. Still, Clementine Saffran. It was okay. He could wait. He could play the long game. And now she was here, on her way up in the elevator. Maximo pulled his tie down and opened the top button of his collar. As the elevator door opened to the foyer, he heard her voice, her heels clipping on the marble. There was a soft knock, then Hughes opened the door for her before withdrawing discreetly. Clementine stared at him but said nothing. Max popped the champagne he'd had on ice and poured 2 flutes, also staying silent. He walked slowly to her and handed her the glass. She sipped the drink, and he could see her hands trembling. After a moment of gazing at each other, he took both of the glasses and set them down on the table. He reached for her, and she went into his arms as if it was the most natural thing to do in the world. His lips fixed onto hers, and as they kissed, he heard her moan softly and smiled. "Are you mine, Clementine?" he murmured, tracing the outline of her jaw with his mouth. She nodded, and he swept her up into his arms and took her to his bedroom. Clem lost herself in the sensations that this man was bringing out in her. Her need for him grew wild like an animal as he stripped her to find her naked under her dress. A feral growl from the back of his throat made her senses whirl, and he dropped to his knees, hooking one of her legs over his shoulder as his mouth found her. As his teeth grazed her and his tongue delved deep into her cherry, she tangled her fingers in his dark long curls and breathed in his scent of cologne and soap. Gosh, his tongue. It lashed around the sensitive cluster of nerve endings in her cherry and sent her wild. The fact that she was nude while he was still fully dressed was a turn-on that she'd never expected she would feel. She felt vulnerable in his arms, a lost thing to be pleasured, to be adored. She felt a peak building already, his face buried in her, the animalistic growls she heard from him sending her over the edge. As she came, her legs wobbled and gave way, and then they were on the floor, Max smiling down at her. She reached for his shirt, eager now to see him, all of him. When he was naked, Clem sucked in a breath. His body was broad, well-muscled, as elegant as he was. His member, already hard, stood proud against his belly, and she took the wide crest into her mouth, trailing her tongue around the sensitive head, hearing his sharp intake of breath. She stroked the long shaft of it, feeling the silky soft skin over the hardness of him. He pulled away before he came and pressed her legs wide apart, making her hips burn, but she couldn't have cared less. Maximo launched his huge member into her, and she moaned loudly at the feel of him inside her, filling her, plowing her deep. Her legs curled around his slim hips, her mouth open in a gasp as he buried his face in her neck, kissing, biting, murmuring her name again and again, his accent making her name almost musical. Clementine lost herself as they screwed, throwing every inhibition away. Maximo was a rough lover, making her come, then not letting her rest before he took her again in every position, even winding his necktie around her wrists at one point before going down on her, leaving her panting and shivering. Clem looked up at this glorious man above her, and even though her brain told her he was trouble, her body didn't care. She didn't care. He was just what she needed, right then at that moment. Portland. Azano opened her eyes slowly. She'd been deeply asleep, but the floorboards in her kitchenette were loose, and when they rattled, her eyes flew open and she caught her breath. Squeak. Shit. There was someone in the house. Quietly, she got up and went to the bedroom door. Sure enough, there was someone in the shadows, creeping around. A year ago, Z might have screamed, might have panicked, but now, after all she had been through, she carefully hoisted a glass vase into her hand and crept up behind the intruder. At the last moment he turned and saw her, and as she brought the vase down, he ducked away. The vase smashed against the intruder's forearm, and he gave a small oof as a desperate Z rammed her head into his stomach. He picked her up easily and threw her across the room. She crashed into her coffee table, groaning as her body screamed with the impact. She expected him to come after her, kill her, but, astonished, she watched him walk quickly to the door and leave. She scrambled up, slamming the door behind him, shooting the deadlocks. How the hell had he gotten in? And what had he wanted? Z caught her breath, starting to tremble now that the adrenaline rush was passing. Should she call the police? If she did, the press might get involved and her cover would be blown. But hell, she didn't want to be alone, and there was only one person she could think of to call, one person who she would feel safe with. Jared. Emory Dutta, formerly Mrs. Emory Grace, stared out at the inky Seattle night. She loved this city, but couldn't help yearning for the little cottage she'd moved into at the college after she'd finally left Ray. It had been a couple of hours since Bree had left, and now Emory heard Luca arrive home. She greeted him with a kiss. Luca smoothed her hair away from her face. You look more relaxed. It's good to see. How about you? How was your day? He rolled his eyes but smiled. I'm seriously thinking of stepping back, leaving the guys to run the place. They virtually do anyway. Take you away, a trip around the world maybe. She half smiled. Baby, I hope to go back to work soon. Luca grinned. Of course. Which reminds me, today we arranged for the best security system on offer to be installed at the college. Courtesy of Saffran. dedicated to the bravest woman I know. He kissed her again, smiling at her surprise. He stroked her cheek with the back of his hand. I love you, Em. Her eyes widened with surprise and joy. I love you too, big guy, but then she got choked up and he chuckled. Took me by surprise too. I've wanted to say it for a while, but I didn't want to scare you off, or have you think I was saying it because of what you did for my daughter. Obviously, I'll be forever grateful, but that's not what this is. I love you, Emory, for your mind, your humor, your smokin' hot body. She burst out laughing. Oh, and you were so close to being Prince Charming, but you had to go make it dirty. Luca grinned, hugging her tightly. Listen, I'm starving. I know this little burger joint, gourmet burgers of course, what do you say? Meat, carbs and greasy shit. I'm in, she smiled but stopped him. Luca, before we go. Bree came by earlier. Luca's smile faded. Is she okay? Oh, she's fine, baby, don't worry. She says she's mad at you, but not because we're together. Just because I guess Clem was hurt. But here's the thing. She says she'll call you soon. It's not irretrievable. She said to say she loves you. Luca nodded but stayed silent, and Emory saw a muscle flex in his jaw. Luca, are you mad you're hearing this from me? Instead of from Bree directly? He shook his head. No, sweetheart, I'm just processing. Well, I guess that's good news. Emory slid her arms around his waist. It's great news. He smiled down at her. Okay. Okay, I'm going to hop in the shower and then we'll go out. Emory glanced at the clock. It's nearly midnight. Are you sure they'll be open? He grinned. Oh, I'm sure. Clementine was coming down from her fifth spasm of the night. Max, grinning down at her, pulled out slowly and rolled onto his back next to her. They both lay, catching their breaths. Well, he said after a beat, hello. Clem laughed. She felt as if her entire body had been uncoiled, freed from the tension that had plagued her of late. This man was incredible. He never seemed to tire when he was inside her, wow. She loved the way his size made her feel so thoroughly screwed. She looked over at him. He had dark shadows under his green eyes, but they fit with his personality, elegance and sensuality mixed with that arrogance, that machismo. She would never tell him so, but she would let him do anything to her that he wanted, anything. He met her gaze and began to smile. Well, that was a night to remember. Tell me, Clementine, why did you accept my invitation? Was it merely for revenge? I saw the pictures of your ex-husband and his new flame. It's okay if it was, I'm happy to be of help. All of this was said with such an infectious grin that Clem couldn't help but smile. Kind of. Also, I really wanted to check out if you were as good as you obviously think you are. And what was your final judgment? She loved the way he drawled his words, his warm, sensual voice making her quiver. So far, acceptable. She tried to hide a grin. How he took her joke would tell her whether this man was worth any more than one night of her life. He laughed. Loudly. The merriment in his face told her everything she needed to know. Well then, he said, moving his body on top of hers again, I'd better get to work. Portland. Z? It's me. She opened the door and grinned wryly at Jared. He looked as if he'd dressed in a hurry, sweatshirt and jeans, hair mussed up. Jared, I'm so sorry to call you. Don't be silly, we're family. He stepped into the room and pulled her into a hug. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? Uncomfortable with the new intimacy, Z pulled away, smiling at him to soften the slight. Not really, just some bruises. I think I did him more damage. She'd tidied up since the attack, on edge, unable to rest. I'm sorry, Jared, it's just, you know who I am, who David was, and I thought maybe it was someone from the school, a parent wanting revenge. She was babbling now, and he led her to the couch and sat her down. Z, breathe. Take a minute. He got up, and she heard him in the kitchen making tea. He brought the steaming cup to her. Now, he said, what's this about a revenge plot? Z blew out her cheeks. It's just, I keep thinking, what if someone finds me? Like a family member of one of the people David killed. What if they come after me for revenge? Jared chewed his bottom lip for a few moments. Do you think you should perhaps move on? Maybe you're right. Z smiled suddenly. That's not helping. Sorry, but we need to be realistic here. He sighed, rubbing his head. Look, I have a suggestion. If you want to stay, maybe you should get a roommate. He flushed red then, and Z realized where he was going. Jared, I don't know. We barely know each other. He nodded. I know. But I have a duty to you, to David. I need to protect you. Z smiled and took his hand. You're a sweetheart, and I promise I will think about it. If it means staying in Portland, then yeah, maybe we could make it work. She let go of his hand. Jared, there's something I have to tell you. Since being in Portland, I've been with someone. His expression didn't change. With? Z felt her face burn. Physically with. It's very casual. Ha, she gave a short laugh, very casual. I don't even like the guy. But I didn't want us to move forward without you knowing that. Z, what you do with your life is up to you. Jared got up and went to the window. Should we call the police about the intruder? Z shook her head. No. Look, Jared, I would never want you to feel that I'm using you. He turned and gave her a strange look. Why on earth would you think that? Now look, have you got a spare blanket and pillow? I'll spend the rest of the night on the couch. Z went back to bed, and she couldn't deny she felt better with Jared around. Don't tell the sisterhood. But Jared was right, they were family. She fell asleep almost immediately. Seattle. Emory and Luca walked back from the burger place, chatting and laughing. It wasn't until they were almost at the apartment that Luca stopped, frowning. What is it? Emory, nestled in the crook of his arm, looked up at him. I think I left something in my car. Something for us to enjoy, he grinned suddenly, a sensual, wicked smile, and she laughed. Well, let's go get it, soldier. I'm feeling really rather overdressed. Luca laughed. Let's go quickly then. They took the elevator down to the parking lot, kissing and fooling around. As Luca made his way over to his Mercedes, Emory suddenly stopped. Luca! He turned and looked to where, ashen and pale, Emory was pointing. Bree's car. What the hell? It was well after midnight, there was no way Bree would interrupt them at this late hour. They walked over to the car, and as Emory rounded the car to the driver's side, she gave a cry of distress and ducked down. When she came up, she handed Bree's cell phone to Luca. Oh God! Emory was trembling. Luca, look. On the wall of the garage, written in block letters. Emory, for your daughter. I will call. Emory looked bleak as Luca groaned. It's Ray. He's taken Bree. He's trading my life for hers. Clem was exhausted but happy. She and Max had made love all night, and now as dawn began to poke its fingers across the sky, she lay in his arms, not wanting the moment to end. Across the room she heard her cell phone buzz. Do you want to get that? She loved the way Maximo's voice seemed to rumble through her, the deep, luscious baritone of it so sensual and mellifluous. No, leave it. It'll go to voicemail. But it didn't stop, and sighing, Clem got up. She squinted at the caller ID. It's my ex-husband. I'd better take it, it might be something about my daughter and him. Luca's first words changed everything. Bree's been taken. Clem felt all the blood drain from her face, and her legs gave way beneath her. Maximo was up, out of bed instantly, his strong arms around her. Clem still had the phone clamped to her ear as she looked up at him, panic, fear, terror in her eyes. She spoke briefly to Luca, then hung up. Bree's been abducted. Emory Grace's ex-husband took her. He wants to swap her for Emory. Oh God, he just called them. He wants Emory or he'll kill Bree. Maximo was horrified. Che Caso? What the heck? And then what happens to Emory when Grace has her? Clem looked at him, her eyes full of pain. She dies. Emory was very calm. Too calm, Luca thought, too calm for this nightmare. It's a no-brainer, she had said to him earlier. I will not let Ray hurt Bree. This is between him and me, Luca. No. No way, Luca had raged, almost out of his mind with grief and rage. That man has hurt you enough. There's nothing more to be discussed, Emory had said, but her voice shook and he took her in his arms. He will kill you, do you understand that? He buried his face in her hair, his arms firmly around the woman he had fallen so deeply in love with over these last few weeks. She was his destiny, he knew this with all his heart. He couldn't let her go, he couldn't let her die. He felt her nod. I know. But what else can we do? We can call the police, we can. He cut off as his cell phone rang. It's him. His arm tightened around her as he answered the call. Saffran. A rough laugh. Good. This will be easy, Saffran. Emory, for your daughter. I want to speak to Bree. He expected Ray to argue with him, but a moment later his heart dropped and his chest clenched as Bree came onto the phone. Dad? Baby, his voice broke. Are you okay? Has he hurt you? No, Dad, I'm fine. Look, don't give him what he wants. Luca heard her break off with a cry, the sound of flesh hitting flesh. Bree. Ray laughed softly. Don't worry, Saffran, that was just a little tap. She's a brave little soldier, but listen to me. There's nothing I won't do to her if Emory doesn't come back to me. Your little girl will suffer in the worst ways before she dies. Luca was frozen, and Emory gently took the phone from him. Where do you want me to come to, Ray? Ray laughed again. Good to hear your voice, Em. How about we meet at the dockyard, tonight midnight? He named a particular row. Bree will be kept in one of the containers away from there. When I have you, I'll call Saffran and tell him which one. Don't even think of calling the police, Em, or I'll kill her. Fine. Her voice was steady, but her heart was pounding in her chest. I'll meet you tonight. Ray hung up the phone, and Emory put Luca's phone down on the coffee table. Luca pulled her into his arms. I won't let him kill you. Emory pressed her lips to his. Just focus on getting Bree back. I'll handle Ray. But now, Luca, please take me to bed. I want to remember these last hours together. Don't say that, he groaned, but he swept her into his arms and took her to his bed, knowing it might be the last time. Clem was numb. Maximo moved around the hotel suite, phone clamped to his ear, barking out orders in Italian. Occasionally he would touch her, comforting, keeping her from screaming. Now he sat by her and took her hands in his. Bella, we will find her, I promise. We need to go see your ex, see what he is doing to recover your daughter. It would be bad if we sabotaged each other's efforts. Clem looked at him and blinked. I shouldn't involve you in this, she whispered. You should not feel obliged to help. Maximo looked stung. I don't feel obliged, Clementine, it's what any decent person would do. Clem felt her skin vibrate, a desperate need to get out of here, not to sully their evening together with this horror. Maximo, no. I must go. I must get to Luca. He'll be devastated. Max rocked back a little. If that's what you want, I can take you there. No. Clem stood. She still felt so numb, so robot-like. I must go. Thank you for a lovely evening, Maximo. I must go. As she started to walk away, he stopped her, pulling her into his arms. Don't push me away, Clem. I can be of help. She shook her head. We don't know each other, Maximo. Please just walk away. She freed herself from his arms and opened the door. Before she left, she turned back and looked at him. You really are a wonderful man, she said softly, but I just can't do this right now. Maximo, his face blank now, nodded. My driver will take you wherever you need to go, Clem. Thank you, goodbye, Maximo. Arrivederci, Clementine. Portland. Z told Jared gently that she didn't think him staying with her was a good idea, and he nodded and said, okay. She was thankful he didn't press the matter, and that he didn't hold a grudge. She just couldn't imagine living with him, even as a roommate, reminding her of David every waking moment. But she was glad their friendship remained, and now, late in the evening, he was helping her as she cleared the diner. "You look tired," Jared said, helping Z to put the chairs up on the tables. She had closed the diner late tonight and sent Teresa home straight away. "Long day." She smiled at him. Chairs on tables, she went to take the cash out of the till. "Thanks for helping. I appreciate it." "Any time." He sat at the counter watching her. "It's late. Shall I drive you home?" She shook her head. "Thank you, no. I'm fine." "Will you have dinner with me tomorrow night?" She thought for a second and nodded. "I'd like that, thank you." She put the takings into the night safe. "That will do for tonight, I think." She yawned. "Sorry." Jared grinned. "You sure you're safe to drive?" She laughed and nodded. Outside the diner, she locked the door. They walked out to her car. "Thanks, Jared. Thanks for being a friend." He bent down and kissed her cheek, paused for a second, and pressed his lips against her forehead. "Good night, Z." Flint stared at the tall man kissing Z. There was something hinky about him, he just knew it. Z drove off, and Jared looked over to where Flint was standing. He saw Flint watching him and gave him a sarcastic salute. Flint sneered and got into his car, pulling out into the road. In his rearview mirror, he could see Jared watching him as he drove away, and Flint grinned. He knew exactly where he was going. For a moment, when Z opened the door to him, he thought she would slam it again, shut him out. Instead, after a moment's hesitation, she stood aside to let him in. "Hey girl," he said softly. "Thought you were done with me," she said, but her voice wasn't reproachful or antagonistic. That's what he liked about her, no games, no manipulation. He touched her face. "Tried to be. Longevity isn't my style. Commitment's not my style. But there's something about you, Z, you fascinate me." She half smiled. "Flint, I'm not looking for a boyfriend. All I ask is for respect. Don't treat me like a skank. That's all." Flint smiled. "You got it." Flint cupped her face in his big hand and she leaned into the warmth of it, closing her eyes, letting out a shaky breath. She could feel the heat of his body close to hers, the comfort of his presence. When his lips met hers, it seemed like the most natural thing in the world. Z felt his fingers twist in her hair, heard his breath quicken. Her hands were against his chest. He picked her up, sat her on the counter, his kiss becoming deeper, fevered. His hands slid under her top, cupped her chest, stroked her stomach. She opened her eyes and he was gazing at her, his eyes dark with desire. He bent his head to kiss her neck, her throat, and she leaned into him, sighing. He was trouble, no doubt, but such good trouble. Because underneath the bad boy swagger, the seeming indifference, she could sense the grown-up in him, the sensitive man. If Flint chose not to show that side of his character, well, that was up to him. He owed her nothing. He was carrying her into her bedroom now, and it didn't occur to her until after he'd given her the last of 3 shattering spasms. She looked at him, breathing hard, and frowned. "How did you know?" Flint, still recovering from his own peak, looked confused. "What? How did you know where my bedroom was?" He hesitated, still processing the accusatory tone in her voice. "I guessed." Z stared at him for a long moment, then sat up, pushing herself off the bed and grabbing her robe. "Oh my God." Flint swung his legs over the side of the bed. "What's wrong?" Z tugged her robe tightly around her. "It was you." "What was me?" "You broke into my apartment and attacked me." Flint's handsome face flushed red. "What the hell are you talking about? I did no such thing. Did someone attack you? Why didn't you tell me? When did this happen?" She told him, but then moved away from him as he reached for her. "Please go." Flint looked angry and indignant as he yanked his pants on. "You know what, Z? Believe what you want. It's easier to believe I'm some kind of asshole, but you don't know me. I would never hurt you. But you would break into this apartment?" Z was beginning to feel foolish, ashamed, but she couldn't stop herself, covering her own embarrassment by throwing accusations at this man. Flint just shook his head, and for a moment she thought he was going to break down. He breathed heavily. Then he raised his head, and she could see the defeat in his eyes. Go right ahead, think what you want. Of course I didn't break in, but I'm the easy pick, right? Couldn't possibly be a random break-in, or maybe even that creep of a brother-in-law, could it? He tugged his t-shirt on. Well, this time I am really done, Z. Thanks for reminding me why I don't get involved with the women I screw. He moved past her before stopping at her front door. He looked back at her for a second. The reason I knew where your bedroom, Z, is that I own this building. This whole block. I just don't go around talking about it. See you around. And he was gone. Shit. What the hell had just happened? Why had she gone off at him like that? Clearly, the attack had affected her more than she'd thought. Z sighed and went to get a glass of water. Her body was still zinging from making love, but her mind was tired. Exhausted. She drained a couple of glasses of water, then went to the bathroom. Looking in the mirror above the sink, she took in the drawn face, the shadows under her eyes, the pain in them. You're cracking up, she told herself. She knew that she needed to move on, therapy and time alone. She needed Jared to leave her alone for a while. She needed to get closure on what David had done. She needed not to be afraid of getting involved with anyone again. Clem sat in the apartment of her ex-husband's lover, staring at the women who had replaced her. The woman who had saved the life of her daughter once, and was now offering to give up her life once more for Bree. Clem would never admit it, but she could see why Luca had fallen for Emory so quickly. The younger woman was achingly beautiful, her features soft and warm. Clem couldn't help comparing herself to her. While Clem was all high cheekbones and patrician breeding, Emory was all full rosy cheeks and dusky skin, her dark eyes huge in her lovely face. And now she might die. Clem couldn't fathom it, the horror of the decision in front of Emory, but if it had been Clem in her position, she too would have offered up her life. Emory seemed really calm. It was Luca who was falling apart. Look, there's no way we're going there alone, he was saying now. If not the police, then my own security team can fan out, and... He'll know, Emory said softly. Look, Luca, I promise you, I won't give up. Once Bree is clear, I'll fight. I won't die as easily as Ray thinks I will. He could kill you both. He has nothing to lose. Clem's voice was flat, dead, and Emory came over to her and took her hand. No. I know Ray, he doesn't want to have to kill her. He just wants me. We'll get her back, I promise. Clem nodded, then pulled away from her, going over to the window. Her mind was a whirl of fear for her daughter, admiration and sadness for Emory and Luca, and she couldn't forget the look of hurt in Maximo's eyes when she'd said goodbye to him. Don't be stupid, don't get maudlin over a one-night stand. But that was just it. If this hadn't happened, she didn't think it would have been a one-night stand. Maximo was like no one she'd ever met before. Open, guiltless, and so damn sensual she could barely cope. When he'd first launched himself into her, God, that feeling of his members sinking hard and deep inside her. He was a masterful lover, sensual and commanding, and she had opened up to him in a way she had never done, even with Luca. Why does everything have to go to hell? She leaned her head against the cool glass of the window and looked down at the street below. Bree's face swam before her eyes. She and her daughter had a fractious yet loving relationship. Maybe she wasn't friends with Bree the way her daughter was friends with her more easygoing father, but that was okay. Clem and Luca had raised Bree to be a fine young woman, and Clem had played her role as the disciplinarian happily. Clementine had herself been raised for cotillions and society, and the fact that Bree, so tomboyish and geeky, had turned out the way she did had delighted her. Clem had hated that world, even though, as her mother and grandmother had often told her, she was made for it. Even the way she looked, with her finely angled face and elegant manner, made her a perfect fit. She turned now and rejoined Emory and Luca. Luca was talking on his cell phone, presumably to his security team, and Emory sat quietly beside him, her hand in his. Thank you for saving my daughter again, Emory, Clem said quietly. I wish it didn't have to be like this. Emory smiled a tired smile at her. We haven't got her back yet, Clem. Let's just hope. Yes, let's hope, Clem thought bitterly, although that bitterness wasn't directed at Emory. Let's hope Bree comes home safe and you dear girl, don't get brutally murdered by your bastard of an ex-husband. Geez. This world is messed up. Can I ask, Clem said, how on earth were you ever married to someone like him? Emory smiled again. Ever been at such a low ebb that anything seemed like a good idea at the time? Maximo flashed into Clem's mind, but she pushed the thought away and just nodded. Well, that was me a few years back. I've never known my father, but my mother was with me until she was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. Lymph nodes, bones, liver everywhere. It took her in less than 3 months. As you can imagine, the shock was debilitating. I was at college then, Ray was my professor. Very old story. It took me a good 5 years before I found out what he was really like. He hit you. Amongst other things. I think the word for someone like Ray is a sadist. He loves watching pain, inflicting it. However he chooses to kill me, it won't be quick, and it won't be merciful. Holy Christ, how can you even think like that? Emory looked drained, exhausted. Because I lived with it, Clementine. Every day he would describe a new way to kill me if I ever left him. Usually, while he was raping me. If I'm honest, I always knew he would. I just wanted some happiness before I died. She looked over at Luca, who was off his phone and had his head in his hands, listening to her. She put her hand on his thigh and smiled at Clem. And I have. I'm sorry that we didn't tell you, Clem, before the pictures came out, that you found out about us like that. I'm not sorry I fell in love with Luca. Clem didn't know how to react to that, except she felt shame. Shame for being hurt when Luca divorced her. Shame for being angry at him for moving on so quickly. He had been right. She and Luca had not been in love, not for a long time, and never had Luca looked at her like he was looking at Emory now. And as for herself, last night with Maximo had been a revelation. She closed her eyes and allowed herself the fantasy that Bree would come home safe, Emory would escape her psychotic ex-husband, and that she, Clem, could apologize to the sensual man she couldn't stop thinking about, that he might forgive her and take her in his arms. What time is it? Emory's voice shook Clem out of her reverie. 11 p.m. An hour. An hour to go before the rendezvous. Before her little girl was returned to her. An hour before the time when Emory might die. God. Clem looked at them both, and when she spoke, her voice was strong. I want my daughter back, she said, but as much as that, I want us all to be together at the end of this night. She looked at Emory. All of us. We'll get through this, so help me God, we will. I'll give you some time alone. She went to the guest bedroom, heard the couple go quietly into the other room and close the door. She went into the little ensuite bathroom, 2 doors away from the other bedroom so she couldn't hear them, and took out her phone. Maximo's voicemail kicked in. Her heart pounding, she began to speak and didn't stop until at last she started to cry. Portland. Jared held out the bottle. Z took the gifts warily. Thank you. She'd been asleep on the couch when she heard Jared's car pull up. For a second she thought about ignoring his knock, but the guilt kicked in and she'd reluctantly opened it. Jared had smiled at her, and as she studied him, his expression had been blank, innocent. May I come in? She hesitated for a second, and he put a hand on her arm. Z, I got lonely and I know it's late. She stepped aside to let him in. She followed him into the kitchen and opened the bottle. Jared sat, his smile almost a rictus. Z felt her stomach twist with irritation. She poured him a flute of the champagne he bought, a half glass for herself. He raised his glass. To family. She touched her glass to his and tried to smile. A strange silence fell. Z looked down at her hands, twisting the glass around and around on table. Jared put his hand on hers. You don't seem okay, Z. Is there something wrong? Yes, everything. No, I'm okay, just tired. I always seem to be tired lately. It's the strain of it all. David, the shooting. I guess it is. Another long silence. Jared sighed. Look, it's real warm in here. How about we go drink our beer on the stoop outside? Of course, it was him, Jared said a half-hour later as they sat on the steps outside her apartment. They kept their voices down so they wouldn't wake her neighbors. Didn't you say the door hadn't been broken into, that it had been unlocked? Who else could it have been? Z went cold thinking about it. What Jared was saying was making sense, but Flint had seemed almost too offended when she'd accused him of being the intruder. Now Jared had a point. Z sighed. You know what, Jared? I'm tired of talking about that. About him. Jared smiled, his expression almost tender. Couldn't agree more. He looked away for a second, then leaned in and kissed her cheek. How about I go grab us another couple of beers? Z smiled. Sounds like a plan. Flint drove until he was almost at her house and then killed the lights. He sat in the car for a moment, arguing with himself. Just leave it, man, she's bad luck. But something kept drawing him back to Z, and now he wanted to clear the air. The muscles in Flint's jaw clenched. He walked slowly around the side of the building, but stopped when he heard voices. Laughter. He stole a glance around the corner. Z and Podesta were sitting on the porch steps. Z had her back to Flint, but Podesta's expression was easy to read. Lust. Desire. Flint swallowed down the anger in him, but couldn't tear his eyes away. Then Podesta seemed to look straight at him. Flint's stomach lurched as he watched the big man kiss Zaya's cheek, tenderly, possessively. Flint wanted to beat the shit out of him right there, but instead watched Z say something to Jared and smile. The blood roaring in his ears, he watched as Jared went into the house, leaving Z alone on the porch. Flint watched her for a few seconds before sliding around the corner and into her eyeline. Emory sat next to Luca in the cab as they pulled into the shipping yard at 5 of midnight. She couldn't stop trembling, but she drew in a long breath. Luca, I want you to know that if everything doesn't go to plan, I have been happier in the last few weeks than I ever have before. Ever. I love you so much. He took her face in his hands and pressed his lips roughly to hers. They had made love a little earlier, both knowing it could be the last time. I can't bear this, he whispered. I know. Her cheeks were damp with tears. I love you, Emory. You are my world. She nodded and sighed. It's time. Outside, he reluctantly let her go, not taking his eyes from her as she walked, as per Ray's instructions, into the dark maze of containers. Luca felt his heart smash into pieces. How could he send her to her death like this? What the hell was wrong with him? In another cab parked behind the first, Clem saw her ex-husband drop his head into his hands as his love walked toward her certain death. Clem got out of the car and went to him, and they clasped hands. After a few moments they saw a figure, a tall figure, stumbling out of the mess of containers. Clem cried out as she saw Bree staggering towards them, and then they were running, speeding over to their daughter. To their relief, she didn't seem injured, but she was crying, sobbing uncontrollably. They couldn't make out what she was saying, but then they heard the cars screeching into the parking lot. From them poured many armed men who surged like a wave into the mass of containers. Luca, Clem, and Bree all looked at each other in confusion, until, out of the last car to arrive, stepped a tall man. Dark hair, dark beard, swarthy skin. Clem's heart leapt. Maximo. Portland. She started as she saw him, and his heart dropped when he saw the distress in her expression. You shouldn't be here. But she made no move to get up, instead shoving her hands into her lap, pulling her knees up to her chin again. He walked forward a little more, then stopped. They stared at each other for a long moment. Flint raised his chin and nodded towards the house. He's made himself at home. She said nothing and looked away from his gaze. Flint sighed. Look, Z, I wanted to apologize. She gave a humorless laugh. For what? Breaking into my apartment. Or lying about it. I did neither. I wanted to apologize for losing my temper earlier. She shook her head. You don't have to apologize, Flint. I'd rather just forget it and get on with my life. You shouldn't have come is all. I don't want you here. Is that it then? It's all over just like that. Even our friendship. You have a strange view of friendship. Z jumped at Jared's voice behind her. He put a hand on her shoulder and moved past her, walking over to where Flint stood. She asked you to go. Flint ignored him, looking around him to Z, who stood, clearly worried that the two men would fight. You let him make your decisions now? Zaya's eyes narrowed. I make my decisions, Flint. That Jared is supportive of them is no concern of yours. Not anymore. Her words made Flint's face redden, anger flashing in his eyes. Supportive? Is that the word for it? His smile was unpleasant, and Z turned away from both of them. Go home, Flint. This is not the time. Flint. Z whirled around and ran down the stairs just as Jared stepped closer to the visitor. Z was at his side, pushing Flint away from him. That's enough. Jared, please, let me handle this. Jared nodded and stepped back from them. Z made Flint look at her, holding his head between her hands. He gazed back at her, pain and tears in his eyes. He leaned his forehead against hers. He closed his eyes and wished the past few hours away again. Z pulled away and he opened his eyes. She was so beautiful, her face lit by the moonlight, her dark eyes soft and sorrowful. Please, Flint, don't make this harder. It's been hell these past months, just hell. I need to move on. Flint shook his head, the tears flowing freely now, his hands gripping the back of her head, desperate to keep her close. She tried to pull away, but he would not release her. Listen to me. He's no good for you, he whispered, and she gave a little gasp of distress, yanking herself free, angry now. She turned away from him and started to walk towards the house. Z. Flint started after her, but Jared was there, blocking his way. Get out of my way, Podesta. Damn, I seem to have said that a lot lately. You'd think you'd take the hint. Z whirled around. Jared is my friend, Flint. You don't get to talk to him like that. Flint recoiled at her tone, laden with dismissiveness, hurt. The arrogance of you. Jared spoke up now, walking towards Flint, a smile playing around his mouth. You think just because you knocked boots with Z, you have some almighty right to tell her how to live her life. Z sighed. Just leave him, Jared. Inside, they heard his car start up and drive away. Zaya's shoulders slumped. I'm sorry about that, Jared. He said nothing, just poured her another drink. Here. She threw back the shot of vodka and attempted a smile. We were having a good evening. We still can. Don't let Newland ruin it. He's in your past now, Z. This time he poured them both a drink and clinked his glass against hers. Onwards and upwards, baby girl. 5 minutes later, on the couch in the living room, she felt herself giving in to the exhaustion she felt. Outside, rain had started to fall, rattling against the windows, its rhythm soothing and soporific. Her cheek was against the soft fabric of the comforter, her legs curled up beneath her. Time slipped away from her, and the first flickers of dreams were like sparks in the darkness. She stirred. I'm sorry, I must have, the words slurred, and Jared smiled at her, his face soft. I'd better go to bed, or you'll be left with a zombie. She got up and swayed. Jared put his arm around her. Let me help you. She had shuffled a couple of steps before the darkness came, and as she passed out, she felt Jared sweep her up into his arms and carry her to her bed. The bedroom light went on, and Flint, sodden with rain, watched as Jared walked over to the window. He paused, looking down into the woods where Flint stood in the shadows. Jared appeared to look straight at him, a small smile on his lips. He turned his head as if to speak to someone, to Z, then drew the drapes slowly. Son of a gun. Flint got in his car and gunned the engine. Well, Jared could have her. Flint was done. He just hoped the pain in his heart would stop. Z came around just as Jared lay on top of her, pressing her legs apart. What the hell? Had she led him to this? And why did she feel so spaced out? Had he put something in her drink? It didn't matter, she needed it to stop. Now? No, Jared, please, I don't want this. Please let me go. He laughed. Don't tease me, Z, come on now. We both want this. She felt him pull her legs apart, felt his member pushing against her as he tried to enter her. Z started to sob, panicked, bucking to get him away from her. No, please, Jared, stop. Her voice rose, cracked, hoarse with terror. She pushed against his chest, her tears choking her. At that moment she didn't care if he killed her, her need to get him away from her, to stop him, all-consuming. Then, utter relief, Jared released her and sat back. She scrambled into a ball, tugging the sheet over her naked body. Her head ached, spinning fatigue. Her body ached from fighting him off, from the racking sobs which now faded away. She glanced at Jared. He sat there, naked and flaccid. His expression was shock. Not anger. Hurt. The lost little boy was back. Shame flooded through her. I'm sorry. She couldn't look at him anymore. She curled up away from him. Her head felt fuzzy again. So tired. I have tried and tried to make you see it, Jared said bitterly, not moving from the bed. You belong with your family, Z. But no, still you want to spread your legs for the pretty rich bad boy. Z gasped at his tone, angry, raging, spiteful. She got angry, and tugged the sheet over her nude body. Get out of my house, Jared, or I'll call the police. He stood up, and for a second she thought he might go, but turned suddenly and grabbed her, clamping a hand over her mouth. Well, now you'll learn all about loyalty, you little skank. Z tried to scream as Jared covered her body with his, tried to fight him off, but he was too strong for her. As he forced himself into her, Z struggled against him, but as he raped her, she suddenly knew one thing for sure. She was sure this monster couldn't be David's brother. Ray pushed Emory back against the metal container. Lovely Emory, you came back to me. Emory stared at him with a mixture of disgust and terror. The muzzle of his gun was pressed into the depression of her navel, and she knew it was all over. This was how she would die. Just get on with it, Ray. Just do it. Just shoot me. It'll be so good to know I never have to see your repellent face again, you piece of shit. Ray hissed, his spittle flicking her face, and she heard him click the safety off. Effing little skank, he said, pressing the gun harder into her abdomen. I'm going to enjoy this. There was light, a loud sound, lights. Emory was discombobulated for a second. Then, as she realized they were no longer alone, and that the loud noise wasn't Ray's gun, and that the expected bullet had never come, her heart leapt. Rescue. Ray laughed. They might kill me, sweetheart, but it won't save you. They heard a shout, and Ray's head shot around. Emory, taking advantage of the distraction, brought her knee up into his groin. Screw you, Ray. He groaned and let her go, and she didn't hesitate. She darted around him, and ran towards the commotion. Ray fired the gun at her, chasing, hunting, but the bullets pinged harmlessly off the containers around her. Almost free, she took a wrong turn and ended up at the edge of the water. She knew the bay was 200 feet deep, and she wasn't the best swimmer. Shit. She turned to backtrack, but Ray stood behind her, grinning widely. Emory could hear shouting now, people calling her name. All she could see, however, was the gun pointing at her belly, and Ray's hideously triumphant expression. It's all over now, Emory, he said softly, and smiling widely, pulled the trigger.
Part 4. Jesse.
They all heard it. The single gunshot. Not the fierce rattle of the weapons Maximo's men carried. Luca howled, he knew what that gunshot was. The end of everything. The end of Emory. God. No. We don't know it's her, Bree said, trying to get her arms around her father. Clem clung to both her daughter and Luca. Maximo had his hand on Clem's shoulder. Maximo's security guard's radio crackled. We've got him, boss. What about Miss Dutta? Clem looked at Maximo gratefully, and he gave her a half-smile. The guard repeated the question into his radio. No sign. Luca moaned as Bree looked distraught. Maximo's jaw clenched. Is Grace alive? They're bringing him now, sir. Maximo and Bree shared a look. Max cut his eyes to Bree's father, then he nodded to Bree. She understood. Keep him away from Ray Grace. As they waited for the men to bring Ray Grace to them, Clem came to stand by him. "Thank you, Maximo. For everything I'm sorry about. Please. This is not the time to talk about us." He had lowered his voice. "We don't know if Emory is safe yet." Clem nodded, but he could see the hurt in her eyes, and he felt remorseful. When she had called and begged him for his help, he hadn't hesitated, but the fact remained, Maximo Neri did not get too involved, even with the delectable Clementine. He'd fallen in love once before, only once, and he'd lost her the same way it looked like Luca Saffran had lost his Emory, violently. Only in Maximo's case, it had been his brother who murdered the love of Maximo's life. A shout, and then they all saw the security team dragging an overweight, middle-aged man with them. Maximo nodded to his own bodyguard, who stepped between Luca and Ray Grace. In the end, it took 4 men to hold Luca back. "Where is she? Where's Emory?" Ray Grace smiled nastily. "You'll never see her again, Saffran. She was never yours to begin with, I just took back what was mine." Luca spat at him. "Where is she?" "Dead," Ray snarled at him. "I put a bullet in her gut, and now she's sinking to the bottom of the bay. She's gone." Luca roared and leapt for him. The guards pulled him back and held him as he raged in his absolute grief. Clem was holding a hysterically sobbing Bree, her own face creased with distress. Ray Grace started laughing. Maximo raised his hand and dealt Ray a shattering blow across the head. Ray staggered and cursed. Maximo got in his face. "Mr. Saffran wants to rip you limb from limb, figlio di puttana. Shall I let him have you?" Ray Grace quailed in the face of Maximo's anger and the murderous rage on Luca Saffran's face. Luca was fighting against the men holding him back. Maximo turned to him. "Luca, I'm giving you the choice. If you want him dead, there are ways. But then he gets the easy way out. If your Emory is, as he claims, dead, he should face the full weight of the law. It will not be hard to find incontrovertible evidence of his guilt. But this Stronzo might be lying. She could be out there, somewhere hiding out from him. If he did shoot her, we can call the Coast Guard. But as I say, is your right, your choice." Luca's face hardened, and he calmed enough to squint at Maximo, as if seeing him properly for the first time. "Who are you?" Maximo smiled. "I'm a friend of Clementine's. Maximo Neri. Believe it or not, we have met before." He held his hand out. Luca took it, calm now, but his eyes still shone with grief, with anger. "Why are you here?" "Clem asked me to help." Luca looked at his ex-wife, still shell-shocked, still holding his sobbing daughter. "You didn't think I could handle this?" "I was scared you couldn't think straight with what was at risk," she said gently. "I wanted someone clear-headed but with the same resources available. It never hurts to have friends, Luca." Clem flushed a little, but neither Luca or Maximo noticed. Maximo nodded his head at a groggy Ray. "If you don't want to make up your mind tonight, we can arrange to have him held somewhere." Luca gave a brisk nod. "Yes. For now, I just want to find Emory." Maximo nodded. "I have a guy they first can call. We'll sweep the entire coast, the entire city if we have to. We'll find your Emory." Flint Newland felt someone poking at him, and swatted the hand away, groaning. "Get up, moron. If Dad sees you here, looking like shit, he'll go into one of his moods." Flint opened his eyes. His half-sister Hannah made an amused face at him. "To what do we owe this honor? You haven't been home for weeks." Flint sighed. Hannah obviously wasn't going to let him sleep off his hangover. He didn't remember driving back to the home, the mansion, that Hannah still shared with their mom and Flint's stepdad, Hannah's father. Then again, he had left Zaya's place in such a rage after his argument with Z and Podesta. Geez. He was better off away from that whole situation. Hannah narrowed her eyes at him. His half-sister was only 5 years younger than his 32, but to him, she would always be his kid sister, instead of the successful PR maven she was becoming. He shifted over on the couch to let her sit beside him. "What's up, bro? You look pissed." "Maybe 'cause a brat just woke me up." She poked him, and he grinned. I'm okay, Hannah Banana. Just woman trouble. Hannah scoffed. You? Flint shrugged, and she looked at him, amazement in her eyes. You've fallen for someone. Flint blew out his cheeks. Yup. Can't lie. It's just a damn annoyance. She is a damn annoyance. Want to talk about it? Flint looked at his sister and considered. Actually, I do. Hannah made her brother some eggs while he showered, and then as they ate, he told her about Z, minus the details of their physical trysts, of course. Hannah listened, sipping her black coffee, and waited until he finished. Huh. Flint's eyebrows shot up. Huh. So she got scared and accused you of breaking in. Ever think she might be traumatized? PTSD and all that? Then you go and storm out. She accused me of attacking her. Flint was outraged that his sister was on Zaya's side. Hannah was quiet for a long moment. Flint, she's confused, probably all over the place. The way to prove her wrong, to possibly have a future, is to be the guy who is steady, the guy she can rely on. I bet she's sorry she accused you. Flint sighed. I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it. Life is so much more complicated when feelings are involved. Dude, you're 32. Grow up. No one's buying your bad boy shtick anymore. It's just sad. But she said it with a smile on her face, and he couldn't help but grin back. I guess you're right. Man, when did you get to be so smart? 5 seconds after I was born. There I was, covered in unspeakable goo, and then pow. Brainiac. Go see your girl. Z drove to the diner, barely registering where she was going. A migraine banged around her head. Even the aspirin she'd thrown back had no effect. Glancing in the rear-view mirror, she grimaced. Her eyes were puffy, her skin wan. She looked stricken and defeated. At the diner, she hesitated before leaving the car. So tempting to just take off, she thought, leave all this crap behind. The night before had been the worst night of her life. Even worse than finding out her beloved David was a multiple murderer, of children no less, and that he, too, was dead. Last night, Jared Podesta had taken something from her. Something deep in her soul. After he had finished, he'd fallen asleep on top of her, making it impossible to move. She'd tried to ease out, but Jared had kept his thick, heavy arm locked around her. On his arm now, she saw it. A fading bruise. She knew instantly where it had come from. Terror had set in then, this man beside her. She had cried herself to sleep. This morning he had gone. She had crawled out of her bed and into the shower, scrubbing at herself, before realizing she was washing away all the evidence. Not that she could have gone to the police anyway. God. Jared had known that too. Reporting his crime would expose her. Bastard. She had never felt as alone as she did that morning. Teresa looked at Zaya's face, at her eyes, and said nothing, just hugged her. All morning she kept glancing up, checking on Z silently, and Z was grateful for her friend's discretion. She pondered telling Teresa everything, just so she could talk about what had happened, but then decided against it. She found herself becoming angry at David. He was the one who had changed everything, sent her life into this tailspin. How could you have done it, David? Much to her chagrin, she was also hoping that Flint would come by. She wanted to apologize to him for going off on him. If she was honest, it wasn't the only reason. Flint Newland had gotten under her skin, and the fact that he behaved like James Dean on a good day, she felt a connection, something deeper. She asked Teresa about him, casually, or so she thought. So, what's Flint Newland's story? I thought he was an ex-jailbird, but then he tells me he owns my building, actually the whole block. Teresa nodded. I keep forgetting, you're not from around here. The Newlands are huge in Portland, I mean massive. They fund colleges and schools, own big swaths of the city. Freddie Newland, Flint's father, was a property magnate and he loved this city. Flint isn't a businessman, but he does love to build stuff with his own hands. But yeah, he's worth billions. Z shook her head. Of all the people. Teresa laughed. I know, and Flint doesn't help with his reputation. He doesn't get involved, he takes what he wants and never promises anything. But there's a good guy underneath all of that. Z smiled. How come you and him? Teresa made a face. Apart from the fact he's like my little brother, he's not my type. I like bald with a beard and a bike. Z laughed, the weight lifting slightly from her. He likes you, Teresa went on, nudging her. Never seen him look at a woman the way he looks at you. Anyway, table 5's waiting on me, so? She left Z alone in the kitchen, thinking about what Teresa had just told her. She sighed. Well, I screwed that up then. She cleaned up her workstation absent-mindedly. Could my life be any more of a mess? She pushed the thought away and got to work. Bree Saffran was going crazy. After refusing to stay in the hospital overnight, she had gone home with her mother and had lain awake all night. Luca had come home with them, and she could hear him and her mother talking long into the night. Emory was gone, probably dead, and it was because of her, Bree again. Yeah, she knew what they all said. It was David Azzano and Ray Grace who had committed the crimes. She wasn't responsible for their actions, but Bree felt that weight. She couldn't get Ray Grace's sneering face out of her head. I put a bullet in her gut, and now she's sinking to the bottom of the bay. She's gone. Bree moaned, trying to get the image of Emory being shot out of her mind. It replayed over and over in her mind. Now, as she showered mid-morning, she felt desperate to get out of the house, away from everyone and everything. Grieve in private. I'm going out, she told her parents a half-hour later. Her father looked shattered, her mother drained and pale. Clem stood and hugged her daughter. I wish you would take protection with you, but looking at your face, I know you won't. Go somewhere public and park outside if you have to. Normally, Bree would have rolled her eyes at her mother, but Clem was clearly trying not to curb her independence, and Bree appreciated it. I'll be careful, I promise, Mom. Clem nodded, and Luca tried to smile at his daughter. Love you, Boo. She went to hug him. Don't give up hope, Dad. The coffeehouse near Pike Place was reasonably empty for a Saturday. Bree ordered a vanilla latte and grabbed a seat on one of the couches in the back. She dragged her book from her bag and hunkered down, giving out her best do not disturb vibes. In the city, she'd sought out a bookstore, one of the large, anonymous ones she rarely frequented. Today, she didn't want to speak to anyone or be noticed, recognized. For an hour or two, it worked. She lost herself in the book, forgot where she was, and just read. Only the persistent nagging image of Emory lingered at the back of her mind, distracting her every few seconds. Eventually, she put her book down and closed her eyes, rubbing the bridge of her nose. A headache pounded at her temples. Bree suddenly felt like she could scream. Her chest tightened and hot tears forced themselves out of her closed eyelids. Bree wasn't typically a crier, but as the panic attack built, she found she couldn't breathe, couldn't stop the tears. Stop it, stop it, stop it, she whispered, aware that people would start to stare. Breathe in deep through your nose and hold it. That's good. Then breathe right out, even longer than you think you have air for, then in again. She followed the directions of the soft male voice speaking to her, and after a minute or two, felt the panic attack start to abate. She slowly opened her eyes. Her savior was sitting across from her now, his bright blue eyes on her, his light brown hair falling to his shoulders. He looked vaguely familiar, but right at this moment, she didn't care about that. Keep breathing deep, he said. It's better than Valium, I promise. Bree did as she was told, and 5 minutes later, she smiled hesitantly at the man across from her. Thank you. You're very kind. I'm Bree. Jesse Klein. Bree started. Hey, you're Lexi's brother. Jesse nodded, his eyes clouding. Yeah. I'm so sorry about Lexi, Bree said, her heart pounding with sadness. Lexi had been her age when David Azzano had murdered her at Auburn. She was a lovely person, really bright. And funny too, I remember. Jesse smiled. I'm glad you remembered that. Not a lot of people do. They remember the cute cheerleader, the straightest student, but to me, she was the funniest person I ever knew. Bree smiled at him. Yes, she was, really funny. And kind too. I remember one day, she came to see me after I had a bad day in one class. It was just after my mom and dad had decided to get divorced, and even though it was definitely for the best, I guess it backed up on me that day. I got into an argument with one of the professors. Lexi came to find me afterward and sat with me for a while. Guess that kindness runs in the family. Jesse grinned, and Bree's sides did a little dance. His smile was to die for. Hey, listen, do you mind if I join you for a while? Can I get you another latte? Bree smiled. Yes, you can to the first question, but I'm buying the coffee. It's the least I could do. Much later, as evening began to fall, they walked down to the waterfront and to one of the seafood restaurants there. The waitress dumped the bowl full of shellfish, red potatoes, and corn onto the table as they sipped their cold sodas. Bree was happy to see that Jessie loved food as much as she did. So, she said, crunching into a buttery piece of corn, I assume you were at Auburn before us? What do you do now? Photography, he said. Just started my own business. Dad wanted me to go into the family business, but I balked. Running an airline isn't my thing. Bree nodded thoughtfully. Nah, me either. Flying planes, what a drag. Jessie grinned at her tone. Now see, if it had been flying planes, then I might have considered it, but it's more the running of the airline. Yawn. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? 26. You? 19. Granddad. Fetus. They both laughed and Bree sighed. Thanks for today, I really mean it. It's been a weird 24 hours, and with not knowing about Emory, it just all got to me. Jess's eyes were full of empathy. Anytime. God, how you're even standing is beyond me. Bree suddenly felt shy. I won't be cowed by anyone. Good for you. He walked her back to her car. Bree, can we do this again? Soon? You may think I helped you, but trust me, you helped me just as much. I'd like to see you again. Bree flushed and grinned to cover her embarrassment. Give me your cell phone. She programmed her own number in, then sent a text to her own phone. Soon. Jessie grinned and kissed her cheek. Very soon. Portland. As evening fell, Z was taking a tray of food to one of the tables outside, the young men with the party flirting with her and making her laugh. For a second, she felt the weight on her chest lift, enjoying the attention. One of the young men slipped his cell number onto her tray, and she grinned. They thanked her for the food and fell on the burgers and fries as if they hadn't eaten for a week. Z wished them a good afternoon and turned and collided with Jared. She jumped back as if she had been burned, and he put his hands up, his expression contrite. Please. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. She gaped at him. The men at the table looked up, and she flushed. Jared took her arm and led her away from them. Z wanted to pull away, but didn't want to make a scene. Everything inside of her was screaming at her to run away, but Jared had managed to corner her. She couldn't stop trembling. Z, I wanted to come and see you. About the reprehensible way I acted yesterday, I cannot apologize enough. I am so sorry. I had had too much to drink and my pride was hurt because of, well, let's not dwell on that. He seemed so genuine and yet, his whole demeanor was off, intimidating. He stood too close, looking down at her, blocking her from moving. His smile didn't reach his eyes, and they raked over her body in a way that made her cringe. Jared, Her voice was scratchy. He interrupted. Z, please, let me make it up to you, let me take you out. Tonight. And then afterward, we can talk about what happened. Afterward? Bile rose in her throat. No. I'm sorry, Jared. I think it's best if we don't spend any more time together. I mean it. Please. He stepped even closer. But we're family, Z. He was backing her into the alley, out of sight of the street, of safety. His eyes burned through her. Z saw him reach into his jacket and felt icy coldness rush through her veins. She cast a panicked look around her, her legs wobbling. If he pulled out a weapon, all the muscles in her body tensed for an assault. His big frame was blocking the light out. Z, are you scared of me? Jared was still smiling. I wouldn't hurt you, Z. I'm sorry about yesterday. Truly. The mocking tone of his voice belied his words. Zaya's throat had closed. She steeled herself and took a step around him, back out into the view of the street. Her body did not relax through, still braced for an attack. Jared, please go. Jared's smile faded and he stared down at her, his lip curling. He pulled a jewelry box from his jacket. I wanted to give you this. It's an heirloom of mine and David's. He held out the box to her. You are not David's brother, I do not believe you. He would never have. She broke off, angry, and slapped the box away. I don't want anything from you except peace. Go and never come back. Jared sighed, shaking his head, a mocking smile on his face. I thought you were worthy to wear my mother's necklace. But apparently not. He tucked the box back in his jacket. You disappoint me, Z, you really do. He stepped toward her and Z had to fight her fear to stand her ground. Jared's eyes bore into hers. You little skank. How many men have tasted that pretty little cherry of yours? Hundreds, I bet. Z took a deep breath in, trying not to scream. And then she saw him. Leaning against the hood of his car, watching them from across the street. Flint. She met his gaze and felt her whole body relax. He was her protection. As they stared at each other, they both started to smile. Jared was talking again, but she couldn't hear what he was saying. Jared. She interrupted him, not looking away from Flint. I meant what I said. I never want to see you again, and if I do, I will go to the police. I had a doctor take a rape kit this morning, take photos. If you want to remain a free man, I suggest you leave Portland for good. I have to go back to work now, excuse me. Her voice was strong, determined. Jared followed her gaze over to the police station. Flint stared back at the older man, his expression fierce. He took a step towards them, his eyes blazing fury as he stared at Jared, but Z put her hand up, halting him. Goodbye, Jared. Zaya's tone was decisive, and she stepped around him, throwing another grateful smile over to Flint as she re-entered the diner. She saw him grin at her, then get in his car and drive away. At 11, Z was exhausted. Finally, the diner cleared out, and Teresa took a break at Zaya's insistence. Z sat at the counter, sorting out cash to take to the bank. She yawned, her eyes feeling sore and heavy. She closed them and felt herself sway, sleep a temptress she would quite easily give in to right now. The door clattered. She looked up and grinned. Flint was coming in the door. He smiled back, then turned and locked the door, flicking the close sign. Z was confused. What are you? We need to talk about earlier. Zaya's heart sank. What about it? She avoided his eye. What was Podesta saying to you? Nothing much. Z. I saw your face. You were scared. Flint. Z looked around and he followed her gaze. There's no one here, Z. We're gonna talk about this. Z looked uncomfortable. Flint. What happened? She wouldn't look him in the eye. It was really nothing. He made a pass at me, and I turned him down. The lie hung there for a second before Flint answered. Okay. He reached over and put his hand over hers. Z. The concern in his voice, the feel of his skin on hers, made her eyes prickle. What the hell was wrong with her? She needed to grow a thicker skin. She dashed away a traitor tear with the back of her hand. Flint, honestly, it was nothing, and I'd really like to forget it. Did he touch you? His question made her throat close. She refilled his coffee cup and saw her hand shaking. Flint, please. Her voice was barely a whisper. Coming behind the counter, he pulled her into the kitchen and took her in his arms. For a second she resisted, but the smell of his clean skin and the warmth of his body against hers was too much, and she let him pull her closer. Z, did he? He raped me. Last night he raped me. I think he drugged me, but I can't be sure. Flint looked horrified. Geez, Z, we need to go to the police. She shook her head. I can't, Flint. I can't. He was staring at her. Whatever it is you are hiding, Z, you can trust me with it. He sat her down. Z stared into his eyes, and for some unknown reason, everything she had been through flooded out of her. David, the shooting, her move to Portland, and Jared. By the time she was finished, she half expected him to get up and walk away. She wouldn't blame him if he did. I'm sorry for accusing you of breaking in, Flint. I don't know what I was thinking. He brushed a hand through her hair. Sweetheart, don't even think about that. Look, the first thing we need to do is go get you checked out. Yes, look, we can go private. My family's doctors are discreet. We need to get a rape kit. Then we need to find out exactly who this Jared Podesta is. Bree was plagued with nightmares. Nightmares about being tied up in the back of Ray Grace's car, or being back in the school. And in every dream, Emory was there, telling her to run, get away from whatever pending fate was awaiting them both. She saw Emory being stabbed, being shot, bleeding. There was always so much blood. Bree awoke, sobbing. As she calmed herself, telling herself over and over that it was just a dream, the reality came screaming back. Emory was somewhere, badly hurt or probably dead. Bree got up and padded to the kitchen. She started as she saw her dad standing at the window staring out. Dad? Luca turned and half smiled. Hey, kiddo. She hugged him. Did you hear anything? He shook his head. The Coast Guard hasn't found anything yet, and the shipping yard people have checked every container. They found fresh blood on the edge of the jetty, a spent cartridge nearby. Bree felt her heart sink and she looked at her father. Dad? If the DNA matches Emory's, then yes, it looks like he shot her and she went into the water. Oh God, Dad. Lucas struggled to keep his emotions in check as he hugged his daughter. I won't believe it, Bree, not until they find her body. I'll never believe she's gone. Bree wanted to comfort her father, but she could not find the words. After talking with him for a while longer, she went back to bed, but lay awake, brooding. Glancing at the clock, she saw it was a little after 2 a.m. She grabbed her cell phone and typed out a text. Are you awake? I know it's late. I'm sorry. Jess's reply came back a second later. I'm awake and it's no problem. You okay? No. They found blood at the scene where Emory went missing. God, I'm sorry, Bree. That's rough. I don't know what to tell my dad. He's in pieces. There was a longer pause between the tests this time. Then, I will be honest. There's nothing anyone can say that will make him feel better. It seems cold, but you just have to get through it, go through the 5 stages. At least we had closure. We had Lexi's body to bury and grieve over. Have you got a big family? There were 3 of us, Lexi, me and Kizzy. Kizzy didn't go to Auburn. She had a scholarship to the Peabody Institute. She plays the cello. That's cool. Is she okay? Long pause. No, not really. She's in a facility at the moment for depression. She was Lexi's twin. Oh God, I'm sorry. So much damage. So much. How about you? Family? Only child. Ah, little princess. Bree chuckled to herself. Damn right. Bow down, surf. Genuflex, wanna get together tomorrow? Bree smiled, the tightness in her chest lifting. Love to. Good. Meet me at the Sound Garden at noon. You got it. Good night, Jay, thanks for talking to me. Anytime, Your Majesty. Jay. Bree put her phone down and got under her sheets. There was still a terrible ache inside of her, but maybe, just maybe, Jesse Klein would be able to assuage that ache for a few hours. And it has nothing, she told herself, to do with those beautiful, shining blue eyes of his. Oh no. Z sat in Flint's apartment as he made them both some coffee. His apartment was nothing like she imagined. No motorcycle or car parts littering the floors, no girly magazines. All of the stereotypical bad boy things were just absent. Instead, it was decorated elegantly in pale duck egg blue, rows of shelves with books of all genres, sketchpads, art materials. She wondered why he felt the need to behave as he did, when today he had shown himself to be caring, sympathetic, and very much in charge, a definite grown-up. Flint brought 2 steaming cups over to the couch and sat down with her. I asked the doc to get back to us whenever he had some information, but he couldn't give me a time frame. It's okay. He touched her cheek. I know, but I keep thinking, the longer we wait, the further Jared Podesta has the chance to run. My detectives are checking into him with what information they have already. Z half smiled. You have your own detectives? Flint grinned. There are some perks to being a trust fund brat. Now come on, she laughed, don't give me that. You build things, my apartment block for instance. Her smile faded as she recalled what had happened to her there. Damn. I thought I was past being upset about this. Her eyes filled with tears and she brushed them away with her hand. I think Jared may have known about me and David longer than he says. She was silent for a moment. Thank you. Flint's cell phone buzzed and he looked at the caller ID. It's the doc, that was quick. He answered the call, and Z watched his face as he took in what the doctor was telling him. He thanked the doctor and ended the call. Flint. Does he have good news? Flint winced. He got up and stared out of the window. Z watched him, dread building inside her. Flint. Please don't tell me. He didn't ejaculate. There's no DNA evidence. I'm so sorry. Zaya's shoulders slumped. No. Oh goddamn. Tears spilled out and she started to sob. Flint took her in his arms. She gulped, trying to stop the tears. I was so sure that it would be enough. That at least something could have come from. She took a deep breath in, closing her eyes. She was back there then, back in her home, Jared forcing himself into her. Oh God. Flint let her cry herself out, rocking her gently, his lips on her hair. I'm so sorry, darlin'. I promise you, we'll get him. Luca spent his 4th sleepless night alone in the apartment where Emory had lived. He had told Bree he needed some time, and now that she seemed to be coping, he'd moved back to the apartment. Maybe this was a mistake, he told himself now, dog-tired and wiped out. All of Emory's things were here, the few things she'd taken from her marital home, but everything reminded him. The scent of her perfume in the bathroom, on the pillows. Luca laid down on the bed and buried his face in her pillow, conjuring up a memory. Before Bree's abduction, they had been alone here one night. She'd cooked a sensational seafood linguine dish followed by a strawberry sorbet. She had been in a joyous mood that night, secretive, playful. After dinner, they'd enjoyed a drink out on the balcony. It had been a warm night and just after midnight. Emory had grinned over at him, then had gotten up and walked slowly to him. She'd slowly pulled open her black wrap dress to reveal underneath, not panties and a bra, but a leather harness with leather straps that crisscrossed her curves between her breasts over her belly. Luca's eyes had opened wide. That I wasn't expecting. Emory smiled shyly. You like? He grinned widely. And how? She straddled him, but as he reached for her, she took his hands and placed them down by his side. I'm in charge tonight, Mr. Saffran. Luca smiled. Yes, ma'am. She unzipped his pants and reached in to pull his member from his underwear. It was already stiffening, and she smiled and slid from his lap and onto her knees, taking the wide crest of his member into her mouth. God, Emory. Emory, don't stop. Emory's mouth curved up into a smile, and she began to suck at him, gently at first, then with greater intensity as he thickened and swelled in her mouth. Her hand fisted the root of him, the other massaged his sack until he was shuddering and jerking underneath her. He came in a torrent, groaning her name again and again as he shot into her warm, soft mouth and she swallowed his seed. She stood and spread her legs wide, and he clamped his hands on her round buttocks, his face seeking her cherry greedily, his tongue sweeping along the soft peachy folds, lashing around her labia. His teeth nipped at the sensitive bud, and he heard her gasp as his tongue plunged deep into her. Gosh, this woman, she tasted of honey and salt, her musky perfume making his sense reel. He marveled at her caramel skin and the leather straps that dug into it slightly, plumping her chest out, cutting into her fleshy hips, the pattern of them creating a frame for her navel. My gosh, have you any idea how exquisite you are? He stood at the foot of the bed admiring her, his hand stroking his member. My darling, would you touch yourself for me? Emory smiled and her hand caressed her breast and her belly, then moved down into her cherry, her fingers stroking along the slick crevice, spreading the labia wide so he could see her. Luca's member grew ever thicker as he watched her. Then finally, when he could bear it no longer, he moved onto the bed and covered her body with his. Come inside me, she whispered, but he grinned wickedly. You want this? He said gruffly and slid into her, but only an inch. She moaned in anticipation, and he laughed and withdrew to her groans of dismay. Ask me to screw you, Emory. Screw me, Luca, make me yours. He thrust deep into her, and she gasped as he slammed his hips hard against hers. Luca buried his head in her neck as he came again and deep into her belly. Luca groaned now as he remembered that night. Please come back to me, baby, he whispered, but when he finally slept, all he dreamed of were bullets and blood and Emory, his beautiful, sensual, ethereal Emory, falling backward into the endless depths of Elliott Bay and disappearing forever. Clementine had heard nothing from Maximo in days, not since the night Bree was released. As Luca had taken Bree to the waiting cab, she had taken Maximo's hands. Thank you, Maximo. I mean it. I will be forever grateful. She looked over to Ray Grace, still snarling and trying to wriggle free of his much bigger captors. What will you do with him? Maximo gave her a chilly smile. In the end, it is Luca's decision. We will keep this scum somewhere he won't ever escape from. His stay will be less than 5 stars, I can assure you. The look in his eyes made Clem shiver a little, and he noticed. Drawing her away from everyone, he met her gaze. Bella Clementine, we have had a wonderful time together. But I am a realist. You are not ready for what I need, and I do not have the time to wait around in this country. My business calls me home. You always have an open invitation to come to my home on Lake Garda, or my apartment in Rome. But for now, be with your family. They need you. He kissed her cheek and she watched him walk away, a mix of emotions swirling inside of her. Now that things were settling down, albeit with the ongoing search for Emory, Clem was missing her Italian lover. One night, she thought, one night was all we had, and then she felt guilty. It was looking increasingly likely that Luca would never have another night with his love. God, poor Luca. Her ex-husband was a shadow of his former self, a broken man. Bree was Bree. Never one to show her emotions, her daughter was handling things stoically, but Clem knew that Bree, too, was mourning Emory. The young teacher had become part of their family now. Even Clem accepted it. She would never forget that young woman's bravery, but she didn't hold out much hope that Emory was alive. The Coast Guard had swept Elliott Bay and the coastlines that surrounded it, but had come up with nothing. Clem sighed. She had decided to go back to work, but now, sitting in her office, she couldn't concentrate. How had her life become this, so quickly, so brutally? She needed something new, a project, a reason to function. She glanced at the photograph of Bree on her desk. It was a couple of years ago. Bree was dressed in her hockey uniform, covered in mud with a huge grin on her face. The Auburn school badge stood out proudly on the shirt. Clem suddenly thought of an online article she'd seen shortly after the massacre at Auburn. It had been titled "Just Another School Shooting," and it had caused outrage amongst some people who hadn't bothered to read the article. Clem had read it 5 times and had found it deeply moving. The title referred to the fact that America was getting used to these acts of horror and that jaded news reporting didn't take account of the personal stories or the real people affected by these tragedies. Clem found the article again via a search engine and read it through. An idea was forming in her head, but she couldn't quite make it into a solid enough plan. Start at the beginning, she told herself. There was nothing Clem did better than organizing her thoughts. First things first, talk to the author. She scrolled back up to the header. The article had been written by Tatiana Mendelssohn. The copy included a Twitter link and an email address, care of the online periodical. Clem clicked on the email address, opening up a draft in her Outlook folder, and began to type. Z woke up in her bed, wrapped in the comforter. She must have fallen asleep talking to Flint. He was asleep in the armchair next to the bed, and she smiled as she watched him. God, this man, it was dangerous, but she could fall for him so easily. Like you haven't already. Shut up, she told herself. Could she trust him, or was this show of the Good Samaritan just because she'd been raped? She said it to herself. An act of violence. Jared Podesta was an evil, manipulative son of a gun who had violated her in the worst way. Rape. Jerk, she whispered to herself. I hope you rot in hell, Jared Podesta, or whatever the hell your name is. No more. She had decided that earlier, but now she repeated like a mantra. No more would she let David's actions in Auburn define who she was. Nor would she ever be the girl who was raped. She was Z Azano, a trained chef, an excellent chef. Z looked over at Flint again, and although she smiled, she knew that even Flint could not be allowed to hold her back. I can feel you watching me, Flint mumbled and opened an eye. He chuckled as she burrowed into the cocoon of her comforter and feigned innocence. And you're a terrible hider. He suddenly moved onto the bed next to her and tried to tickle her. Z yelled, laughing furiously until he gave up but kept his arm locked around her. Their faces were inches apart. Hello, pretty girl, he said softly, and the tender, loving tone in his voice made all the emotions rush out of her. Z felt the hole in her chest crack open, and she began to sob, letting all the grief, anger, fear, and hurt out. Flint's arms tightened around her. Finally, her tears stopped, and she looked up at him, touching his cheek. Flint, But he didn't let her finish. He kissed her again, harder, sliding his hand under her hair. He pressed his body against hers and felt her respond. Then they were tearing at each other's clothes. Flint slid his hands under her t-shirt and tugged it over her head. Z kissed his stomach as she removed his shirt. He looked down at her. Are you sure? She nodded. I love you. I'm sure. And suddenly she knew the truth of those words. You love me. More than anything. He kissed her, crushing his mouth against his. I love you too, baby. Just me and you now. For all time. She smiled, but her eyes were sad. Make the world go away, Flint. He pressed his lips to her forehead, kissing away the crease. Anything for you, darlin'. Anything. She felt the hurt slip away as he moved inside of her. Flint moaned, whispering her name, and she kissed him, tightening her legs around him, pulling him deeper into her. Their lovemaking became intense, their eyes locked on the other's, their breath quickening. Zaya's back arched, and he gathered her to him as she came, marveling at the ecstasy on her face, feeling her fingers digging into his back. As he felt himself peak, he buried his face in her neck, moaning her name over and over. Flint knew he had spoken the truth when he told her that he loved her, but somewhere deep inside of him, his old nature called out to him, telling him to run. And he didn't know if he would be strong enough, if his love was strong enough, to ignore that call. Jessie leaned over to Bree's side of the table. Earth to Bree. Good people of Earth to Bree. She grinned but still didn't put down her cell phone. 1 second, babe. Babe? She flushed from the roots of her hair and grimaced. Sorry about that. Jessie looked amused. Don't apologize. I liked it. Over the past days with Jessie, heated tension had built between them, the odd look held too long, the brush of a hand against another, the desire to link fingers. Their chemistry was palpable, and Bree increasingly found herself short of breath in the best way when she was with him. He was the first person she thought about now when she woke, the first person she wanted to talk to. Even though they had known each other for such a short time, she felt as if they had always been friends, confidants, partners. Now, as they sat in the coffeehouse, Jessie moved round to sit next to her. The couch they had taken over was set in a little alcove, away from the sight of the other patrons. His hand came up to stroke her cheek with his thumb. Bree couldn't tear her gaze away from him. His lips were against her skin then, seeking her mouth. She sighed, sinking into the kiss. Jessie raised his head and smiled at her, and they both laughed. Wow. Bree was trying to catch her breath. Jessie nodded, laughing. You can say that again. Bree, I have never felt like this before, have you? Jessie brushed away the hair that was sticking to the sweat on her face. All the tension from earlier was gone. He ran a finger down her cheek. I've been waiting a long time for this day. I know. Her voice was so soft he could hardly hear her, but her eyes were shining. Want to go hang out somewhere more private? Bree nodded, suddenly unable to speak. Hand in hand, they walked out into the coffee shop. Jess's cell phone beeped. Ignore it, Jessie said softly. You didn't answer my question. What question? She laughed as he rolled his eyes and relented. No, Jessie, I've never felt like this before. He grinned widely. Good, I'm glad to hear it. He took her in his arms and kissed her again. Bree Saffran, I don't know about you, but I'm really excited about where this is going. Bree smiled up at him. Me too, Jessie Klein. Me too. Standing alone in his apartment, staring it out at the inky Washington night, Luca Saffran squeezed his eyes shut, his chest constricting suddenly. He pictured Emory next to him, her hand in his. He could almost feel her skin against his. He balled his fists up and tried not to sob. Please come home and I'll try, Emory. I'll try desperately not to tell you how much I love you. And how scared, how terrified I am that you've been taken from me forever. That the monster you were married to fired hot metal into your precious body and murdered you. Please, please, wherever you are. Come home.
Part 5. Bree.
Seattle. Clementine Saffran put the phone down slowly. Her ex-husband Luca sounded. God, she didn't want to think what he sounded like, but his voice when she'd answered his call had been steady but hollow. Heartbroken. I know it's a lot to ask, he'd said in quiet voice, but I really need to talk to someone. She hadn't hesitated. Regardless of their divorce, she had spent over half her lifetime with this man. He was still and always would be her best friend. Come over. I'll be here, she told Luca. Bree was out of the house again, somewhere in the city with Jessie Klein, and Clem was glad her daughter seemed to be doing better. Emory Grace's disappearance hung heavily over the entire family. Emory Dutta, Clem corrected herself. Emory would not thank her for calling her by the name of the man who had once been her husband, had often abused her, and now had more than likely murdered her in cold blood. Clem blew out a long breath. The past few months had been a whirlwind of tragedy and terror. 6 months ago, she'd barely known Emory, just from meeting her a few times at parent-teacher evening at Auburn College, the very exclusive, very expensive private school that Bree attended. She'd liked the young woman and had seen her intelligence and her warmth, but damned if she'd had any idea of just how interlinked their lives had become. You're distracting yourself. Clem sighed. Yes, she was trying to, anyway. Trying to distract herself from the paparazzi photograph of Maximo in the newspaper today. The photograph of him with his arm around a stunning woman, an Italian actress, the blurb said. Clem didn't recognize the name, but then, she couldn't remember the last time she watched a movie. Maybe she should see more now that Bree was so often out. There you go again. It won't work, Clementine. You can't stop thinking about Maximo for 1 second, can you? Shut up, she told herself through gritted teeth, then sighed. The photograph was haunting her. She recalled that blissful night she had spent in Max's arms, his sensuality, his prowess in bed, his huge thick member driving her to abandon. The pain of seeing him with another woman made her stomach ache. Maximo had stepped up when Bree was abducted and was still, as far as she knew, holding Raymond Grace somewhere he couldn't be a danger to anyone. But as for his relationship with Clem, you are not ready for what I need, and I do not have the time to wait around. Those had been his words to her, the last time she'd seen him. Well, you certainly didn't waste time, did you, Maximo? Clem tortured herself with imagining him in bed with the Italian actress, plowing into her as hard as he could, barely remembering Clem's name. She had worked herself up into a state by the time Luca arrived, but when she saw the heartache, the devastation on his face, she silently berated herself. She let him in and hugged him awkwardly. When did our hugs get so awkward? She asked herself, hearing the answer immediately. when he fell in love with Emory. Luca had stopped being hers a long time ago, but she'd never felt that distance until he and Emory started seeing each other. Not the time to worry about that now, she told herself and rubbed Luca's arm. How are you holding up? Luca hesitated, seeming to struggle to contain his sorrow. Then, in a flat voice, he told her. The blood they found. It is Emory's. Ray killed her, Clem, she's dead. Ice flooded through Clem's veins as she took in the news. Oh gosh. Luca, what are you going to do? Luca was dry-eyed, which surprised Clem. Instead, his dark brown eyes were fierce, furious. I'll make sure he pays for what he did, Clem, I swear. I need your help. I need you to call Maximo Neri for me. Oh God, no. Luca, with me and Maximo, it's complicated. Luca stared at her. You won't help me? Her heart sank at the betrayal in his voice. You're gonna have to take one for the team, Clemmy. Of course I will. Of course I will, Luca, just don't do anything you'll regret. Luca looked away from her gaze. There's nothing I could do to Ray Grace that I'd regret, he said softly, except let him get away with murdering the woman I love. God, it was still a spike to her heart to hear Luca say that about another woman, but she shook it off. Jealous of a dead woman? No way. She squeezed his shoulder. I'll get you a drink and I'll call Max. Luca gave her a grateful smile. Thanks, Clemmy. Clem left him in the living room and walked to the kitchen. Her chef had left for the evening, so the room was quiet, and she snagged her phone from her purse as she poured Luca a glass of scotch. Maximo's voicemail kicked in, and she stuttered through a greeting. She wondered if he was screwing that actress right this moment, and the thought made her tongue-tied with jealousy. She cleared her throat. Max, we've just heard, the blood they found at Theory was Emory's. It looks like Ray Grace told the truth, he did shoot her. What she was saying hit home then. Gosh, it's too awful, and as you can imagine, Luca is beside himself. Devastated. Angry. Max, I'm concerned what he will do if you tell him where Ray Grace is. I won't stop him contacting you. In fact, if you could call me back as soon as you get this, I'll put you on with him, but Max, please. Luca will kill Ray Grace, and I won't let him go to prison. Not for that scumbag. Even for Emory's sake. She can't suffer anymore. But Luca can. My daughter can. Clem sighed and took a breath. I'm sorry about this all. I'm sorry I involved you. I'm sorry, Maximo. She ended the call, and her emotions took over, and she began to sob quietly into her hands. It wasn't until she felt Luca's arms around her that she felt strong enough to let her cries subside. The two of them held each other for a long time before Luca let her go. Come on, he said, let's go sit and talk. 10 minutes later, Maximo called back. She handed the phone to Luca and stood, not wanting to hear Max's voice or she might crumple. She hoped he wouldn't tell Luca where Ray Grace was, but if he did, she couldn't blame him. All she could do then would be to try and stop Luca from committing the worst revenge and ruining his life. Her heart sank even further a few minutes later when Luca came to find her. His face was alive with furious excitement. Thank you, Clemmy. I know you meant well, but listen to me. For Emory, I must do this. I'm going to finish this, one way or another. Bree Saffran lay with her head on Jess's shoulder and breathed in his clean smell. They were in his apartment, a vast open-plan loft with exposed brickwork and walls of bookshelves stuffed with fiction and non-fiction. Most notable was his collection of science fiction, Carl Sagan, Ursula K. Le Guin, Octavia Butler, Asimov. Bree had teased him when she first saw them. You're a nerd, and he had laughed and shrugged. Guilty. But she had loved it, and they had spent hours talking about their favorite books and movies. Physically, however, they hadn't progressed beyond kissing. Bree, still a virgin at 19, was nervous of making the leap, even though she was growing increasingly frustrated at herself. Jesse, ever patient, told her it was okay, he could wait, eventually they'd get there, but Bree didn't want to wait anymore. She looked up at him now. Jesse? Yes, babe? She looked into those bright blue eyes and lost herself in them. She didn't say anything else but pressed her lips to his and tightened her arms round him. Jessie caught on immediately and smoothed her hair away from her face. You sure? She nodded, sliding her trembling hands under his shirt, feeling the quiver of the muscles in his hard chest as she touched him. Jessie groaned slightly and gathered her to him, rolling her onto her back and pushing her t-shirt up, shifting down to trail his lips across her belly. Bree's senses reeled, and as Jessie slowly undressed her, she felt as if every nerve ending in her body was on fire. With her breath catching in her throat, she freed his member from his underwear, stroking the thick column, cupping his jewels in her other hand. When she heard his gasp of pleasure, all her nervousness suddenly vanished, and she hooked her legs around his hips, teasing his member until it was engorged and throbbing. Jess's hand was on her cherry, stroking her, making her shudder and gasp. His eyes were soft with love, and he smiled down at her. You rock my world, Bree Saffran. Bree gazed up at him, and knew she had found a home for her heart. I love you, Jessie. Jessie grinned and deftly stroked a rubber onto his quivering member. If you change your mind at any time, he whispered, just tell me and I'll stop. Bree smiled, her eyes filled with tears. I won't. She gave a small cry as Jessie pushed into her, the sharp pain quickly gone, and they began to move together, Bree finding her rhythm naturally. Her legs wrapped around his waist and her lips sought his. When her peak came, it was nothing she had ever experienced, and she gave herself over to it fully, gasping and moaning as Jessie drove her crazy with joy. Afterward, they showered together, unable to keep their hands off each other. Thank you, Bree said quietly. Thank you for making it so special. Jessie smiled. Bree, you have no idea how much you mean to me. I am so in love with you. Bree was still on a high when she drove back home that evening. I am not a virgin. She grinned to herself, repeating the mantra to herself. She felt changed and utterly wiped out by love, but at the same time she chuckled. You've turned into one of those teenagers, she laughed to herself. All lovesick notes and writing his name on your school books. Ha. No way, Bree shook her head, not Bree Saffran. She had a reputation to uphold. Badass, untouchable tomboy. She was still smiling to herself when she pulled into the driveway of her mom's home, and was surprised to see her father's Lotus parked out front. Bree glanced at the clock, a little after 1 a.m. Frowning, she went into the house, stopping in the hallway to listen, but it seemed the house was in darkness. She crept upstairs and opened her mother's bedroom door a crack. Her mother slept alone on her side, her face creased with worry even in her sleep. Bree found her father also asleep in the guest room. What was he doing here? She went to her own bedroom and changed into her nightclothes, shivering as she slid between cool sheets. Exhaustion, exhilaration, and concern kept her awake for a while. Then the exhaustion won out in the end, and she fell asleep. Portland. Z couldn't sleep. Her life had changed so absolutely in such a short time, and now, she was practically living with a man she barely knew. Barely knew, but was absolutely crazy about. Flint Newland was asleep in the bed beside her, and she studied him as he slept. He had come through for her, offering her a place to live after it became too dangerous to live in the small apartment she had rented. Jared Podesta. Her brother-in-law, so he said. She wasn't convinced at all of that fact now. All she knew was that he was the man who had raped her a few nights ago. Z knew the full impact of what Jared had done hadn't even begun to hit her yet, but Flint had stepped up and offered her safety, peace, love. God, who would have thought it? Can't you sleep? She turned and saw him watching her now, his eyes tired but a smile on his face. He let his hand drift down her spine and Z snuggled into him. I'm trying. Just a lot on my mind. Such as? Jared. Flint made a disgusted noise. He's the last person you should be worried about. I know, it's just. I want to know if he really is David's brother. I want to know why he did what he did. I want him to go to jail, Flint said in a rough voice. Seeing as you won't let me finish him. Z shook her head violently. No one else is going to die, Flint. I've had enough of that to last me a lifetime. He said nothing, just pulled her closer. Then we'll put someone on him and try to get a blood sample or something we can test. Do you think he'll stay around? He made no indication he was intending to leave Portland. Z thought back to that last confrontation, the one where she'd realized Jared was capable of anything. He wouldn't have the brass balls to show up at the diner though, right? Wrong. The next day, Jared Podesta did indeed show up, and sat at the counter of the diner as if nothing had happened. Z hadn't seen him at first, but as she brought out an order for the overworked waitstaff, she nearly dropped the plates. "Here she is," Jared said, a pleasant smile on his face. Z stared at him disbelieving. Jared had seated himself between two of the diner's regulars, two elderly men who played pinochle and drank sweet tea most of the day. Jared was obviously making himself the life and soul. Z swallowed back a cuss word and ignored him, but made a fuss of his two companions, getting them fresh coffee. Jared watched her with an amused look on his face but didn't rise to her bait. Z turned her back on him and stalked back to the kitchen. Teresa was just coming into work, and she took one look at Zaya's face and groaned. "What is it? Has Flint dumped you?" Z rolled her eyes. "No, it's not Flint." She sighed. "Jared's in the diner." Teresa frowned. "Did you tell him to back off?" "Yup." Teresa shook her head. "Goddamn men. They hate not being in control, don't they?" The rest of the morning Z managed to stay in the kitchen, and just before lunch she slipped out to the back door to grab some fresh air. She snagged her phone from her purse and called Flint's number. It went to voicemail. She didn't want to tell him about Jared on voicemail, so she just said a quick hello and hung up. She didn't see Jared until he was next to her. Z started and backed away. Jared put up his hands. "Don't be afraid, Z, I'm not going to hurt you." Anger flared in her. "What the hell are you doing then, Jared? I told you to leave town." He smiled, it didn't reach his eyes. "It's a rare day when I let a woman tell me what to do, Z. Besides, we have so much more to talk about." He reached for her but she batted his hand away. "Jared, I warned you. I will go to the police, you will be arrested for rape." Jared smirked. "No, I won't be. You've already tried that. Yes, did you think I didn't know about you and the bad boy billionaire?" He leaned in and whispered in her ear. "Do you think I would have been stupid enough to leave my DNA, Z?" Her hand whipped out and connected with his face, and he laughed, stepping away in case she slapped him again. "Oh, I am going to really enjoy getting to know you better." Zaya's anger burst. "You arrogant bastard. Do you think I'm going to spend one more minute in your sleazy company? You raped me. Rape Jared. Are you insane to think I'll give you any more of my time?" He moved so quickly she didn't have time to struggle, pinning her back against the wall. "You're going to give me more than just your time, sweetheart. You're going to give me everything." He slid a hand between her legs. Then as she started to scream, he clamped a hand over her mouth. "Z, my lovely Z, you just don't get it, do you? You belong to me, your whole life belongs to me, and do you know why? Because I'm the one who can tell the world exactly who you are. I can bring down this little farce you have going on here. You forget, I know who you are. What would the world say to a woman who ran away from the horror her dead husband caused, and then slept with everything that moved, including her own brother-in-law?" His entire body weight was against her now, pinning her to the wall, and Z was having trouble breathing, staring up at Jared with horror-filled eyes. He smiled. "I'm going to take my hand away now. Do you promise not to scream?" Dumb, she nodded, and he let her go. "From tonight, Z, I expect you to move back to the apartment. Don't worry, I won't be moving in with you, but I will require you to be there when I choose to visit." Zaya's heart was beating so hard against her ribs, she was sure she was going to have a heart attack. Jared looked down at her and she could see the murderous rage in his eyes, the obsession. "Oh dear God. Are you really David's brother?" She whispered and he chuckled, putting his hand against her hot cheek. "Oh yes, if you'd like me to do a DNA test, I'm happy to. You see, there was an awful lot you didn't know about my family, Z, an awful lot. We have a history of, well, let's just say." He leaned forward, getting in her face. "David was the good one. What he did is nothing, compared to what the rest of us are capable of. Remember that, Z." He kissed her roughly but swiftly, then started to walk away. Z was frozen. Jared stopped, considered a moment, then returned to her. "And don't think of leaving town, Z. Because for every night you elude me, I'll kill one of your friends in there. Then when I finish them, I'll go back to Auburn and finish what David started. The kids first." Again he started to walk away, then called back over his shoulder. "Oh, and I'm going to need you to break up with your boyfriend." Z, paralyzed with shock, could only watch in horror as Jared casually got into his car and drove away. It was only after he'd gone that she realized she was crying. Seattle. Luca and Clem told Bree about Emory the next morning. Dry-eyed but devastated, Bree nodded. "I knew it. I knew she was dead. I just sensed it. What happens now? Are they calling off the search for her body?" "The Coast Guard is, they have finite resources and seeing as it's been so long, but we're continuing the search. I have men out there, and Max Neri has offered his service too." Bree noticed her mom wince at the mention of Max's name, but she didn't say anything. "Dad? I know this. Mom, I'm sorry but I have to tell him." "It's okay, honey, go ahead, whatever it is." Clem squeezed her daughter's arm. Bree drew in a deep breath. She was happy, Dad. You made her happier than she'd ever been. She told me that. It might have only been a heartbeat that we had her in our lives, but my God, the legacy she leaves. Luca nodded. "I know, kiddo. Look, the both of you, this is obviously the worst-case scenario, but we have to deal with it. I have to deal with it. Emory is dead. We can honor her bravery by living our best lives the best we can. Especially you, Bree." She nodded and hugged her father. "You bet I will do my best, Dad, I promise." Later, when Bree had gone out, Clem made Luca sit with her in the living room. "Luca, I have something to tell you, something I've been working on." She told him about the journalist, Tatiana Mendelssohn, and how Clem had called her up and spoken to her about setting up a charity for the victims of school crime, students and teachers. "I reached out to Tatiana because of the stories she wrote. They were well-researched, empathetic, and I thought there was no salacious intent or motivation. She didn't write the pieces for any other reason than to tell the story of what we went through." Luca nodded. "I remember the name. She called my office one time, but I wasn't in the right headspace to talk to her. To her credit, she wasn't pushy at all, and I remember being struck by that. So why a journalist?" Clem took a deep shaky breath and tried to smile. "Because of two reasons. One, I want to write a book. About the shooting, about the victims, about Emory. The proceeds would go to the victims via a foundation I'm setting up." "A foundation?" Luca's eyes were wide with surprise. Clem took his hand. "The Emory Dutta Memorial Foundation. We would work with victim support groups, not just from Washington but countrywide. Mental health groups too, all focusing on the aftermath of school shootings. God, Luca, have you seen the stats of them? We barely scratch the surface when we see one reported on the nightly news, which is becoming more and more regular. In some ways, it was inevitable that one would touch us sometime." Luca's dark eyes were unreadable. "The Emory Dutta Memoir. Clem, I don't know what to say." He got up and went to the window, and Clem could see his shoulders shaking and realized he was quietly sobbing. "Is it too much?" she asked quietly. "Is it too much too soon, Luca?" He shook his head. No, it isn't, it's perfect. Thank you, Clem." She went to him then, and they held each other for the longest time. "I promise," she said into his shoulder, "I promise I will make you happy again, Luca. I promise." She only realized how that sounded afterward, later, when she was alone in bed. Luca had gone home, wanting to start the process of mourning Emory properly, of getting his life back. "Shoot," she said out loud now, as she took in the full meaning of her words. She had only meant, oh damn it. Human relationships were such delicate things, a spider's web of complicated double meanings and hurt feelings. "Maximo." Clem groaned and pulled a pillow over her face. Stop thinking about him, she told herself, then gave in. God, those eyes, that smile. His hands on her body, slightly rough skin. The way he would hold her as if she might break one moment, then drive his member so deep inside her she thought she might tear in half. His grin when he knew she was totally his. Was he like that with every woman? Ouch, Clem said, her eyes focused but unseeing. He was way too smooth, way too confident. The first night they'd met, he had known about her, about what she was feeling. Did he prey on her kind, newly divorced, not looking to commit? Probably. You're better off without him. But that night, that one delicious night with him, and she was lost. And when she had reached out for help, he had been there for her. And again last night, Luca had told her that Maximo would not divulge where he was holding Ray Grace. Not until you have had time to mourn your love, Maximo had told him. Believe me when I say you need time. In 6 months, a year, come ask me again, and whatever you decide, I will help you. But that anger, that sorrow you feel now, is clouding your every cell, mio amico. It is a dark, insidious thing that will only lead to your own destruction. Believe me, I know. Clem wondered now about what Maximo had said. Believe me, I know. She had Googled Max, trying to find any clue, but he was first class about keeping his life off the front page, it seemed, unless he wanted it to be front and center. Like the photos of him and actress he was undoubtedly screwing. Clem entertained a fantasy that he was trying to make her jealous. Are you a school kid, Clementine? Shut up, she told herself harshly, then sighed. Sleep was obviously a pipe dream at this point. She got up, threw a sweatshirt over her nightgown, and went downstairs to get a drink. Bree was awoken by Jesse moving restlessly beside her. Since she'd arrived earlier, he'd been acting weirdly. He'd been sympathetic about Emory, but even though he'd made all the right noises, Bree could see he was distracted. When she questioned him, he told her it was nothing, and Bree, not wanting to intrude, let it go. Now she turned over and faced him. He was lying on his back, staring up at the ceiling. She reached out and placed her hand on his chest. How can I make you feel better? Her voice was soft, and he turned his head to smile at her. You being here is enough. She pressed her lips to his. I can do better than that. She moved so she was straddling him, reaching between his legs to gently stroke his member. He smiled up at her. You know something? For someone new to the game, you sure know what you're doing. Bree grinned. Borrowed a few of my mom's Cosmos. Jesse chuckled, his hands sweeping up the long silky length of her thighs, but try as she might, Bree couldn't make him hard. Jesse sighed. I'm sorry, honey. Guess I have too much on my mind. Bree sighed. Talk to me. Jesse smiled but shook his head. It's family stuff is all. Bree felt stung but she nodded. It's okay. She rolled off him and sat on the edge of the bed, pulling her jeans on. Look, I'm going to give you some space. I have stuff to do at home anyway. He didn't argue with her, but saw her to the door and kissed her tenderly. I'm sorry, Boo, he said, holding her tightly. I promise it's nothing to do with us. I'll call you in the morning. Bree drove home feeling, what was she feeling? Hurt. There was no reason why Jesse should have to share family stuff with her, they weren't there just yet. Except, given the thing that had brought them together, the school shooting, wasn't a little thing. Surely, they should be able to talk to each other about everything now. Confused. Bree finally pinned down how she was feeling. She felt as if the rug had pulled from under her, that she hadn't understood her relationship with Jesse after all. She hadn't met all of his family yet, maybe that was why. God, she just didn't know. At home, she found her mom awake and picking at the food in the refrigerator. Without saying a word, Bree poured herself a tall glass of cold milk and pulled up the stool next to her mother's. They both sat in silence for a while, eating random tidbits from the cooler, before Clem looked at her daughter. Man trouble. Bree nodded and half smiled back at her mom. You? Clem hesitated slightly before shrugging and nodding sheepishly. The attractive Italian. Clem sighed. The attractive Italian. How did you even meet? Clem told her the story of how she had met Maximo Neri, even regaling her laughing daughter with how cocky the man had been, so sure of himself. He was entirely convinced he'd get me into bed. And did he? Clem flushed. Brianna, that's none of your business. Bree grinned, her mouth full of bread. So yes then? Clem sighed. Okay, yes. And? Oh no, Clem shook her head, smiling, that's as much detail as you get. Bree tried to talk her into giving her more details, but Clem resisted. Finally, Bree gave up. This is nice. We've never done this, you and me. Just stayed up talking, eating junk food. We should do this more often. Clem looked half shocked. We have done this. No, Bree shook her head. You've done this with Dad, or it's been me and Dad. Never you and me. Clem looked upset. That makes me sad, Bree. 19 years and we've never been best friends. It's okay, Mom, we both had Dad. And you know how things are between mother and daughter during puberty. I could have tried harder. Clem's voice was soft. Me too. I do love you, Mom. I haven't said that enough. I love you too, Bean. Bree grinned. And you haven't called me that in years. Clem's eyes glistened, and she reached over and grabbed Bree's hand. From now on, we make it a regular thing. If these past few months have taught us anything, it's we never know how long we have left. Bree nodded, her own emotions threatening to spill over. She was silent for a while, then. Mom? Do you think Dad will ever be okay again? Clem sighed. I don't know, honey. I honestly don't know. Luca Saffran was at his office, working late into the night. He'd found a way to block out his pain by throwing himself into work, even making extra work for himself. He had seen the concern on his co-workers' faces, sensed them talking about him in hushed tones. It didn't matter. If work was the one thing that distracted him from seeing Emory's face everywhere, then he didn't care what other people though. He heard a soft tap on his door and looked up to see Betty, his personal assistant, at the door. Betty, for crying out loud, what are you still doing here? His words were spoken softly, not in anger, and Betty, a striking, graceful woman in her 50s, smiled at him. You might have needed me. Luca shook his head. Betty was unfailingly loyal. Go home, Betty. I'm almost done. There's someone here to see you, Grant Willis? Luca's blood turned to ice. Grant was the head of the search team that was looking for Emory. If Grant was here in person, it meant they had found something. Geez. Luca steadied himself on his desk as he stood, the grief almost overwhelming. Show him in, Betty. Betty, her expression one of concern, turned and spoke to the man, who thanked her and walked into the room. Betty closed the door to give them privacy. Luca steeled himself. You found a body, he said in a flat, dead voice. Grant Willis nodded. A couple, actually. The Seattle police will be in touch with you shortly. Thing is, Mr. Saffran, I don't think either will be identified as Emory Dutta. Luca, who had been tense, looked up in surprise. What? I think she's still alive. Luca's legs gave way and he sank into his chair, staring at the other man. Grant took the seat opposite and waited for Luca to collect himself. How? How do you know? This time of year, Grant said, the bay is cold. Real cold. If Emory was shot, and then if she fell into the water, it could have given her a chance. After all, we only have Ray Grace's claim of where he shot her. If it was a flesh wound, and she was able to swim further along the coast. I can see I'm not convincing you. I just have a gut feeling that she is still alive, somewhere, and hiding out. After all, she doesn't know we have Ray Grace. She could be protecting not only herself, but you too. Your family. Luca rubbed his hand over his eyes. Grant? We have scoured land and sea. I mean everywhere, Mr. Saffran. Everywhere. Our men and Mr. Nary's too. We would have found something. If you knew me better, you'd know I don't say these things lightly. The bodies they pulled out look like they've been down there for months. We would have found Emory. I swear to God, if she was dead, we would have found her by now. Luca started to feel a small flame of hope ignite in his chest. You really think she's out there somewhere? Grant nodded. I'm saying it's a real possibility. She might have been picked up by someone who could help her. Someone who would look after her. I hope so, I really do. There is the other possibility, though. What's that? Luca held the man's gaze. That she is alive, and being held somewhere against her will. Z moved like a robot through the next few days. Flint had gone out of town, so it was no drama to go back to her apartment. She refused to sleep in the bed where Jared had raped her, though, or in the guest room where he stayed. No, she went and bought a new comforter, and hunkered down on her couch to sleep. She felt sick inside and so alone. Jared's threats hadn't been empty, she knew now the violence in him. Had it been buried in David's heart too? Had it erupted from having been pushed down so long? More than once over the last couple of days, she had contemplated ending it all. A handful of pills, a quick slice to the carotid, all over. No more pain. But the thought of never seeing Flint again, or Teresa, or any of her friends here in Portland, was too much to bear. And there had already been so much death. David, the kids, his colleagues, and Emory, of course. She'd seen on the news that Emory had been murdered by Ray Grace, who had since disappeared. Bastard. She'd never liked him. He was an egotistical man who hated that his wife was younger, kind, and worst of all, more intelligent than him. I would have killed the bastard long ago, she seethed to herself, and then stopped. No. No. She couldn't be thinking of, but she was. I could kill him. I could kill Jared. Problem solved. For a moment Z froze, her mind racing through all the ways she could do it. Madness. Just stop it and think rationally, she told herself fiercely. If she told Flint about Jared's threats, she was scared Flint would fly off the handle and do exactly what she had just been thinking. Kill Jared. No. She was making way too much of this. She'd talk to Jared. Make him realize it wasn't going to happen between the two of them. Ever. She started as she heard a thump from downstairs. The front door of the apartment building. It's just a neighbor, she thought, but she couldn't help the clenching fear that paralyzed her. Her cell phone beeped. Text message from Flint. Missing you, beautiful. Hope you're making yourself at home. See you soon. FX. Zaya's eyes filled with tears. The small window of happiness she had enjoyed was closing too fast, and she had no idea how to stop it. Maximo Neri posed for the paparazzi alongside Valentina Ciamarco, the actress he had been seeing for a week now. Screwing, he amended in his head, as he grew tired of the flashing bulbs and shouts around him. What the hell was he doing? Valentina, a friend who had always harbored a crush on him, had been delighted when suddenly he took her to his bed, and now Maximo felt like a heel. He should have known better. He should have behaved better. But goddammit, he couldn't get Clementine Saffran out of his head, and screwing Val had seemed like the best solution. He would not let himself fall in love with an unavailable woman. Scratch that, he wouldn't let himself fall in love, period. Val was gorgeous. Honey blonde hair, dark brown eyes and a luscious pouty mouth, which only an hour ago had been wrapped around his member in the backseat of the limo on the way to this movie premiere. Even this was deliberate. He wanted to show the world that Maximo Neri was in control of who he screwed and when. He wanted to show Clemmy. He wanted her to see he was okay without her. Just like a spoiled child, he thought to himself. That's what you're acting like, a spoiled little rich boy. Because she had touched him. Had seen inside him in that one incredible night. When she'd left that evening but then called him for help, he had held out hope that she would be his. But then he had seen her with her family, her daughter and and he'd known she wasn't ready. So be it. Maximo could do without the drama, he'd seen enough of that. When he'd looked into Luca Saffran's grief, he'd seen his own reflected back at him. Ophelie. His love. His life. She had been taken from him by his jealous, obsessive brother. So yes, Maximo knew exactly how Luca Saffran was feeling, and he knew he would need his family with him, and Clem, despite the divorce, was still Luca's family. Maximo would not get in the way of that. Maximo was good at shutting off his emotions now, and that's what he was doing. He wouldn't think of Clementine at all, would concentrate on his business and on screwing as many women as he liked. That way he knew for sure. He would never be hurt again. You look terrible. Z tried to smile at Teresa's bluntness, but found that her eyes filled with easy tears instead. Hey. Teresa looked alarmed. She reached to hug Z, but Z backed away and fled into the back of the diner. Teresa found her in the back room. She took one look at Zaya's face and put her arms around her. Oh, sweetheart. Z started to cry. I can't do this, Teresa. I feel so stupid, so weak. Teresa smoothed her hair away from her face. What is it, honey? This isn't like you, and you look like you're sick as well. She studied her friend's face, frowning. Zaya's complexion, usually so glowing, was almost green, her eyes red-rimmed and dull. You're pale too. Z, I'm serious, I'm worried. You haven't been yourself since Jared left. You need to see a doctor, this isn't normal. Z shook her head, pulled away and grabbed a tissue. She sat on the edge of the couch. I just need to pull myself together. Geez. This is all so very high school, isn't it? She tried to smile. No, it isn't, Teresa took her hand. You've been through so much, I wouldn't blame you if you had a nervous breakdown, let alone a few tears. She regretted her words when she saw Zaya's face crumple again. Oh God, I'm sorry, it's just you need time to grieve, Z. Z took a deep breath, dashing away the tears with the back of her hand. I'm tired of grieving, Teresa. I feel like that's all I've been doing for a year. She looked away from Teresa's penetrating gaze, and when she spoke again, her voice cracked. I've lost so much, Teresa. Oh, honey. Teresa felt tears prick her own eyes. She didn't know what to say to make her friend feel better. Z sighed. I have to figure out what to do with my life now. I can't keep living like this. I have to do something on my own, not plan my life around someone else. It can't be like that anymore. It just can't. Teresa frowned. What about Flint? I know I warned you about him, but I've never seen him so besotted and... Z shook her head. I have to finish things with Flint, Teresa. I have to. Her voice was little more than a whisper, and she looked away from Teresa's searching gaze. Z, what's going on? You're starting to scare me. Z stayed silent, but the tears coursed down her cheeks. Teresa wrapped her arms around her friend. Sweetheart, you can tell me anything. Is it Flint? Z shook her head and closed her eyes. Teresa could see the strain on her, it was palpable. Is it David? Another shake of the head. Jared? Z began to sob in earnest, and as Teresa hugged her, she began to wonder what the hell that man had done to her friend. She persuaded Z to go upstairs to the small apartment above the diner that the staff could use if they wanted, and lie down. When she saw Z had fallen asleep, she grabbed her cell phone and called Flint. Dude, whatever you're doing, I think you need to come back to Portland. Flint sounded alarmed. What is it? Is it Z? Is she okay? Teresa sighed. No. I really don't think she is, and it has something to do with that brother-in-law of hers. She wouldn't tell me anything more. She heard Flint curse. Okay, Terry, I'm on my way now. Don't tell her I'm coming. We need to get her to tell us what's happening, and catching her off guard is the best way to do that. Gotcha. See you soon. She checked on Z, but the other woman was obviously exhausted and was fast asleep. Teresa went back down to the diner and found Jared Podesta waiting at the counter. She arranged her features carefully so as not to give herself away. Hey there, can I get you some coffee? He smiled at her, but she saw his eyes flicking around the room. Thank you. Is Z here? I called at her apartment, but no one's there. Teresa caught the edge of annoyance in his voice. She's just running some errands. I can leave her a message, if you like. She passed him a cup of steaming coffee. No, it's okay, I'll wait, thanks. She nodded at him and moved away to take another order. She kept an eye on him as she worked, saw him checking the door constantly, even standing, pretending to stretch his legs but scanning the street outside for any sign of Z. Teresa felt her chest tighten. Something was off about this guy, and it concerned her. No, concern was the wrong word. Unsettled. Disturbed. Frightened. Come on, Flint, get here soon, she thought to herself. Something is very wrong here. Something is very wrong indeed. After Bree got through to Jess's voicemail for the 12th time, she gave up and drove to his house. He had been avoiding her calls for days now, not answered any of her texts either. What the hell is going on? By this time, Bree was more angry than upset, and as she pulled into the driveway of Jess's home, she had worked herself up into a temper. She banged on his front door. Jesse Klein, you get your ass out here now. The door opened, and a young, pretty blonde woman stared out at her. Who are you? The blonde asked Bree in a flat voice. Bree gaped at her. Who am I? Who the hell are you? Bree, that's enough. Jess's voice came from behind her, and she whirled around to see him. He looked wretched, exhausted, and drawn, but Bree was wound up so much she didn't care. Where the hell have you been? And who is this skank? Someone else you're screwing. Jesse sighed. Bree, this is my sister Kizzy. That took the wind out of Bree's sails, and she looked between the two of them dumbly for a moment, now noticing the resemblance. Kizzy half smiled at her. Well, nice to meet you. She grinned widely suddenly, and that broke the tension. Bree, her anger fading away, felt her face flame red, but she started to smile. God, I'm so sorry. I lost it there for a moment. Kizzy grabbed her hand and pulled her into the apartment. Jesse followed her, his face creased with tension. Bree looked at him. You're not off the hook though, mister. You've been avoiding me. Jesse looked at Kizzy, who nodded. I'll get us some drinks. Bree, are you hungry? Bree shook her head, and smiling, Kizzy slid quietly out of the room. Jesse sat down opposite Bree but made no attempt to touch her. Bree, something's happened, and I've tried to sort things out before I talk to you, but it's a goddamn mess. Bree watched him as he struggled to find the words. Just say it, Jesse. Jesse rubbed his hand through his hair. Bree, before I met you, after Lexi died, I kind of went mad a little. Drank a lot, slept around. It was because of you that I finally got my life back, and it's why this is so difficult to say. You're ending it with me. Bree's heart was thudding, her stomach roiled with unease. Jesse sighed. I don't want to, but when you hear what I have to say, you might not want anything more to do with me. Bree got it suddenly, and to both their surprise she laughed aloud. Jesse Klein, please tell me that you haven't done the most prosaic thing ever and knocked someone up? Please tell me you're not that much of a cliché. Jesse remained silent, and Bree knew that was exactly what had happened. I don't believe this. Have you never heard of rubbers? She got up and he stood, his hands reaching for her, but she ducked away from him. Don't touch me. What are you going to do about it? She's keeping the baby, and I won't abandon my child. I'll support him or her for life, but as for Julieta. That's her name, is it? The mother? Jesse nodded. Yes. She's as shocked as me. Bree scoffed. I'll bet. Jesse smiled coldly. Bree, she's not a gold digger. Her family is wealthier than yours and mine put together. Bree stared at him. So it's you she wants, not your money, is that it? Jesse gave a slight nod, 2 pink spots of embarrassment high on his cheeks, and Bree sighed. What is it you want, Jesse? He looked away, and Bree felt her heart harden and shatter. He doesn't know. He doesn't know if he wants you. Well, I'll make this easier, she said, trying to keep her voice from shaking. Goodbye, Jesse. Wait, Bree, but she was already stalking towards the door. She pulled open the door and saw Kizzy lurking guiltily outside the door, having obviously been listening. Bree gave her a half smile. Sorry about before. Nice to meet you. Her voice did shake then, and she sped up, almost running out of the front door and down to her car. As she drove away, she looked in her rearview mirror. Kizzy was staring after her, but what Bree realized was that Jesse was not. It was over. Very, very over. It was only then that Bree started to cry. I don't understand. So, Grant Willis thinks Emory is alive, but he has no evidence, no proof. Clem was still trying to process what Luca was telling her. He shook his head. No proof. And God, Clem, as much as I want to believe him, as much as I want to think she's alive somewhere, I can't handle more heartbreak if I get my hopes up. Clem stood and wrapped her arms around her ex-husband. I know, it seems all we have had lately is false hope. Luca buried his face in her hair. Clemmy, this is my fault. All of it. If I hadn't divorced you, then you would still be miserable, Clem answered with a shaky laugh. Luca shook his head. I was never miserable with you, Clemmy, know that. You never made me unhappy. It just felt as if we were both waiting for something. You know. Clem let him go and smiled up at him. Luca, I think we both had a glimpse of that something, so yes, I do know. Luca reached for the glass of scotch she had poured for him earlier and took a sip. It wasn't because I stopped loving you. Clem smiled. I know that too. You thought it was the best for both of us, and I think you were right. There was something missing, or something that had faded. Passion. Clem nodded. I think so, yes. Luca, you are and always will be my best friend. You know me in your bones. Luca reached over and stroked her cheek. Passion's overrated. Maybe it's just for kids. Clem held his hand to her face, leaning into his touch. You felt passionate. You feel passionate about Emory. It was obvious, practically from the moment you met. As much as it hurt to see, you were meant to be with her. Luca, his eyes sad, nodded. And what about you? Maximo Neri. Clem nodded, wanting to be honest. We had one night. Then Bree was kidnapped and I realized I wasn't ready, especially not for something with Max. You might have guessed, he's a high roller, he's a player. He would have broken my heart. Luca nodded and took her hand, and they sat in a companionable silence for a while, before Clem sighed. Maybe you're right. Maybe passion is for kids. There's something to be said for familiarity. Luca smiled over at her. Breeds contempt. Clem laughed softly and held his gaze. I was thinking more like trust. They gazed at each other for a long moment, then Clem leaned toward him, and their lips met, brushing against the other softly at first, then as Luca's hands slid into her hair with more fire. Clem? She nodded to answer his unspoken question, and he lifted her onto his lap, his arms tightening around her waist, his tongue probing her mouth. Clem sighed into the embrace, Luca's familiar solid body, his clean smell, all she needed at this moment. As Luca maneuvered onto the floor, she didn't resist at all. In fact, she began to pull at his clothes hungrily. She needed to feel his skin on hers. Luca undressed her slowly, kissing her pale skin, driving her insane with desire as his lips traced a path down her belly to her cherry. His tongue lashed around her, and she gave a moan of desire, and heard him chuckle. Take me to bed, Luca, she gasped, but he continued his assault on her, his tongue sweeping along her peachy folds until it plunged deeply into her. Clem's back arched as she came once, twice. Then, before she could recover, Luca was pulling her to her feet and sweeping her into his arms. Leaving their clothes where they lay, he carried her to her bedroom and laid her on the bed. Clem grinned up at him and sat up, reaching for his already engorged member, sweeping her lips over the wide crest. Clem grasped his buttocks as he came into her, swallowing his seed. Then as he pushed her back onto the bed, she spread her legs wide and welcomed him into her arms. Luca drove himself deep into her, hard, and she gasped, and her legs curled around his hips and they began to move together, kissing, murmuring the other's names. It was a hard, passion-filled that they both reveled in, and when they finished, they both fell back, exhausted and sated. But as Clem fell asleep in Luca's arms, she wondered. She wondered if Luca, like her, had been imagining another face the entire time. Z opened her eyes and realized she had been sleeping for hours. The apartment above the diner was unfamiliar, and she blinked a couple of times, trying to get used to it. She heard voices coming up the stairs and swung her legs over the side of the couch, trying to shake the sleep from her head. She looked up and felt her heart leap as Flint came into the room, followed by Teresa and Flint's sister Hannah. Z had met her a couple of times and liked her very much, but she wondered why she was here. From Flint's expression, she could guess that he knew everything. Almost everything. Before anyone else said anything, she blurted it out. He says he's going to destroy me, unless I do what he says. He told me that he would kill anyone who got in his way. I don't know what to do. Flint sat beside her and took her in his arms. We have to go to the police, Z. She shook her head. If I go to the police, my cover is blown. I'll have to leave Portland, leave all of you, and I can't bear it. Not again. Flint looked at a pale and shaken Teresa and Hannah. His sister spoke first. Then we'll have to go about this another way. She and Flint shared a look Z couldn't understand, and she began to panic. I don't want anyone getting hurt, she said, her voice shaky, and Flint's arms tightened around her. No one's getting hurt, he said firmly. We just have to give Podesta enough rope to hang himself. We can arrange it so it can't be traced back to you. Z looked confused, but Teresa was nodding. You mean bait the trap? Yep. Teresa grinned, her smile full of mischief. I'm in. You can use me as the bait, if you like. He said he'd start with Zaya's friends in the diner. Well, make him start with me. Bet he doesn't realize I know Muay Thai. Z shook her head vehemently. No way. Absolutely no way, Terry, he is dangerous. A psychopath. No way. It might work, Flint said slowly. We'll rile him up, and the best way to do that is to keep him away from you, Z. You're who he wants, and if we kept him from you, it'll get to him. He'll know he doesn't have control. It'll drive him insane. Sounds like he's already halfway there, Hannah muttered. Z looked at her. Surely you know this is insane. I won't let him hurt any of you. Hannah shrugged. Flint hugged Z, but he nodded. This is happening, Z, and we have to stop it. We are all with you in this, you understand me? We'll work it all out, make sure no one gets hurt, and put Jared Podesta where he belongs, in jail. Or in the ground, Hannah growled, and suddenly Z chuckled, seeing Flint's sister in a whole new light. You are a badass, Hannah. Hannah grinned. You bet your ass I am. Listen, Z, your family. No one hurts our family. Especially not some pissant little psycho with mommy issues. Z smiled, shaking her head. You may be all insane, but I do love you all. Thank you. Thank you for caring, for being a comfort. I've never had that before. From now on, Flint said, his lips against her temple, you'll never be without it. Z smiled up at him gratefully. How could I ever have thought you were a bad boy? She let her body relax against his, feeling his arms tighten around her. Flint looked up at Teresa and Hannah. Guys? Teresa got it and smiled. Of course, we'll talk later. Come on, Hannah, I'll make you some food. You always did know how to sweet-talk a girl, Hannah joked and winked at her brother. Later, bro. Z. When they were alone, Flint got up and locked the door and pulled his jacket off. I've already talked to Amos. He says you can move in here, if I can't persuade you to move back in with me. She shook her head. I don't want this mess on your doorstep. Jared could destroy your family's reputation, let alone the physical harm he could do. Flint looked at her askance. Let him try, Z, let him just try. She laughed softly. Would he come off worse with you or with Hannah? He grinned. Oh, Hannah, definitely. She's an animal. Z chuckled. God, I do love you, Flint Newland. He pressed his lips to hers. As I love you, Z. She pulled him down onto the couch and he gathered her to him. All I need is you and me, Flint, just you and me from now on. He smiled down at her. You got it, beautiful. You got me forever. Bree was drunk out of her skull by the time she took a cab home. She fumbled with her front door key, waving away the cab driver's offer of help, and staggered into her mother's home. She knew she would never make it upstairs, and so she lurched into the living room, and stopped. Her mother's clothes on the floor. A man's clothes. Bree grinned to herself. Mama's getting busy. She crawled up the stairs and along to the closed door of her mom's bedroom. The door stood ajar and Bree couldn't hear anything, so she stuck her head in the door, wanting to check out just who her mother had taken to her bed. The shock was ice cold. "Dad?" Luca opened his eyes and sat up. When he saw Bree staring at him, he had the grace to look ashamed. "Hey, darling." Bree stared at him as he shook Clem awake, then at her mother. "What the hell is going on?" Clem sighed. "Darling, you're not a child. This is between your father and me." Bree felt sick. She looked at Luca. "While the, and I quote, love of your life, rots away on the bottom of Elliott Bay. Classy, Dad." Bree. Bree turned on her mother. "And you? What was all that crap about Maximo?" Luca was getting out of bed, pulling a sheet around his hips. "Bree, look, let us talk." Bree backed away. "You disgust me. Both of you." She slammed out of the room and went to her bedroom, slamming and locking the door behind her. How could they? Poor Emory. Poor Maximo. Both of them were better off where they were. She fell onto her bed, and all the heartbreak and betrayal of the day caught up with her, and she sobbed her heart out. Clem listened at her daughter's door, then crept back to bed. Luca was sitting on the edge of the bed, his head in his hands. Clem hugged him. "She'll be okay," Clem said. "We didn't do anything wrong, Luca." "I know." But he still wouldn't look at her. "I know we didn't, but maybe she's right. We shouldn't be doing this." Clem sighed and sat beside him. "I know. I know." They sat in a strained silence. Then Luca said, "I miss Emory. It's killing me. I miss her so much, I feel like my heart has been ripped in two." Clem leaned her head on his shoulder. "I understand, I do, Luca. I miss Maximo, even if what we had was nothing compared to what you had with Emory." Luca took her hand. "But given time, it could have been." Clem nodded. "What are we going to do, Luca?" But he had no answer for her. She opened her eyes and drew her breath in little gasps. The room was dimly lit, but she didn't recognize it anyway. Her body felt like a strange thing, something holding her down, not her own. Her brain was foggy, slow, and she began to panic as she realized two fundamental truths. 1. She had no idea where the hell she was, and 2. She had no earthly idea who she was. Emory Dutta stared up to the ceiling, lost, completely lost, and began to cry.
Part 6. Woefully.
Closed due to staff sickness. Jared stared at the notice on the diner's door. He gritted his teeth, stepped back from the door, and looked up at the windows of apartment above. The shades were still closed. He turned and strode home, wrenching open the door of his car and getting in. She was playing games with him, even after he'd warned her what he would do. "Someone will pay for your disobedience, Z." Teresa let the corner of the shade drop. Podesta looked furious, she thought with satisfaction. She glanced at the clock. 8 a.m. she noticed with unease, he was right on time. She picked up her cell phone and typed a text. "Helen has gone to Troy." Teresa frowned, thinking, then added, "Hooded Claw is pissed." She pressed send. A second later, Flint called her back. He was laughing so much she couldn't understand him at first. "Terry, what the hell?" The sound of his laughter made Teresa's eyes prick. It had been too long since she'd heard it. She waited until he caught his breath. "It's a code, doofus. Zaya's gone into the city to escape for the day." Flint was still snickering. "And you felt you needed to tell me that in code? And who the heck is the Hooded Claw?" Teresa blew a raspberry down the phone. "Podesta, dumbass. He just showed up at the diner. We put a closed notice in the window, he wasn't happy." Flint had stopped laughing. Teresa could hear his breathing and knew he was trying not to lose his temper. "Hey, calm down. I meant that to be funny." She's well away from him. "I thought you'd find it funny that he was pissed." "Flint." Another long silence, then, "Yeah." Teresa waited. Flint sighed. "So, did you two talk last night?" "Kinda. I think she's reached the end of her tether with everything. She's exhausted and miserable and She hesitated. Flint picked up on it immediately. Teresa? His tone was urgent. Teresa rolled her shoulders, trying to ease the tension. I'm scared she'll give herself up to him to save one of us. She feels hopeless. Flint was quiet again. Yeah. And Teresa heard the sadness mixed with love in his voice. You'll know what to do. Anyway, dude, I just wanted to. Wait, did she say anything about Podesta? About yesterday? Teresa sat down. She really didn't want to talk about him. Flint sighed. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just see what happens. Teresa showered, dressed, and grabbing the bag of trash from the can, skipped down the stairs. She yanked open the back door and yelped. Jared was standing outside, a cigarette in his hand. She hadn't heard his car pull up and wondered how long he'd been there. Teresa's insides twisted. Jared smiled pleasantly. Good morning. Don't antagonize him. Teresa smiled at him. Hi Jared, how are you? He smirked, not fooled. Fine. Zaya's not at home. Teresa arranged her expression into one of cautious surprise. Oh. She dumped the bag of trash into the garbage can, brushing off her hands on her jeans. Well, we're not open today, but would you like some coffee? Jared said nothing, just narrowed his eyes. He flicked the cigarette at her feet. No, thank you. He moved suddenly, striding away from her. Teresa released the breath she'd been holding. She went inside and double-locked the door, leaning back against. Something thudded hard against the other side, and she yelped again. She heard him laughing through the door, and she gritted her teeth. Bastard. You'll get what's coming to you, Jared Podesta, I'll make sure of it. She had cried herself to sleep, but now as she woke, she sensed someone in the room with her. Hello? Her voice came out in a raspy whisper, and she heard a chair shift and someone hovered into her vision. Well now, look who's finally awake. Welcome back, little one, we've been worried about you. The voice was a woman's, soft and kind, and now she could see her. A middle-aged woman, her brown eyes warm and her smile wide. The woman looked over her shoulder. Dante? Our visitor is awake. Then there was a man, tall, dark hair, green eyes, smiling down at her. Hey there. Where am I? We're just outside Seattle, in my compound. She looked around her. An IV drip, machinery. What happened? You don't remember. She shook her head. The woman and the man, Dante, looked at each other, and then Dante sat on the edge of the bed. About 6 weeks ago, we pulled you out of Elliott Bay. You had been shot, and when we pulled you out, you were suffering from hypothermia and fading fast. You were conscious, but all you said was, "Don't let him find me. Don't let him find me." You lost consciousness and slumped into a coma. We brought you here, hoping to find out more. We were able to remove the bullet, but we didn't hold out hope that you'd survive. But you did. She stared at him, not comprehending. Someone shot me. In your belly. It nicked your abdominal artery, but the cold water actually saved you, we think. Who shot you, sweetheart? Something snagged in her memory, a flash of something she couldn't grasp. I don't know. I don't even know my name. Dante and the woman looked at each other. We think your name is Emory. Does that sound familiar? Emory stared at her. I don't know, maybe. My mind is so foggy. Don't stress yourself, honey, we have plenty of time. Are you hungry? Emory realized she was starving. Very. The woman smiled fondly. Really, she had the kindest face Emory had ever seen that she could remember, and left the room. Emory sighed. Is this a thing? Memory lapses? Sure, although you'd have to ask a doctor. We have one who comes to see you every day. Why am I not in a hospital? You made me promise not to let anyone know where you were. Lucky for you, I could keep that promise. I had the means to treat you privately. Emory, the papers said your ex-husband shot you. Do you remember that? A lurching nausea began to rise in Emory's stomach. Another flash of memory. Oh God. She retched and Dante quickly handed her a bowl, rubbing her back as she threw up. Emory felt too sick to be embarrassed. Dante helped her clean up, his gentle fingers cool against her skin, then left the room to get her some water. When Emory was settled, she pushed back the sheet and pulled up the gown. To the right of her navel, there was a scar the size of a quarter, still pink but healing. She touched it gingerly, but it didn't hurt. Whoever had operated on her had done a great job, but along with that were other scars, jagged pink things that looked recent as well. What the hell? Quite the collection, she whispered dryly to herself. Emory shoved her gown back down as Dante came back into the room. He handed her a glass of cold water and some tablets. Painkillers. You may not feel it now, but injuries like yours take time to heal. Emory swallowed the tablets and drank the entire glass of water. God, that's nice. Look. I don't mean to be rude, but who are you? Not that I'm not grateful for everything, but still. Dante smiled. He had a kind face, intense green eyes, and a sweet smile. She judged him to be in early 40s. He was tall, broad, and he had a relaxed, easy manner that she liked. Dante Harper, at your service. He shook her hand. Emory, I run a conglomerate that deals with companies in the medical arena, which is how we were able to put this together. Emory blinked at him. Put this together? This is all for me? I don't understand. Emory, a lovely young woman, obviously terrified for her life and already bleeding to death from a gunshot, is something I take very seriously. When you begged me not to let him find you, I wanted to honor your wishes until you were in a position to think for yourself. I had the resources, the team, the connections. Emory was speechless for a moment, and her eyes filled with tears. I don't know how I'm ever going to thank you, or repay your kindness. You getting better is enough. Now when you're feeling more awake, I'll come and we'll talk some more. Sophia is preparing some food for you right now, and she is an excellent chef. Enjoy, get some rest. There's a TV, if you want to watch it, remotes by your bed, and a call button if you need anything else. He stood, but Emory, wincing slightly as the movement pulled on her sore abdomen, grabbed his hand. Thank you, Dante. I mean it. From the bottom of my heart, you saved my life. Dante's cheeks turned a little pink, and he looked suddenly 10 years younger and very shy. Don't mention it. I'm just glad you're okay. When he'd gone, Emory laid back and closed her eyes. Her head was spinning, mostly from trying to recall what had happened, where she had come from, who she was. Right now her world was this room and Dante and Sophia. She wondered if they were married. They appeared to be roughly the same age. Even if they were just friends, they seemed to have a great relationship. Emory felt a pang. Was there anyone out there wondering where she was? That cared for her? She hoped there was, because right now she was sure of only one thing. There was definitely someone out in the world who hated her enough to put a bullet into her. Rome. Maximo Neri was racked with nightmares he couldn't shake. For the fourth night running, he awoke before 3 a.m. and got out of bed, lighting a cigarette and going out on his balcony. Even at this hour, Rome was buzzing, and that's why he loved this city. He'd been born in the south of the country, Trani, in Apulia, the illegitimate son of a billionaire shipping magnate. His father, Alfonso Neri, already had a son, Ferdinand, and a daughter, Perdita, with his wife, but he adored Maximo. Maximo's mother, Lucetta, a piano teacher, had discovered she had terminal cancer 6 months after Max was born, and so Alfonso's wife, Nunzia, took Max in and treated him as one of her own, until her own death 5 years later. Maximo had a great relationship with his parents and his siblings while he was growing up. It was only when he met Ophelie, heartbreakingly beautiful and sweet-natured, that the problems with his half-brother Ferdy began. Max sighed. He knew why he couldn't sleep. Tomorrow it would be 10 years since Ophelie died. Max closed his eyes. Died. No. Murdered. Viciously, brutally, and by his own brother. And why? Because she had loved Max instead of him. God, the pain was still raw within him, but he was glad of it. He didn't ever want that anger, that grief, to leave him because it fueled him, protected him. He'd never let himself get hurt like that again. Except now he had met Clementine Saffran and he couldn't get her out of his head. Even when he was effing half of Rome, and losing friends because of it, Valentina had realized he was using her and slapped his face before leaving him in tears. God damn it. He had thought finally screwing Clem would ease the need for her, but instead he had become like a man obsessed and it scared him. Obsession was never healthy, Ferdy had proved that. Alfonso and his billions had helped cover up Ferdy's crimes, and he had banished his eldest son to Zurich, much to Maximo's horror and disgust. He couldn't believe Ferdy would get away with it, but Alfonso stood strong, and Ophelie's death was officially recorded as an accident. It had destroyed Max's relationship with his father, and Max's desire for revenge had never wavered. With unlimited funds, however, Ferdy had eluded him for the last decade, moving around the globe easily but mocking Max at every turn. Max remembered the phone calls. I'm glad I killed her. I wish I could do it all over again. Ferdy was a sick man and Max had never stopped looking for him. But while he was free, Max hadn't dared form any long-term relationships. His devastatingly handsome face meant he could always find someone to sleep with, but it was a lonely existence. The brief glimpse of family, of belonging he'd felt at that Seattle port, had been enough to know that he wanted that. Max finished his cigarette and went to brush his teeth. He glanced at the clock. It was almost 4 a.m. It would be 7 p.m. in Seattle right now. He wiped his mouth and grabbed his phone. Screw it, I want to hear your voice. He found Clementine's number and pressed dial. In a few rings he smiled. Hi. It's me. Bree Saffran felt lost. After she'd broken up with Jesse, and then discovered her mom and dad in bed together, she had avoided everyone, camping out in a local bookshop and reading every day until it closed. She ignored Jess's texts and calls. Her mom repeatedly tried to reach her, but Bree would cut her and her father dead before stalking out of the room. But God, she was lonely. And the person she would have turned to, that she had turned to before all of this happened, was dead. Bree now realized just how much of a friend as well as teacher Emory had been. Big sister, Bree thought now, you would know what to do. I wish I had known what Ray Grace was doing to you. And yet, you still had all the time in the world for us. It just made Bree angrier at what she perceived was her father's betrayal of Emory. What had her parents been thinking? Her phone buzzed with a number she didn't recognize. Hesitating, she answered the call. Bree? Bree couldn't place the female voice. Yes. Who's this? It's Kizzy Bree. Jess's sister. Please don't hang up. Bree fought against the urge to end the call, but this girl hadn't done anything to her, and she knew Kizzy was already fragile. Bree owed Jesse enough not to be rude to his sister. Okay. Kizzy sighed. Look, I wanted to say, Jess is an idiot. A big one. For what it's worth, he really loves you, but I'm not calling to fight his corner. He's a big boy. Bree was mystified. Okay, I appreciate that, but then. Why am I calling? Kizzy gave a soft laugh, then her voice choked a little. I need someone to talk to, Bree. Someone who was there. Lexi. Suddenly Bree got it. Jesse and Kizzy's sister Lexi was one of David Azano's victims. Kizzy's twin sister. Oh, you poor thing. Of course, Kizzy. Of course. Look, shall we meet? They arranged to meet that afternoon in the city. Bree showered and dressed and went downstairs. Her mom was in the drawing room, talking with the journalist she was working with on Emory's foundation. Bree saw her mother look up as she passed, call out, but Bree ignored her. She wasn't ready to forgive her yet. Kizzy was waiting when she got to the coffee house, and she smiled nervously at Bree as she sat down. Thank you, Bree, for agreeing to come. She looked so jittery that Bree took her hand. It's okay, really. It's nice to meet you properly. She gave Kizzy an embarrassed grin. I'm sorry about calling you names before. Kizzy laughed. I've been called worse. I'm glad someone was passionate enough about my brother, sorry. Bree had winced, but now she sighed. It's okay. I'm sorry it didn't work out, is all. But that doesn't mean you and I can't be friends. I'm glad. They ordered some hot drinks, then chatted easily for a while. Bree found Kizzy had a wicked sense of humor and loved reading as much as she did. She was grateful Kizzy didn't talk about Jessie, or if she did, it was just in reference to something else. It was an hour or so before Kizzy shifted uneasily in her chair and said, "What do you remember about that day? At the school?" Bree drew in a deep breath. "I remember everything changing in the blink of an eye. The first gunshot. The first screams. I wasn't in Mr. Azano's class, I was across the hall. Everyone started running." Bree's eyes unfocused as she remembered. "I remember seeing Azano shoot Haley Wells. He shot her in the stomach, and she just dropped to the floor, and he shot her again in the head. God. Lee Wells, Haley's boyfriend, just lost it and charged at Azano, but of course, he just shot him down. A bullet in the chest. I remember it felt like slow motion then. I was the last out of the classroom opposite, and Azano looked up slowly and I just ran." Her voice was shaking now, and she refocused on Kizzy's pale face. "I didn't see Lexi and Sandrine, Kizzy. I don't know where they were. I ran to the teacher's break room. I knew from there they had a large window I could get out of. But he'd fixed it so it wouldn't open because there were others. Other teachers. They tried to get out, and he'd simply massacred them all. Geez." She was shaking now, and Kizzy got up and pulled her chair around so she could put her arm around Bree. "I'm sorry to make you go through this, Bree." Bree shook her head. "No, it's okay, it helps weirdly." What happened next? I had never seen anything like it. It was a slaughterhouse. It froze me in my tracks, which gave him time to catch up with me. He was going to shoot me too, but the gun ran out of ammo. He had a knife and he grabbed me, but that was when Emory came. She knocked him away from me and told me to run. But I was too scared. He stabbed her and she screamed at me, and finally, I ran. Hot tears started to drop down her cheeks as she remembered. I left her there, Kizzy. I left her to die, and she nearly did. I ran outside and passed out when the SWAT guy found me. Did your teacher die? Bree shook her head. That's the thing, no, she didn't. She was pretty badly hurt, but she made it. Fell in love with my dad. Kizzy's eyes opened wide. I take it your parents are divorced? Bree nodded. My dad and Emory were made for each other. What they had was incredible, anyone could see that. Had? Bree's throat closed up. Emory was murdered by her ex-husband 6 weeks ago. We still haven't found her body. And my dad celebrated by screwing my mom. But Bree didn't say that to Kizzy, who was looking shocked. Geez. Bree shook herself out of her funk and tried to smile at Kizzy. I'm sorry about Lexi. She was a really nice girl. God, nice is a bad word. She was sweet and fun and kind, and everybody loved her. I know people always say that after someone dies, but in Lexi's case, it's the truth. She studied Kizzy now. I don't know why I didn't see it, the resemblance before, when I was mad at Jessie. I'm sorry, I was nutso that day. Kizzy shook her head. Doesn't matter. Lexi and I, well, we were as close as you can get, but not very similar. She was the good one. I'm the one who screws things up. Bree shook her head. Now come on, you're a prodigy, right? Kizzy grinned. A prodigy who drinks, smokes, and messes around. I was expelled, did you know that? From the Peabody. I didn't know. I only told Jessie, guess he kept the secret. He's a good boy. Sometimes, she added hurriedly as Bree made a face. Can we not talk about him, today at least? I'm still sore over it. Kizzy squeezed her hand. Of course. How's your dad doing? He must be heartbroken. Bree felt tears prick her eyes. I thought he was. He was. I know it for sure. She was silent for a minute, then she blurted it out. I caught him and my mom in bed a few nights ago. I cannot believe he'd do that to Emory. Kizzy said nothing for a time, then, you're mad at them? Bree nodded and Kizzy sighed. Yeah, I know how that feels. When Lexi died, it was as if my parents just shut down. Refused to acknowledge it. They just pretended she never existed. Jesse and me, well, we were to toe the party line or be ignored too. We both reacted the same way, anger. Drinking and screwing around. She gave Bree a smile. Until he met you. Just because it came back to bite him in the ass, doesn't mean, sorry. She held up her hands as Bree started to protest. Bree couldn't help giggling at the mischievous look on Kizzy's face. She felt a surge of warmth. She liked this girl, she really did, regardless of anything Jesse had done. And yeah, she hated to admit it, but it made her feel less hurt about Jesse too, maybe even sympathetic. Kizzy was watching her. Look, I have a place out on Bainbridge Island. If you want to come over sometime and we can hang out, I'd like that. I have a guest room too, if you want to get away from everything. Stay as long as you want. I promise it'll be just you and me. At that moment, Bree couldn't think of anything more she'd like to do. Yeah, thanks, I'd like that. Kizzy hugged her. Good. I think we can help each other, but more importantly, we can have some fun. I think we're both in dire need of that. Come this weekend and stay for a couple of days. Bree promised she would, and then they parted, Bree feeling more alive than she had in weeks. A new best friend. A new life. That's what she needed. A new life. She drove home and tried to sneak into the house, but Clem caught her and cornered her. Bree, please. Talk to me. I'm sorry about what you saw, but it happened and I can't change that. But we can't go on like this. Bree felt suddenly exhausted. Mom. I'm not angry. Not with you. I know you and Maximo weren't a couple. It's Dad I'm furious with. Emory's barely cold, Mom, and she saved me. Twice. It feels like such a betrayal. Clem looked ashamed. I know it must feel like that. But honey, me and your dad, we were just comforting each other. It wasn't really for sexual gratification. Ew, Mom, but Bree relented a little. She hesitated, then pulled her mom into a hug. Just give me time. I need time is all. Clem felt better after her talk with Bree, but she didn't tell her daughter that Maximo had called. When she'd heard his voice on the phone, her stomach had disappeared, that soft Italian purr sending thrills through her body. I'm not over you. But Maximo, his voice hesitant, had merely asked how Bree was, how Luca was doing, how he was coping after the news of Emory's blood being found. Clem had talked to him, her voice breaking occasionally, and then said goodbye. He had made no mention of them seeing each other, and Clem was too embarrassed to suggest it. It was only after he'd gone that she realized what the time must be in Rome. One thing the call did remind her of: it had been a mistake sleeping with Luca. Neither of them were in love with the other, it would just complicate things. When she tried to call Luca, he didn't answer, and she made a promise to herself to talk to him before the next day was out. They all needed to move on, now. All of them. Maximo had ended the call with mixed feelings. Talking to Clem had soothed him, but it had also brought up a fleet of new questions. She had told him that Luca was having trouble dealing with Emory's death, and Maximo knew exactly how the other man would be feeling now. Hopeless. Useless. Empty. Maximo had relived that terrible day, the day Ophelie died, over and over and over again. Ophelie looked tired, but her smile still made his heart soar. She got up from her vanity table and came to greet him. Hey, I did not expect you until later, mon amour. Couldn't stay away. He kissed her, feeling her soft lips open as he touched them, felt her curvy, luscious body curve around his. She slid a hand down to his groin and smiled. Is that all for me? Maximo grinned and lifted her into his arms. The night was sultry, but a cool breeze blew gently into her bedroom. Maximo carried her to the balcony of her house. In the distance, the city of Naples lay lit up, and the shadow of Vesuvius loomed back against the night sky. But Maximo only had eyes for the beautiful woman in his arms. Ophelie, for all her Parisian elegance, knew exactly how to seduce him, her long dark hair falling below her waist, her dark green eyes amused as they fixed on his. She slid from his lap and stood before him, pulling the straps of her gown from her shoulders and letting it slither to the ground. Maximo drew in a breath, his blood pumping, his member responding to her. He pulled her toward him, his mouth seeking her breasts, teasing her. His hand between her legs, feeling her getting ready for him. He heard her soft moan as he massaged her cherry, and buried his face in her soft belly, his tongue finding the deep hollow of her navel. "Maximo," she whispered, and the sound of her deep purr made him growl. He stood and pushed her back against the stone wall of her building, his hands rough now, so heated was his desire for her. Ophelie smiled as he dropped to his knees and sought her with his tongue, pushing her legs apart. He knew her body so well by now, knew she was completely uninhibited with him. "Mon amour, I want you." Afterward they lay facing each other, not saying anything for a while until Ophelie said in a low, pain-filled voice, "He was following me again today." Maximo cursed under his breath. This thing with Ferdy, it had been going on for months. At first, when Max had introduced Ophelie to his siblings, they had been welcoming, and indeed, his sister Perdita and his father Alfonso adored her. But with Ferdy, after a few weeks, Ophelie had kept running into him in the most unlikely places, when she was grocery shopping or coming out of one of the classes she taught at the local college. Ferdy was always there. At first, neither Ophelie or Max thought anything of it, until the day Ferdy had told Ophelie he was in love with her. Shocked, Ophelie had gently turned him down. She was in love with Maximo and always had been. She was kind and respectful in her rejection, but Ferdy had not taken it well. When Ferdy had embarrassed Ophelie at a public occasion, Maximo had stepped in, and the brothers had been at odds ever since. When Max had gone to his father, asking that their family security team be put on Ferdy, Alfonso had pooh-poohed the idea, telling Maximo he was overreacting and that he would have a word with Ferdy. Ferdy's reaction had been terrifying. He had cornered Ophelie in her classroom after hours, and although he had not explicitly threatened violence, Ophelie was in no doubt that he was capable. Maximo found her in floods of terrified tears, and neither of them slept that night. Maximo bypassed his father and hired protection for Ophelie. He confronted Ferdy in front of some of Ferdy's most important clients, determined to get the message across that his behavior was not acceptable. That had been 5 days ago. Ferdy had been humiliated, and until now he'd stayed away. But now, as Ophelie told him how she had seen him skulking around the college campus, Maximo's heart hardened. "I promise," he told her, "I will never let him hurt you." It was a promise he was unable to keep. That night they awoke to glass breaking downstairs. "Stay here," Maximo told a wide-eyed and frightened Ophelie. Arming himself with a marble ornament, he went downstairs to investigate. He found the broken glass window and was confused. It wasn't big enough for anyone to get through. It was only when he heard Ophelie scream that he realized what it was. A diversion. "Oh gosh, no." He sprinted up the stairs, his heart beating furiously. "Ophelie." "Maximo." She sounded utterly terrified. Then Maximo's heart almost stopped when he heard her scream, "No? No, please." He burst into their bedroom to see Ferdy, as he threw Ophelie through the closed glass windows. The glass smashed and she fell to the balcony floor, gasping and bleeding. Maximo rushed Ferdy and the two men struggled, each clawing and punching with his whole weight. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ophelie trying to get up, covered in blood. It distracted him enough for Ferdy to strike him hard on the temple, stunning him. Maximo slumped to the floor, knowing he had to get up, now, had to save her, save his love, save his Ophelie. Ferdy kicked him viciously in the stomach, and completely winded, Maximo could only watch as his half-brother strode to the struggling woman on the balcony, saw him grab a large, lethal shard of glass and plunge it into her stomach. No. But Ferdy was merciless, stabbing Ophelie repeatedly until at last he let her drop to the ground. Ophelie gasped for breath, for life, as Maximo crawled toward her. Ferdy smirked down at the lovers before making his escape. Maximo gathered Ophelie into his arms. "Please, please don't leave me, my sweet, sweet love," he begged her, but she touched his face once. Then her eyes closed forever. Maximo sobbed into the night, until his anguished cries alerted the neighbors, who called the police. Maximo would not give up Ophelie's body until Alfonso arrived, appalled. The whole story came out. Alfonso apologized to Maximo, but paid the police off and banished Ferdy to Zurich. Maximo cut all ties with his father. And Ophelie, his love, was gone. Maximo made it to the bathroom before he threw up. So much violence, he thought now. He had to get out of Italy, at least for a while. He could not be here for the anniversary of Ophelie's murder. It would break him. 2 hours later, he was being driven to the airport. He stared sightlessly out of the window. Haunted by Ophelie's face, he closed his eyes. He knew 2 things he could do to distract himself. One was help Luca Saffran get through the loss of his love. Maximo nodded to himself. The other would be more difficult. Find Ferdy wherever he was in the world and kill him. Z. Azano had managed to ignore Jared all day, as he sat in the diner wearing a supercilious grin and exchanging fake niceties with the regulars. To her satisfaction, Z knew something Jared didn't. Every single one of the regulars knew Jared's game and was playing along. When Flint had suggested telling a few of the regulars, Z had been horrified at first, but he'd talked her around. Think about it, baby. Jared is counting on the fact you don't want it to be known that you're David Azano's widow. Exactly, she said, her face growing hot, her chest tightening with panic. Don't you see? We can use that. If we tell just a few regulars, and tell them what Jared's doing and that you don't want your cover blown, we can use his ignorance and arrogance to our advantage. He'll try to get to you here, it's the most accessible place for him. You'll be surrounded by people, protected, so when we really try to push his buttons, and I mean really push his buttons, when he goes off, we'll control it. Z gazed at him, then at Teresa and Hannah. What do you think? I'm with Flint, Teresa said, and Hannah nodded. Besides Z, think of the fun we're going to have with this jackass. So she was convinced, but still she felt Jared's presence like a seething, sinister thing, waiting to attack and destroy her. They'd been working up to it all week, already effing with Jared's brain. Z came and went at different strange times, like 5 after 3 p.m. or 10 of 7 a.m. And when Jared tried to follow her or cut her off as she left, someone would be there to stop him, whether it be Flint, Teresa, Hannah, or one of the regulars. He never got near her, and they could tell it was getting to him. They were daring him, and yet somehow he didn't follow through on his threat. Flint was getting edgy. We need something big, something to push him over the edge. Z agreed, but when Flint came up with a plan, a fail-safe plan, he said, grinning widely, Z had been stunned. But when she thought about it, she'd started to laugh and agreed to go through with it. She saw Flint's car pull up to the front of the diner. As she saw him walk in through the door, greeting his friends there, her heart began to beat just a little faster. When he smiled at her, she was lost. Ignoring Jared, he opened the counter and walked in. He kissed her tenderly but passionately, and not just to annoy Jared. You ready, baby? He said softly, his gaze on hers, and she nodded, her cheeks flushing red. You bet I am. Flint laughed. Both of them couldn't resist a glance at the glowering Jared. Got something to say, Podesta? It can wait. Jared's gaze was fixed on Z, and she felt a frisson of fear despite Flint's presence. Flint gave him a cheesy grin and led Z outside, opening the passenger door for her. When he got in beside her, he looked over at her. Okay. Last chance to change your mind. Z leaned over and kissed him. No cold feet here. Flint grinned happily. Then let's do it. Jared Podesta watched them with growing anger. The next moment, he was thrown into confusion as the people around him moved into action. Teresa, and that asshole Flint's sister Hannah, came through with bags of decorations and began to turn the diner into some sort of tinsel nightmare. The other patrons seemed to be in on the secret, helping the women out. Jared was left in the middle of the melee, as they decked the entire place in banners and balloons, glittering white and silver everywhere. When the two women strung the final banner across the counter, Jared finally understood. No. No way. No effing way. He stood, and Teresa and Hannah started to laugh at him. "Don't laugh at me, skanks," he roared, and the place fell silent. Hannah gave him a wide-eyed, innocent look. "So, I take it you don't want to join the party? You don't want to congratulate the happy couple?" Jared felt the rage boiling up inside him. "Bullshit. There's no way they're really getting married, so why don't you just drop the act?" Hannah looked at Teresa. "Hey, is that true? Did my brother and Z really not go to City Hall?" Teresa, enjoying the joke. No. She looked straight at Jared. "They really did. How about we all get ready to say congratulations to the newlyweds?" Jared lost it. He lunged at Hannah, who was closest, and who deftly sideswiped him, kicking out the back of his knee so he went sprawling. Two of the guys from the diner picking him up and threw him out of the door. Both Hannah and Teresa came to the door as he scrambled to his feet, and as he turned, they both gave him the finger. Jared, humiliated and raging, stamped off to his car. One thing he knew for sure, Z would never make it down the aisle or to the courtroom, not if he had anything to do with it. His gun was in his glove box, and he fumbled to get it out now. As he drove, he calmed himself, starting to think about what this all had led to, how he had gotten to this place. He hadn't even known he had a brother, until his father had died, and he was called into his lawyer's office. He'd been drawn to the painting of the old plantation house he'd been brought up in. He gazed at the picture of the house, remembering the last time he had ever seen it. Remembering being sent away. Just a boy. An only child. Apparently not. In this stranger's law office, the photograph of his home, the home from which he was banished, seemed incongruous, wrong. "Mr. Podesta?" Jared turned to face the lawyer, his face cold. "Mr. Podesta, do you understand what I am telling you?" Jared smiled, humorless. "Mr. Hamilton, what have I done to make you think I am in some way retarded? You have just informed that I have a brother, whose existence up to now was denied to me. So my mother and father hid from me the fact that they had another son." William Hamilton shifted uncomfortably. "That's not exactly." Jared sat down opposite him, a movement so abrupt it startled the elderly lawyer. "Then tell me how exactly, Mr. Hamilton." Jared brushed his trousers, before turning his hard stare to the lawyer once more. "Well?" Hamilton cleared his throat. Unease made his stomach roll. "Your brother was adopted from birth, your mother never saw him. But somehow, don't ask me how, it was a closed adoption. She found out where he was and kept tabs on him. And when she died, she split her estate equally between you." Jared digested the information. "Where is he?" "I'm sorry? Where's my brother now? What's his name?" "I'm sorry, I can't." "Mr. Hamilton, you will give me the information I want. My family abandoned me, and until now I have had no idea that I have a sibling. I want to know my family, Mr. Hamilton. Where is he?" Hamilton looked into the eyes of the man in front of him, and recognized the dead eyes of a psychopath. "It was your mother's wish." "Screw my mother, Mr. Hamilton. I want the family I was denied. Where is he?" "His name is David Azano. He's a teacher at a private school near Seattle. He lives with his wife in Auburn." "Washington?" "Yes." "Thank you. Mr. Hamilton, you will give me the full address and any other pertinent details. You will engage an attorney in Seattle to handle my brother's inheritance. I will meet with him and impart the good news myself." Hamilton opened his mouth to argue, but his mouth flapped ineffectually as Jared smiled to himself and rose, not offering his hand to the older man. "I will call again tomorrow for the information. I hope and expect you will give me the information I want." But then the lawyer had called and asked if he'd seen the news. His brother had gone crazy, shot up a school, killed some people, some kids. Jared watched the news dispassionately. Well, that meant he got all of his father's inheritance, he supposed. The lawyer had disagreed. No, David's money would go to his wife. That had angered Jared, but then he'd seen her, her face racked with grief, racked with guilt on the television, and his breath was taken away. The answer was clear. He would find her, seduce her, then he would have the prize. Not just the money, but the beautiful woman his brother had abandoned. She would be his. And now not only was he about to lose Z, but if she married Flint Newland, then he would have lost all control over her. He'd done his homework on Newland, knew he came from money. If he married Z, then all and any control Jared had over her would be gone. Jared knew that in the next few hours, it would be settled one way or another. And if he had to kill Newland or Z or both of them, then he would. It was time to finish this. But then the idea came to him, and he almost burst out laughing. So obvious. Bree leaned her head against the window of the ferry lounge. Outside the weather was squally, the ferry heaved and fought against the boiling sea. Bree's stomach roiled, but she swallowed back the nausea. Bree sighed at the peace the day alone had given her. She'd gotten up before dawn, caught the first boat into the city on Kizzy's suggestion, just hanging out in coffee houses alone or in bookstores. She had bought Kizzy a new cello bow and some Arvo part on vinyl to say thank you. She had spent the weekend with Kizzy at her place on the island, enjoying the waterfront villa. Kizzy had grinned when Bree expressed her admiration. I know it's outrageously expensive, but God, the peace. Plus, I don't disturb the neighbors when I practice. She'd played the cello for Bree, and Bree had been deeply moved by the music, even ended up in tears. It felt good to cry. She and Kizzy had talked nonstop about everything, and it had taken the edge off the tension she had felt starting to overwhelm her. Then Kizzy had started to talk about Jesse. He misses you, Bree. So much. Don't make that face. I know you feel the same. And the truth of the matter is, there's no way you can go on avoiding him if we're going to be friends. Or if he decides to move away from Seattle, and you never see him again. Pain shot through Bree and she winced. Kizzy had seen it. There you go. So the only way is to fight through the painful part and get back to being, geez, I don't know. Friends. Friends who, are in love with each other but still just friends. Soulmates, if you like. She grinned at Bree, but her eyes were serious. She took her hand, trying to soften her words. Honestly, if you can't, then I don't know what's going to happen to all of us. I can't choose sides, Bree. He's my brother. Being selfish, I can't live without either of you, so it's time to suck it up and get over it. The grief Bree felt at her words was overwhelming. Kizzy could see the anger and the pain on her friend's face. Bree shook her head. I'm so wrecked by everything that's happened lately, Kizzy. The shootings, Emory, my mom and dad. Tears started to pour down her face. And Jesse? I should have given him a chance to explain. None of this would have happened if I hadn't gone off at him. I love him so much, Kizzy, I'm sick of pretending I don't. Sitting down in the window seat, she glanced over to Jess's house. Seeing it in darkness, she covered her face with her hands and let out one wrenching sob. And I'm so sick of pretending that my heart isn't broken, and I don't know how to fix it. That every time I think of him with her, Julieta, I feel like I'm dying. Kizzy's eyes filled with tears as she watched her friend weep. Oh, sweetheart. She went and pulled Bree over to the couch, made her sit, and held her as she tried to stop crying. You should know, he's not with Julieta like that. He's supporting her because of the baby, but it's you he loves. I know it. Eventually Bree's sobs shuddered to a stop and she sniffed. Kizzy let her go and smiled at her. I have an idea. You need to get away from everything, at least for a day. Bree wiped her eyes. That sounds good. What's the plan? The ferry pitched and rocked, the weather outside worsening. Bree closed her eyes, rubbing her forehead. For once they decided, the varsity could stay closed for a day. Bree would get out, into the city, away from everyone and clear her head. And it had worked. She felt stronger, a decision had been made. Jesse, the pain of never seeing him outweighed everything. Everything. So she would try to live with being just his friend. The thought made her stomach warm. Bree shifted in her seat, pulling her coat tighter. The breeze from the ocean swept in, as the door to the deck opened behind her and she shivered. She leaned her head on her hand, sleep threatening. Then she felt someone sit down beside her, a hand sliding gently into hers. In the second before she opened her eyes, a memory came flooding back. A shock of messy hair and a crooked smile. She knew this skin, the warm fingers tangling gently through hers. Her stomach flipped and she opened her eyes. Jesse didn't look at her at first, a flush of red high on his cheeks. His long fingers squeezed hers in the tiniest movement. Love. Bree felt disconnected from the world, her breath hitching and stalling. Jesse turned his head then, and his smile made her weak. He slid a hand around her waist, pulled her to him, and leaned his head against hers. Bree sighed, unable to resist his touch, her entire body tingling. Her arms slid around his body, his familiar, solid, comforting shape. She felt him slide his fingers into her hair and press his lips against her forehead. She looked up into his eyes and a sense of calmness, of security came over her. "You are my home." Jesse smiled when he read the love in her expression. They didn't speak. They stayed like that until the ferry docked on the island. Letting the other passengers filter off before they stood, they walked slowly from the harbor, fingers still linked, Jess's thumb brushing the back of her hand rhythmically, sending warm tingles through her. At the edge of Main Street, Jesse pulled her into an alleyway and into his arms. In silence they stood, locked together. Then he let her go, touched the back of his hand to her face, his eyes shining. "Good night." She smiled at him, her face soft with love. "Bye." She leaned against the corner of the building, watching him walk slowly home. Before he went inside, he turned and raised his hand. She waved back and grinned. When he had gone, she started to walk toward Kizzy's home, debating whether to get a cab back. The evening was cool, but was only a couple of miles walk home. At the villa, Bree glanced at Kizzy's closed bedroom door as she passed, grinning to herself. Kizzy would have loved to know what just happened. "Sorry Kizzy, just for today, this is mine." She smiled to herself and went to bed. Emory steeled herself, then nodded at Dante and the psychiatrist. "Okay." Sophia sat beside her, holding her hand. Today, they were going to tell her everything, about who she was, where she came from, who wanted to kill her. Dante and Sophia had been incredibly kind, and she hadn't wanted for anything since she woke up. They bought her clothes, fed her, arranged medical treatment. She had talked to them, so she knew a little, her name, that she was a teacher, that she had been involved with some kind of massacre at her school. She had been horrified at that, and had gotten so upset that Dante had called in some psychiatric help too. Now, a month later, she was ready. She nodded at Dante, who smiled at her. She had grown incredibly close to the man, as well as Sophia, who turned out to be his cousin. She had become aware, lately, of a change in her and Dante's relationship. They spent long evenings talking, laughing. She found him intelligent and erudite, and he was definitely an attractive man with his warm eyes, his swarthy skin, his athletic build. She was aware of his attraction to her, but something was holding her back. She wondered now if she would discover what that was. Flashes of memory had started to come back to her, mostly disjointed nightmares, but every so often something that felt like a lover's kiss would drift across her mind. She had been loved, she knew it in her soul. She just didn't know who by. Now, as she sat ready, she knew one thing. The man in the photograph they placed in front of her wasn't it. He was older, florid, arrogant, and her stomach curled with a subconscious dread. "This is Raymond Grace," Dante said gently. "This is the man we think shot you. Your ex-husband." Emory picked up the photograph and stared at the face. "Yes." She nodded. "I know this face. I was married to him." Her voice was gruff, full of astonishment, and Sophie couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "Honey, we've all been wondering how that happened." Emory laughed, and suddenly she felt better. She put down the photo and looked expectantly at Dante. With a nod from the psychiatrist, Dante handed her another photograph. This time it was of a young woman, a teenager, short dark hair and dark eyes. A tomboy. Emory's pulse quickened. "I know this girl. I know her." As she studied the picture, she began to smile. "I feel like she's a friend. A good friend." "You saved her life," Dante said gently. Her name is Saffran. Emory felt a jolt, one that took her breath away. Bree? I know her, Bree, oh my God. Suddenly she felt like she couldn't breathe. She bent double and then Dante was there, holding her. She rocked back and forth. I remember, the school. David, it was David. He was going to kill her, oh my God, oh no God, he had a knife. Dante held her as she sobbed, the memories crashing back. He nodded to Sophie and to the doctor, who both quietly left the room. He held Emory tightly, letting her cry herself out. When she stopped, sighing and apologizing, he took her face in his hands. Stop apologizing, you have nothing to apologize for. You're a hero, Emory. He stroked her face with his thumbs. Emory gazed at him, and suddenly the atmosphere in the room changed. Emory drew in a shaky breath. Dante. His lips met hers and he kissed her gently, shyly, questioningly. Emory closed her eyes, felt the sensation of his embrace and sank into it. She tangled her fingers in his dark hair as they kissed, and when she opened her eyes, she saw the love in his. Emory, he said in a soft voice, I'm crazy about you. You are everything I have ever wanted, but I don't want to coerce you or take advantage, because I would hate it if you were to regain your memories only to find that there is someone else, someone you left behind, and you felt I betrayed that. Emory gazed at him, her hand cupping his cheek. Dante. I just don't know, I cannot remember. What I do know is this, there's something in my mind that keeps pulling me back. Something I just can't reach it. You're a wonderful man, and I don't want to break your heart or mine. Until I know everything, I can't make that decision. But know this, and she leaned her forehead against his. Right now, this moment. This is ours. The rest of the world doesn't exist. Dante frowned, not understanding. Emory? She pressed her lips against his. Hold me. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her, feeling her arms curl around him. God, he wanted this woman so badly and she was giving him what he wanted, right here, right now, with no expectations. They held each other for a time, then Dante walked her back to her room. You know, now that you're feeling better, you can come up to the main house. Stay in one of the guest rooms. Emory looked hesitant. I don't know. I think it's best that we keep a distance, don't you? For now, I mean. Dante smiled. Of course. But I promise, it would be a pleasure to have you there. He hadn't meant that to sound dirty, but when Emory giggled, he realized and flushed red. You know what I mean. I do. She sat down on her bed. Dante, I don't know how I can ever repay what you've done for me. It's just incredible. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I could do some work for you. He rolled his eyes. You know anything about conglomerates? He grinned as she pulled a face. Not a thing. Just keep getting better, that's all I ask. Now listen, speaking of work, I have to get back, so you have everything you need? I do. Thank you, Dante. He smiled and left the room, his emotions swirling inside him. She had gotten under his skin, this beautiful woman, and he knew he was in great danger of falling in love with her. So, was that the reason you didn't mention Luca Saffran? He pushed the thought away, and told himself that his detectives hadn't confirmed that Emory was in a romantic relationship with the man. Yeah, right. Dante sighed, pushing the guilt to the back of his mind, and went to work. Luca looked up as his secretary knocked at the door. Someone to see you, Luca. Luca glanced at the clock. A little before 10 p.m. He frowned. Really? She nodded. Then as she stepped back, Luca saw the last person he expected. He stood and strode over. Maximo, what are you doing here? Maximo shook his hand and fixed him with a steady look. I'm here to offer my help, Luca. As a friend. As someone who lost someone he loved. And not only that, but I think I can help you. I think we can help each other.
Part 7. Kizzy.
As both she and Jessie were night owls, it was no surprise to Hannah that at 12 o'clock she heard a soft knock at her door. She opened her door. Geez, you look happy. Her brother grinned at her as she let him in, but stayed quiet. He swaggered over to the easy chairs and slumped back into one. Kizzy laughed at the playful look on his face. "Seriously, dude, I haven't seen you smile in I don't know how long." She peered at him. Did something happen? She grabbed a couple of beers from the fridge, handing him one. Jess's smile was smug. Might have had a moment with a certain someone. Had to go into the city this afternoon. Kizzy's mouth was a perfect O. "You saw Bree?" She didn't say anything. He nodded and sighed happily. "On the ferry on the way back." "Is she here?" "Asleep in the guest room." "Do you want me to wake her?" Jesse shook his head, giving her a smile. "No, let her rest." "What did you talk about?" He leaned forward, grabbed his beer. "Nothing." She raised her eyebrows at him. "Okay, nothing at all." He shook his head, but she laughed at the satisfaction in his eyes. "Well, I guess you two have never needed words, hey?" She leaned forward and clinked her bottle against his, grinning at the look of happiness on her brother's face. "So what now?" Jesse shook his head. "Honestly, sis, I have no idea." Z looked over at Flint now as they drove back from City Hall. "Mrs. Flint Newland." "Wow." Flint grinned over at her, knowing what she was thinking. "Crazy, huh? Wifey?" Z chuckled. "Hubby. God, I never even called David that." "Sorry," she added as she realized how insensitive she was being, but Flint gave a good-natured shrug. "Baby, it's okay to talk about him, you know. I'm secure enough in our relationship that if it helps to talk about him, do. I may regret this, but I want us to be totally honest about everything." Z felt her chest hurt with the force of love she felt for this man. "Thank you, honey. I'm just thinking, my God, what a whirlwind, from that first night screwing in an alleyway to this." She laughed out loud and he joined in and took her hand. "Z, I was like an animal the minute I saw you. God, your lips, your eyes, even with that haunted look. The curves of you. Damn. I was arrogant enough to believe that you felt the same." His words made a pulse beat furiously between her legs, and she leaned over to him, nuzzling his ear. "Mr. Newland?" Flint grinned. "Yes, Mrs. Newland?" "Pull the car over. Somewhere we won't be seen. If you want animal, I'll give you animal." "Yes, ma'am." Flint was laughing as he turned the wheel and drove down the next turning into the dark woods. In a clearing, Z got out of the car. "Where are you going?" Flint asked. Z grinned, and as he got out to join her, she pushed him back onto the hood. "Lay back, hubby," she ordered as she stripped off, and he smiled, doing as he said. She pulled his jeans off and straddled him, cupping his member in her hands, stroking its silky length until it became rock hard. Flint groaned as she worked on him, and then reaching between her legs, began to massage her cherry, feeling her dampen and shiver under his touch. When finally she guided him inside and she rode him gently at first, then as their gazes locked, they moved faster, harder, wanting to lose themselves in each other. In the quiet of the forest their moans and cried echoed, and as they reached spasm, both of them delirious with pleasure, Z knew that her whole world now was this man. And that was more than enough happiness for a lifetime. Kizzy switched the television off and lay on her couch, listening to the silence. Jesse had gone home, and Bree was dead to the world in the guest room. She liked having Bree here, the other girls seemed to share her love of peace. The reason Kizzy had picked this little villa on Bainbridge was the quiet, the solitude. She had always been a loner, odd considering she was a twin, but Lexi had been the same. Kizzy and Lexi had always oriented themselves around each other, always knowing when the other needed alone time and never holding a grudge. God, she missed Lexi. Her sister had always been the sweetest one out of all three siblings, the most grounded. It was tragic, and yet weirdly inevitable, that she was the one murdered. The Auburn school shootings might have faded from the news stories, but not from the memory of everyone involved, not from Washington state. Kizzy would sit in coffee shops and diners and overhear people talking about it, and she would want to scream at them to shut up. You weren't there. You didn't lose anybody. But she didn't. Because what did she know? They could have lost friends, cousins, brothers, lovers, sisters. I am not dealing with this well. For the last 7 days, she had repeated those words to herself, trying to see if she could crack the wall of ice that had formed around her heart. She wanted to cry, wanted to scream and break down, because until she did, she didn't know how she could move on. Kizzy pushed that thought away, as she always did, and rolled off the couch. She pulled open one of the French windows and stepped out into the Washington night. A full moon meant that it was well lit, as she padded across the grass down to the little beach and into the water a little way. The cold water lapped around her ankles as she stared up at the sky. Earlier, she'd managed to finish off a small bottle of vodka, and now she felt her head swirling. God, she was tired, exhausted really. The cold water felt nice on her skin, so she stripped, throwing her dress back onto the sand and diving into the deeper water. It streamed past her limbs feeling cool, and the sensation relaxed her, soothing. Then her restful state was interrupted by screaming and shouting, and someone pulling at her. "Leave me alone. I'm asleep, Kizzy opened her eyes to bright white light, ceiling tiles, and the strong smell of antiseptic. Hospital. What the hell? She sat up and saw her parents and Jesse standing just outside the door. Jesse looked over at her and smiled. She mouthed, "What the heck is going on?" at him, and he nodded, moving to the door. Her parents followed her. Kizzy immediately saw her mother's red eyes, the strain on her father's face. A doctor came in, before she could ask them what the hell she was doing there. Kizzy felt her head whirl, fuzzy with pain. Jesse squeezed her hand. Her father stood at the doorway watching, smiling whenever she looked over to him. Her mother wouldn't look at her, and Kizzy felt a pull of grief in her chest. Dr. Napier shone the light into her eyes, and she winced. Dr. Napier smiled. "Sorry, are you still experiencing confusion?" Kizzy nodded. "Yes, She looked over at Jesse, perched on the side of her bed. He winked at her, but his face was somber. He exchanged a look with the doctor. Dr. Napier put his penlight away and sat down next to her. He leaned forward, his eyes searching her face. "Kizzy, I need to ask you. Why did you stop taking your antidepressants?" She stared at him, uncomprehending. "What?" The doctor picked up her charts. "We ran some blood. You were on," he checked the papers, "Zoloft?" She nodded. "Dr. Napier, I didn't stop taking them. I know the risks. I wouldn't do that." He looked at her steadily. "Kizzy, the blood tests don't lie. You haven't been taking them for some time, at least 3 months. Not only that, we found aspirin in your system. You're allergic, correct?" She nodded. "Very." Bree was in the room then, and Kizzy felt a tug of gratefulness in her. "That was me. Remember earlier, when you said you had a headache? I'm sorry, I didn't know you were allergic, Kizzy. Otherwise, I would never have." "In this case, you did Kizzy a favor," the doctor interrupted. "If her airways hadn't been closing themselves off, more water would have gotten in." He looked at Kizzy. "Bree saved your life twice tonight." Kizzy, still confused, tried to smile at Bree. Bree smiled, a little shyly. Jesse put his hand on his shoulder. Kizzy was silent for a moment, then looked at the doctor again. "Look, doctor," and she could feel panic beginning to rise in her chest, "I swear to you. I got my prescription filled last week. There should be 20 capsules left. Get someone to go to my house." She trailed off as the 3 men all shifted. Her father moved to her side, looked down at her. "Kizzy, we did that," he said softly, his eyes grave. "I checked. The bottle was full. I'm so sorry, but none of the pills were gone." She was shaking her head from side to side now. "No, I remember taking them, damn it. I remember taking it last night. Jesse, you were there." "Not in your bathroom, sweetheart." Jesse stroked her hand, but she could see the doubt in his eyes. "You'd been drinking," the doctor went on, his tone sympathetic. "You'd had an emotional day, an upsetting day. What with the recent spotlight on your family's history, you'd be forgiven for wanting things to change. The fact you went for a swim in the middle of the night, in this weather. Kizzy, it's okay if things got to you. We can help. Desperation now. I do not believe this is happening. She cast around for support from Jesse, from her father, but the consternation she read on their faces was hard to look at. I did not try to kill myself. I have no idea how I got in the water, and I know I was drunk, but I am not suicidal. A sob choked off what had been about to say. I want to go home, she whispered, and without opening her eyes, she pushed back the covers and swung her legs over the side of the bed. They were on her before she could stand. I'm sorry, the doctor huffed as he and Jesse pushed her back. She opened her eyes and wrenched her arms out of their grip. I'm not staying here. The hysteria in her voice was building, the fear overwhelming, a roaring in her ears, the hard hammering of blood, of rage, of helplessness. She was struggling now, looking to Jesse for help. He shook his head. You have to, Bubs. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He held her head to his chest as she gave up, sobbing. Her father came and sat on the bed, winding his arm around her waist. I'm here, sweetie, I'm here. The solid warmth of his body next to hers made her body involuntarily relax against him. He hugged her tight. Kizzy saw her mother's lips tighten. I'm here. Jesse and the doctor both released their grip as she let her father hold her, all fight in her gone. She listened to them talk, words like psych evaluation and sedative. Her father's arms tightened around her. The doctor sighed. I'm sorry, Kizzy. I'm placing you on a 72-hour involuntary hold. The psychiatrist will be along to see you soon. He nodded to Jesse and her father, and left the room. Kizzy looked at her parents, Jesse, her friend Bree, and saw the pain in their eyes. I swear to you all, she said in a shaky voice, I did not try to kill myself. Her mother gave a sob, and a tear dropped down Bree's face. Kizzy closed her eyes again, pulled away from her father's arms, and rolled onto her side, away from both of them. No one believes me. It was then, finally, that she gave up hope. Emory had taken to walking around the compound. She hated that word, so militaristic, when really the place was a set of gorgeous buildings set over acres and acres of woodland and meadows. It was heavenly, and so to aid her recovery, again, she thought with a wry smile, she took long walks around the place. Dante joined her for many of the walks, bringing along his 2 dogs, a long-haired German shepherd named the Brigadier, and a mad dark red cavalier King Charles called Duke, who was madly in love with Emory. He has good taste, Dante had said ruefully, and Emory giggled at his eye-rolling as she played with the 2 dogs. Damn dogs get all the attention. They talked a lot, Dante telling her about his fiery Italian mother and laid-back father. She would always be flinging her arms around ranting about politics and feminism and just everything, and he would just nod along and agree. That drove her mad. She wanted the arguments, the debates, the passion. It was pretty funny to watch. They sound amazing. Dante nodded. They were. I was very lucky. They're not with you anymore? Cancer. Within weeks of each other 5 years ago. Emory was appalled and tucked her hand under his arm. I'm so sorry, Dante. He covered her hand with his. Thank you, Em. She loved how he called her that, so friendly, so at ease with her. She leaned against him and he smiled. Have you had any new memories come back? Emory nodded. Some. Bit in pieces. I remember Bree mostly, how much she meant to me, how close we were. I mean, after I was her teacher, we were friends, I think. I think so too. You saved her life. What about, and Dante cleared his throat looking nervous, her family? Do you remember them? Her mom had a beautiful name. That's all I remember right now. I can't quite. Clementine, Dante said, then hesitating again, and her father. Luca Saffran. Emory felt a jolt at the name. She stopped and closed her eyes, willing the memories to come back. There's something? I can't reach it. Suddenly she felt tired, and Dante, noticing, wrapped his arms around her. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be pushing. Let's get you back. They walked slowly back to the guest house. Dante held Emory's hand, and was gratified that she didn't pull away. Can I try and suggest again you move up to the big house? It's not for me, you understand. and the playful expression on his face made her laugh. "It's just that Duke and the Brigadier keep insisting, and I just don't know what to tell them." Emory chuckled. "Is that right? Well," and she flushed red and had to turn away to hide it. "A change of scenery is always good for recovery." Dante rocked back a little before a delighted smile crossed his face. "Wow, I took a chance, really? You'll come stay?" Her face burning, she turned back to face him, taking in the utter joy on his face. Her heart flipped a little. God, he was adorable and gorgeous. She stared up at him, her hand drifting up to touch his cheek. She took in his intense green eyes, his black curls messy, the dark shadow of his beard. "I'd like that." Her throat felt thick, full of emotion. Dante opened his mouth to speak, but then they both heard Sophie calling him. He smiled at Emory regretfully. "When you want to move your stuff, call me and I'll come help." Emory loved that he didn't say, "Send my staff to help." "How about after dinner?" Dante grinned delightedly. "You got a deal." He stroked her cheek with a finger, and then he went to find Sophie. Emory drew in a long, shaky breath. "Emory Dutta, do not fall for this man." Emory smiled to herself. Way too late," she whispered softly and then went to pack. Maximo Neri's heart was thumping hard, but he kept his face blank and expressionless. Luca had suggested they meet with Clem after Maximo had told Luca he would help him in anyway. Now they were driving to her home to meet the journalist she was working with, and Maximo found himself suddenly nervous about seeing Clem again. To distract himself, he looked over at Luca now. The man looked strained almost to the breaking point. Maximo recognized that feeling well. To have the woman you love taken away so violently. "You know, you still have to decide what to do with Raymond Grace." Luca nodded. "I know, and I'm struggling with it. I want to rip him limb from limb, but then it's the easy way out for him." "Where have you got him?" Maximo cleared his throat. "Best you don't know." Luca looked as if he was about to argue, then closed his mouth. After a minute he said softly, "You're a good friend, Maximo." Maximo smiled. "I appreciate that, Luca. Maybe when all this is settled, we can spend time together more fruitfully." "Almost there," Luca said, distracted. Maximo drew in a discreet, silent breath and pulled the car into Clem's driveway. Clem herself opened the door, and immediately her eyes met Maximo's. She smiled, and he could see she was as scared as he was. She led them into her living room where a young blonde woman sat, glasses shoved onto the top of her head, glass of wine in her hand. Clem introduced her as Tatiana Mendelssohn, and both Max and Luca shook the woman's hand. After Clem had got them some drinks, they all sat down. "Luca, Max, Tat and I have been talking about Emory's foundation, and we think that we need to narrow the focus down, make it about intimate partner violence." "I agree," said Luca, nodding. "It's the most appropriate message. We need to reach out to politicians and make sure we tighten the laws." He talked for a few minutes more, and Max could see the strain on his face. When Luca had finished, Max said softly, "Could we extend it to familial violence?" Taking a deep breath, he told them everything about Ophelie's murder and Ferdy's exile. He was open, honest about the whole story, his pain and passion laid out for them all to see. Clem didn't take her eyes from Max as he told about his lost love. Her heart was thudding, her stomach squirming with horror as Max laid out the brutal way his brother had killed Max's love. It answered so many questions. When he had finished, Clem reached for his hand automatically, and Max squeezed her hand before withdrawing. Luca watched them, his eyes soft. "I'm so sorry, Maximo," he said gently. "I had no idea. No wonder you've been so empathetic." "Thank you, it must have brought up terrible memories." Max nodded. "It has, but I want to use that pain, that anger, we both have to make a difference." Clem smiled at him gratefully and looked at her friend Tatiana. "What do you think, Tat?" Tatiana smiled at them all. She was a serious-looking English woman who Clem had instantly bonded with, despite the fact that Tatiana was closer to Bree's age than Clem's. Her intelligence and compassion surprised Clem, but Tatiana told her that journalism was merely her way to get to the information she needed for her activism. "I'm a fierce feminist," she had told Clem at their first meeting, and I don't back down when presented with a challenge. Women's rights are being decimated in the most insidious ways. Low-key, under the radar, eventually we'll be regressing back to the Stone Age, and we won't have seen it coming. Now she went through her plans for the book with Clem, raising the issues from the shooting, yes, but tying them into Emory's murder by her ex-husband. Guys? I don't need to tell you, this is a compelling story. Beautiful young teacher, popular, inspirational, saves the life of a teenager, only to be shot to death by her jealous ex-husband. They all saw Luca wince. Tatiana looked sympathetic. I know, Luca. I do know that it sounds like we'll be exploiting Emory's story, and in a way we will. But we'll be doing it to protect more women and men who are living under the threat of violence and death. Forgive me, but I cannot see a better legacy for Emory than that. Luca nodded slowly. Look. Clem, Max, can I talk to Tatiana in private for a moment? Clem was surprised but nodded. Of course. She looked shyly at Max. Max, shall we go to the kitchen, find some food? Max stood. Lead on. They walked in silence into the big kitchen, and Clem, her face red, her heart pounding at being alone with him again, bustled around, pulling random items from the refrigerator, the cupboards. How have you been? She asked him shyly. I missed you, he said in a low voice, and she stopped. Her gaze met his, and she felt herself melt. I miss you every moment, she whispered, and then she was in his arms, his lips against hers. Bella, I shouldn't have walked away, he whispered when they finally broke free. Clem looked up at him, her eyes full of understanding. I know why you did, and you were right to. I wasn't ready, and Max, I still don't know if I am. And now that I know about your Ophelie, maybe you aren't either. Am I right? Maximo pressed his lips to hers briefly. You see me, Clem, you do. And to answer your question, no. Until I find Ferdy, I don't think I will be. I need to honor Ophelie before I can move on, but Clementine, know this. I will come for you when this is all over. Clem looked up at him with frightened eyes. What will you do when you find your brother? Max's eyes hardened, and Clem gave a shiver. I will avenge her, Bella Clementine. I will make him pay for what he did. Kizzy sat in the large, cold meeting room, wondering if she could escape from a window. Group therapy. God. Most of the others in the room, scattered around the large impersonal table, were older, people in their 30s, 40s, 50s. Only one other person was her age, a tall, gangly youth with short dark hair and huge chocolate brown eyes. He was looking as uncomfortable as she was, but he sensed her gaze and looked at her. He grinned, showing a mouthful of perfect white teeth, and the expression lit up his face and made her smile back automatically. He side-eyed the other people in the room and rolled his eyes, and Kizzy had to stifle a giggle. Okay, everyone here. Good. A harassed-looking psychiatrist bustled into the room. After some preamble where she introduced herself, I'm Dr. Woolley, Ph.D. and M.D., but you can call me Gwen. She told them to go around the room and introduce themselves. And don't forget to tell us a little about yourself. Kizzy could feel the collective groan that almost went up. Yeah, she thought, way to make us feel less stressed. Someone begin, Gwen said a little shrilly, and the man next to Kizzy sighed. Hey, I'm Doug. I'm 52, and I got in a car wreck. Doug set them off, and slowly they worked around the room. When it got to the young man's turn, his face turned a deep scarlet. Yeah, I'm Ethan Fonseca, and I got a little shot up in the Auburn massacre, I guess. He shifted in his seat, uncomfortable in the spotlight. Kizzy felt her heart stop, and when it was her turn, she couldn't stop staring at Ethan. I'm Lexi. I mean Kizzy, my sister Lexi. She trailed off when she saw Ethan sit up and stare back at her, his attention riveted. He knows. Kizzy steeled herself. My name is Kizzy Klein, and I guess they say I tried to kill myself but I didn't. My twin sister Lexi died at Auburn. She saw Ethan's head incline, a small nod, in an acknowledgement of shared history. Suddenly Kizzy didn't want to be in this room. She wanted to grab Ethan and go somewhere they could really talk. Ethan obviously had the same idea. As they filed out of the room later, he was waiting for her. Come with me, he murmured in her ear and grabbing the top of her arm steered her into a stairwell and headed upwards. Finally, he pushed through into a little room that looked out onto the roof. Found this place almost as soon as I could walk. Good to get away from people. Parents. There was no furniture, so they sat on the cool floor, facing each other. So, Kizzy said, suddenly shy, and he grinned. So. Auburn survivors. But I don't remember you. Kizzy shook her head. I didn't go to Auburn, Lexi did. Where were you? The Peabody Institute. Ethan whistled. She loved the easy, casual way he made her feel at ease. Swanky. What do you play? Cello. Very nice. I got expelled. For what? Being a drunken skank. Ethan bust out laughing. It was such an infectious sound, Kizzy couldn't help joining in. That's what I like to hear. She noticed him wince and hold his side. He saw her looking and raised his t-shirt. 3 jagged scars ran along his side. Geez. Yeah. Azano was a good shot. Hey, sorry. He smacked his own head. Sorry about Lexi, she was really sweet, yeah, I know, but Kizzy smiled. Everyone says it, and I never get tired of hearing it. I mean it, no shade. Ethan squinted at her. Bible. Kizzy laughed. Dude, did you really just quote the Kardashians? Ethan grinned sheepishly. I swear to God, the only TV channel they have in this godforsaken place is E! Bible. Kizzy laughed as Ethan grimaced, then her smile faded. Ethan, do you mind telling me about the shooting? Where were you? Ethan looked away, and with a shock, Kizzy realized he had tears in his eyes. You don't have to, she said hurriedly, but he waved her protestations away. No, I want to. I haven't been able to talk to anyone yet, and I was hoping one day I would be able to tell someone. I just didn't know it would be you. Kizzy felt her chest tighten. You saw him kill Lexi, didn't you? After a beat, Ethan nodded. I did. I'm so sorry, Kizzy. Kizzy thought she might faint, and for a second she couldn't breathe. Tell me, she said eventually, tell me everything. Ethan crawled over to her side. As long as I can hold your hand while I do. I'm not being a creep, but I think we might both need it. Kizzy grabbed his hand. Deal? Ethan wound his fingers between hers. We were in the library. There were 6 of us, me, Lexi and Sandrine, Mr. Shaley, Rich Fuller, and Ted Underwood. He shot Mr. Shaley first, then Richard in the head, and Ted. Ted survived too, but he's a wreck. The thing I should tell you is that before, me and Lexi had always gotten on really well with him. Mr. Azano, I mean. He was a cool dude, and we always made him laugh. Maybe that's why he hesitated. Sandrine, she stepped forward to speak to him and he just shot her down. Then he looked at Lexi as if he were sorry and then shot her. She buckled, he'd shot her in the stomach, I tried to. Then he shot me 3 times as you saw. Lexi didn't die straight away. We played dead and he left us. God, it was so quiet. Then I kinda crawled over to her and told her to hang on. She grabbed my hand like this, he held their conjoined hands up, and told me to be brave and that she couldn't breathe. Is this too much? Tears were flooding down Kizzy's face, but she shook her head. I need to hear it. I could tell she was fading, and to be honest, I thought I was a dead man too, so I thought, what the hell, and I kinda wrapped myself around her, holding her, hoping she would feel loved. I hope you don't think that was inappropriate. I thought she would be comforted. Kizzy wiped her tears and sniffed. I know she would have been. Thank you, Ethan, thank you, She threw her arms around his neck and sobbed, and he held her tightly. He buried his face in her hair. Please don't thank me, Kizzy. Please don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. His voice was breaking, and there was an undertone of something else, but Kizzy didn't care. She just cared that her beloved Lexi hadn't been alone when she died, that this adorable boy had looked out for her. They held each other for the longest time until their limbs grew stiff. Ethan looked pale and exhausted. Come on, said Kizzy, helping him to his feet. We better go back before they report us missing. They walked slowly down. I'm supposed to be getting out of here at the end of the week, Ethan said, and I can't wait. Kizzy nodded. Word. I'm out of here the minute the 72 hours are up. As they reached her room, Ethan stopped, and suddenly she was aware of how close they were standing, how strange it was that they had only met a couple of hours ago. She felt like she had been through a war with this man. Keys, you don't have to say yes, but when we're both free of this place, do you want? Love to, she said with a grin. Ethan grinned in relief, and his lips brushed her forehead. I'm in 272. Come see me. Promise. Kizzy watched him lope away, his easy swagger disarming. Before he rounded the corner, he looked back and waved. She gave him the peace sign and heard him laugh as he disappeared. She got back into bed and lay down, her mind whirling. Before long she fell asleep, and when she dreamed of Ethan Fonseca, his smile and his lips against hers. She backed away from Ray as he advanced, the gun aimed directly at her. He couldn't miss from this distance. Emory glanced behind her in panic. The edge of the platform was a dead drop into the dark, freezing waters of Elliott Bay. It's all over now, Emory darling. There is no way out. Emory turned to face her killer. The gun was aimed at her abdomen, and she saw his finger twitch on the trigger. Drawing herself up, she met his gaze. Go screw yourself, Ray. She was glad her voice didn't shake. Rage creased Ray's face, and he pulled the trigger. The bullet smashed into her belly, and Emory buckled, gasping, and fell backward into the water. He's won, he's won. Then there were voices, calling her name over and over. A girl's voice. A man's voice. She wanted to reach out to them, but her body was frozen, except for the fire raging where the bullet had torn into her body. You're dying, Emory. Ray's voice. I won't leave you alive in this world. I'll kill you again and again if that's what it takes. And I'll kill anyone who dares to love you. Emory woke up screaming, her distress and terror making the sound a raw, desiccating howl of panic. She was drenched in sweat, and she twisted away from the ghosts of the dream that were reaching out to her. She rolled off the bed and began crawling toward the door. She heard someone running, and the door burst open. Oh God, not Ray, please. But the arms that wrapped around her were bigger and stronger than Ray's had ever been. The chest she was held against broader, and it didn't have that sickening whiskey and whiskers smell that Ray had, that awful sour milk smell. No, this man smelled like home, clean linen and freshly showered skin. Baby, SSH, it's okay, it's okay. That warm, deep voice. Dante. The panic was starting to subside now. Don't let me go. It's me, Em. It's me. It's all okay now. Emory looked up through the tears in her eyes. God, his face, his beautiful face. His eyes so troubled, so tender, as they met hers, and then their lips were together, and it was the most natural thing in the world. Dante kissed her so deeply, with so much longing, that Emory's entire body became entirely under his control. He picked her up easily, and carried her to his bedroom, and laid her gently on the bed, covering her body with his. Emory wrapped her legs around his hips as they kissed, neither in any doubt of what was about to happen between them. God, the instant he had touched her, all her fear disappeared. It was a dream, but her thoughts now were just of Dante and being in his arms and how right it felt. Dante worked his way down her body and pushed up her camisole, kissing her belly, moving so he could take her breasts into his mouth. Emory stroked his hair as his tongue teased her until they were so sensitive, she shivered through a tiny peak as he worked his way back down. He pulled her shorts off in one easy movement, and then his face was in her groin, his tongue lashing around her, tasting her, driving her wild. She felt pure, fierce longing, as well as the rightness of this moment as Dante moved up to kiss her mouth again, and now she could slide her hands under his t-shirt, feel the hard muscles of his chest, the curve of his stomach. He was so broad and tall that she felt tiny in his arms, vulnerable but unafraid. Oh God, Emory. I have wanted you for so long, so long. In a flash they were both naked, and Dante was pulling her legs around his waist. Emory gasped and moaned as he went deep inside her, its length and girth filling her entirely, making her head swim with pure desire. Her body moved against his as they made love, their lips hungrily seeking the other's, whispering each other's name over and over and over again, before they both came, moaning and crying out. Dante gathered her to him, kissing her over and over, stroking every inch of her skin, his focus entirely on her. They made love long into the night, and when finally, exhausted and sated, they fell asleep, wrapped in each other's arms, they knew that their lives had changed irrevocably. Kizzy was released the next day, the doctor agreeing with her and her parents that she wasn't a danger to herself. "I know. I told you that," she muttered, but now she had no resentment, no anger left, because if she hadn't been here she wouldn't have met Ethan. And God, Ethan. In the 3 days since they had met, they'd spent every hour together that they could and talked about everything. Almost everything, Kizzy amended in her head. She was aware that Ethan, in all his easy manner and guile, was holding something back. She was confident, however, that if she needed to know, he would tell her. And besides, she didn't feel she had the right to push him. She was already dressed and packed but excused herself from her parents to go say goodbye to Ethan, and to check for the 100th time that he had her contact details. She walked slowly along the corridors, holding herself back from running. She had never felt like this about anyone before, except Lexi, Jess and Bree of course, but not a guy. A guy. As she neared his room she heard him talking, and when she reached the half-closed door she stopped and listened, not wanting to intrude. No, screw you, Nick. It's time you need to, no. You've held this over me for too long, people died, Nick. My friends are teachers. People I care about, people I love got hurt, are still hurting because of what you did, and I'm not going to be party to this anymore. Geez, you're a psycho, you know that? Do what you want to me. I'm going to the police. Kizzy felt her blood turn to ice. She had no doubt what Ethan was talking about. Who the hell was Nick, and what did he know about the school shooting? She stood, frozen, not wanting to know anymore. She closed her eyes. This cannot be happening. Of all the things Ethan could have hidden from her. Suddenly his words in the stairwell came back to her. Please don't thank me, Kizzy. Please don't. I'm sorry. Oh God. Kizzy whirled around and staggered back down the corridor, almost making it before she threw up. A nurse rushed to help her, but Kizzy was inconsolable. Ethan was hiding something about the school shooting. He could have been involved. Kizzy did the best thing she could as the pain raged through her. She fainted. Emory pulled her sweater over her head and walked out of the bathroom. She felt changed deep inside of her. For the better, she thought now, definitely for the better. When she had woken in Dante's arms, she had felt so safe, so loved. They had made love again, slowly, tenderly, before taking a shower together. Her body ached pleasantly, her thighs from being wrapped around his hips, but her belly was sore, and she realized that maybe she had underestimated how badly her injuries had been. She shook her head. Don't think about that, think about now. You'll heal quicker with the happiness that Dante brings you. She padded through the immense mansion and down the stairs. She found him in the large kitchen. She smiled shyly at Dante, who was pouring out some weak-looking coffee. Is that for me? She grinned at him. Dante looked worried and hesitated before handing her the cup. I don't know, it's not very good. She rolled her eyes and took the mug, sipping it. He laughed at her expression. See. Now you'll think less of me and mock my shambolic coffee-making skills. Emory put down the mug and walked around the counter. She slid her arms around the dark-haired man and looked up at him. It'd take more than crappy coffee to put me off. He grinned down at her, his cheeks flushed with pleasure. Glad to hear it. She pulled his face down to her and kissed him. His arms tightened around her. The coffee, abandoned on the counter, got cold. It had been a month since the wedding, and Z had heard nothing more from Jared. Flint's private detective had been trying to trace him, but found only what they already knew. Jared Podesta had been David Azano's biological brother. In a way, it helps to know that there's some sort of reason behind David's behavior, she said to Flint one evening as they relaxed in his living room. Some latent psychological imperative to do what he did. Something inherited. Flint wasn't convinced. I don't know, Z. We didn't find out anything bad or wrong about the birth parents. Z frowned. What I don't get is this: why would they, wealthy people, give up their kids? They had all the means necessary to bring them up well, even if it meant sending them to boarding school. So why didn't they keep them? No, something's hinky with the parents. I'm sure of it. Flint kissed her. Hey, Hannah will be waiting for us. They had plans to join his sister at the cinema that evening, along with Teresa, with whom Hannah had formed a fun friendship lately. Can we swing past the diner, pick Teresa up? I forgot to ask you before. No problem. In a half hour, they were at the diner, and Teresa was being hustled into the car by a teasing Z. As they drove off, the two women chatted easily, with Flint shaking his head in amusement. Suddenly, Z grabbed his arm. Stop, Flint, stop. The car screeched to a halt. What is it? Z pointed to a dark red car at the side of the road. That's Jared's car. Flint cursed, and Teresa nodded. It is, She was cut off as behind them, close enough for their car to be hit by the concussion. The diner exploded, casting furious flames into the cold Portland night. Kizzy had to stay an extra night in hospital after her throwing up incident. Just to be safe, the doctor said, and she was too numb to argue. She had gotten into bed and slept for most of the rest of the day and night, only waking when she heard someone come into her room. Hey, Snugglebutt, you awake? Ethan. She opened her eyes and stared at him. Ethan. Her tone was cold, and he seemed to recognize that she was pissed. Not pissed, hurt. You okay? But she could see from his expression that he knew. He knew she had overheard him. Ethan sighed. It's not what you think, Keys, I swear. She sat up in bed. You know something about the shooting. Ethan sat on the end of the bed and rubbed his eyes. I can't tell you. I can't. I can't tell anyone, Keys, or more people will get hurt. What the hell are you messed up in? Ethan tried to smile. Something I got into by accident, and I swear, Kizzy, I did not know that he would do that. Kill people. Go crazy. He sighed. I've said too much already. But I want you to know. I would never hurt you or anyone. Anyone. I just got dragged into something. Don't tell me anything else, Kizzy said, closing her eyes. I don't want to know. Please, Ethan, please go. When she opened her eyes again, he was gone. Bree went over to the island to make sure Kizzy's place was all ready for her return. She let herself in with the key Kizzy had given her and ran straight into Jesse. She stared up at him, not knowing what to say until, I miss you. She couldn't stop the words. Jesse pulled her into his arms then, and she could feel that he was trembling. Bree tightened her arms around him, feeling something she'd not felt for weeks, maybe even months. Safe. Jess's voice was low. Say we can work this out, Bree. I have to be a stand-up guy and support the baby, but there's no reason, none at all, why we can't be together. None. I love you. Bree gazed up at him. He looked down at her, everything he longed to say in his eyes. Yes, Jesse. We'll work it out. Bree whispered. We'll figure it out. He kissed her again as his cell phone began to ring, insistent now. He sighed in frustration and answered it. Yeah? His face became serious. What? Geez, yes, I'm coming. Right now. Bree frowned at him. Juliet is bleeding. She thinks she's losing, hell. He rubbed his head with both hands, leaving his hair sticking up. I'm so sorry. Jesse hesitated. He motioned towards his home. I have to. Of course. Go. I hope everything's okay. I love you. He paused for a second, gave a quick nod, kissed her, and left. She watched him jog over to his house. A few minutes later, she looked out and saw Jesse drive past with Julieta in the car. He glanced over, and their eyes met. She tried to smile at him, but the moment passed, and he was gone. Kizzy came home a little later. She looked drawn and tired. Bree hugged her. Any news on Julieta? Kizzy shook her head. Nope. She was bleeding pretty heavily, though. She sighed. I'm a bad person. Bree frowned at her. Why? Kizzy looked away from her. Because my first reaction wasn't horror. It was that Julieta losing the baby wasn't the worst thing that could happen. Bree was silent. Kizzy studied her, taking in her friend's reddened eyes. You're shocked? No. Bree sighed and sat down next to her friend. She looked around the empty shop and squeezed her friend's hand. If you're a bad person, then I'm worse. She looked down. You're not. I get it. Kizzy squeezed her hand, frowning as she noticed the deep lines around Bree's eyes and the sickly pallor of her skin. Hey, are you okay? Kizzy's cell interrupted them. Bree stepped away, going into the kitchen. Kizzy picked her phone up. Hey. Jesse. Hey yourself. How's? She lost the baby. Jess's voice was flat, unemotional. Kizzy drew in a breath. I'm sorry. Yeah? He sighed. She'll be in here for a few days. He lowered his voice. She's got some bruising on her stomach. They think she might have fallen or something, but she's not saying. How is she? That's the thing. She seems okay. Resigned. She keeps smiling at me as if she knows something I don't. It's weird. Jesse gave a short laugh. But what isn't lately? Are you with Bree? Can I talk to her? Kizzy handed Bree the phone and gave them some privacy. She went into her bedroom and laid down on the bed. Why, even at this moment, could she only think about Ethan? Not knowing what the hell was going on with him was driving her crazy. She had the feeling that he was in way over his head, and that he could be in real trouble. Big trouble. Bree, obviously having ended her call with Jesse, came into the room silently and lay down next to her, hugging her tightly. Kizzy squeezed her friend gratefully. Thanks, Bubba. For everything. Are you okay? Kizzy had no answer for her. Jesse strode quickly down to the gynecological unit. As he passed the nurse's station, the nurse called to him. Mr. Klein? He turned. Mr. Klein, the doctor, would like to see you before you see your partner. Could you wait here a moment and I'll go and get him? Jesse nodded, relieved to put off seeing Julieta. He looked in at her door to see her sleeping. The gynecologist approached him and shook his hand. Mr. Klein, let's go into my office. I'm afraid I need to tell you something. Z, Flint, and Teresa watched from the house across the street from the diner. The emergency services had turned up quickly, but were still battling the blaze. Flint's car had rolled, but thankfully they hadn't suffered many injuries. Teresa had a cut on her forehead, and Flint was pretty sure he'd dislocated a finger, but they were lucky. Alive. They'd all refused treatment. Instead, a neighbor who was a regular had invited them in to recover. Teresa nodded, distracted, looking past them out of the window. Hey, that's Mike. Who? She turned and smiled. An ex. He's a fireman. He might be able to tell us what happened. She walked over to the door. Flint looked defeated, and Z frowned. You okay, baby? He leaned his head against her chest for a moment and took a deep breath in. I just want it to be over. For you. For us. I want to get on with our life together. She nodded, stroking his hair, but didn't speak. They both jumped when Teresa's voice came from behind them. They turned to see her walking in the door, a handsome firefighter at her side. She introduced them. Flint frowned at her. What did you say? Mike glanced at Teresa, his blue eyes as excited as hers. I said it might be over. Behind her, 2 other firefighters walked into the varsity. Tell them what you found, guys. The fire chief, a dark-haired woman in her early 30s, looked vaguely confused. Well, She looked at her partner. I don't understand. Why is this a good thing? Why are you smiling? Mike rolled his eyes. Girl, just tell them. Flint and Z looked at each other, the smallest glimmer of hope sparking in them. The woman turned to them with a doubtful smile and shrugged. The ceiling of the diner collapsed. The place is completely gutted. When we managed to control the flames, we saw that most of the stuff from the apartment above had fallen with it. Mike shifted impatiently. And? Flint's tone was equally exasperated. Z closed her eyes then, the hope in her threatening to overflow. Please say what I think you're about to say. Say it. The firefighter nodded. In the mess in the rubble, we found him. We've found a body. Z felt her body go weak. Flint, it must be Jared. Flint gathered her to him. Honey. I think it might just be. Julietta woke in the early hours, needing to pee. Still half asleep, she stumbled into the bathroom. The cold tile woke her, and as she washed her hands, she started as she heard the nurse come into her room. Walking back into the room, she stopped when she saw Jesse standing against the far wall. His expression was unfriendly and hostile, his arms crossed. She looked away and climbed back into bed. The nurse fussed over her, taking her vitals. I didn't see you there. She pulled the covers over herself. Jesse stared at her, hatred written across his face. The nurse finished her checks and left, throwing a concerned glance Jess's way. Heart pounding, Julietta looked away from the rage in Jess's face. He knows. Jesse went still. I know, Julietta. I know what you did. Julietta blinked at him. Shut up. You did this to yourself. To the baby. She sneered. The baby? Your baby, you mean? And I don't know what you mean. She was starting to enjoy herself. Jesse made a disgusted sound. The doctors found it in your blood work, Julietta. The drug you took. The abortion drug. Julietta went pale. Yeah, you do, and you know what, Julietta, it saves me feeling any pity, any doubt I might have had about leaving you, which was very little in the first place. Which is what I'm doing. I'm moving my stuff out as soon as I get back to the island. You can make your own way home. You're an abomination. He turned towards the door. Want to know why I did it? Julietta spat the words out at him, then laughed as he spun around. Want to know, Jesse, really? I did it because of Bree's Saffran. Jesse was confused. What the hell are you talking about? Julietta snarled at him. Do you think I didn't know about you and that skank, Jesse? Messing around behind my back. Her of all people. A sickening dread shot through him. Bree. This is to do with Bree. He grabbed her by the shoulders. What the hell has this got to do with Bree? Julietta turned away from him. Go away now, Jesse. You're free. I don't have to tell you anything. Confused, angry, Jesse slammed out of the room and marched back to the gynecologist's office. Isn't there some law against child destruction? The gynecologist looked uncomfortable. She's within the state time limits, Mr. Klein, I'm sorry. Jesse left the hospital, his emotions in turmoil. Yes, he was free, but the thought that Julietta had aborted their child, his child, out of nothing more than spite was intolerable. Why? He had told Julietta he would support her, but they hadn't been a couple, not really. Had he led her on? Jesse got back into his car and closed his eyes for a second. What a shitty few months. Only the thought of Bree had kept him going. He started the car now, eager to get home to her. Maybe she would make him feel better. He desperately hoped so. The letter came via Flint's apartment, a few days after the fire. My beautiful Z. A simple note does not seem to be enough to express my utter sorrow for what I have done to you. I admit, I went insane because of my love for you. When I realized you could never love me the way I loved you, the only way I could think of to end my pain was to hurt you. My darling, I admit to you now all I have done. I raped you, which I'm sure you know. And yes, I did intend to kill you, so that I would no longer be tormented by the sight of you and Flint together, of seeing him touch you when I could not. I cannot comprehend what was going on in my head to think that killing you was the only option left to me. To compound my crime, afterward, my anger returned, and I behaved in a manner that I find repugnant. I can only ask now that you will find some peace now that I have decided to do what I should have done, instead of hurting you. I have decided to end my life. I am sorry to have to destroy the apartment. You will find David's half of the inheritance transferred into your bank account. You need not feel guilty about this money, my love, it is rightfully yours. I will love you forever, my dearest, loveliest Z, even in death. Jared. For the identification of the body in the fire, Z had given them David's old hairbrush so they could compare the DNA, but Flint told her the lab in Seattle couldn't get a good sample from the body and had sent it off to a specialist unit. It could be weeks, darlin'. She hissed in frustration. But it was when a lawyer from Louisiana contacted her that Z really believed it was over. Jared had recently amended his will to make Z the sole beneficiary. An incredulous Flint listened as Z repeated what the lawyer had said. Sweetheart, this stinks. He wanted to kill you, that was his plan. Why the hell would he make you the beneficiary of his will? He stopped when he saw how pale she was. What? What is it? It's the money. He left me all of his money. And David's inheritance. She sat down at the kitchen table, trembling. Flint reached over to hold her hands. She shook her head and took a deep breath. Flint, it's a lot of money. A lot. He left me $18 million. Flint gaped. What the heck? She stood up, pacing. I knew his family was rich, but I didn't know. Flint, I don't want it. I don't want anything from him, even if half of it was David's. Especially because of that. David is dead, and I don't deserve anything from him. I let him down. I should have seen the signs that he was breaking. Don't you ever say that again. She jumped as Flint roared, losing his temper. He buried his face in his hands and she stood, too shocked to say anything. He reached out for her and pulled her into his arms. He let her go and made her sit down, facing him. I'm sorry, darlin'. I didn't mean to, but please, listen to me. You are not to blame for what David did, for how he died. David is the one who, look what he did to you. God, Z, he destroyed your life. He killed 11 people, Z, kids, he murdered children. That's not on you. None of it is your fault. And his psychotic brother is definitely not your fault. I let Jared into our lives, though. Her voice was small, still reeling from his outburst. Because that's what we do, especially when we're vulnerable. He was family, something to hold on to. Anyone would have done the same. He smiled at her now, touching her face. That's what makes us human. He leaned forward and kissed her. You don't have to do anything with the money. Give it away. Use it to do something good, donate it somewhere in David's name. But don't ever blame yourself. Z leaned her head against her new husband's. God, she couldn't get used to calling Flint that, and yet it felt so right, so natural. You know what? Mr. Newland? If I hadn't gone through all of that, I would never have met you. Flint grinned. Nah, I would have found you. Z laughed. Do you know what, Flint Newland? I think you would have. Kizzy had ignored Ethan's texts, but now she was getting pissed. Just change your number, Bree had told her, but Kizzy demurred. Why? She asked herself, and realized that she felt there was unfinished business between them. The number that came up now, however, she didn't know. Hello? Hey, sorry to call, but is this Kizzy Klein? It was an older male voice, not elderly, but she supposed him to be late 30s, 40s. Who is this? Sorry, my name is Jake Fonseca. I'm Ethan's brother, and I'm sorry to call you, but we have a little crisis here. Ethan is missing. Kizzy's heart almost stopped. What? Look, I'm sorry to drop this on you, but I'm just going through Ethan's cell phone contacts and... How long has he been missing? Jake Fonseca sighed heavily. 36 hours. We're just calling everyone to see if they have any clue. He had a relapse a couple of nights ago and was readmitted to the hospital. He went missing from his room, and we can't find him anywhere. He left his phone, his wallet, most of his clothes. In this weather. I understand, and I wish I could tell you where he is. Have they searched the entire hospital? I mean the roof and everywhere. Every inch. So, you don't know anything? Jake sounded impatient to get off and call the next person, and Kizzy didn't want to keep him. She said goodbye and then sat down heavily. God. Ethan was missing. Had she been to blame? Cutting him out like that without letting him explain. Damn, she said softly. She had been mad at him for Lexi's sake, but Lexi was dead, nothing could hurt her anymore, and Ethan. Ethan had held her sister as she died. Ethan had comforted her. Holy hell, Kizzy said and darted for her keys. She grabbed her coat as she swung out of her door and ran to her car. It was time to step up. It was time to find Ethan and get the whole truth from him.
Part 8. Ethan.
Heartbeat. 1, 2, 3. Try to breathe. Keep calm. Kizzy Klein sat with Jake Fonseca as they waited in the hospital's emergency room. They were waiting for the ambulance to arrive, the police, the search party staff. Jake sat forward, his elbows on his knees, never taking his eyes off the door. Kizzy hesitantly put her hand on his shoulder. He'll be okay. But she knew she was lying, and that Jake knew that as well. 5 days. 5 days Ethan had been missing, and now this. Kizzy closed her eyes. Why didn't I listen to you? Why didn't I take your calls, give you a chance? She had joined Jake's search parties after he had called her, and had worked side by side with Ethan's brother to scour every location they could think of. Where are you? But until an hour ago, no one knew. Then the call. We found him behind some dumpsters downtown. It's bad. It's bad. Gosh, all Kizzy and Jake knew now was that Ethan was being rushed to hospital with knife wounds. How many and how serious? Christ, please Ethan, don't give up. Please, please stay with us. Jake stood suddenly, and adrenaline flooded Kizzy's system. Outside the double doors she saw the ambulance, a swarm of first responders, then finally, the gurney. Jake darted forward, Kizzy close behind him. Ethan was so pale, so white, his eyes closed, his breathing shallow. He was covered in blood. Oh my God, she whispered as Jake howled his brother's name. A policeman took them aside as Ethan was rushed into surgery. Kids in here. He steered them into a relative's room and made them sit. Look, I'm sorry to have to tell you that it looks like Ethan's been stabbed. We found him with multiple wounds to the chest and arms. We think he may have been attacked sometime in the night. Jake, his eyes tormented, shook his head in disbelief. But where has he been for the past 5 days? That's what I don't get. And why try to kill him? He didn't have anything with him. He had one thing with him, but we are having trouble knowing why he had it. He handed Jake a sealed clear evidence bag. Do you know this woman, Mr. Fonseca? Jake squinted at the photograph in the bag and shook his head. Kizzy's heart was pounding. May I have a look, please? Jake handed her the bag and Kizzy, with dread and certainty, looked down at the photograph of her dead sister. It's Lexi, she said, her voice a whisper. It's my sister. Oh gosh. Officer, I don't think Ethan was attacked. The police officer and Jake stared at her as her eyes filled with tears. What do you mean? Kizzy began to cry softly. I think he did it to himself. I think Ethan was trying to kill himself. She broke into noisy sobs as Jake and the policeman looked at each other in shock. Z slid her arms around Flint's waist and kissed him. He responded, and she felt him relax in her arms. After the diner had been destroyed, Flint had insisted that they, Z, Teresa, their boss Amos, and himself, go into business together. I'm thinking high-end catering? Z and Teresa were excited, but Amos gratefully declined. I'm going where the sun is, thank you, Flint. My sister had been nagging me to go live with her in San Diego, and you know what? I'm gonna do it. They would miss their kind old boss, but now Z and Teresa were planning their future. Flint was putting up the capital, and even talking about building a restaurant. Z reeled him in when he got too ambitious. Dude, I might be a trained chef, but I'm nowhere near cordon bleu standard. But Flint shook his head. Don't put yourselves down. The diner was one of the most popular in Portland for a reason. Now what's so bad with being a high-quality, but still family-based establishment? In the end, Z and Teresa let Flint get ambitious and went along with whatever he suggested. Both were excited about the potential. Better still was Z and Flint's new life together. Free of the threat of Jared Podesta, they embraced married life, planning their future together. One Saturday, they spent the day in a city coffeehouse, just talking and planning while the rain poured down outside. Z snuggled into Flint's arms. Baby. What a year it's been. He sighed and buried his face in her hair. Do you believe it? He muttered. That Jared is dead? I don't know, I really don't. I hope though. I hope is all. Flint nodded, glanced at his watch and smiled. Well, would you look at that? We managed to waste a whole day. Come on, bub, I'm taking you home. His cell phone beeped and he answered it. Oh hey Mike. Yeah? Okay, well, we're in the city. Bruno's why. Okay, see you in a few. What was that? Z looked at her husband curiously. Mike and Teresa are on their way. Something about the case. In a few minutes, Mike appeared at the door, an excited Teresa practically bouncing at his shoulder. He held a sheet of paper out to Flint. It's not 100% confirmed, but... As Flint read, Teresa grinned at Z and put her arms around Milo. He flushed and kissed her cheek. Flint, his face stunned, held the paper out to Z. She took the paper and looked at it, not understanding what the technical jargon meant. She looked up at Flint, eyes wide. He smiled, a wide, genuine grin of elation. They've found, and I'm quoting, a familial match. Whoever that was in the fire is biologically related to David. They need to do more tests to make sure and see if they can pin down the exact relationship, but... He was cut off as Z threw herself into his arms and kissed him. It's over. Flint laughed as their friends looked on. It really is, my love, it really is. Emory Dutta smiled as she felt Dante's lips drifted slowly up her spine. Good morning. She heard him chuckle softly, then his body covered hers. And the same to you, beautiful. How about you roll over and show me properly just how good a morning it is? Emory giggled and did as he asked. They were lying in a pool of sunlight on his massive king-sized bed, and Emory had never felt more alive than she did at this moment. The last weeks as they had enjoyed each other were a fairy tale, as far as she was concerned. Every day more memories came back, especially those of her miserable marriage, and every time she thought she might break from the horror of it, Dante was there to hold her, talk to her, love her. And their lovemaking. Emory knew she could never give this up. They connected at such a deep level, and when Dante was inside of her, she truly felt she was home. She stroked back his curls now. When he was happy, his swarthy face took on an almost boyish look, in sharp contrast to when his temper was roused, never directed at her, rather in response to her remembering how Ray Grace had treated her, but then Dante's face would harden and become almost menacing. She didn't tell him, but it kind of turned her on when he was like that. He was looking down at her now, his green eyes intense. What are you thinking? She smiled. I was thinking that I never want to leave this moment with you. Dante grinned. Well, that's good to know, because I have a little something for you. She could already feel his member hard against her thigh, and she chuckled, wrapping her legs around his waist. That's nowhere in the realm of being little, she teased, then gasped as he drove it into her, shuddering and trembling with the force of his love. She kissed him as they moved together, bodies twisting and cleaving to the motion. Dante, Emory whispered, her excitement unbearable. Screw me, Dante. Screw me hard. His face took on that intense look she loved, and he thrust deeper and harder, as if he wanted to rip her in two. Emory cried out his name, feeling the desire flooding through her body, until she couldn't hold back any longer and came, her body vibrating. His hands and mouth were rough on her chest, tasting and biting, and Emory lost herself in the pleasure he was giving her. Dante pinned her hands over her head and screwed her again, harder, almost violently, until she begged him never to stop. Eventually, exhausted and overcome by love, Emory fell asleep in his arms. As she was drifting off, she whispered, "I love you, Dante Harper," but she was asleep before she could hear any reply. When she woke, the bed was cold, and Dante was standing at the window, staring out. Emory, shivering, wrapped herself in the sheet. "Are you okay, baby?" Dante nodded and then turned to her. His expression was blank, but something in his eyes made her shiver. "It's time," he said in a soft but determined voice. "It's time, Emory. It's time for you to know the whole truth." Kizzy sat up and swung her legs over the side of the bed where she stretched, enjoying the feel of her limbs working. Jake was passed out, his head leaned against the wall. She looked around, grabbed a blanket, and covered him. She went to check on Ethan. He'd come through the surgery, but was still very critical, and now was in a coma. Kizzy stroked his head, feeling how cool his skin felt. "Don't leave us, Ethan. Nothing is so bad that we can't overcome it." She laughed softly, remembering Jesse saying the same thing to her when Lexi died. What the hell was Ethan hiding, and who was he protecting? A few days previously, Jesse had come to the hospital to see her, asking her who Ethan was and how she was involved with him. Kizzy told her brother everything she could, and Jesse had agreed it was odd. Whatever it is though, Keys can wait until he's recovering well. She had smiled at her older brother. "You're a good man, Jesse Klein." Thinking about Jesse was when the idea came to her. Julieta was just a few corridors away, and Kizzy wanted to ask her why she had done it, why she had aborted her own child. Julieta must have known it was the only thing tying Jesse to her. Kizzy didn't understand why she would have done something so self-destructive. And she wanted to know why. She slipped her bathrobe on and padded through the darkened hospital to see if Julieta was awake. There were no nurses around in the gynecological wing. Kizzy peered into each room. At the far end, there was a light on. She headed towards it. She heard a male voice as she stepped up to the half-closed door of the room. "I told you, after everything is resolved, we'll go away." "Why not now?" "Jess has left me. He knows about the pill you gave me. That damn Fonseca asshole tried to off himself. Word is, he's not going to make it. We're home free. No one knows it was us. No one knows what we did to Azano." "Shut up. This is not the place. I'm just saying if Ethan wakes up and rats us out, we're screwed." Kizzy edged forward to peer through the crack in the door. She saw a guy she didn't know sitting on Julieta's bed. Julieta was caressing his face. "Haven't I done enough for you? Aren't I enough for you, Nick?" Nick didn't answer. Julieta became whiny. "I aborted our baby for you. Your baby, Nick. I did what you asked. I distracted Jesse enough to stop asking questions." Kizzy gasped. Nick's head shot up and he turned towards the door. Kizzy backed off, turned, and ran. She heard him following her, and terror flooded her body. There was no one around, no one she could ask for help. Jake. He would help her. She ran silently through the hospital, but got lost and had to double back. Up ahead she saw Ethan's room and gave a sigh of relief, but then she was grabbed from behind. The guy called Nick slammed her back against the wall. Kizzy's blood froze as she saw the scalpel in his hand. "Oh God, no." "Hey. Jake." Nick dropped her and ran, and Kizzy collapsed with relief. Jake's arms were around her then, pulling her up. "Are you okay? What the hell was that?" Kizzy was too shaken to speak for a moment. Jake brought her back to Ethan's room and held her hands while she calmed herself. She told him haltingly what she'd heard, and Jake was appalled. "We have to go to the police." He stood, but she grabbed his arms. "Wait. Let's wait until Ethan wakes up and tells us what the hell happened. I don't want him waking up to find he's about to be arrested for something he never had any hand in. We need to know the truth, Jake. Please wait." Jake didn't look happy, but he gave a quick nod. "Okay. But you're not to go anywhere on your own, understand me? I don't want that guy attacking you again. We at least need to tell the hospital so he can't get in again. When Jake had sent her home in a cab, don't let him stop, just get home safe, Kizzy had sat, angry with herself but even angrier at the situation. What Nick had done was not just to her but to Ethan, to Julieta and to the school. When Jesse let her in, she looked fierce. He gave her a half smile. Hey, what got your goat? Jesse, the baby wasn't yours. That floored him, and he sat down heavily in a chair. She reached over and touched his face. Should I not have told you? No, of course you should. And part of me isn't surprised. She nodded. I went down earlier to talk to her. I know, she grimaced at the look on Jess's face. But I wanted to know why she'd done it. It didn't make sense. If she wanted to keep you, why did she get rid of the only thing you were staying for? I was outside the room when I heard his voice. She said, I aborted your baby, Nick. He heard me listening and threatened me. What the heck? Is she talking about Nick Peterson? Jesse stood up now. What did he say? Just to keep my mouth shut. Which, obviously, I'm not going to do. Except, Jess, I think Ethan is involved somehow. He's caught up with this, with the shooting at the school. I can't believe he had a hand in it, so it must be something else. Nick Peterson is at the center of this, I know it. Jessie looked as confused as she felt. Julieta told me she had gotten rid of the baby because of Bree. Kizzy shook her head. Misdirection. Looks like. God, what are we going to do? Wait for Ethan to wake up. He'll tell us everything, I know it. Jesse looked at his sister, his eyes sympathetic. Will he wake up? Kizzy swallowed. God, I hope so, Jesse, I really do. Emory looked at the photograph of the man Dante put in front of her and felt a tug on a memory. This is Luca Saffran. Before you were shot, before I met you, you were in a relationship with him. A romantic relationship. She looked up at Dante and could see the torment, the regret in his eyes. With Bree's father? Dante nodded. He sat beside her and took her hand. I think it's time we contacted him. Emory. I've been unfair. I should never have started this thing with you without informing you about your relationship with Saffran, and I'm sorry. I'm not sorry about our relationship, but God, if we are to be together, then I don't want to hide anything from you. You deserve the chance to go back to your old life, if that's what you want. Emory's emotions were in turmoil, and she got up and walked around the room. Dante watched her, his eyes hooded and haunted. Sweetheart, I promise, whatever your decision is us. I will respect it, even if it means. He trailed off and shook his head. Emory went to him, sliding into his arms and kissing him. You, she said, making him look her in the eye, are all I will ever want. Dante shook his head. Don't say that, please, Emory. You loved him, and he loved you. If, when you meet, when you remember how you felt, if you want that life, I won't stop you. Emory felt suddenly tearful. Dante, I am in love with you. I fell in love with you of my own free will. Dante kissed her. I don't doubt you, Em. My heart is yours, it always will be. Then let's not change the status quo, Emory said suddenly, her panic rising. Let's just stay like this, you and me. We can't. I won't have this hanging over us forever. You asked me not to let him find you, you meant Raymond Grace, and I kept that promise. But there are other people out there, Emory, who care that you are alive. Who love you and in mourning. We have to do the right thing. Emory got up and went to the window. She looked out over the grounds of Dante's estate. She knew he was right, of course she did. But she was scared. Scared of this bubble bursting. Scared that Dante would give her up because he was the most decent, kind man she'd ever met. She felt like Luca Saffran was a stranger to her. But you're not to him. You're his love. You're not the only one in this. She returned to Dante's side and sat with him. Okay. Okay then. Let's do it. Dante looked at her, his eyes sad. I'll set it up. He stood, but she grabbed his hand. Dante. He pulled her roughly into his arms and kissed her so passionately that her head swam. Dante. I love you so much. Please don't let me go without a fight. Dante buried his head in her neck, and she felt his tears damp against her skin. I promise, he said simply. I promise. Luca Saffran had been working at his office from early in the morning to past 10 at night. He functioned as normal in his business world and felt almost like his old self, but when he had to go home, to eat, to bathe, to sleep, he felt the chasm of loneliness stretching out. He was terrified of forgetting his happiness with Emory, the love they'd shared, the fun they'd had together. She was drifting further and further away with every passing day. He had accepted now that they would probably never find her body, never get that closure. Clem, Bree, and even Maximo had been his anchors. After Maximo had revealed the story of his own lost love, he and Luca had grown closer, and Luca knew that Clem and Maximo were crazy about each other. He sighed, then started as someone knocked on his office door. He looked up and smiled. Tatiana Mendelssohn grinned at him. I knew you'd still be here. Luca got up to shake her hand. It's great to see you again. To what do I owe the pleasure? Honestly, I had a meeting across the street which ran late. I haven't eaten, and then as I was leaving, I saw your office light on. Want to grab some food? There's a great little place down the block. Luca considered. Actually, that sounds great. They walked down to the little tavern on the corner and ordered food. Over a delicious paella, they chatted easily, Luca asking about Tatiana's British roots. My dad's an American, which is why I can work here so easily, but I was brought up in London. My mom was a giorno in the 80s. She had Thatcher, poll tax, and the IRA. I don't know if journalism is really me. Luca was surprised. Really? Tat nodded. Writing is my passion, but I never had the patience to write a novel, then wait for it to be published. I needed to be earning money. She gave a throaty laugh. Believe it or not, JK. Rolling is an exception, not the rule. Luca nodded. So is fiction your thing? Tat smiled. I prefer biography. That's why I'm so interested to be working on this project with Clem, and hopefully it'll do some good. I assure you, it won't be salacious in any way. I trust you not to make Emory's murder into a sideshow. I'm not naive, I know how these things work. Beautiful young woman, heroine, falls to the man who is supposed to love her most. It is compelling, Tatiana admitted, her blue eyes searching his. You miss her? Of course. Every day. I just hope, he trailed off and she tilted her head. What? What, Luca? Luca sighed. I'm forgetting things already, Tat. Like how her hair smelled like flowers, but I can't remember which flower. Or her laugh. Or what we used to talk about. God. He looked away, suddenly ashamed. How could I forget those things, Tat? The important things? Tat grabbed his hand. Luca, it's normal. You're panicking, scared of losing her entirely. Your brain is telling you you're forgetting, but really you're not. Luca smiled at her. Thank you, Tat. His cell phone beeped, and he looked apologetically at her. Sorry, I have to check, it might be Bree. No problem. Do you want some privacy? No, I'll just be a second. Tat sipped her drink while Luca listened to the voicemail. When he put his phone down, he looked confused. Tat studied him. Who was it? Dante Harper. Tatiana's eyebrows shot up in surprise. The market guy. Of course, you must deal with him in your line of business. Luca shook his head, frowning. That's not it. He told me he needed to meet with me urgently. About Emory. That shocked Tatiana. Did they know each other? Not that I know of. I can't imagine what he wants to talk to me about, but he's invited me to go to his home. When? Luca was still reeling. Friday. He told me to bring Bree. What the hell could Harper want? Tatiana shook her head. No idea. Maybe he wants to help with the search. By all accounts, he's a good guy. Luca signaled to the waitress. Okay, we're getting more drinks, and you're going to tell me everything you know about Dante Harper, Tat. Everything. Kizzy was thinking how very silent hospitals were at midnight when Ethan suddenly opened his eyes. He gasped for air, a panic attack, his eyes wild, unseeing as they wheeled around. Jake leapt to his feet to go to his struggling brother, and Kizzy, her heart pounding, ran for the doctor. A half-hour later, they had Ethan calm enough to talk to him. He looked drained, scared, hopeless. Jake and Kizzy held his hands as the doctor spoke gently to him, explaining his recovery to him. Finally, they were alone, and Ethan looked at both of them. I don't know what to say. Jake, Keys, thank you for being here. I don't deserve your love, but thank you for it all the same. Kizzy felt close to tears. Jake's face had hardened. Bro, you're going to tell us everything. Nothing is off the table now, and you can start with why you did this. The truth, Ethan. Ethan looked away from his brother's intense stare. I can't. If I do, more people will die. No, they won't. We know Nick Peterson is behind all of this. Tell us now, or I'll go straight to him. It's just Kizzy and me in this room, Ethan. When you've told us, then we can decide what action to take. Ethan rubbed a hand over his head. Geez, Jake. Do it. Ethan sighed. Nick knows that I saw him. Saw him give David Azano a cup of coffee laced with bath salts, mephedrone, the day Azano went batshit. Nick supplied the drug, the weapons, and wound David up. He never stood a chance that day. When I challenged Nick about it, before David went crazy and started shooting, he told me that if I told anyone, he'd kill you, Jake. I believed him. Nick Peterson is a psycho. Ethan let out a long breath and looked at Kizzy. I wanted to tell you, Keys, I really did. I'm so sorry. Kizzy's entire body felt cold. She squeezed Ethan's hand but said nothing. Jake had his head in his hands. God, Ethan. I know. That day, I was arguing with myself right up until the shooting started, and it was too late. At the time, I didn't know if he was just kidding around, if Nick would go through with it. I thought he was just showboating. Then I heard the first gunshot and knew it was too late. Why didn't I just get some balls? Why did he do it? Ethan looked them in the eye. Kicks. He wanted to be famous, but didn't have the balls to do it himself. He wanted to use a teacher to do it, something different, he said. Afterward, there were a couple of local news stories about how Nick had protected some of the students. Made me sick to my stomach to think he was being praised for being a hero. I called him and challenged him. That's when he said he would kill you, Jake, and he also told me he knew I was getting close to you, Kizzy. All Kizzy felt was anger. She would like to have kicked the crap out of Nick Peterson, so now she shook her head angrily. You should have told us. What were you thinking, disappearing like that and then doing that? She gestured to the heavy bandaging on his chest, to yourself. God, Ethan. Ethan was quiet for a moment, then said softly, I was taking the easy way out. Taking myself out of the equation. Kizzy gave a moan of sorrow, and Jake looked over at her, his eyes concerned. That's never the answer, Ethan. I know. Jake sighed. Look, there's no other option but to tell the police now. Ethan nodded, resigned. I know. Kizzy, will you stay with Ethan for a while? Sure. When Jake had left the room, the two of them sat in silence for what seemed like hours, but then Kizzy drew in a deep breath. So, David Azano was, if not innocent, he wasn't responsible for what he did. God, poor David. Poor Z, you know she left town? Her life was destroyed like so many of ours, but in her case, she didn't get the support, the pity. Ethan nodded. I know. And Lexi. Don't talk about Lexi now, please, Ethan, I can't bear it. Ethan's eyes were sad. Will you ever forgive me? Kizzy took his hand. For not telling when you thought Jake might be in danger. Of course. For trying to kill yourself. No. No way. But she brought his hand up to her lips and kissed it. We'll fight this, Ethan, together. Ethan smiled for the first time and stroked her cheek. I'm sorry, Kizzy. I'm sorry too, Ethan. I should have let you explain. For you to feel this was your only option. She got choked up then and started to sob. Come here to me, Ethan said softly and gingerly held out his arms. Careful not to hurt him, Kizzy curled up on the bed with him and they held each other. We're going to get through this, Keys. I swear we are. And Kizzy believed him. Kizzy asked Bree and Jesse to meet her in a coffee house back on the island. They were waiting when she turned up with an old friend of Jess's, Eric, who was a local cop. Jess's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Hey man, long time no see. He and Eric shook hands and he introduced him to Bree. Kizzy hugged her brother and Bree and they all sat. Kizzy filled them in on what Ethan had told her and Jake. Bree and Jesse were shocked. Eric nodded along, then spoke up. Jake Fonseca went to the police, and now there is an APB out on Nick Peterson. The whole state is on alert. From what I understand, they found the drug in Azano's system, but didn't pursue any theory that he might have been drugged. Bree blew out her cheeks. In a way, I'm glad. I know that sounds weird, but I had a hard time trying to reconcile the teacher I knew and the man who tried to kill me. Who killed Lexi and hurt Emory so bad. At least now we have an answer. Her body sagged against Jess's, and he put his arms around her. What will happen to Ethan? Kizzy, pale and exhausted, tried to smile. The police interviewed him. Now it's up to the DA whether he's charged with obstructing an investigation. His lawyer thinks he'll be okay. Maybe if he's charged, they'll offer him a deal. Testify against Nick, get probation. Well, look who it is. The voice made them jump, and they looked up to see Julietta sneering at them. It's Jesse and his skank. Tell me, Brianna, do you have to fake it with him like I did? Go away, Julietta. You're just making yourself look stupid. Jess's voice was weary. No, let's hear what this useless skank has to say. Bree had had enough. Come on, Julietta. Let's hear it. Oh, got nothing to say now? Well, I have, you useless piece of crap. Call me a skank. That's rich, coming from someone with your track record. Bree looked straight at Julietta, unwavering. Julietta, stunned, tried to save face. Well, you're welcome to him, useless effing loser. Call yourself a man? She spat in Jess's face. You couldn't even make me pregnant. The baby wasn't yours, Jesse. Jesse wiped his face calmly. Honey, that's not new information. What? He looked at her calmly. It was Nick Peterson's. Julietta stared at him in disbelief. You don't even care why I told you it was yours. Kizzy rolled her eyes. To keep Jesse and Bree apart. Tough one. Let me think. Shut up, you skank. Kizzy laughed at her. Julietta looked between Jesse and Bree. She's right though. Every day you were sniffing around her like a lost dog. I don't get it. What is it about her that's so special? That perfect face? Does she screw in 70 different positions? Bree, enjoying letting her inner self out, smirked. 80. She winked at Jesse and he grinned. And that's just the legal stuff. You should see what I do when I go off menu. Jesse snorted and Kizzy was crying with laughter. Julietta looked at Bree. I never wanted him, really. I just wanted to see if I could take him away from you. And I did. And it was so easy. She laughed. Jesse looked away, and Bree could see the pain in his face. She walked around the table and to him. She held his face in her hands and made him look at her. You are my world. She leaned her forehead against his and felt him sigh, letting the tension out. She turned to Julietta and stood for a long time, sizing her up. Then, to everyone's shock, Bree punched Julietta hard in the face. Jesse gaped and Kizzy cheered and clapped. Julietta crumpled to the floor. Bree grabbed her face, pinched her chin between her finger and thumb, and spoke in a voice that had no humor in it. Don't you ever mess with my man again. Jesse looked both stunned and delighted, and Bree slipped her arms around his waist and grinned at him. "I should have done that weeks ago." He laughed and leaned his head against hers. Kizzy was breathless from laughing. Julieta scrambled to her feet, humiliated. "F you, Bree. You're going to get what's coming to you. They're all dead, my baby Kizzy Emory, they're all dead." She walked up to Bree. Jessie tensed, but Bree stood her ground. Julieta studied her enemy's lovely face and smiled. "And you're going to be next. He's coming after you, Bree." She looked at Jessie. "He's going to finish what David Azano started, Jessie, and there's nothing you can do about it." Now it was Eric's turn to get angry. He grabbed Julieta and slammed her down onto a table, cuffing her and jerking her back up by her arms, not caring if he hurt her. "Julieta Connor, I'm arresting you on suspicion of criminal conspiracy to commit murder. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you do say will be taken down and could be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. Do you understand these rights I have explained to you, you piece of crap? Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to me now, for instance, telling me everything Peterson has told you? No? Thought not." He was mocking her, and she started screaming, kicking out at him, but he was too strong. Everyone in the coffee house was watching, open-mouthed, and Bree suddenly felt stronger. The people who were to blame for all of this horror were finally being brought to justice. Julieta was just the first. They watched as Eric dragged Julieta to his police cruiser. Jessie followed them and spoke to Eric before the cop took off, Julieta still raging in the back seat. Bree and Kizzy stood where they had, too shell-shocked by what had just happened. Bree was shaking. As he re-entered the shop, Jess's face was alive with anger. He turned, closed the door and locked it. As he came toward her, Bree thought he had never looked more beautiful. He took her in his arms and held her, hugging her tightly. She slid her arms around his waist and pressed her face into his chest. Kizzy looked at her brother in admiration. "Dude," was all she said, but Jessie nodded gratefully at her. Eric doesn't know if the charges will stick, but it means he can keep her in jail for a few hours. Kizzy grinned and went away to the counter, giving them privacy. Finally, Jessie looked down at Bree. "I will never ever let him hurt you." She smiled up at him. "I know. I trust you." "Darlin'?" "Yeah, babe. I think you need to take me home. Right now." She grinned up at him. "You want to go off the menu?" "Hell yes I do." Flint leaned his forehead against the cold window, watching the storm blow itself out. His eyes scanned the street and the woods at the edge of his property, watching for any movement. Anything out of place. He was so used to the tight knot of tension in his chest that the subtle easing of it unnerved him, making him feel as if he was missing something. He felt Z slip her arms around his waist. "Hey, mister." "Hey, shorty." He pulled her closer and kissed the top of her head. She looked up at him. "You okay?" He nodded, but she wasn't convinced. She tightened her arms around him and followed his gaze out to the rain-soaked trees. "No one's out there, honey. Just you and me now. And guess what we get to do now?" She smiled at him, and he grinned back. "What?" She held his face in her hands and kissed him softly on the mouth. "Live." He laughed. "You bet your sweet ass we do." She pulled him away from the window. Then stopping looking for him. "Let's go out, go to the city, hang out in seedy bars and shoot some pool, eat junk food and make out in public places." "You're on. And while we're there." He picked up her left hand. "We can go get a ring for this hand right here. What do you say?" "Sounds good to me." Z smiled up at him. "I want everyone to know I'm madly in love with my husband, and be unafraid to celebrate this. Us." Flint kissed her and then swept her into his arms. "Then let me show you how we can start, the city can wait." Z giggled as he carried her to their bed. As he covered her body with his, she gazed up at him. "I can't believe we're finally able to feel safe. But you know what? I wouldn't have changed a thing if it meant not getting to this moment, right here, right now. Flint smiled. Me too, beautiful. Now wrap those long legs around me, gorgeous, and let's celebrate. Teresa looked up as Mike walked into the restaurant. Since Flint had bought it, Teresa liked to be there to oversee the remodeling. She enjoyed the organization and watching it becoming something they had come up with together. She smiled at Mike now. Hey you. Usual. He nodded, distracted, and she frowned at him. She ordered him a drink and came to sit with him. What's up? Not sure. Not sure what to make of it. Lab called. The body did share familial DNA with David, all right, but they think it showed paternal, not fraternal similarities. In English, they think the body in the fire wasn't David's brother. It was his father. Teresa was confused. What? Mike shook his head. I don't know, Teresa, I really don't. We have a call with the lawyer that Podesta mentioned in his will, somewhere down in Louisiana. We'll get to the bottom of this. The question is, do you think I should tell Z and Flint? Teresa sighed. Not until we know more. They're so happy at the moment, and Zaya's had enough fear and worry to last a lifetime. Let's wait. Mike agreed. I think so too. He ran a hand through his hair and looked around. Say, this place is coming together. Teresa grinned. It is. I'm pretty excited about it. Mike grinned. Good. I like to see your smile, Terry. Stop flirting with me, Michael. We ended things for a reason. But she was grinning at his flirtatious manner. Mike pretended to scratch his head. Right now, I can't remember what those reasons were. Teresa was very thankful that there were workmen standing around watching them, or she would have kissed Mike right there and then. Kizzy had gotten home after a day at the hospital with Ethan, and her mind was whirling. For a change, it was a pleasurable thing. Ethan's wounds were healing, and his whole demeanor was improved, so much so that she had seen the fun-loving boy she'd met that first day in the survivors group. His sense of humor had returned, and she saw that finally telling the truth had lifted an incredible weight from him. He wasn't even worried if the DA was going to charge him. If he does, I'll do my time, get myself straight. I should be held responsible for not saying anything, even if I thought Nick might be fronting. People died. Lexi died. I have to pay my dues, Keys. She touched his face. I'll visit every day if you're in the clink, and bake a cake with a file in it. Ethan had laughed and grabbed her hand, pressing his lips against her fingers. I believe you would, boo. Today, they'd been playing a game of cards when Ethan had leaned over and brushed her lips with his. She could still feel the tingle from where their lips met. He hadn't pushed it, but merely leaned his forehead against hers. They had had no need for words. Now, as she let herself into her home, she was smiling and didn't see him until he launched himself at her. Nick Peterson grabbed Kizzy's hair and slammed her into the wall. Crying out in shock and alarm, it took Kizzy a second to recognize what was happening. As Nick wrestled her to the ground and wrapped his hands around her throat, she began to fight back, kicking and scratching, twisting her own body to try and free herself. I'm gonna kill you, Kizzy Klein. First you, then Bree Saffran and your brother, and when you're all dead and buried, I'll kill your coward boyfriend Fonseca. You're all dead. Kizzy, despite her terror, managed to press her thumbs deep into Nick's eyes, and with a yelp, he jerked away. The pressure on her neck released, and she rolled away from him. Scrambling to her feet, she darted for the kitchen. She grabbed the phone, as well as the biggest kitchen knife she could find. Nick appeared in the doorway just as the 911 operator picked up, and Kizzy managed to shout her address and that she was being attacked as Nick lunged for her. She swiped at him with the knife, catching his cheek, and the pain brought him to a halt. Clutching his bloody cheek, he roared at her, but Kizzy advanced with the knife. Nick turned and darted for the front door, and as he disappeared, Kizzy slammed the door, deadbolted it, then quickly scrambled around the villa, securing it. She found the 911 operator still on the line, who told her a unit was on its way. Only when she was sure she was safe did Kizzy break down. For a few minutes she let herself breath heavily, deeply, trying to keep the terror at bay. It was the sudden violence that had gotten to her most. Geez. Angry now, she pulled out her phone and dialed her brother. Hey sis. If you don't kill this guy, I'm gonna. Jesse cursed. What happened? Just tried to use his particular brand of intimidation on me again. Didn't work. Asshole. Are you okay? Jesse sounded panicked now, but Kizzy reassured him. Police are on their way. Hell, Jesse spat, barely controlling his anger. Look, me and Bree are going to come stay with you. I don't want you alone. Kizzy felt relief. I'm all for that. How's Bree? Pissed. Jesse gave a strange laugh. More than that, actually. She's angry. She's determined. She wants to get this bastard. Jesse? Yup. Kizzy hesitated. He threatened her. And you. He said he was going to kill us all, and Ethan. I believe him. And I believe he could do it. What makes you so sure? Because he's careful. Because he's psychotic. And because he's done this before. She could hear her brother's breathing, heavy, angry. Yeah? Hopelessness settled over her. Oh God, Jesse, how the hell are we going to stop him? There was silence. I don't know, sis. But I know this. He's not going to get near you again. He's not gonna touch you, Bree, Ethan, any of us, even if it means killing him. He killed our sister, Keys. I'll happily spend the rest of my life in jail for killing that scum. Agreed. Jesse? Yeah? Be careful. I don't think you're safe either. I don't think any of us are while Peterson is around. Look, sis, can you maybe get back into the city and go stay with Ethan in the hospital? Or call Jake? I need to know you're safe. Yeah. I mean, I'm fine, but yeah, I'll stay with Ethan. She heard a voice in the background. Is that Bree? Yeah, hang on. She heard him pass the phone. Hey, Angel. Hey, Bree, you okay? Yes, honey, I am fine. I just wanted to tell you not to worry. If he touches you or Jesse, if he touches anyone else, I'm going to blow his head off. See ya. She giggled and Kizzy laughed, shocked, amazed. She heard Jesse laughing as he came back on the phone. Well? He kept sniggering. Kizzy nodded to herself, smiling. Yeah, Jesse. She's ready. And she laughed. Thursday night. The day before Luca and Bree Saffran were due to come to the Harper compound, and Emory felt nervous. No, nervous was the wrong word. Terrified. Tomorrow, whatever happened, everything would change, and her safe little bubble with Dante would burst. She stood at the window of their bedroom now, in the dark, looking out into the twilight. A sadness pounded at her chest, but she felt guilty for it. If what Dante thought was true, then there were people missing her, mourning her. Casting all selfish reasons aside, she knew this was the right thing to do. The longer she stared at Luca Saffran's photograph, the more she was remembering, and she could feel a fondness for him, kind of. A bond, however, tenuous at this point. Like she knew him, but there was still a block. She felt Dante's arm slide around her waist, and she leaned back into his arms. Hello, beautiful. His lips were on her neck, and she sighed. How could she give this up? She turned around in his arms and pressed her lips to his. Dante, she whispered, tonight is ours, promise? Just you and me and nothing else. You read my mind. His fingers slid under the straps of her dress, and he pulled them gently down her arms. Emory undid his shirt slowly, running her fingertips over his chest as if she were committing every part of his skin to memory. When they were both naked, she stroked him, hard and proud against his belly, gazing up at him. I want you inside me, she whispered. Please, Dante, don't wait. He swept her onto the bed and pushed her legs apart, thrusting his ramrod hard deep inside her, their eyes locked, his hands pinning hers to the bed. His big body, dwarfing hers, dominated her, made her feel loved, made her feel safe. As they made love, with each thrust the pleasure and the pain grew more intense, and when Emory's peak hit, she cried out with the pain she had buried for so long and sobbed in his arms, knowing she would rather die than give him up, even if it meant breaking Luca Saffran's heart. "Mrs. Asano?" Z frowned. She didn't recognize the voice on the other end of the phone. "It's Mrs. Newland now. Who is this, please?" "It's Detective Lindstrom from Auburn Homicide, Mrs. Newland. Congrats, by the way. I'm sorry to intrude on your new life, but I have important information for you regarding your husband, your former husband's case." Z felt a chill. What could it be now? Okay. She sat down. Flint, who was chopping vegetables at the kitchen counter, looked at her curiously, and she shrugged at him, looking confused. "Mrs. Newland, new information has come to light in the case. I think you're aware of the toxicology results on your on Mr. Asano's body? We found a significant amount of the drug known on the streets as bath salts." "Yes?" Her mouth felt dry. She'd found that hardest to believe, that David was taking hard drugs. There simply had been no signs. "Detective, please tell me what you need to." The detective sighed. "Okay, here it is. It appears that the drugs were slipped to your husband without him being aware. He was drugged, Mrs. Newland. Someone, a pupil, targeted him and supplied the drugs and the weapons. Told him who to kill. Apparently, this student had a grudge against the Klein family and the Saffrans. He also harbored a crush on Mrs. Grace. When he made his feelings clear to Mrs. Grace, she obviously reported it to the dean, as is policy." Z felt all the horror of the shooting flooded back. She felt the blood drain from her face. "Stop saying this student. The pupils at Auburn are old enough to be tried as adults. Tell me his name." "Nicholas Peterson." Oh God. She knew Nick. He'd worked as a mechanic at his dad's workshop. Both Peterson Sr. and Jr. were creeps. She had never liked either. Why did he pick David? "We don't know. Mrs. Newland, we need you to come back to Auburn just for a time. Is that something you feel you could do now?" "Yes." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Okay." Detective Lindstrom sounded relieved. "Thank you, ma'am. I'll be in touch." "Goodbye, detective." She pressed the end button and looked up at Flint, her whole body aching. She told him, in a halting voice, what the detective had told her. "And that is that," she said softly. Flint frowned. "I'm so sorry, Z." Z stared at her phone for a long moment, then carefully stood and threw the phone against the wall. It shattered and flung glass and metal across the room. Flint flinched and reached for her, but before he got hold of her, she'd walked unsteadily over to pick up one of the shards of glass glinting in the carpet. She closed her hand around it, letting out a primal scream of pain, rage, and betrayal as the glass sliced into her skin. "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Flint gathered her into his arms and bore her over to the couch. Sobs began to rack her body, and she slumped, unable to stop the ragged, shuddering howls of grief. Flint rocked her as if she were a child. SSH, baby girl, I'm here. Let me look after you." Her sobs juddered to a halt finally, and she pulled away from his arms. "I'm sorry, Flint. God, poor David. He never deliberately did anything to hurt anyone, and now he'll forever be known as a killer. Because of this psychopathic student." She looked at him through tear-filled eyes. "I can't bear it." He swept her hair away from her face. "I'll get you some painkillers. I think you should go to bed. We'll talk more in the morning." She nodded her thanks, and he was quickly back with a glass of water and 2 little white pills. She swallowed them, as he started to clean up the cut on her hand. The smell of the blood filled her nose. She opened her mouth to speak but found she could not, the whirling in her brain speeding up now, confusion muddling her thoughts. "Baby, you okay?" Flint's voice seemed even more distant now, barely audible. Black spots began to crowd into her vision, and finally she passed out. The blood from her hand dripped slowly onto the carpet. Tatiana greeted them as she leaned against his car, and Luca smiled. He had invited Tat to go with him and Bree to Dante Harper's house. Tatiana had become a good friend, someone he could talk to. Last night, at another late dinner, She had asked him if he was ready to know what Dante Harper was about to tell him. "I don't know," he admitted, his fingers twisting the stem of his wine glass. "I guess I'm still waiting to feel that Emory's dead, and maybe Dante has information where her body is. God help me, I need that closure before I can move on, Tat." "I understand. Luca, what if Emory is alive and Dante knows where she is?" Luca took a deep breath in. "Then I would hope he would tell me where she is. What if she doesn't want to be found?" Luca looked shocked. "Why on earth?" "Luca, think about it, and don't shoot the messenger," Tat added with a grin. "What if Emory thinks Ray is still out there, alive, free? What if she thinks as long as he thinks she's dead, then Bree is safe?" Luca sighed. It had crossed my mind, and yes, it would be like Emory to think like that. Maybe I should have let Maximo deal with Ray Grace, let the police find his body and get it out to the press. Ray Grace's death would not bother me for 1 second. Tatiana blinked, and Luca realized he was still talking to a journalist as much as she was a good friend. He held up her hands. "Forgive me, Tat. Sometimes my anger gets the better of me. It's really okay, it's just strange to hear it come from you." Luca gave a small laugh. "You think I don't want to rip him apart limb from limb?" "I do, but still." Luca studied her. Tatiana was a little older than Emory, and physically, they could not have been more different. Emory was small, dark, and curvy, whereas Tatiana was nearly as tall as Luca's 6 feet, willowy and slender. Despite their differences, there was one thing they had in common. Both had dark eyes which sparkled with warmth and love. "God, what are you doing, Saffran, comparing your friend to your dead lover?" He looked away from Tatiana's gaze. "Are you sure you don't mind coming tomorrow?" "Not at all." Now they were in his Mercedes, Bree having taken the back seat, and were speeding towards Dante Harper's estate. After a time none of them spoke, all locked in their own thoughts. Eventually, Luca pulled up to the gates of a large estate. Tatiana looked at him, then around at Bree. "Are you sure you're ready for this? Last time I asked, promise." Luca's eyes met Bree's in the rear-view mirror, and he saw his daughter nod. "We're ready. Let's go." Jesse stopped in town to grab some groceries. Since he and Bree had moved in with Kizzy, he thought with a grin, they'd managed to eat her entire refrigerator and cupboards bare. He had to admit he enjoyed living with the two girls. Despite the situation they were in, they kept each other sane. He dumped the sack of groceries in the trunk and moved to get into his car. He stopped and looked over to Nick Peterson's father's workshop. Since the APB had gone out about Nick, Gary Peterson had shut up shop, avoiding angry parents and the press. From the corner of his eye, a flash of light had caught Jess's eye. Nick's abandoned workshop was in darkness, but he could have sworn a flashlight swept across the inside of the building. Jesse, glancing around him to see if anyone else had noticed, felt a small jolt of anxiety. He crossed the street and looked in at the window. At the far end of the workshop, a door stood open. Jesse knew it was the door that led upstairs to the apartment above. Gary had always kept it locked. Jesse didn't know if the police had left it open when they'd searched it, but he cupped his hands over his eyes and tried to see any movement. Another flash, this time from the stairs. Jesse chewed on his lip. He walked around to the stairs that led to the apartment and climbed up the stairs. The apartment was dark, but he peered into the windows. Nothing. He blew a breath out. The events of the past few weeks had affected the whole island. He, like many others, had been on the lookout for that bastard Peterson ever since Ethan told the truth. He shook his head and stepped away. Behind him, the door creaked open. Jesse stopped and turned, his heart thudding. His body tensed, he pushed the door open. "Peterson? Ain't no use hiding. The whole island's looking for you." "Are they?" Jesse whirled around just as Nick Peterson loomed up behind him. Jesse felt his balance slip as with both hands, Peterson shoved him violently. Jesse felt the balcony rail slam into his back and felt himself flip over. Just before he slammed into the dirt below, he saw a flash of bright light, heard an agonized scream, and then he hit the road and blacked out. Kizzy looked up as a dark-haired, pretty young woman approached her. She was waiting outside Ethan's room while nurses changed his dressings and had her head stuck in a book when the woman spoke. "Kizzy Klein?" Kizzy nodded and stood, taking the woman's offered hand. I'm Z Newland. I was Z Azano." Kizzy felt a jolt of shock. The woman in front of her couldn't be much older than herself. She looked nervous and trembling, and Kizzy's heart went out to her. Of anyone, Z Azano had nothing to be afraid of. She took the woman's hand again. "Ethan's been looking forward to seeing you and explaining everything. Thank you so much for coming." Z smiled at her. "You're sweet. I knew Lexi a little, she was lovely. I'm so sorry for your loss." "Thank you." Damn it, why did the tears always come when Lexi's name was mentioned? Suddenly, Z was hugging her. "I should have come before. I ran away." "I'm so sorry," she murmured into Kizzy's ear. Kizzy hugged her. It's okay, you're here now. That's all that matters." Luca, Bree, and Tatiana were shown into the large drawing room of the Harper mansion. In a moment, a tall, handsome man walked into the room, his face drawn and tense. He shook Bree and Tat's hands before turning to Luca. The two men seemed to size each other up, Tat noticed, not in a Neanderthal way but as equals. "Mr. Saffran, I have always been an admirer," Dante Harper said, and shook Luca's hand. "May I offer you all a drink?" After they had drinks and Dante sat opposite, seemingly nervous. Luca shifted in his seat. Tatiana, seated next to him, could feel the tension rolling off him. She pressed her hand against the outside of his thigh, hoping it would comfort him. Luca glanced round at her and half smiled. "Mr. Harper, thank you for inviting us here. But you must know, I am at a loss to know what you can possibly tell me about Emory's disappearance. Please put me out of my misery." Dante opened his mouth to speak. Then his attention was drawn behind them to the open doorway. "I thought you wanted me to ease them into this," he said softly, tenderly. All three visitors turned, and Tatiana's pulse began to race as a small, dark, achingly beautiful woman with terrified eyes stepped into the room. She needed no introduction. Bree gave a cry and Luca stood, his eyes riveted on the newcomer. She walked closer to him, her gaze wandering towards all of them before she turned scared eyes on Dante. "It's okay, honey," he said, his voice breaking, and Tatiana saw it. The love in his eyes. Oh dear God, what a mess. She glanced back at Luca, who was frozen. Emory Dutta drew in a deep breath and finally spoke. "Hello Bree, hello Luca."
Part 9. Emory. Then.
Nick Peterson, blonde, tall, and to hear him tell it, a good hometown boy, was bored. His parents had saved and scrimped for him to attend Auburn, but he knew he didn't fit here. He would pull up to the college parking lot in his remodeled Toyota, to be surrounded by Bentleys, Porsches, and Jaguars. Rich kids made him sick. There were only a few he liked. Julietta was hot and always ready to put out, for a chance to hang with him. Greg Justin, rich and dumb and easily led. He even liked Ethan Fonseca, but then Ethan was impossible to dislike. Easygoing and funny, Ethan would spend time with anybody that wanted to spend time with him. If he were being honest, Nick would admit that he secretly wanted to impress Ethan and surprise him. Which is why he trusted him with his plan. Ethan listened, rolling his eyes. "Yeah dude, whatever." Nick was frustrated. "You don't think I'd do it?" Ethan sighed. What would be the point? Surely the point would be to get attention for yourself. Look at Klebold and Harris, man. Anyway, don't even joke about that stuff, man, it's sick. Nick felt slighted but let it go. It was okay if Ethan didn't believe him now, it would only make things more exciting when he pulled it off. Because he had planned it all, he just had to, and he laughed at the pun, pull the trigger. Julietta, his confidant, had talked it through with him and was as excited as him. Sitting in the coffeehouse that time, they'd talked all afternoon, planning everything. They had even cared that the guy sitting behind them had heard everything, and when Nick had left the coffeehouse late that night, the man had followed him and made him an offer he had even dreamed of. His eyes slid across the school cafeteria, to where Mr. Asano was talking to Mrs. Grace. Nick's eyes lingered on the pretty young teacher. She wasn't much older than them. Nick had whacked off at night thinking about the lovely Emory Grace for the last year and a half, but when he'd made his feelings clear, she had become formal with him, reporting his crush to the dean. He had already decided she would have to die. He looked at Mr. Asano and smiled. The teacher was handsome, but soft-looking and malleable. He loved his kids and Nick had always liked the man. But Asano would be perfect. So suggestible, so naive. He was sitting with Emory now, but soon, thanks to Nick, he would be killing her. Not long now, Nick Peterson thought to himself as he cleared the tray. Not long now, before I bring this all down on top of you rich jerks. I can't wait. Now? Luca felt his heart beating out of his chest. Emory. He could barely believe she was standing in front of him. Her dark hair hung even lower than he remembered, her eyes were wide and nervous, but she looked even more ethereally beautiful than ever. Emory, my God. He jerked into action then and darted to her, wrapping his arms around her. God, she felt so good in his arms, his emotions swirling. It was only after a second that he realized that her arms were not around him, that she had frozen in his embrace. He let her go and stared down at her. Emory looked at him, then at Dante Harper, and opened her mouth to speak. She shook her head and stepped away from Luca. Emory has amnesia, Luca. Please, let's all sit, and we'll tell you everything that's happened. His chest tight, Luca sat with a silent Bree and a curious Tatiana. Luca introduced her to Dante and Emory. You're a journalist? Finally, Emory spoke, her voice soft and without recriminations. Tatiana gave her a kind smile. Off duty today, Emory, I promise. I'm here as a friend. Emory, sitting next to Dante, very close to Dante, Luca noticed now, gave her a nod and a half smile. Her eyes shifted to Bree. Hey, Bubba. Bree nodded, tears glistening in her eyes but stayed silent. Dante looked at Emory, who gave him a nod. The night Emory was attacked by Ray Grace at the port, I was sailing my boat back from the San Juans. We were nearing our docking place when I saw her. Emory was floating in the water, and of course, I immediately pulled her from the water. The first thing that was obvious was that she had been shot once, in the abdomen, at pretty close range. Bree gave a strangled cry and Luca closed his eyes. God. Everything he had imagined was true. Dante drew in a breath. Emory was freezing, but as we wrapped her and were about to call the police, she regained consciousness. These were your exact words, honey. He turned to look at Emory, who gazed back at him. I know I haven't told you what you said, but here goes. You said, please don't call the emergency services. He'll find me. He'll hurt them again if he knows I'm alive. Dante looked away from their gazes, his voice choking. I told you that you had been shot, that you were very sick, but you kept begging me not to tell anyone. Anyone. He looked at Luca and Bree sympathetically. Please no. I did only what Emory asked. I called in favors with a surgeon I knew. He operated here, removed the bullet, and saved her. But by that time she had fallen into a coma, from the blood loss, and from an infection she must have picked up in the water. It was touch and go for a few weeks. When Emory finally awoke, it was a great day here, I can tell you. Luca nodded and gazed at Emory. And you don't remember anything? Emory, her petite body tensed, cleared her throat. I remember some. I remember being shot. I remember Ray. I know you, Bree. And she smiled hesitantly at the younger woman, who got up and went to her. She wrapped her arms around her. I missed you so much, Bree whispered, and I have so much to tell you. Emory tightened her arms around her. I know, honey, me too. She let her go, and looked at Luca. I do remember you, Luca, I do. I just have a blank on our, relationship. Luca got it suddenly, and pain shot through him. She doesn't remember how much we loved each other, what we had, what we could have been. Oh damn it. He looked back at Dante, thank you for saving her, Dante. I cannot express how thankful I am. Dante gave a quick nod. I feel you have a better chance of remembering everything if you spend some time with Luca and Bree. His voice had a strange tone to it, and now Luca saw Emory look at Dante in shock. What? Dante held Emory's gaze. You should try, he said softly, so you know. For sure. Emory looked bewildered and frightened, and Bree put her arms around her again. It's okay, You're sending me away. Emory interrupted her, looking at Dante with panic and hurt in her eyes, and for the second time, Luca saw everything clearly. Emory was in love with Dante Harper, and he was in love with her. Geez, of all the scenarios he'd pictured, this was not one of them. Luca felt detached suddenly, as if all his self-protection instincts had set in. Don't break my heart. Don't let her close again. Geez. What a mess. Zia Newland was with Kizzy Klein when the call came. Her brother Jesse had been injured in an explosion at a vehicle workshop on the island. Kizzy, barely keeping it together, was driving Z to the scene now, her eyes fierce as she drove. It's Peterson, I know it, she raged. How many more people have to get hurt? Z was silent, letting her rant. Whoever this Nick Peterson was, he needed to be in jail today. As they pulled up to the scene, Z saw a building on fire and a fleet of first responders. Oh my God, Kizzy gasped and stopped the car abruptly, getting out and running over to an ambulance. Following her, she saw Kizzy throw herself at a young man sitting on the back steps of the vehicle. Jesse, oh gosh, are you okay? Jesse grinned at her, wincing as Kizzy hugged him harder. Just a bit beat up, and my hearing's all hinky because of the blast, but I'm okay. Asshole pushed me over the balcony before the explosion hit. Sadly for him, I didn't break anything. Was it Nick? Oh yeah. They just shuttled him off to the hospital. He's in a pretty bad way. Good. Kizzy's adrenaline was obviously seeping away, and she sat next to Jesse, out of breath. Jesse grinned at Z. Since my sister's forgotten to introduce us. I'm Jesse Klein. Z smiled at him. Hey there. Z Newland. Recognition dawned in his eyes. Oh God, yes, of course, Mrs. Azano. They shook hands. It's Z, she said, please. And I'm remarried now. But I have come back to find out what the hell went on at Auburn. We were just about to talk to Ethan when the call came through, Kizzy explained, but we have time. Thank God you're okay, bro. Sick of people getting hurt. Jesse nodded. Hey, did you hear? One of the cops just told me. Emory Dutta has been found alive. Apparently, some billionaire was taking care of her while she recovered from being shot. No, I hadn't, Z felt profound relief. That is good news. Jesse nodded. Maybe things are turning around at last. Z sighed, suddenly weary. God, I hope so. Look, why don't I drive you two back to the hospital? You can get checked out, Jesse. Then we can talk to Ethan. I need this to be over. Kizzy nodded in sympathy. You got it, sister. Let's go. Then. It was easy, really. A couple of hits of the drug in David Azano's coffee, the first one to make him suggestible, the second to send him over the edge. Even Nick couldn't have predicted the way Azano had reacted to the drugs. He snuck the weapons into school and put them, fingerprints scrubbed off, in Azano's desk. He heard the first gunshot when he was in the bathroom and grinned. He was glad he was away from the action while David Azano was locked and loaded. Screams, pure terror, pure horror. Pop, pop, pop. Nick sidled to the door, listened, then opened it a crack. Emory Grace was holding Lee Sean, sobbing quietly. Blood everywhere. Then they both heard a scream. Emory Grace darted off, and Nick slipped out of the bathroom and followed her at a distance. He heard her shouting something, Bree, run, and then, as Bree Saffran staggered out of the room and away, Nick crept to the doorway. He watched as David Azano stabbed Emory Grace repeatedly in the belly until the young teacher collapsed to the floor, her eyes closed. Then, as if in slow motion, David Azano looked up and around at Nick. He smiled and advanced, the knife still dripping with Emory's blood. Nick backed off in a hurry and started to run as SWAT team members burst into the corridors. All was confusion. Nick screamed. He killed her, and a SWAT member tackled him to the ground. Stay down. He heard shouting, the rat-tat-tat of the guns, then an echoing hollow silence. Cordite in the air. Walkie-talkies on. Someone pulling him to his feet. You hurt, kid? Nick shook his head, looking around. I tried to save her. He staggered back to the room where Asano had been, before the policeman could stop him. David Asano, with half his head missing, lay slumped half in, half out of the door. Nick could see the policeman attending to Emory Grace, her gray t-shirt soaked in her blood. The paramedics crouched around her, checking her vitals. Then, as Nick was led away, he heard one of them speak. She's alive. Nick was reunited with his parents outside the walls of the college, sobbing people all around him. The gurneys carrying the injured were starting to come now. Emory Grace was first, Bree Saffran almost hysterical, her father jumping in the ambulance to speak to the unconscious woman. Two others, a boy and a girl, then Ethan Fonseca, his t-shirt blackened from blood and 3 bullet holes and barely conscious. But when he saw Nick, his eyes widened. It was at that moment that Nick Peterson realized the enormity of what he had achieved, what he had done. He saw the fear, the heartbreak and sheer misery that he had caused, but that he would pay no price for. Ethan Fonseca didn't stop staring at Nick as he was loaded into the ambulance, and Nick did the only thing he could. He smiled at him and winked. Sweetheart? Emory turned and saw Luca hovering in the doorway of her bedroom. They were in the apartment she had lived in before the shooting. Dante had meant it when he told her she needed to go with Luca, and although she'd argued the point, telling them she wasn't ready, Dante was firm. Sophia's packed your things, Emory. If in a few days you feel you can make an informed decision, then we can talk. She'd agreed eventually, just seeing how much Bree and Luca needed it, but said, tomorrow. Please, I need a night. She trailed off, hoping they would think she just meant to think, but she saw Luca's eyes flick to Dante, and knew he could see what was really happening. She felt guilty, but she needed that night, just one more night with Dante. After Luca and Bree had left with the journalist, she took Dante's hand and led him upstairs. Sitting on the bed with him, she took his face in her hands. Why are you doing this? She whispered. Why are you sending me away? Because you need to know, Emory. You need to know what your life will be from now on. And I need to know that what we have is real, and not just some fairy tale we dreamed up. She kissed him fiercely. Tell me you love me, she pleaded. Tell me and I'll know. Dante's lips were firm against hers. I can't. Not yet. Please, Emory, you know I do. I just can't say it. I need to know that we have a future. My heart won't take it otherwise. She wrapped her arms around him and he pulled her down onto the bed with him, peeling off her clothes and she his until they were naked. Don't wait, she said, curving her legs around him, reaching for his already huge member. Please, I need you now. They made love all afternoon and fell into a deep, uneasy sleep. Emory didn't want to do anything but hold him. Now, as she stood in another man's apartment, she felt a shiver go through her. What the hell was her life now? Being shuttled between these two men, had she lost all control? Yes. The thought hit her and tears began to drip down her face. Luca, who had been watching her, came to her. Hey, it's not really that bad being back here, is it? She shook her head, unable to speak. Luca had been nothing but kind in the day she had been with him, but she felt the weight of expectation on her shoulders. Luca put his arm around her, and she couldn't help lean into his warmth. Tell me what we were like, she said. I really need to know more, Luca. He smiled down at her. He is a gorgeous man, she thought, with that raven dark hair and jet black eyes. Suddenly tugged at her memory. You're part Asian, she said, blinking. I remembered that. Luca's smile was bright. I am. Remember? You said it was something we had in common. Your father was from the Punjab. A jolt to her memory. Yes? She closed her eyes. We were talking. Come into the living room. Come sit, and we'll try to get some of the memories back. He held out his hand, and she took it hesitantly. They sat on opposite sides of the couch. Luca had poured them both scotch. We used to sit here and talk, he said gently, and laugh. God, we laughed so much. You tried to tell me your maiden name was Emory Flannery, and you nearly convinced me too. You're good at keeping a straight face. Tug. Something. She stretched her mind as far as she could, but couldn't reach whatever it was. She shook her head. God, Luca, I'm sorry. I am trying. I know, sweetheart. It's okay. You've been through just about the worst things a human can in such a short time. I did some research while you were sleeping earlier. This kind of amnesia, your memories can't be brought back by us telling you what happened. If and when they come back, it'll be spontaneous. We can only help by lessening the shock of them returning, I think. Emory smiled at him. You're a kind man, Luca Saffran. I might not be able to remember us, but I can see why I was drawn to you. Luca tried to smile. It was hell, not knowing if you were alive or dead. I promised myself that whatever the outcome, I would try and come to terms with it. Emory, whatever the decision you make regarding us romantically, I would like you to know that it means the world that you are safe and healthy. Ray is gone, and he can never hurt you again. No one will ever hurt you again. Maximo Neri looked out of the hotel's vast penthouse windows. Seattle was beautiful, he thought, the mountains on the horizon, the bay glittering in the low winter sun. The cold he could do without, but he liked the laid-back, friendly way of this city. He had spent time here in the U.S. in other cities. New York he wasn't fond of, too many aloof people, too much detachment for him. He liked conversation, life, connections. His assistant, Salvatore, entered the room. Max, you have a visitor. Who is it? Sal grinned at his boss. Maximo was an informal, fair-minded employer, and Sal had been with him since college. Clementine Saffran. She says she wants to speak with you. Maximo relaxed. Thanks, Sal. Please show her in. And you can take off for the night. Sal grinned, and Maximo chuckled. Sal could read him like a book. He heard his assistant speak to someone in the hall. Please go in, Mrs. Saffran. Maximo is looking forward to seeing you. Clem walked into the room. She was wearing a dark olive green wrap dress, her red hair swept over one shoulder, and minimal makeup. She looked nervous for a moment but then smiled at him. Max, I hope I'm not intruding. He kissed her cheek, his hands on her waist. Not at all. It's wonderful to see you. Please sit. Can I get you a drink? Some red wine would be wonderful. He poured them a glass and sat beside her on the couch. I was just thinking how pretty this city is at night. Would it be cheesy, as you say, for me to tell you, it just got prettier? Clem laughed at his mischievous expression. Very cheesy, Mr. Neri. I came to ask how the search for Ferdinand is going. Maximo's smile faded. Frustratingly slow. My dear brother seems to have disappeared off the face of the earth. He might be dead. Maximo inclined his head. Maybe. Which would deny me the pleasure of killing him. He sighed and half smiled at her. Clementine, please know this. I want you. I want to be with you, but for now I can't risk it. SSSH. Clem slid closer to him, stroking his face with her fingers. I know. I know, Max, and I'll wait as long as you need. I just want to help is all. I see people miserable all over. Look at Luca. He could barely function without Emory, and now Bree tells me there may be another obstacle. Emory was rescued by a man called Dante Harper. Have you heard of him? Maximo nodded. I have. I met him a few times. He seems like a good man. Well, it seems he and Emory formed a relationship as she recovered, and now Emory is confused about what she needs. Maximo suddenly leaned forward and brushed his lips against hers. I am not confused, Clem. I want you. I'm just terrified of losing you like I did Ophelie. While Ferdy is still out in the world, I will not feel as if I can declare my love for you to the world and keep you safe from him. Clem had gone very still. You love me? Barely a whisper. Maximo nodded. I do. God help me, I do. It's why I have to keep you at arm's length and… No, she said softly. No, Maximo. You don't. We will be stronger together, I swear to God we will. You and I will search for Ferdinand. We will find him and make sure he can't touch us. But in the meantime, I'm tired of wasting time. I want to be with you, Maximo Neri, in every way. Every way. His lips were on hers then, and she clung to him as he lifted her and carried her to his bedroom. Laying her down on the huge king-sized bed, he pulled the tie of her wrap dress open and pressed his lips to the hollow of her throat, moving down her body as he kissed her skin. Max's hand drifting down between her legs to massage her through her thin cotton underwear. Max's lips were against Clem's belly as he pulled her panties down, and then he buried his face in her, his tongue lashing around her, sending fiery pulses of desire racing through her. His teeth grazed the sensitive cluster of nerve endings and she yelped, hearing his deep throaty chuckle. You belong to me now, Clementine. Do you understand that? Yes? He brought her to a shivering peak, then swiftly moved up her body to claim her mouth again. She felt so vulnerable, so loved. Maximo was still fully dressed. Let me taste you, Maximo. In a moment she was unzipping his pants. Maximo groaned as she teased the tip with her tongue, quiver under her touch. She began to pull at him with her mouth, encouraging him, hearing him giving into her, wanting to taste every part of him. He finished in her mouth and she swallowed him greedily, wanting to lose herself in him. Maximo rolled her onto her back and pressed her legs to her chest. Sweet Clementine, he said, before launching himself into her. Clem gasped with pleasure as he filled her, his hips ramming hard against her bent legs, his eyes fixed on her face as he screwed her. Maximo Neri, I am so in love with you, she whispered, then cried out, her back arching as she came, feeling him shooting deep inside her and his voice calling her name over and over. Maximo ordered room service for them, late, but the hotel was only too happy to accommodate its rich clients, and he and Clem ate just after midnight, beautifully grilled steaks with a peppery green salad and fresh fruit. Clem grinned at him. This is a perfect evening. Thank you, Maximo. She reached over for his hand. Listen, I've been thinking. Tatiana and I have agreed to press pause on my book until Emory is ready to hear about it and give her blessing. I can't sit around Seattle hosting charity auctions when I know you're searching for Ferdinand. Let me help you. Maximo looked appalled. No way. There is no way I want you in the same hemisphere as Ferdy, let alone the same city. No, Bella, please. Let me finish this. What if you never find him, Maximo? She said the words without reproach, but with real feeling. Don't put your life on hold because of your past. Ophelie would not want that. Look at Emory and Luca. Ray Grace had promised to kill her if she left him, but they still said to heck with it, we're in love. And Emory ended up with a bullet in her gut, and amnesia. Maximo looked faintly amused. Clem conceded. But they're back together now, kind of. Okay, bad example. But what I'm saying is, don't put your life on hold. Don't postpone us. We are stronger together, baby. Maximo leaned over and touched her cheek. The only thing that scares me in this world is something happening to you. Nothing will, she said in a firm voice, then smiled. I'm tired of waiting, Maximo. I want to be with you. Here, Rome, anywhere and everywhere. Don't push me away. He took her into his arms then and kissed her thoroughly. Okay, we will try. But at the slightest hint of danger, we will know how to react, my love. I swear we will. She kissed him, and they began again where they had left off. Dante Harper, you are turning into one big cliché, he thought to himself as he gazed out of his window at the rain. 3 days since he'd sent Emory back to Luca, and the misery had yet to abate. She called him every night when she went to bed, alone. He couldn't help but feel relieved at that. The moment he heard her sweet voice on his phone, his whole body would warm, but his heart hurt just that little bit more. He missed her smile, her scent, the way she would curve her little body against his. You did the right thing. He turned to see Sophia watching him. You did, Dante. You did the right thing. When Emory gets her memories back, and I know she will, she can make an informed decision. I know. Dante tried to smile at his oldest friend. He and Sophia had grown up together. Sophia's mother had been his father's chef, but when they were both gone, Dante had told Sophia that she wasn't a servant in their house, she was family. You are my sister, he had said, and it was still true today. He looked at her now with sad eyes. I never said the words to her, Sophia. I never said, I love you. My heart couldn't take it if I said it, and she chose Luca Saffran. But God, he dropped his head into his hands. I should have. I should have told her that she is my world. Sophia had tears in her eyes. Dante, words are just that. Words. She knows you love her. In her bones she knows. Dante felt desolate. Damn, Sophia. I hope it's enough. I truly hope it's enough. Raymond Grace, stuck in his admittedly luxurious prison, was reading when Zeke, the guard who he considered the friendliest and the most malleable, came to see him. Got some news, boss? He sat down on the edge of Ray's bunk. Looks like your wife made it. The guys were talking about it earlier, said to say nothing to you, but I figure it's only fair. Emory's back with the Saffrans. Ray clenched his fists and blew out a long breath. Geez. What will it take to kill that skank? I shot her at point-blank range, Zeke, right in the belly. She should have bled out almost straight away. Perhaps you're not as good a shot as you think. Zeke tried to joke then when he saw the rage on Ray's face. Hey man, look, I'm sorry. Ray was silent for a moment. Then he looked intently at the younger man. Zeke, I need you to get me out of here. Zeke stood alarmed. Heck man, I don't know. Ray smiled his most charming smile. Zeke? I have money. A lot of money. It's yours. All I want is the chance to finish this. Emory is mine. Do you understand that? She belongs to me and I need the chance again to kill her. Yes? Zeke looked vaguely sick, but something in his expression gave Ray hope. How much money? 400 million. Zeke sat down on the bunk with a thump. What? I told you, I'm a very rich man. God, the things dumb people believed. Zeke squinted up at him. Why should I believe you? Ray smiled. My dear Zeke, because I won't be needing money where I'm going. You see, once I've killed Emory and everyone who loves her, who has ever touched her, I fully intend on killing myself. Once Emory is dead, there will be no point to my living, so, the money is yours. What do you say? Raymond Grace knew his answer the second he looked into the other man's eyes, and he smiled. You look exhausted. Z nodded. It's been a strange few weeks. She leaned back in her chair. I've been tired. More so than normal. I can't figure it out. I get my sleep, 6 or 7 hours, unbroken, but then I get up, and it's like I'm walking through molasses for a couple of hours. Flint frowned. Is it depression? She shook her head. I don't think so. Apart from the obvious, things have been, and she gave him a shy smile, pretty good. He reached across the table and laced his fingers through hers. They had returned to Portland after a few days with the Kleins, and Z was happy to be back with Teresa and Mike and her friends. You know, we don't have to rush into deciding whether you want to stay here or go back or Seattle or Auburn. We have all the time in the world. Yes, he added, as she opened her mouth to object, I'll move my business here, so don't worry. But I want to take you away, Z, on a proper honeymoon. You need to regroup. You've had enough going on, what with Podesta and now this. I'm not going anywhere. Now, how about you get some sleep? She yawned straight away, and he laughed. You did that, she grumbled. I was fine. Yeah, right. Come on. He hauled her out of her chair and lifted her up, which set her giggling. You'll never make it up the stairs carrying me. God, woman, you have so little faith. They made it to the bottom stair when the phone rang. Flint collapsed with Z under him, and as they fell, he grabbed the side of the huge antique mirror that stood propped against the wall. Whoa! Z grabbed the mirror and steadied it as it wobbled, using her whole body weight. Darn it, this thing's heavy. You should get rid of it, really. Lord knows what you were thinking buying it. Geez. Flint helped her. I really need to fix it to the wall. We don't need 7 years of bad luck, thanks. I can do it for you. I can be like a handyman from a porno, you can be the slutty housewife. He grinned. Z rolled her eyes and laughed. Good plan, Ron Jeremy. Flint looked smug. She reached around him and grabbed the phone. Hello? Z, it's Mike. She sat up, detangling herself from Flint's legs. He sprawled on the floor, grinning up at her. Hi Mike, how's things? Flint stopped smiling, and he fell back on the floor, sighing. He sat up a few moments later, though, when Zaya's face went green as she listened to what Mike had to say to her. What? What is it? She shook her head at him and thanked Mike before hanging up the phone. It's Jared Podesta. He wasn't the body in the car. It was David's father. Jared's father. Jared stole his body from the burial ground in Louisiana. Geez. Flint stared at her in horror as she began to cry. It's not over, Flint. It's not over at all. Bree Saffran stared up at the ceiling. It was past midnight, and she lay in Jess's arms, listening to him breathing as he slept. She hadn't been able to sleep for several nights now, not since she'd seen Emory alive again. The brief joy she'd experienced had been overridden by the growing dread that Emory, her friend, her savior, wasn't the same person that she had known. And why would she be? Bree argued to herself. With the horrendous violence Emory had been subjected to, who wouldn't be forever altered? And that man. Dante. He had saved her and now was clearly in love with her. Bree's heart had ached for her father when she saw Emory and Dante together, and she herself was conflicted. Am I being selfish by wanting Dad and Emory together? You're doing it again, Jesse mumbled against her hair. He opened his eyes and looked down at her. What will be, boo. You can't control what happens with your dad and Emory. She's changed. Of course she has. So has Luca, so have you. We've all been through hell this past year. Bree shifted onto her side and studied Jesse, stroking a finger down his cheek. Not all of it has been bad. She bent her head and kissed his shoulder, still bruised from his accident. Thank God you're okay, Jesse. I'm good, boo, as long as you are. And look, at least all that shit with Peterson is over now. How is Ethan? Better. Our dad has offered him an apartment on the island, so he can be close to Kizzy and us while he recovers. His brother is away so often that the doctors were reluctant to let Ethan out of the hospital. He's going stir-crazy in there. Bree chuckled softly. I'm not surprised. He's been in there for almost a year. Why isn't he moving in with Kizzy? Both of them think it's too soon. Kizzy's scared that they'll rush into something they're not ready for, and that she'll lose him as a friend if nothing else. I get it. I expect she'll be at his apartment more often than not, though. Bree laughed. As long as they are happy. Those crazy kids. He smiled and rolled her onto her back, kissing her throat. It's going to be okay, I promise, Bree. It'll all work out. I hope so. And for the rest of the night, he tried to convince her. Kizzy reached up and took the key down from the lintel. She smiled at Ethan's amused look. I know. Not exactly safe. But I forget stuff, keys, and there's really not much to steal. She opened the door and switched the light on. I can bring some things from the house to make it more of a home. She led him into the apartment. The living space was large and led onto a small kitchen. She grinned at him. It's quite functional. Just not very well designed. The pantry is almost as big as the kitchen. She opened the cupboard door for him to see. The bedroom's over here. He followed her. Did you ever live here? Briefly. Before I went to Peabody, Dad used to let us kids camp out here for a weekend, to pretend we were grown-ups. This is the bathroom. She leaned into the room and switched on the light. Ethan gave it a cursory glance. I'll take it. He smiled down at her. You missed your calling as a realtor. Kizzy laughed. I'm glad you like it. Make yourself at home. Let's grab some sodas. They snagged some cold cans from the refrigerator, went back into the living room and sat down. The neighbor is pretty quiet, but you might get some noise during the day. He keeps his life to himself, though. Kizzy popped the tab on her can. Who is he? She shook her head. No idea. Dad let the room to him a few months back. Will you be okay here? Ethan nodded, looking around. I will, thank you. It's a cool place. He smiled at her shyly. And it's near you. That's all I care about. Kizzy flushed, smiling. Me too, me too. Ethan reached over and took her hand, winding his fingers through hers, and they sat in a comfortable silence for a time. Ethan put his can down and pulled her gently over to him. Mind your stitches, she fussed, but he gave a low chuckle. Just let me hold you, Keys. I just want to hold you. She curled into his side, her head on his shoulder, his arms tight around her. Kizzy felt her heart thumping so hard she was sure he could feel it too. His lips were on her hair. When I was lying there behind those dumpsters, waiting to die, there was only one thing I could think about: how I would never see your face again. It isn't an exaggeration when I say I think that's why I didn't die. Something in me made me hang on, and I think it was you, Keys. Your laugh, I kept hearing it, that breathless laugh you do when you find something hilarious. And even though I was in my darkest place, I thought, there must be good in this world for that laugh to exist in it. I'm embarrassing you now, aren't I? Kizzy's tears flowed freely down her cheeks. Ethan, I'm so sorry for not listening to you, for not being there when you needed someone, me. Promise me you'll never do that again. Ethan pressed his lips to hers and kissed her until they were breathless. I promise, my lovely Kizzy, I do. Whatever happens, I promise. Kizzy was reminded that Ethan still had possible charges held over him. It didn't seem possible or seem right that he'd suffered so much and could still go to jail. She rubbed her nose against his. If it happens, I meant what I said about that file. Ethan chuckled. Baby, if I go to jail, so be it. You and I both know now that it's not the worst thing that can happen to a person. I will always be with you, she said simply now. Thank you, Kizzy, for making me so welcome here. Into your life. Ethan shifted a little, and Kizzy sat up. Are you in pain? A little, he admitted, suddenly looking exhausted. Kizzy stroked his chest, feeling the pattern of wounds under his t-shirt. The feeling made her stomach twist with sadness. Come on, you need to rest. The bed's really comfortable. Ethan grinned, and she chuckled. Don't get any ideas, mister. You haven't healed nearly enough for that. Grumbling, he followed her into the bedroom and began to strip. Kizzy tried not to stare when he pulled his t-shirt over his head, but when she saw the jagged scars, she couldn't help the moan that escaped her lips. Oh God, Ethan, she whispered. How could you do that to yourself? Hey. He took her into his arms as she began to weep. I'm okay, Keys, I swear I am. They're just battle wounds to scars. Kizzy nodded and tried to collect herself. Without thinking, she pressed her lips to each scar. Ethan gave a little cough, and she realized that she was turning him on. Gosh, Keys. She looked up at him, desire flooding through her. Lay down, Ethan. I want to help you relax. His eyes were wide. Keys. SSH. He did as she was told, and Kizzy gently freed his rigid member from his underwear and took him in her mouth. Her tongue gently traced up and down the velvety skin, then circled the tip, feeling it quiver, hearing Ethan's sharp intake of breath. He tasted of soap and salt, and Kizzy felt herself dampen as she pleasured him, listening to his moans, his calling her name. Ethan, breathless, was trembling but smiling. Kizzy. Don't speak, she whispered, kissing his mouth. Lay down next to me, he said gently, and she obeyed, stretching her body out next to him. His hand stroked down the length of her then, only hesitating slightly before slipping under her dress, caressing her through her panties, before his fingers slid under the elastic and found her cherry. Kizzy moaned softly as he began to massage it, and Ethan kissed her gently, his eyes never leaving her face as he stroked her. Kizzy let herself sink into the feeling of helpless desire as he brought her to spasm, her soft cries the only response she was able to make. Afterward, they lay in each other's arms. Kizzy stroked his face. "Ethan, sleep now. I promised Jess and Bree I would update them on you. So if I'm gone when you wake, don't be worried. I'll come back this evening if you want." Ethan, very tired now, smiled sleepily. "I'll always want." Kizzy chuckled. "Me too, baby. Me too." Bree watched Kizzy walk over from Ethan's place, which was opposite the coffee house. Bree started to smile, catching her friend's eye. Kizzy raised her eyebrows at her friend as she walked into the coffee house, and Bree grinned knowingly. "And you can take that grin off of your face, Saffran." Kizzy narrowed her eyes at her. Bree held up her hands. "I don't know what you mean. Oh, by the way. Told you so." Kizzy rolled her eyes. "Smug. Just because my boyfriend is hotter than yours." She grinned as Bree's eyebrows shot up again, and she laughed. She looked her friend up and down. "How are you? How's the family?" She saw a flash of pain in her friend's eyes before Bree pulled her mouth into a smile. "Good. Still no change in Emory's memory?" Bree told her that Emory had started to see a hypnotist to find out if she could recover some memory. It kind of worked. She remembers practically everything, even some of the times she spent together with my dad. But she doesn't remember being in love with him, and that's what's killing him. Kizzy chewed her lip, her eyes searching her friend's face as she listened to her. When Bree finished, they sat in silence for a while. Finally, Kizzy reached over and squeezed her friend's hand. "Maybe it's not a memory thing. Maybe it was what it was, and now it's over. For Emory, at least. I don't mean to sound harsh, but maybe things change. People fall out of love with people for many reasons." "I know that." Bree sighed, looking upset. "Can we talk about something else, just for a while?" Kizzy smiled. "Why don't you tell me how it is living with my brother again?" Bree laughed, and her whole body seemed to relax. "Heaven. Home. I feel finally I'm home." Kizzy hugged her. "I'm so happy for you. Truly. Thank you, honey. For everything. I don't know how I would have gotten through these last few months without you." Kizzy grinned but then pushed her away. "Ah, I suppose both of you will be revoltingly loved up now, all love notes and secret smiles." "Yup." Kizzy rolled her eyes, but Bree could tell she was delighted. "Where is my delightful brother, anyway?" Bree's smile wavered. "He's with the police. They wanted to know more about the explosion and what caused it. Not that Jesse knows that, but they're thorough." "What about Nick Peterson?" "He's going to be charged with 12 counts of murder at the very least. If he makes it. He's still unconscious." "Did Ziazano go back to Portland?" Kizzy nodded. "For now, I get the impression she has something else going on in her life, and that it's enough for her to know that David wasn't in his right mind, through no fault of his own. Nick Peterson is a murderer, David was just his vessel." Bree blew out her cheeks. "I just want to know why. Why do something so horrific? I hope we find out. Look, I said I wouldn't be long. Do you want to come back to Ethan's while we wait for Jesse?" Bree shook her head. "Thank you, but I think I'm going to see Emory and give her a break from memory training. Give her and your dad my love." "Thanks, I will." Luca had gone to work. After a productive session with the hypnotherapist, Luca had been encouraged by Emory's progress, but she felt numb inside. During the private session, she had come to a realization, sharing it with the professional. "I think it's because I don't want to remember loving Luca. I'm in love with Dante and loving Luca too, it's too much." She felt tears in her eyes. "I don't want to be responsible for hurting one of these extraordinary men. Both of them. Some women would think themselves lucky, and I am to be loved by both but God. Emory, the hypnotherapist said gently, these are extraordinary circumstances. It's not as if you had an affair or sought to hurt Luca or Dante. I know, but I'm going to, aren't I? Until you let yourself feel what you had with Luca to the fullest, you cannot move forward in your life. That wouldn't be fair to either of them. Emory put her head in her hands. Maybe I just need to be alone for a while. Figure things out. The woman smiled at her. I think that's an excellent idea. She hadn't broached the subject with Luca yet, but as she thought about it more and more, it seemed the best way forward. She knew Luca was frustrated, but he never once took it out on her. They had talked long into the nights, laughing, and Emory could feel a connection there. But she missed Dante badly, and on their long midnight calls she begged him, "Let me come and see you, please." But he turned her down gently. "You have to be sure," was all he would tell her. It hurt deep in her soul, but she knew he was right. She drove out to the beach. The weather was cold, but she didn't care, wanting the bracing air to fill her lungs, clear her head. Two glorious men loved her, and she was miserable about it. She definitely needed time alone. She had checked her bank account. There was enough to rent her own place for a few months, and she hoped now, when Auburn reopened after the winter break, that she would be able to teach there again. Stephen Harris, the beloved headmaster of whom Emory was very fond, had reached out to her when he heard she was safe. "You are greatly missed, my dear." Auburn had been open for a few months now. A memorial to those who had fallen had been dedicated on the school grounds, and Stephen told Emory that she, too, had been honored. "We'll have to have a ceremony when you get back." "I'm truly honored, but please, no fuss." Emory was horrified at the thought, and Stephen laughed. "I know you, Emory. You wouldn't be comfortable. Just know this school owes you." Emory found a large piece of driftwood and took shelter against it. A new place, a new life, time to think. Independence. Since she had been married to Ray, she had forgotten what that was like. God, Ray. She closed her eyes now, swallowing over the feel of terror that rose in her throat. He can't touch you. He's gone. Luca had introduced her to Maximo Neri, the handsome Italian businessman who Clem was madly in love with, and Maximo assured her that Ray would never be free again. "Either in one of your prisons, in my facility, or—" He trailed off, glancing at Luca. "It's up to you what happens to him," Luca had told her, meaning well. But God, another thing to decide. Yeah, she needed breathing space. She would talk to Luca about it when she got back to his apartment. "I need space. I need to think." He stepped back from the tree line. She was sitting against the driftwood again. The beach was deserted. He smiled to himself. How easy it would be to push her against that driftwood and kill her, let the tide take her body, her blood away. Let Luca Saffran and that other man, Dante Harper, agonize over her disappearance. He shivered, lust mixed with excitement. Not today. He had too much planned, too many good things in mind for her. It would be a waste to end it all here. He didn't even want to scare her yet, that would come later. It gave him time to follow and watch her from the trees. It had been easy in the end to escape Maximo Neri's men. Zeke had helped, and he'd trusted Ray right up to the time Ray had stuck a knife through his eye into his brain. Ray felt no pity for the naive young man. $400 million. Ha! He'd watched dispassionately as Zeke's body twitched and convulsed as it shut down and bent over the dying man. "What college professor do you know who earned millions, you dumb sack of dirt?" Still, he was out, he was free, and Emory was in his sights. God, he had forgotten just how beautiful she was, and now she seemed sad, her lovely face pensive and haunted. "And it's only going to get worse, my love." He would enjoy killing her. This time she would not survive his brutality. And not only that, but the people she loved who loved her, he would take them too, kill some and make others watch while he killed Emory. He allowed himself a fantasy of her stretched out on a bed tied down, screwing her as he made Luca Saffran and that other jerk watch, then butchering her while they screamed. Raymond Grace smiled to himself when he felt the cold presence of the knife he always kept now in the inside pocket of his jacket. how easy it would be. But not today, my darling Emory. Today you live. Today, I allow you to live. Make the most of the time you have left. Jared Podesta reappeared 3 weeks after Z and Flint returned to Portland. Jared didn't make himself visible to anyone but Z, waiting for moments when she was alone. Even then, he didn't come close. He would stand across the street from the new restaurant as it was being constructed and stare in through the large windows at her. As soon as she called for help, he would be gone. He was like a spider waiting, lurking, hunched in a dark corner, and Z felt trapped. Flint insisted they go to the police, and he hired security teams, but Jared was clever. He even learned the way she drove home and stood on one of the overpasses, staring down at the road. Z was a bundle of nerves, and worse, she thought she might be sick. She was exhausted, drained, and so far was avoiding going to see her doctor. Eventually, a concerned Flint made the appointment and took her. He waited for her in the waiting room. Z had to smile at the other women waiting, their expressions when they saw Flint. Z could have sworn one of them gave her a thumbs up. My husband. She was still smiling when she went in to see the doctor, but a half hour later she came out pale and trembling. Flint took one look at her face and was up. What? What is it? She shook her head. Not here. They quickly walked to a diner on the corner of the block, and Flint ordered strong coffee. He felt sick as he looked at her gray face. Baby, tell me it's not what I'm thinking. I'm not sick, Flint. The relief hit him. Thank you. You had me scared. So what's wrong? Z looked at Flint, this man she loved with all her heart and could only feel heartbreak. Not now. God, please, not when this is still going on. Oh God, Flint. And she started to cry. It's the worst time for this, the worst time. I'm pregnant. Kizzy squinted at Ethan as he came in the door. What's up? You were in a good mood earlier. Ethan's face cleared as he focused on his love. Ate a bug. He grinned and she laughed. Was this bug about 5'9", sleazy as all hell? She winked at him, and he was again amazed at her ability to joke about Nick. Ethan had been at the hospital all morning for a checkup, and he'd called Kizzy earlier, telling her that he was in the same part of the hospital as Nick Peterson. He's awake apparently and talking. Stay away from him. I will. Now, Ethan smiled wearily. That's the one. He slid his arms around her waist and kissed her. Hey, darling. She pressed herself against him. Hello, my man. They ignored the few customers grinning at them and kissed again. Today at Doogie's Diner, coffee, cupcakes, and a live show, Bree announced to the shop as she walked in, grinning. Ethan and Kizzy broke apart, laughing with the other customers. Jess was behind Bree and he hugged Kizzy. When they sat, Jessie asked Ethan how he was doing. Ethan nodded. Okay, yeah, thanks, man. A couple more weeks and I should start to get some energy back. He and Kizzy shared a look which made them both smile. Neither of them could wait until they could finally be together. He took her hand. Thanks to the best nursemaid in the world. He kissed her hand and she chuckled. Mushy, Bree complained, and they laughed. Ethan grinned. And I do have some other news. Jake called me at the hospital. Kizzy looked surprised. Oh? Ethan hesitated, stringing out the announcement. Da's not pressing charges. I'm good. Kizzy's mouth dropped open for a second, then she burst into loud, noisy sobs. Ethan, Jessie, and Bree all laughed as she threw her arms around Ethan, who hugged her tightly, grinning. That's amazing news, man, Jessie nodded at him. The right decision. Bree herself looked a little choked. Something good for a change. Ethan agreed. Something good. Hey Missy, you okay down there? Kizzy's sobs had subsided. I'm okay. I'm just so relieved, baby. He hugged her tightly. Relieved you don't have to bake a cake. She chuckled, as Jessie and Bree looked at each other in confusion. You should be more relieved, Kizzy said, sniffing. I'm a terrible cook. Ethan laughed. Well then, I guess I am. Say, why don't the four of us go out, celebrate? I need a good night with friends. You're on. You betcha. Jessie nudged Bree. We'll go get some more drinks. Then we can discuss where to go. Cool. When they were alone, Ethan tipped Kizzy's chin up and kissed her lips softly. We're all good now. She smiled, her cheeks red from crying. Yes, we are. They kissed, not caring who saw them, and as Jessie and Bree made their way back to them, Ethan suddenly buried his face in Kizzy's hair, put his mouth to her ear and whispered, I love you. Kizzy's heart swelled in her chest and she beamed back at him, her eyes filled with happy tears. I love you too, she whispered to Ethan's answering smile. Good, he said. Now let's go celebrate. Emory told Luca about her plan over dinner that night. They had ordered in pizza and were eating it from the box, sitting on the couches with cold beers in front of them. Luca had listened carefully and nodded. I think it's a good idea. Emory was surprised. You do? I really do. Luca took a swig of his beer. I never want to feel like you're beholden to anyone, not me, not Bree, not Dante Harper. You are an independent woman, and now that you're free of that scumbag Grace, you should spread your wings. Emory smiled at him. Thank you, Luca. Can I help? Emory hesitated. Is it okay that I kind of want to do this for myself? Not at all. Can I at least help you out financially? Emory was horrified. Absolutely no way, she said firmly, then relented a little, smiling to soften the slight. Luca, it's not that I'm not grateful. I know, he said easily, smiling. He took another piece of pizza and scarfed it down, chewing thoughtfully. How about some furniture? Emory started to laugh. Will you stop trying to give me stuff? Never. She burst out laughing and he joined her, dumping the slice of pizza back in the box. I don't know why I'm still eating, I was full 2 slices ago. Emory nodded sagely. That's because, and this is quite an unknown fact, all humans have an extra pizza stomach. Luca grinned. Is that so? Emory nodded. Science, my friend. She picked up his discarded slice and shoved it into her mouth. Luca grinned at her. Anyone mentioned before that you are quite mad? Some, she said with her mouth full. I was overambitious with that slice though. He laughed at her while she struggled to chew the too large piece of dough, then applauded when she finally swallowed and raised her arms in a victory salute. People will talk about this moment, Emory said, feeling more like herself than she had in months. Monuments will be built, Luca agreed, taking another swig of beer. This is nice. Emory nodded, wiping her hands on a napkin. It is, it really is. Luca studied her. You know, when I met you properly, I mean in the hospital, all I could think about was your smile. It was, how can I describe it? Genuine. As if you couldn't care less that even in a hospital gown, you were the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. That being as physically beautiful as you, it really didn't matter at all. It doesn't. Beauty is subjective anyways, Emory shrugged, seemingly not fazed. I hope it's not the first thing you see about me. It's not. That's what I'm saying, Luca said, touching her face. It's your goodness, your warmth. He was gratified when Emory didn't pull away from him. Luca, I wish I remembered us. I do, she said gently. Luca nodded, then leaned toward her and brushed her lips with hers. Emory. The kiss deepened, and he felt her relax into it, then stiffen and pull away. He sighed, ready to see her turn away from him. Instead, she was staring at him as if she had seen a ghost. Luca. He was alarmed. What is it, sweetheart? I think. Emory pressed her lips against his, cautiously, testing. Luca, He could stand no more and stood, picking her up easily and carrying her to his bed. He laid her down gently and covered her body with his. Tell me to stop, Emory, and I will. Emory, her eyes locked onto his, slowly shook her head. No, don't stop. Luca, I remember. I remember. Joy made Luca's heart beat faster, and as he kissed her again, the hope sprang in him that maybe, just maybe, everything would be okay. He could not have been more wrong.
Part 10. Auburn. Then.
The boys in his class had been talking amongst themselves long before David Azano noticed. They had first noticed their teacher in a reverie and had started to giggle to themselves. They were used to him drifting off. It usually meant he was composing a new terrifying yet fun quiz for them in his head. But not this time. He could not shake a dream, a horrific dream. His beloved wife, Z, being murdered. The vision of Z having her life, clawed out from her, had shaken him badly. After he had woken, he looked over to see her sleeping beside him and had noticed how, even in her sleep, she looked stressed, worn out. He had rolled on her side and watched as deeper sleep had slowly erased the anxiety from her face, and as she woke this morning, she had smiled at him, her face full of love. Blood. So much blood. He felt sick now, swallowing nausea as it rose in his throat. It wasn't just the dream. For a little while now, he had had a terrible, haunting feeling that something was going to happen. Something bad. Now? Stop this. But she returned his kiss and felt him pull her legs around him. Stop. But Emory could not help her arms curving around his neck. She closed her eyes. Dante. But it wasn't Dante, it was Luca, and she remembered this, remembered how they made love, recalled the scent of his skin, the way he kissed her so tenderly. Stop it. Luca. Luca stopped and gazed down at her. Emory couldn't get the words out. I can't. I love Dante. I love him desperately. She tried to speak, but nothing would come out. Luca's expression changed. Hurt in his eyes. Understanding. Oh God, I'm sorry, Luca. I'm sorry. His phone rang. Luca blinked, then slowly moved off the bed. Better get that, he said lightly. Could be Bree needing me. Of course. Her voice was scratchy. Luca grabbed his cell phone and slowly walked out of the bedroom. Emory sat up and rearranged her clothes. What had she been thinking? Geez. She slipped silently out of Luca's bedroom and down to her own, closing the door behind her. She felt angry. Angry at herself and angrier still at Dante. Was this what he meant by making sure? Was he testing her? Testing her love, her fidelity? You pushed me into this. She shook her head. She knew that wasn't fair, but goddamn it, she was mad. She grabbed her own phone and texted him. I need to see you. Tonight. I'm not asking, I'm telling. Come pick me up or I'll take a cab, your choice. A bleep. Sweetheart, are you okay? What does Luca say? She gritted her teeth. Luca is not my keeper. I need to see you, Dante. I'll be there in an hour. Keep calm. Keep calm, my ass, Emory growled but put the phone down. There was a gentle knocking at her door. Come in. Luca came in, but before he could speak, she stood. Luca, Dante is coming to pick me up in an hour. I have to talk to him. To her surprise, Luca nodded. That's probably a good idea. Emory, I don't know how to tell you this, so I'll come right out and say it. That was Maximo. Ray's escaped. He's on the run. Emory stared at him in horror for a long moment. He's coming for me, isn't he? Luca nodded, his eyes full of love and sorrow. Yes, sweetheart, he is. And we'll be ready for him. Z. Azano Newland sat at her vanity, brushing her hair. It had grown, she noticed, longer than she'd realized, the dark brown waves falling below her shoulders. A wave of nausea passed through her and she closed her eyes, willing it to pass. Pregnant. A few weeks, even days ago, she would have been delighted, overjoyed, the same as Flint was now. When she told him the news, a broad grin spread across his face, and he leapt up and hugged her close to tears. She'd pushed him away gently. It's the wrong time, Flint. We can't keep it. What if? Jared. We are not putting our lives or our family on hold because of him, baby. Got our child. His expression was almost reverent, and she couldn't help but feel a little excited, despite her misgivings. Flint's son or daughter? She ran her hand over her belly. She could feel a slight bump, not much, no wonder she had missed the signs. "Hey, beautiful." She turned and smiled at her husband, leaning against the bedroom door watching her. She smiled at him and held out her hand. "Hey, handsome." He took her hand and pulled her into his arms, pressing his lips against hers. "Sweetheart, can I say that you've never looked lovelier?" Z grinned. "You sound like Cary Grant." Flint laughed. "Well, my dear," he said in his best Grant impression, "what says we take a little trip to Bedfordshire?" He twirled her around, not helping her nausea, but Z giggled, cheered by his high spirits. Flint danced her to the bed and swept her onto it. He ran his hands over her body, sheathed in the silky lavender nightgown she wore, but never kept on for long. Tonight was no different. Flint soon peeled it off and was kissing every part of her skin that he could, until she was a quivering wreck of desire. Grinning, he pressed his lips to hers. "You want me, baby?" Z nodded, her entire body vibrating with longing. Flint grinned down at her. She could feel the tip of his hard, thick member nudging against her cherry and moaned with anticipation. Flint pushed into her just an inch, then withdrew. She cried out in frustration, and he laughed. "Gonna tease you, baby, until you beg me. Say the words, beautiful." "Take me, Flint," Z gasped, clawing at his back, desperate now. Flint teased her some more and she yelled, "Take me now, damn it." Flint, his smile smug and triumphant, drove himself into her hard, and she moaned long and hard as he screwed her, driving her on and on and on until stars exploded in her vision and she came, shivering and sweating, a second peak hitting when she felt him pumping deep inside her. She caught his mouth with hers, clamping her hands onto his head, kissing him deeply. Jared Podesta sat in the rental outside Flint's building. He had kept meticulous notes on the couple's movements over the last weeks. From their change in security over the last few days, the heightening of it, he knew they must know he wasn't dead. So be it. He hadn't assumed that ruse would last forever, but he'd gathered enough intel now that it didn't matter. Any security system had flaws, especially when he had no compunction about killing anyone to get to Z. Anyone. He slept in the car often now. It was easier than disguising himself to check into motels. As long as he kept off the police's radar, he was paranoid about keeping the car in tip-top shape. No brake lights failing, no reason to pull him over. There was no way he would be able to explain the arsenal of weapons he had accumulated. Revenge was a sweet, sweet thing, but a delicate thing that he cradled to himself as he cultivated his plans. Soon, all too soon, he would unleash his hatred on the newlyweds and turn their ivory tower into a slaughterhouse. The moment she saw Dante, she wanted to run into his arms and never leave them. Instead, Emory stood and waited for Luca to bring him into the room. "I'll give you two some space in a moment, but before that, Dante, I need to tell you what we've just learned." Dante was having a hard time tearing his eyes away from Emory, and in turn her heart pounded with longing, with love. She had forgotten her anger from before, it didn't seem important now. Luca cleared his throat, and Emory looked at him, noticing two pink spots of color high on his cheeks, sorrow in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Luca," she said softly. "What were you saying?" Luca met her gaze, nodding. He knew she wasn't just apologizing for not listening. Dante, too, was obviously aware of the tension in the room. "Luca, please, go ahead. We're listening." "We." Emory's heart beat a little faster. I love you, I love you." But she sat down opposite Dante as Luca began to speak. "Maximo Neri called me a little earlier. Raymond Grace killed one of his guards and has escaped." Neri questioned his guys. It seems the guard Ray killed had boasted that he was soon to be a very rich man and that the skank, sorry M, that had screwed Ray over, again sorry, his words, not mine, was going to die real soon. "So. He's coming after her. After you, sweetheart." Dante's voice was flat, dead hopeless. He stood up and came to her. "I won't let anything happen. We," he glanced up at Luca, who nodded. "We will throw everything into the search for him, and this time, he won't be able to escape. This ends now. And we will keep you safe, baby. I swear we will." "Agreed. Look, Dante, is your place safe?" Ray obviously knows this place. He abducted Bree from here. Emory moaned, dropping her head into her hands as Dante shook his head. The fact that Emory was at my place was in the press. However, I do have a place that no one knows about, down near Portland. We should take you there, Em, if that's what you want. What about Bree? She asked. He might come after her again to get to me. And both of you. Please, I couldn't bear it if he hurt anyone else. I'd rather he kill. Don't even finish that sentence, Dante growled, his voice full of pain. Luca, too, looked angry. Bree is on Bainbridge Island. As far as I know, she'll be going back to Auburn soon. Jesse Klein's family is well connected too. They'll be safe, I promise. I will see to it. Clem is in Italy with Maximo. Dante, I think Portland is a good idea. You should stay here the night, and we can take Emory down in the morning. Agreed. Dante looked between them. Look, there's the elephant in the room that we can't avoid here, so. No elephant, said Luca softly, and he gave Emory a small smile. I wish you both every happiness. Truly. You are a good man, and I couldn't have given Emory up to a better person. Emory has made her choice, and it was an informed one. I would like to consider you both as my good friends, if it won't be too awkward. Emory, stunned, got up and threw her arms around him. He hugged her hard. Emory put her lips to his ear. Thank you, Luca. For everything. Luca held her tightly. Be happy, darling. That's all I ask. He released her and offered his hand to an equally stunned Dante. I know I don't have to ask you to treat her right. You don't, but thank you, Luca. Luca nodded, half smiling. As I said, you should stay here tonight. Emory's room has a king-sized bed. Good night. He left the room, closing the door behind him. Emory and Dante stared at each other for the longest time. Dante studied every inch of her lovely face, then said simply, I love you. She went into his arms and he kissed her, deeply, passionately. Hot tears were flooding down her face. I love you so much, Dante Harper. I'm mad at you for putting me through this, but I understand why you did. Thank you for coming for me. They stood for the longest time, kissing, before Emory led him to her bedroom. She looked guiltily down the hallway to Luca's closed door. When they were inside, she and Dante kissed again, and then, as if by some silent agreement, they made love, not on the bed but on the floor, quieting their cries of pleasure, kissing instead of moaning, their joy at being together muted, but by no means diminished. Emory fell asleep in Dante's arms, knowing one thing for certain, that she loved and was loved by the most wonderful man she had ever known. And that was enough. Jesse scratched furiously at his head with both hands, trying to get some blood flowing, trying to wake up. Ethan was paying for their coffees, and Jesse grinned at him as he gingerly balanced the 2 cups and 2 fresh pastries. Ouch. Man, Ethan grumbled as he spilled the hot drink on himself. Jesse laughed. Thanks, buddy. He sipped his coffee. Ah. What did you want to talk to me about? He pulled a hunk of one of the pastries off and shoved it in his mouth. Ethan sipped his latte. Kizzy. Now that all this crap with Peterson is over. Almost over, Jesse interrupted him. We still have to testify. Ethan nodded. Okay, yeah, almost over. I think Kizzy should be thinking about what she does next. Jesse looked amused. What about what you do next? I'm going back to school, Ethan said, shrugging. As soon as the docs say I can, I'm going back to Auburn. Jesse was stunned. Really? Ethan smiled. Hell yes. I know some people may blame me for not saying anything about Peterson, but I have to show that I believe in my college and that I love it. That's the best way to atone. And I had an idea that may benefit both the school and Keys. I think she should do a charity concert in Lexi's memory. That's a great idea. Jesse felt adrenaline surge through him, as well as newfound respect for Ethan. Kizzy hasn't picked up her cello in weeks, and I think she needs to have that push, that reason to do it. It would be a shame to waste her talent, not that I've ever heard her play, so there is a selfish part of me that's doing this. Jesse smiled at him. Dude, you're really into her, huh? Ethan flushed a little scarlet but grinned. Yeah, man. She rocks my world. He took a slug of coffee to hide his embarrassment. What about Bree then? How are you two doing? Jess's smile faded a little. She's scared about testifying and bringing back those memories. She'll do it, obviously, but I wish I could spare her the pain. Ethan looked away for a second, and Jessie could see the guilt on his face. Hey, stop that, Jessie said. Anyone in your position, well, we all react differently. I don't think I would have believed Peterson would do what he did. Or that his plan would work out so violently. Geez. Yeah, Ethan sighed. Can't wait until this is all over though, dude. Jessie nodded. It will be soon, buddy. I know things are going to get better. The mountain's out. Luca pointed unnecessarily toward the ethereal sight of Mount Rainier rising out of the horizon, breathtaking and deadly. Dante nodded, and Emory wondered if he was really listening or locked in the memory of their lovemaking. This morning early they had woken and without speaking begun to make love silently again, intensely, their gaze never leaving the other. He caught her looking at him. She grinned and he winked at her. As they sped out of the city, Emory noticed the waterfront bustling with tourists, kids too, taken out early from school. The sunshine reflected off the cars that jammed Seattle's streets, and the smell of seafood from the waterfront restaurants filled the air. Luca headed south out of Seattle, toward Tacoma and the mountain. He eased the car onto the interstate and chuckled at the annoyed sound Emory made from the back seat. She loathed the interstates. He looked round and she poked her tongue out at him. She had insisted that Dante take the shotgun. She knew she would end up sleeping all the way to their destination. Car travel was always like a bucket full of Valium for her, and Dante would be better company for Luca. Sure enough, the rhythmic sound of the wheel made her drift off. She was hovering on the cusp of sleep when she heard Dante speak. Quiet in the back there. She heard Luca laugh. Any car trip over 10 minutes, man, she's out like a light. Unless she's driving. And even then, it's a fine line. Dante chuckled. Guess there's still some things I have yet to learn. That's the thing about Em, Luca said without bitterness. There's always something left to learn about her. I can't wait. As Emory drifted off into a deep sleep, she heard Luca's soft laugh. I'm not even going to pretend I don't envy you, Dante. Promise me you'll always do right by her. I promise, Luca. On my life, I promise. Did they really think this would work? Arrogant jerks. As he drove the rental car 2 vehicles back from Luca's Mercedes, Ray spotted 3 black SUVs around them following a discreet distance. Not discreet enough, he grinned to himself. They had no idea he was here. He'd shaved his head entirely, grown a beard, and he'd bulked up in Neri's holding cell, having nothing better to do than exercise. Even if they checked him out as they passed, they would not guess it was middle-aged, running-to-fat Raymond Grace. He would follow them just long enough to know where they were taking Emory, then peel off before he became suspect. Then he would take his time to plan his final act. Clementine Saffran sat beside Maximo in the car, watching his face anxiously. Naples. The city where Ophelia had been murdered. Maximo had never returned to the city after she had died, and now Clem could see the journey was affecting him deeply. She held his hand and felt him trembling. His face was a mask of haunted grief, but he kept his countenance as they traveled together in the taxi. They were going to the apartment. Maximo had said he needed to see it, to return there, or never get past his loss. So far they had traveled to Zurich, Paris, Rome, even back to Lima, all in pursuit of Ferdy, but no one knew where he was. I can't believe he has dropped off the face of the earth, Maximo had raged one night as Clem tried to calm him down. Sweetheart, someone somewhere must know something. Maximo had stopped then and stared into space before turning to her. You are right. We have been doing this all wrong. We need to go back to the start. Retrace our steps. Maximo had been so sure this was the right path, but now as they approached the building where the murder had taken place, Clem could see the strain etched on his face. I'm here. I love you, she whispered to him now, and he leaned into her gratefully. Grazie mia cara, he said in a low voice, gruff with emotion. At the building, they walked slowly up to the apartment. At the door, Maximo hesitated and glanced at Clem. I haven't been here since the day she died, and neither has anyone else since the police cleared out. I wouldn't allow it. Her things are here. Her. Clem put her hand on his face. Let's just go in, baby, and we'll handle it together. Maximo gave her a tight nod and opened the door. A whisper of air went through the place, dust and motes floated in the air. Silence. The apartment was beautiful, classical, with high ceilings. Maximo, holding Clem's hand tightly, walked slowly around. Clem swallowed the tears that threatened. In the small kitchen, plates were stacked on the draining board, discolored from the sun that poured in through the window. She couldn't stop staring at them. Maximo let go of her hand and walked into the living room, staring at the boarded-up French windows. She joined him a moment later, and with a glance at him, an unspoken agreement passed between them. They pried the boards off. Weathered by a decade's worth of rain, they came away easily. Maximo took her hand as they stepped out onto the balcony. She died here. Clem nodded. Old dark bloodstains were visible in the stone floor. I wouldn't let them clean it up, Maximo told her, his eyes haunted. Ferdy threw her through the windows, then used a piece of the glass to stab her to death. God? Clem's throat was closed. I saw the whole thing. Maximo's voice was distant as he recalled it. He looked back into the room. He had hit me hard. My legs were weak. I couldn't get to him before he finished it. After I crawled to her, tried to save her, but she was too far gone. Oh, Maximo. Clem's tears were flowing now. Maximo's own eyes were bright with tears, but he tried to smile. You would have liked her. She was delicate, graceful like you, but she had a wonderful sense of humor. He stepped closer to her and tilted her face up to his. I will always love Ophélie Clementine, but my heart now, mended and getting stronger, is yours. For all time. Never think I am too lost in my past that I cannot see our future. He kissed her softly, quickly, but Clem's heart nearly burst with love for this broken man. For Ophélie, she said, I will love you with everything I am. They held each other, breathing in the sultry air of Naples. From below, the noise of the city rose up, but seemed to dissipate quickly, and the view over to Vesuvius was breathtaking. Clem smiled. What is it? She looked up at him. We met in Seattle, where the skyline too is dominated by a volcano. Maximo chuckled quietly. So we did. Maximo. The voice behind them startled them, and they both turned to see a beautiful woman, slightly older than Maximo, staring at him. He gaped at her. Perdita. Perdita walked into the room, staring in astonishment at her half-brother and at Clem. Maximo. For a moment they all froze, then Perdita burst into tears and threw herself at Maximo, who gathered her to him in a bear hug. Clem stood back to let the siblings have their reunion, and Maximo smiled at her over Perdita's dark head. After his sister had calmed herself, he introduced her to Clem. The two women shook hands. I never thought I would see you again, Perdita said to her brother in broken English, not after all this time. Why are you here, Dita? Maximo said, confused. I come every week, to lay some flowers for Ophélie. I knew she would like that, and I thought, as you would not come here, I would be your proxy. Maximo. I never agreed with Papa about Ferdinand. I argued and argued, but they would not listen. In the end I went to the Polizia myself, but they were so entrenched with Papa's influence they would not listen. Why have you come now? Because I need to find Ferdinand. This was a plan. A starting point. Perdita looked at her brother sympathetically. Maximo. Ferdinand is in Naples. Maximo's eyes widened, and he shared a glance with Clem. What? Perdita sighed. He came back incognito soon after you left. He knew the Polizia would not bother him, that Papa was weak. I heard from Marco Politani that Ferdy was a drunk, and one night he got into a bar fight with some other men. Bragged about how he murdered a beautiful woman because he loved her too much. Clem cringed, but Maximo was on high alert now. He took his sister by the shoulders. Dita, do you know where he is? Can you take me to him? Max? He interrupted her. Perdita, please, I must see him. Perdita looked at Clem, who gave her a nod. I support Maximo, whatever he needs to do. Perdita sighed. Okay then, but please, prepare yourself. She would say no more, and they followed her out to her waiting taxicab and got in. Luca did not stay with them in Portland, choosing to go back to Seattle. Dante's hideaway was on the coast, surrounded by thick pine forest and utterly secluded. The house itself was all whitewashed walls and beach chic, and Emory loved it. It's so different from your mansion, the compound, she intoned in a deep voice and laughed. Dante joined him, shrugging wryly. I guess I should stop calling it that. Way too militaristic. That's what I thought, those exact words. It's way too grand to be a compound, but this. She looked around, sighing happily, and Dante watched. This is more your style, right? She nodded and flopped down onto one of the large, squishy white sofas and smiled up at him. It is. Come here to me. She curled into him as he sat, and he put his arm around her. Now, if the rest of the world could go away. I know. But we have to face the facts, baby. Ray is dangerous. And as superhuman as you are, another attack, next time you may not be lucky. I won't let that happen. Emory nodded, her head on his chest. Luca's going to the police now. And we are staying here until Ray is found. Dante nodded out of the window. There's an army out there. He won't get near you. Emory said nothing. She was more worried about Ray getting to those she loved, but both Dante and Luca told her they had made arrangements for protection for anyone Ray might come after. We will get him, promised Luca before he left. Luca? God. He was the sweetest man, and she felt wretched that he was hurting, but she could not help her feelings. The man beside her, he was her world, and she would rather be dead than be without him. She hoped Luca would one day find that love. So. Jessie took her hand and put it between his. Now you're looking more like you and less like, Slowpoke Rodriguez. Oh, come on, he added when she looked confused at the name. Slowpoke Rodriguez. Speedy Gonzalez's cousin. Bree looked blank. The ease with which they'd slipped back into their easy, fun relationship was palpable. They often touched, hands brushing the other's, fingers tangling now and then. Jessie would sweep the hair away from the back of her neck and brush his lips against her cheek lightly. A smile, a glance. Bree had felt warmth slowly seep back into her bones, along with a strange new sensation. Happiness. She was shocked by how alien that emotion felt. They were sitting now at one of the little tables, the coffee house empty. Bree and Jessie spent so much time in here now that they often helped out behind the counter for Doogie, the genial owner, who had a newborn at home. Jessie sighed, grinning. Okay, I'll rephrase. Now that you look like you had some sleep this century, maybe we should talk about what happens next. Next? Jessie went scarlet, and Bree suddenly caught on. Dear God, Jessie Klein, please tell me you're not proposing. Hell no. And then he realized he'd been too fervent when she dissolved into giggles. Sorry, what I mean is, should think about. Hey, it's my dad, Bree interrupted him, going to unlock the door. Jessie stood as Luca came into the room. Bree hugged him, then studied her dad. What is it? Luca sighed, exhausted from the drive from Portland. Sit down, kids. I'm afraid I have bad news. Maximo followed his sister into the small cell of the Sacred Heart Sanctuary. Around them was the bleep of machinery, the huff of breathing apparatus. Ferdinand Neri stared sightlessly out of the window, his head turned towards it, the breathing tube down his throat a permanent fixture. Maximo stared at the man who used to be his brother. Papa would not let him go peacefully, Perdita said in a calm voice. He said he would have to pay his penance. In the end, Papa wanted to make amends. Clem took Maximo's hand. What happened, Perdita? Perdita looked at Ferdinand. He tried to kill himself. Said he could not live with what he had done. He threw himself from the roof of Certosa di San Martino, But as you see, he did not die. There is minimal brain function. He will never come out of it. Is he suffering? Clem had to ask because Maximo stood in stony silence. Perdita shrugged. Who can tell? She looked at Maximo. So you see, Maximo. He did pay his penance. Maximo didn't look at either of them. He leaned over his half-brother's prone body. I would tell you to burn in hell, brother, but I see you are already there. He stood and nodded at Perdita. Now that Papa is gone, why are you still keeping him like this? Perdita smiled a little. Because of this day. I hoped it would come, that I could give this to you. Maximo's tense body relaxed a little. Thank you, Perdita. You can let him go now. Really? Perdita asked the question, but Clem looked at him, the same query in her eyes. Maximo smiled down at them. Really? It is done. It is over. That night, on the roof terrace of their hotel, Maximo Neri asked Clementine Saffran to be his wife, and she answered with a simple yes. They were married 2 days later. Weeks passed. In Portland, Flint, Z and Teresa's restaurant opened to great reviews and full bookings. Z was training Teresa to be a chef, to be head chef when Z was on maternity leave, and Teresa, excited about the challenge, was proving to be a grade A student. So when Z fell sick 2 months into her pregnancy, Teresa told Flint not to worry, that she could cope. Z thanked her friend. Terry, I do not know how I existed before you. Teresa chuckled. Smooth talker. Listen, is Mike coming to pick you up later? Teresa hesitated. Mike's on duty tonight, so. Z was alarmed. Then take a cab. No, better still, Flint will come and drive you home. There's really no need, Teresa assured her, but Z would not take no for an answer. We don't know where Jared is or what he could do. It'll be after midnight, Flint's coming. Flint agreed, but he too was reticent. I don't like leaving you alone. It's an hour, baby. The doors have deadbolts, the security in this place is state-of-the-art. I'll be fine. Now she was alone and lay in bed, unable to sleep, hearing every creak and groan of the apartment. She was antsy, and she didn't know why. Something felt off, she felt, what was the word, watched? Observed. She drew the drapes, but still there was a sense of a presence. The neighbors in the apartment block kept themselves to themselves, which she appreciated, but tonight she regretted not getting to know them, to have someone to call on or to talk to, apart from the security guard in the foyer. It's pregnancy hormones is all, she thought to herself, getting up and padding into the kitchen for something to eat. She caught sight of herself in the huge antique mirror in the hallway and stood, stretching her nightgown over her bump, seeing how she was doing. She still didn't look pregnant to most people, but she could feel herself changing. Fatty, she chuckled to herself now as she headed for the kitchen. The hand that was clamped over her face made her start, then panic. Knowing instantly what was happening, she kicked and fought her way free of her attacker, then scrambled away, her feet skidding on the cool tile floor. He was on her again almost immediately, his hands around her throat, squeezing, until she saw black spots at the corner of her vision. No one can help me, no one can hear, she thought desperately. Then, her feet flailing, she kicked the mirror. God, anything, she managed to hook her foot around the bottom of it and pull with her remaining strength. The mirror toppled, then smashed over both of them. Her attacker, Jared. It's Jared. Of course it is, groaned and rolled away from her, and then there was hammering on the door. Mrs. Newland. Mrs. Newland? Help me, but her voice was scratchy, her throat raw. Jared dived for her again, but she rolled away, grabbed a shard of the mirror in her hand, and as he came back at her, she swiped at him. The door was kicked in, and there was shouting. Z was fading fast, dizzy and in shock. She saw Jared's figure dive for the window, how the hell did he get up there, and disappear through it before she collapsed. Kevin, the bodyguard, bent over the barely conscious woman. Suddenly she was confused. The mirror fell. Her voice was so low, he had to bend closer to hear her. I fell. The bodyguard was silent. He didn't believe her story for a second. Firstly, because she was flushed pink and wouldn't look him in the eye. but mostly because of the set of bruises on her neck, bruises shaped and defined, bruises that were incontrovertibly made by another's hands. He frowned, confused. She looked up at him finally, and he couldn't miss the devastation in her eyes. "Mrs. Newland, I—" "Please don't," she whispered. He sighed and hugged her close. Okay, he said softly. "Let's get you to the emergency room." Slowly he reached for her again, and this time she let him pick her up. He carried her gently to the living room and laid her gently down on the couch. He kept an arm around her, as if afraid if he let her go, she would crumple like a house of cards. He smoothed her hair away from her bloodied cheeks. No, she protested and tried to pull away. She stood up too fast. The movement made the blood rush from her head, and she passed out. Kevin caught her, fear and worry etching lines on his face. Her head wound was bleeding again. He laid her back on the couch and punched 911. After putting in the emergency call, he went into the kitchen to find something and stopped. There was blood, signs of a struggle. Anger welled up in him. He reached for his cell phone again and punched the numbers in. Flint answered straight away. "I really think you need to." "Mrs. Newland?" He paused, remembering her face when she had lied to him. He took a deep and shaky breath. "Zaya's had an accident. I'm taking her to the ER. Flint, she's pretty bad. Come as soon as you can." After spending the evening with a distraught Flint at the hospital, Teresa was shattered. Not again, she thought. Not more violence. Teresa lay down on the couch and closed her eyes. Sleep evaded her, the pain in her chest overwhelming. Teresa rarely cried, rarely let her guard down, but tonight she let the tears come, sobbing quietly into the pillow until she was exhausted. She got up and, walking into her little galley kitchen, splashed water on her face. She glanced out of the window, over to the police station. She knew Mike was working tonight. Teresa grabbed her phone and tapped out a text. Seconds later, her phone beeped. "Come on over." She smiled, pulled a sweater over her pajamas, and scooted down the stairs. As she pushed open the door of the police station, she could feel the tears start again. Inside, Mike took one look at her face and held out his arms. Kizzy felt drained. Ever since the idea of the concert had come up, she had been having nightmares. Bloody, violent, hideous nightmares. It didn't help that Ethan was so enthusiastic about the idea. She hated herself, but at the moment, she was irritated with her lover. Oh, she adored him, but he needed to lay off on this particular subject. She felt his kiss on the back of her neck. He'd stayed at her place last night, and now Jesse was on his way to meet him. The two men were going into the city for a big game. "Good morning, beautiful." "Hey," she said, handing him a cup of coffee without looking at him. "Sup?" She shook her head. "Come on, Keys, out with it." She sighed. "Seriously, it's nothing, babe." There was a knock on the back door. Ethan opened it, greeting Kizzy's brother. "Hey, dude." Jess's arrival into the kitchen broke the tension. He clapped Ethan on the back, then kissed Kizzy's cheek, snagging a coffee cup. "So, what's the plan for today?" Kizzy asked when they had sat down. "We're meeting the Dean of Auburn at noon," Jesse said. Ethan grinned. "He'll let us know about the concert and what we need to do. Then me and Kleinmeister are going out on the town for the big game." "What?" Kizzy interrupted. Ethan stopped, noticing the shocked look on her face. He frowned. "What? You're talking to the Dean of Auburn? I haven't even said I'll do it yet. Don't you think this is something we should discuss?" Ethan gave a short, incredulous laugh. "What's to discuss? Whenever we go ahead, we'll need to sort out the logistics." Kizzy stared at him and then looked at Jesse. "Jesse, would you mind giving us a moment? I need to talk to Ethan privately." Her tone was hard. "Of course." Jesse slid from the room, only too eager to escape the tension. "I'll be outside, bro." Ethan was looking at her, mouth agape. "What the hell?" he began, but she held her hand up, halting him. "Yes, what the hell? We're supposed to discuss these things, Ethan." We're a partnership, aren't we? And God, I don't know. Sweetie, I thought you wanted to do this? For Lexi, he stressed. Don't bring my sister into this. I still think we should discuss things. Damn it, Ethan, you can't just arbitrarily make fundamental decisions about our lives. She broke off, her voice shaking. Ethan reached for her, but she pulled away. No. I'm mad, Ethan, mad that, was it your idea? What? Kizzy, listen, I'm sorry, but why is this such a big deal? Surely you want to do this. Kizzy was crying now. Has it occurred to you that I might not want to go to the place where my sister was murdered? There was silence. You know what? This is ridiculous. Ethan picked up his baseball cap, tugging it onto his head, his movements angry and frustrated. He pulled the kitchen door open. I'll see you later. He hesitated, but she was like stone. He gave a frustrated sigh and kissed her cheek, quick, cold. Have a good day. And he was gone. Kizzy stood, frozen, listening to the echo of the slammed door ringing through the empty house. Fortunately, thankfully, Z wasn't as badly injured as they had thought, but the doctor still insisted she stay overnight. You and the baby need to rest. Z placed her hand over her belly. Thank you, doctor. Flint sat on the side of her bed, and when they were alone, he bent to kiss her. Scared the crap out of me. Me too, sweetie. Well, at least we know his intentions. Flint kissed her hand. Darlin', this ends now. We're sweeping the city. Jared Podesta is going to wish he had never been born. I have 6 men outside your door. No one is getting in, so this is the safest place for you. Z looked up at him and saw the determination in his eyes. What are you going to do, baby? Flint's expression was set. What I should have done a long time ago, my love. A long time. Jesse looked over at Ethan as they arrived at Auburn. They noticed the new security arrangements at the school. Hey man, you okay? Ethan was pale, and Jesse remembered that this was his first time back in the school since he was shot. Hey, you're doing great, buddy. Ethan gave him a grateful smile. Thanks, man. His features grew pensive. Damn it. He sighed. Jesse smiled. It's just a fight, Ethan. You'll get past it. Ethan hesitated for a moment. It's kind of our first fight. We've never argued. I know that sounds, but truly, apart from the obvious, we've never had an argument before, not like that. We usually just bust each other's chops, kid around, you know? He looked upset. They rounded the corner and arrived at the dean's office. A receptionist greeted them and asked them to wait while she notified the dean of their arrival. The two men stood about the reception, Ethan deep in thought, Jesse watching him. Do you want to go straight home? Jesse asked. Ethan thought for a moment and shook his head. No. I'm gonna call her after we're done here and I'll take care of it. The receptionist came back then and led them into the office. The next morning, Ethan ignored the pounding on the door. Face down on the pillow, his head throbbed with pain. Geez, how much had he drunk? He opened a gummy eye. Ouch. No, not a good idea. The pounding on the door continued. Buzz off, he muttered into the pillow and then groaned as he heard Jesse calling him. Ethan? Ethan. Wake up, buddy. Ethan rolled over onto his back, and by some miracle, managed to get himself into a sitting position. He took a moment, his head spinning with sleep, and then, blowing out his breath in a whoosh, got up. Ethan. Yeah, coming. He yanked the door open. Jesse stood before him, groomed and seemingly not sharing the hangover with him. Jesse smiled. You okay, buddy? Ethan rolled his eyes, then immediately regretted it. I feel like crap, how much did we drink? He motioned for Jesse to come in, and wandered back into the room. He glanced behind him. And how do you look that good? Do you have a lead-lined stomach? Jesse laughed. It's all a facade. My head's pounding some. I thought I'd better wake you, we probably should head home soon. Ethan went into the bathroom and started to brush his teeth. "What time is it?" he said through a mouthful of foam. "About 4:15." Ethan stuck his head out of the bathroom in shock. "What the hell? Aw hell man, Kizzy's gonna kill me." He spat the toothpaste into the sink and rinsed his mouth. He grabbed his jacket and started to look for his cell phone. Jesse picked it up from the table and handed it to him. "I did try to call her at home earlier," Ethan said, guilt all over his face, but there was no answer. "Sure, buddy," Jesse chuckled. "Look, I'll be downstairs. Take your time." Kizzy answered on the first ring. "Hey. Hey baby, look, I'm sorry it's late. I got wasted last night and Keys, look, I'm sorry. I should have thought." "No, it's okay. I'm sorry too, of course I want to do the gig. I was just... I'll do it." Ethan sighed. "You don't have to. I shouldn't have tried to guilt you into it." "You didn't." "Ethan." "Yeah, babe. I love you. Come home to me." Ethan smiled. "I'm already on my way. See you soon." Jared Podesta had gotten sloppy in every sense of the word. The back of his rental car was full of drive-through burger wrappers, which meant he spent a lot of time at said drive-thrus, which all had CCTV. CCTV which, for the right price, could be scanned and analyzed for patterns in a person's behavior. Which was why, when Jared pulled into the Burger King drive-thru that night, they were waiting for him. The CCTV that night was turned off, also for a price. Jared struggled against his captors as they dragged him through the abandoned warehouse, but fell silent when he saw Flint Newland waiting for him. Flint leveled the gun at his forehead. Jared sneered and spat at his feet. "You should have stayed dead," Flint said in a low but steady voice. "I've run out of patience now." "F you," Jared spat out. "When I get to her again, she's dead." "Oh dear," said Flint, "and I was hoping this would go nicer." He shot Jared in the shoulder, and the man screamed, his collarbone shattered. "Cocksucker." Flint, his eyes dangerous and amused at the same time, looked at the two men with him. "Ah, who am I kidding? I knew it would go like this." He leveled the gun at Jared's head again. "Any last words?" Jared, knowing this was the end, laughed at him. "Sure that baby is yours? Or maybe it's that cop who keeps sniffing around, huh? Doesn't matter. It won't live to be born once its mother is dead." Flint shot him through the head once, and Jared dropped. The three men stood, all of them a little in shock. "Boss? You okay?" Flint put his gun on the floor and stepped away for a second. Taking a person's life, even a psycho like Jared, he'd never thought he would be faced with that decision. But threatening Z and his baby. "Give me a sec." He drew in a long breath. "They're safe now. For keeps. Forever. We have forever." He turned and nodded to the two men. Bill and Pete. They'd been with him for years. Pete had been his dad's best assistant. He stepped forward now. "Go home, son. We'll deal with this." He nodded toward Jared's body. "Go home. Be with your lady." Flint shook his head. "No, this is my mess." "No," Bill said firmly. "No one is going to miss this jackass. And we guarantee nobody, but the three of us, will ever know. We can clean the site, make sure he's never found." Flint nodded and laughed softly. "It's ironic. For years people assumed this was what I did to my dad's enemies. Truth is, I've never even fired a gun before." "Self-preservation," Pete said, already pulling a tarp out of a bag. "Go. Get out of here." Emory woke stiff and cold, with the small kitten Dante had brought for her as company lodged on the top of her head. The afternoon had turned into a gloomy evening, as she waited for Dante to come back. He'd gone to Seattle to speak to the police and find out the latest on the search for Ray. Because he had gone quiet, gone to ground. No one had any idea where or when he would come to claim here. "I'm safe here," she repeated to herself, but she was on edge the whole time she was alone, and it wasn't like her. She had always been good at being alone, but now, Dante was the bright star in her world. When she saw him, everything else fled away. She wanted so desperately to enjoy their love, make plans, and even in this idyllic place she felt trapped. Until Ray was found or was killed, she would be in a prison of fear. She felt the terrible pinching in her chest again, more tears on the way. She cursed herself for being so weak, knowing in her heart that she was breaking. She lay on her back, trying to push away the dead weight of the depression dogging her. She wanted to crawl under a rock and only emerge when all this was over. But it wouldn't be over until either Ray was gone or she was dead. At the moment, the latter didn't seem like such a bad idea. She'd rather Ray killed her than touch anyone else, but it would be a Pyrrhic victory at best. Was that the best she could hope for? It seemed like now at this moment she knew what hopelessness felt like. The fantasy of killing him loomed large in her mind, and she smiled grimly. Was it an option? If push came to shove, could she kill another human being? She snorted at the idea of Ray being a mere human. She knew without a doubt that she could do it if he tried to hurt Dante or Bree. Christ, yes. She would do it without thinking twice. But to save her own life? Maybe. She shifted, and the cat leapt from the bed in disgust. She got up and went to the bathroom. After washing her hands, she looked into the mirror over the sink, and looked away again quickly. She hated the look in her eyes, haunted and despairing. She would light a fire, she decided, anything to regain some comfort. She curled up in the armchair near the window, sipping her drink. Come home soon, Dante, my love. He cut the motor of the dinghy, a few feet from the shore. He smiled grimly to himself, the things you could get, the silence you could buy with money. The tide was with him, bringing him in. He felt the satisfying rasp of sand as the dinghy beached. So close now. So close. So close to the kill. Luca made sure Bree got to her car okay, then went back into the house. He'd been staying in the city apartment for so long, he'd forgotten what his life had been like on his estate. Tatiana had come to join him and Bree for dinner. Tat was spending more time here, and Luca was comforted by her steady presence, her humor, and her way of making him see the lighter side. Her friendship had helped his wounded heart, and now Bree, regretful that things hadn't worked out with Emory, was making unsubtle hints that maybe Tat was the one for him. Luca didn't hate the idea. Tat was intelligent, kind, and beautiful. He was smiling to himself when he walked back to the living room. He heard a noise like someone crashing into something, a muffled cry. He looked up when Tat walked out of the living room, her hand over her belly, her face pale white. For a second, he couldn't figure what was wrong with this picture. Luca, she said in a weak voice. Then her legs collapsed under her, and as Luca rushed forward, he saw them. 2 bullet holes. Blood. Luca shook his head, terrorized, confused. She had been shot. How? Good evening, Luca. Ray Grace walked out of the living room after Tat. Tatiana was gasping for air, the wounds in her abdomen gushing blood. I'm sorry I had to kill your pretty friend, but she was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Still, at least you won't be alone. Luca stared at him. Why? Tatiana moaned, and Ray, merciless, pointed the gun and shot her again, the bullet slamming into her chest. Luca roared. No. Tatiana went limp in his arms. God, please, no. Ray laughed. This is what you get for touching my Emory, Saffran. He bent down and whispered in Luca's ear, next to die will be your daughter. Luca placed Tat's body on the floor and went for Ray, who shot him once, point blank in the chest. Luca staggered toward him and grabbed his jacket, but the bullet had torn his heart in two, and Luca Saffran sank to his knees. Ray laughed. You got to see your new girlfriend die. Harper will see Emory die, and then he'll get my final bullet. You should never have put your hands on my wife. Luca's last living thought was of Bree, and how, no matter what he did now, he couldn't save her. The news broke the next day. Luca Saffran and journalist Tatiana Mendelsohn gunned down in a home invasion. Clem screamed when she heard the news and collapsed as Maximo tried to comfort her. She looked up at him and said simply, Bree. Maximo had them on a flight to Seattle within the hour. Bree was the first to know. The police had come to her house. She had only been back from her dad's place for less than an hour, and at first, she didn't believe them. It took Jesse, who saw from the police officer's face that it was no joke, to put his arms around her. She looked at him, at the expression in his eyes, and she howled, a long scream of heartbreak and grief that neither Jesse nor the police officers would ever forget. "We need to get you into protective custody, both of you." Half a day later, and Clementine arrived and was escorted to the safe house. "We're taking you and Jesse back to Italy. It's not safe here." Jesse agreed, but Bree shook her head. "Mom, I don't want to leave Dad alone." Clem kissed her daughter's forehead. "Brianna, your dad is not here anymore. It's just his body, and they will keep that for us until you are safe. We will honor him, I promise, my love. But for now, as he would want, you need to be kept safe." The Seattle police agreed, and so Bree, Jesse, Clem, and Maximo got on a private plane back to Rome. As Bree watched Seattle disappear below her, she thought about Emory and wondered how she was reacting. She was wondering if Dante Harper would keep his word to Luca and keep her safe. She touched the plane window and sent a prayer down to her friend. Whatever horrors her father and Tatiana had visited on them before they died, she knew they would be nothing to what Ray had planned for Emory. "Be safe," she whispered, and hoped in her heart she would be. Emory was numb. Dante sat with her, holding her hands, until finally he said gently, "Sweetheart?" She looked at him with pain-filled eyes. It's not true. But she knew it was. Luca was dead. No one had any doubt who killed him, Ray. Oh God. She got up and walked to the window. "Dante, you should leave me now. Go find somewhere safe. I won't let him hurt anyone else." Dante said nothing, knowing she was venting, talking nonsense, but Emory turned around. "Please. That's not going to happen." She wilted. "He will stop at nothing." "Yes?" She looked up at him. "He'll kill you, Dante." "Possibly." "No," she moaned. No, this has to end." She pulled her knees up to her chest and hugged them. Dante smoothed her hair. We have to come up with a plan with the police to draw him out. Now, I know immediately what you'll suggest, that we use you as bait. That's not an option." "He doesn't need to be stopped," she said in a dull voice. "He needs to be killed. I'll do it myself. Put me in a room with him, one-on-one. He might kill me, but I will definitely kill him." Dante gave her a half-smile. "Again," he said gently, "not an option." Emory made a disgusted noise. Grief was fueling her anger. Where the hell was Luca's protection? He had security. What the heck? Ray killed them too. He got into the estate from the waterside. Emory got up them and walked to the French doors, looking out onto the small beach at the bottom of their property. "Huh." Dante frowned. "What?" "Wait, I'm thinking." He waited, watching her staring out at the water. Then she turned and came to sit by him. "We're arrogant billionaires who think we can't be touched." Dante blinked. "Okay." Emory half smiled. "That's what Ray thinks. All he has ever wanted is fame. He couldn't get it as a professor, or as the loving husband of a so-called heroine." "Not so-called, you saved some kids, remember?" Dante said, but held up his hands when she groaned at him. "So, now he's decided he's going down as a serial killer. Why don't we give him what he wants?" Dante was confused. "Which is?" "Fame. But not in the way he thinks. We'll go on television and tell the world he's pathetic, deny he's a killer, say he's just a sad old middle-aged man who couldn't hang on to his wife." "I don't get it." Dante was missing something, and Emory chuckled darkly. "We humiliate him. We ridicule him. You forget, I was married to the man for 5 years. He hates being embarrassed, put down, laughed at. I learned that the hard way. Now we can use it against him." Dante was still wondering. "How will that?" "He'll get angry, enraged." Emory was really warming up to the subject now. "He'll be desperate to show he is this big man, a killer. We lead him straight to me, and play on his utter conviction that he can outsmart all of us." Dante nodded slowly. It could work. Emory turned, jabbing her finger at the window, out at the water. If he doesn't already know we're here, we make sure he does, then we leave that there, she jabbed again, open for him. It's Christmas come early. Because we're arrogant billionaires who think we can't be touched. Dante grinned suddenly. It's worth a shot, baby. Just one thing. What? Emory turned to face him. I don't want the police involved. Dante stood. Are you crazy? Why the hell not? Emory walked to him and kissed him softly. Because one day, I want to look Brianna Saffran in the eye and tell her I killed the man who murdered her father. The first interview was with the local news station. Dante's money made sure the interview was repeated and sent out to as many affiliates as possible. Emory played her part beautifully, mocking Ray in every way she could think of. She even managed to persuade some of his ex-colleagues to join in. They were only too glad to play down the good professor's reputation. They were careful with the words they used: standard, ordinary, unremarkable. Emory's description of her husband, unimaginative, weak, impotent, Dante's personal favorite, were equally as damning. The police called them and asked them what the hell they were doing. Again, Emory learned that Dante's money could buy anything. All they had to do was wait. Meanwhile, Emory told Dante that whatever happened, she would be going back to teach at Auburn, and before that she would attending the charity concert that Kizzy Klein was performing at. He was nervous at first. Then, when she allowed him to contact the dean and offer security, he relented. The night of the concert, feeling very aware of the two hulking bodyguards at her side, she hugged Stephen Harris and her colleagues who had survived the horror. Being back in the building was strange, too. The office where David had attacked her and where the police had killed him had been gutted, she thought, me too, and repainted, and was now a quiet reading room. Dante caught up with them, and stopped her security to talk with them. Every place someone had died was marked in a discreet but beautiful way, honoring them. Nowhere was David's name, nowhere was Nick Peterson mentioned. Emory thought it ironic, here she was, trying to erase Ray's name. Proof here, it did work. The school was open again and functioning. It hadn't been cowed. And neither am I, she thought grimly. Hey Ms. She turned and saw Ethan Fonseca smiling at her. Ethan, I think you can call me Emory, after everything we've been through. She hugged him. I heard you arranged this all. Kinda, he said shyly. Kizzy and me, well, we're close. Emory grinned at him. I get it. Ethan laughed. Look, she's getting ready, or I'd introduce you. We'll be starting soon. Hey, before you go, has Kizzy heard from Jesse? And Bree? Ethan's smile faded, and he nodded. Bree's a mess, but they're safe at least. All I know is that they are in. No. Don't tell me, Emory said. The fewer people that know, the better. Just, if you speak to them, tell them I love them. I will. Thanks, Ms. Emory. When the music began, Emory almost forgot everything else. Kizzy Klein, her cello between her knees, was an emotional player, and the music poured from her instrument in sweet highs and sensual lows. Emory leaned back against Dante, and he put his arms around her. The whole room was entranced along with her, and she barely noticed when Dante told her he was going to talk to security again. Overprotective, she said, and smiled wryly. Was there such a thing anymore? So lost in the music was she, that it was only after her phone vibrated against her hip that Emory realized someone was calling her. She eased the phone out of her pocket and glanced at the screen. Immediately, her heart began to pound. Ray. She slipped from the concert hall out into the corridor and pressed accept. She gave a low, humorless chuckle. And hello to you, you murdering sack of shit. Who the hell do you think you are? This time, Emory laughed out loud, startling some people at the other end of the hallway. Who do I think I am? You son of a gun, you killed Luca and Tatiana. You shot me, and you're asking who I think I am? She could hear his breathing, heavy and angry. Good. He was on edge. Let's finish this, Ray. You and me. Yes, let's. You want to see your boyfriend again? No. She pushed away the thought of Dante being with Ray. He was safe. He was with her security guards, but now she could see them at the other end of the hall and Dante wasn't with them. Ray laughed. See? Don't play me for a fool, little girl. Remember when you were in the hospital the first time? After you'd left me. I took your key, Emory. I took the key to the cottage you were staying in and made copies. It's been a very comfortable stay, and very discreet, tucked away in this little corner. Shame on school security. You would have thought they would have learned their lesson, but no. Not once did they search here. Emory felt terror build in her. No, please. Seems your Dante Harper was more thorough. Came to check himself just a few minutes ago, in fact. Blank terror. You touch him all. What, Emory? You know how to end this. Come here. Now. Lose your bodyguard and I'll let him go. One of you will die tonight, Em. It's up to you. Emory didn't hesitate. Her security guards were almost at her. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be just a second. She counted on them not knowing which room was the bathroom. She slipped into the staff classroom where all her colleagues had died and pushed open the window. At the last moment she had a thought, tapped out a message, left it unsent on the screen and left her phone. Then she climbed out of the window and dropped to the grass below. All she could think of was getting to Dante, not caring now if she lived or died. She scooted across the schoolyard and onto the grounds, heading through the darkness to the small cottage. Why hadn't she thought of it? Now it was so obvious, but God. Her breath was coming in panicked gasps. Please hang on, Dante. I'm coming. Inside the school, her security team was starting to get antsy. One of them was about to walk down to the room she was in, when someone called his name. He turned, and Dante Harper, his boss, spoke to him. Where's Emory? The two security guards looked at him, then at each other. Bathroom, boss. One of them pointed down the corridor. Dante looked alarmed. Bathroom's back there. He started to run down toward the room, and when he got into the room, he saw the window open and Emory's phone on the desk. He picked it up and saw the message. The cottage. Dante knew instantly that it was happening. Ray was here. And Emory was delivering herself straight into his deadly trap. Something inside of her knew that when she walked through this door, Dante wouldn't be there. And now as she walked into the small cottage and faced her would-be killer, she realized that she had never believed it, that she had used it as an excuse. She wanted to be face-to-face with this scumbag, wanted them to be one-on-one. I suppose you think that aberration of an interview was funny. Ray stepped into her eyeline, and she suddenly realized how diminished he appeared to her. Small. Rat-like. Disgusting. She was also surprised he wasn't holding a gun. He saw her eyes flick to his hand and he grinned. Seems you're impervious to gunshot. And besides, I want to feel your blood on my hands. From his pocket, he pulled a knife and waved it at her. Do you think I'll just take it like a good girl? That knife won't be ending up in me tonight, Raymond. He laughed, but she didn't crack. He stared at her. You really believe that, don't you? She tugged the bottom of her t-shirt up, baring her belly. See these scars? Survival. That's what they stand for. And I'm going to keep surviving, Ray, because you are a weak, pathetic man. A toddler who shakes his baby fists in the air when he doesn't get what he wants. Ray was staring at her bare skin, bloodlust in his eyes. I'm going to add to those scars right now, Emory. She dropped her shirt as he advanced but stood her ground. Try it, mother effer, and see what you get. Ray grabbed her as she brought the flat of her hand up. She smashed it with all her strength against the bottom of his nose as the knife nicked her skin. Ray staggered back, roaring as his nose exploded with blood, but Emory wasn't finished. She drew her leg back and smashed her foot into his groin. Seriously? You gonna let a girl beat you? Didn't expect that, did you? She ripped the knife from his hand and held it under his chin, just as Dante and the security guards burst into the room. Emory, half crazed with anger, didn't let go of the knife. Ray whimpered. Dante crept forward. Baby? Dante, back off. He did as she asked as Ray shook his head, panicked now. Emory bent down so that she could look Ray in the eye. This is for Luca. And she rammed the knife into his throat. Emory stood as Ray gurgled his last, his blood pumping from him as his hands flailed uselessly at his torn throat. She took a deep breath in and turned to Dante. She noted the look in the guard's eyes with satisfaction, admiration. You got some balls, one of them said, and she laughed. Dante looked as if he were in shock. Emory pressed her lips against his. I love you. That's all that matters now. And she took his hand and led him out of the room. 4 months later. Emory looked at the judge as he came into the courtroom and felt nervous. The jury was already in, waiting expectantly. Dante reached over and took her hand, and she smiled over at him. He traced his thumb over the platinum band on her ring finger, and she could see the love in his eyes. On her other side, Z. Azano Newland and her handsome husband waited to hear the verdict. Would the jury foreperson please read the verdict? It seemed to Emory that the whole place was holding its breath as the female foreperson stood. She looked over to where Nick Peterson stood in the dock, then across the aisle to where Bree, Jesse, Kizzy, and Ethan sat. Bree smiled at her and mouthed at her, "Love you." Emory grinned back. We, the jury, in the case of Washington versus Nicholas Peterson, find the defendant guilty on all charges. Bedlam. So many cheering people as Nick Peterson was led away, cowering. Dante held Emory in his arms and kissed her passionately, not caring that they were in a courtroom. Emory gazed up at him with shining eyes. Dante Harper, it's finally over. You bet your sweet ass it is, Mrs. Harper, and she laughed along with him. Z tapped her shoulder, her burgeoning belly bumping Emory's hip. Emory chuckled as Z rolled her eyes. We're all going to find a bar and get wasted to celebrate. Well, sadly not me. But at least you'll have a sober person to take you all home afterward. Coming? Emory sighed happily. Try and keep us away. And as she walked out of the courtroom, Emory finally knew she was free.
The end.
Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2023 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel.